Others awaken the repair hand ability only to become furniture repairmen. But my repair hand can restore an ancient artifact broken in two to its original state. As everyone knows, transmigrators who cheat don't get banned. So I secretly awakened an SSS level auxiliary talent called Survival of the Fittest. This talent comes with 3 special effects, one of which, the Shedding Mortality effect, randomly elevates the level of one of my abilities temporarily before reverting after a single use. I immediately applied Shedding Mortality to my D-level repair hand, and a prompt echoed in my mind: D-level repair hand has been randomly elevated to SSS level, will revert after 1 use. In my perception, the repair hand seemed to undergo a world-shaking transformation, or perhaps it could no longer even be called a repair hand. I couldn't wait to dig out an ancient-looking box from the storage room. It was a relic left behind by the original owner's parents, both archaeologists who had gone missing during a major ruins expedition. Aside from archaeological tools, the box contained only a mostly shattered bronze pot, no larger than a palm, with the words Jiu Li Pot inscribed on it. What would happen if I used my SSS-level repair hand on such an artifact? Smiling faintly, I activated the ability on the pot, and an intense red light erupted from my palm. In the next moment, an overwhelmingly terrifying surge of energy emerged from the damaged Jiu Li Pot, and under the glow, it began to rapidly repair itself. By the time the red light faded, I collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. Not only that, but I felt as weak as if I hadn't eaten for days. That single use had completely exhausted all my energy. Is this the so-called Jiu Li Pot mentioned in the documents? A girl in a short skirt appeared alone at the end of a dimly lit alley. This should be the place, she murmured. Then, she lightly tapped the earpiece in her ear and reported, "Senior, I'm in position." A voice quickly responded through the earpiece, "The others have been waiting for you. Hurry up." Fang Xin drew out her words, "Got it." She then pulled out a yellow talisman from somewhere and slapped it onto the wall. After hesitating for a long time with her thumb raised, she finally bit down in pain, smearing a drop of blood onto the yellow talisman. In an instant, an inexplicable aura surged from the sky, and similarly, mysterious forces rose from all 4 directions of the old city district. These 4 forces converged in the air, intertwining with each other to form a transparent square barrier that completely enveloped the area. Is this mirror world really as miraculous as the senior claimed? Fang Xin lightly tapped her earpiece again. Mirror world has been deployed. A stern command came through the earpiece: "If you spot a void beast, notify me immediately. Do not engage alone, you're no match for it at your current strength." Meanwhile, I was still fiddling with the Jiu Li Pot. What's the use of this thing? Even after channeling energy into it, there's not the slightest reaction. It's just an ordinary bronze artifact, might as well sell it for some cash. So I casually slipped it into my pocket and headed out to grab a bite. Fang Xin's face turned pale as she staggered back several steps. She hadn't expected to face a void beast's attack head on the moment the mirror world was activated. Just as she reached to tap her earpiece to relay the information, a black-scaled appendage sliced through the night air, grazing her cheek. In the next instant, a crimson streak appeared on her fair, delicate face, and the earpiece she had been wearing split in two, clattering to the ground. "You wretched beast dared to scar my face? Seems you've chosen the path to your own demise." On the other side, I had just walked out of the convenience store, taking big bites of bread as the hunger slowly faded from my body. A muffled sound reached my ears, feeling as if it came from another world, both incredibly distant and eerily real. Am I imagining things? Just as I thought it might be an illusion, another muffled sound echoed in my ears. I closed my eyes and stood still, listening carefully. Moments later, I quickly opened my eyes and ran toward the alley entrance on my left, but it was a dead end. Yet the muffled sound seemed to be coming from there. I stood there with a conflicted expression, being someone who avoids trouble yet possesses insatiable curiosity. I found myself deeply intrigued by this strange sound. After hesitating for a long time, not only did the muffled sounds reach my ears again, but I could also hear a girl's furious shouting. I suddenly took a step back, overwhelmed by an ominous premonition. Maybe I should just go back. But I had barely taken 2 steps when the sound of shattering glass seemed to erupt behind me. I whirled around to see the air at the alley's entrance fracturing like broken mirror glass, and through that gap, I glimpsed an environment identical to my surroundings. At the same time, a startled cry rang out from within the breach. "The mirror world, it's shattered? Why is it different from what the senior said? Someone's there." I quickly took 2 steps back, my eyes widening in shock as I stared at the gap, because a pair of equally startled, beautiful eyes met mine mid-air. Fang Xin, despite her surprise, didn't forget to call for help. "Are you an awakener too? Can you lend me a hand?" But before she could even finish her sentence, the figure turned and bolted like the wind. They actually ran? Her shock didn't last long, as the void beast's claw swung toward her, slamming into the ground with a thunderous crash. Dodging the attack, Fang Xin steadied herself midair before swiftly hurling a stone at the void beast. With a quick snap of her fingers, the stone exploded against the beast's body, sending up a cloud of dust. The void beast shot skyward like a cannonball through the dust, but its focus wasn't on Fang Xin, it was racing in the direction I had fled. I dashed swiftly through the alleyways, my expression turning peculiar. Was that monster the void beast recorded in the archives? From the badge on the girl's chest, it's clear she's a student of Longsha Academy. I'd heard that people from Longsha Academy came to Jincheng to recruit awakened individuals, but it seems they were actually here to hunt void beasts. Although that girl seemed to want my help with something, there's no way I'd recklessly put myself in danger. So I chose to leave. As I ran toward home, my mind raced with thoughts, but just then, less than half a meter away from me, the air shattered once more, and a massive black claw suddenly swiped toward me. My brain instantly sent the command to dodge, but my body simply couldn't react in time. Just as the enormous claw was about to strike me, a streak of red light shot forward even faster, abruptly blocking my path. Her skirt and hair fluttered in the wind, her arms wreathed in faint red light, though her face seemed slightly pale. If civilians get involved, we'll lose academic credits. The void beast roared again, a black scale transforming into a streak of dark light that shot toward me at terrifying speed. At the same time, Fang Xian's desperate shout rang out, "Watch out!" The beast's claws left her no chance to break free and help. As I stared at the oncoming black streak, my blood seemed to boil, yet the life or death moment made me eerily calm. In the next instant, I rolled straight through the shattered gap, just before the mirror-like rupture rapidly sealed itself behind me. Only when the dark light vanished beyond the closing rift did I collapse onto the ground, gazing up at the hulking void beast as I muttered, "Feels like I've jumped into somewhere even more dangerous." Meanwhile, 3 figures darted across the rooftops of the old district. The upperclassman Fang Xian had mentioned wore a grave expression. Something's wrong. The mirror world around Fang Xian leaked energy twice, it even seemed to break. That realm should be indestructible in theory. We need to reach her fast, she's in serious danger. Fang Xian had just repelled the void beast and was panting slightly. "What are you doing here? Didn't you ask for my help?" I'm kind-hearted and always ready to lend a hand. Though his face wore an expression of righteousness, his heart was filled with unease. Despite her anger at his earlier sudden escape, Fang Xian still pulled out a phone and tossed it to him. "Call the first number and get our senior to come save us. Quick!" With that, she engaged the void beast in battle once more, frantically waving the phone. He shouted, "No good. There's no signal." Fang Xian's expression grew even graver. Is this thing's energy blocking the signal? As she ran, she hurled 3 stones at the void beast. Her ability, Christmas Gift, couldn't deal fatal damage to the beast, but it could briefly hinder its movements. As Fang Xian struggled, a whisper suddenly reached her ears. 8 meters per second. Weak spot in the abdomen. Fang Xian froze. She hadn't expected this high schooler lookalike to calmly analyze the enemy's weakness at such a critical moment. How did you know? She had been fighting the void beast for so long without figuring out where its weak spot was, yet he had only been in the mirror world for a short time and already noticed. Haven't you noticed? Its scales are evenly distributed. The explosions from the first 2 stones you threw didn't provoke any defensive reaction, but just now, when you threw 3 stones, it curled up. Which means, it means my attacks can hurt it. Fang Xian's eyes lit up as she immediately grasped his point. She looked at the young man beside her in amazement. How could someone so young possess such sharp observational skills? After feeling uplifted, she immediately raised several stones in her hand, ready to attack the opponent. I advise you not to attack it directly. This creature's intelligence isn't low. If the first attack fails, it will surely take countermeasures in advance. Then what do you suggest we do? Fang Xian frowned and exclaimed in a low voice. Use this. Xu Yuya spread out his right hand, and on top of his palm was a pebble that was only half cut. Roar! Deafening hissing sounds came from above the heads of the 2. The shadow beast finally caught up with them, and with a forceful stomp of its 4 feet, it kicked and shattered a fence, breaking through the wind. In a matter of seconds, it rushed to a distance of less than 10 meters. At the same time, the plan that Su also quickly read out, also finally conveyed to Fang Xian as much as possible. Are you sure this is okay? Fang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Xu Yuya. We don't have much of a choice. Xu Yuya looked ahead with unblinking eyes, surprisingly maintaining his composure even at this extreme speed of life and death. Good. Fang Xian clenched his teeth, his right foot fiercely stepped on the ground, and with a stance as if he was a baseball player throwing a ball, he struggled to throw the half pebble in his hand towards the shadow beast. I'll believe you once. Chapter 9, I'm just an ordinary high school student passing by. The pebbles cut through the night sky, as if it was an arrow that had left the string, heading straight towards the belly of the shadow beast. In the face of this sudden attack, black light surged on the shadow beast's body, and as if it had some warning, it directly curled its body into a ball and rolled towards the front. The pebble plainly hit its incomparably thick scale armor, and then bounced directly to the ground. The shadow beast tumbled up, landing on all 4 feet, and its hideous and terrifying face actually revealed a touch of confusion and dumbfoundedness. It actually stopped where it was, looking at the 2 people in front of it with crimson eyes, and even slightly tilted its head as if it was being cute. "Hey, you liar!" Fang Xin forcefully grabbed Xu Yuya's shoulder and shook it frantically. "This isn't working at all. And the way this guy is looking at us, it's like he's looking at an idiot. I'm being despised by an imaginary beast, hey." She kind of regretted that she had listened to Xu Yuya's words. Just now, Xu Yuya told her not to use her abilities and to throw the pebbles out. But she only reacted after doing as she was told. With only half a pebble, what damage could it do to the virtual beast? Roar! A deafening roar came out of the shadow beast's mouth. It once again stepped on the ground with all 4 feet and flew up, rushing towards the direction of the 2. A distance of less than 10 meters, for it was just a matter of flying. Fang Xin's face changed greatly, quickly grabbed Su also, then turned around and wanted to dodge. But Xu Yuya's body didn't move at all, and even looked ahead with a burning gaze, rapidly whispering a string of numbers under his breath. 7 meters. 6 meters. 5 meters. Enough! His eyes flashed, and he suddenly stretched his right hand out, pointing straight ahead. Only at this moment did Fang Xin notice. Within Xu Yuya's palm, he was actually holding half a pebble tightly. From that fracture, it appeared to be the same pebble that she had thrown out. The shadow beast's massive body had now transformed into a mass of shadows that covered the 2 of them. Fang Xin was even able to see the white light refracted from the hideous fangs. Under this distance, even if she wanted to escape now, it seemed to be completely too late. However, Xu Yuya, who was tightly grasped by her, had such a calm demeanor that there was not the slightest fluctuation of emotion. "There is only one chance, don't miss it." Suddenly at this moment, Xu Yuya shouted, and a white light actually surged out between his right palm. Ability, Repair Hand, activated. In an instant, the half pebble in the center of his palm instantly shone with a ball of white light. A milky white energy thread flew out sharply from its fracture. In the next moment, the half pebble that was previously thrown by Fang Xin actually seemed to be pulled by the silk thread and flew through the air. Its speed is fast, almost in half a second across the distance of several meters, rapid shuttle to the shadow beast flying up right below. Fang Xin's eyes flashed, his reaction was extremely fast. Right at the moment when that half pebble flew below the shadow beast, she rubbed her 2 fingers together and skillfully snapped a ringing finger. Grade A ability, Christmas gift. Boom! The surging airwaves directly blew Xu Yuya and Fang Xin around, unable to help but take several steps backward towards the back. The fire caused by the explosion turned into a smokescreen that enveloped the front. But half a second later, the sound of a body landing heavily came from the front. The shadow beast's body smashed to the ground, and the gust of wind that was stirred up blew the smoke away. One could only see countless streams of blood flowing from its abdomen as if it had been blown through. Dark-colored energy streams flowed continuously on its body, but it only struggled twice before it lost its life breath and lay motionless on the ground. A light blue light, faintly invisible, rushed out from the shadow beast's mind, speedily drilling towards Xu Yuya's direction. Xu Yuya's face changed slightly, clearly and unmistakably sensing that the light drilled into the Jiu Li Pot in his bosom. The gusty wind blew Fang Xin's hair and skirt towards the back, so also's calm face, suddenly more than a few points of strange. Chang. Succeeded? Fang Xin stared wide-eyed, incredulously at the front. The shadow beast, which was at the same rock realm but had a far stronger fighting ability than her, was actually really killed by her. "Hey, did you see that?" She turned her head violently and looked at Xu Yuya behind her, her voice filled with excitement and the celebration of having survived a robbery. "Saw it. It's blue and white striped." Xu Yuya subconsciously opened his mouth, but he violently felt a killing intent rise up. In the next moment, he was directly locked throat by Fang Xin on the spot. The whole person is like a drowning person, like waving his hands, dying, 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 dying. A moment later, Fang Xin finally let go of Su also, standing in place with a scarlet face and a sense of unreality in her eyes. To know, this shadow beast, they had been tracking it for more than a week. It was a fellow that even the senior was having trouble easily subduing. But with Xu Yuya's help, she had managed to kill it. Cough cough cough, Xu Yuya quickly coughed while muttering in a small voice, "It's not like I'm going to take the initiative to see it." "Say it again, believe it or not I'll blow your head off." Fang Xin's face turned even redder as she violently stomped her foot and looked at Xu Yuya threateningly. She turned around fiercely and looked at the corpse of the shadow beast on the ground, taking a deep breath. This shadow beast, Was it really me who killed it? Everything has weaknesses. As long as you attack against the weaknesses, it's not uncommon for the weak to win over the strong. Xu Yuya's voice suddenly came from the side. He looked down at the shadow beast, and a stream of light flickered in his eyes. In his mind, a memory from 3 years ago suddenly flashed by. Weakness. Fang Xin muttered and repeated these words, but it suddenly occurred to her mind that it seemed like she had also heard these words many times when she was in school. She was suddenly startled. More than herself, Xu Yuya's astonishing insight and judgment, and even the ability he had exerted in the end, was the most crucial part of killing the shadow beast. Even the effects of his own abilities were included in his calculations. What exactly are you? Fang Xin's expression instantly became serious, staring closely at Xu Yuya as he opened his mouth to ask. I'm just an ordinary high school student passing by. Xu Yuya's face was full of sincerity. If he could, he wouldn't want to be caught up in this inexplicable incident. But for some reason, the moment that Shadow Beast saw him, it seemed to treat him as prey and pursued him relentlessly. Hearing Xu Yuya's reply, Fang Xin's chest tightened and the corner of his mouth twitched. An ordinary high school student could have this kind of judgment and analytical ability? She frowned and muttered, it's really strange. According to the senior, this world in the mirror should not be able to be torn apart so easily. This fellow, just how did he break the world in the mirror and affect reality? If the world in the mirror hadn't been shattered, there was no way that Xu Yuya would have been caught up in this battle at all. As a matter of fact, this kind of accidental involvement with civilians was a great dereliction of duty. Bang! The sound of heavy treading on the ground broke the silence. Immediately afterward, the faces of Fang Xin and Xu Yuya, both of them changed in unison and raised their heads violently. It can't be, Xu Yuya frowned tightly, looking ahead incredulously. Not far away, a shadow beast that was 2 circles larger than the one that had just been there was looking at the two of them in a hideous and incomparable manner. The aura on its body was extremely oozing, and it erupted with a blazing killing intent. I finally know why the world in the mirror was shattered. Fang Xin's face turned white as he finally knew the answer to the question. Chapter 10, Longxia Academy, Void Hunting Team 5. The mirror world was one of the most frequently used amongst the jaded treasures. After attaching mirror talismans in a rectangular shape around the city, they were able to connect with each other and create a mirror world. In the mirror world, it was possible to quickly screen and transfer void beasts to the mirror world based on their energy. In theory, the defense of the mirror world was extremely strong, and ordinary battles could not damage it at all, not to mention that it would not affect the real world. But if, say, a virtual beast is outside the mirror world and launches an impact on the mirror world, it will be able to destroy the boundary to a certain extent and break the mirror world. Fang Xin looked incredulously at the shadow beast in front of him, and the conclusion was already calling out. Earlier, the mirror world shattered because this fellow launched an impact on the mirror world from outside. This time, there's not just one shadow beast, but 2. This was very different from the intelligence they had received before the mission. If 2 shadow beasts appeared at the same time, even if they joined forces, they feared that it would be a bitter battle. However, at this moment, after she fought hard to kill one shadow beast, her energy had almost bottomed out. Facing the second shadow beast that appeared, she already had little power to fight back. Thud! 2 pitch-black colored scale armors rushed out rapidly, breaking through the air in the direction of Sualso and Fang Xin. Sualso's face changed continuously. This sudden situation let him caught off guard, simply too late to make any reaction. And right at this moment, Fang Xin gave a fierce push, pushing him behind him, stretching out his right arm with force, energy manifesting. Thud thud! 2 muffled sounds. Fang Xin's body was directly blown away, heavily hitting the fence behind her. She coughed out a large mouthful of blood, her body sliding down the road. Looking at Sualso weakly opened his mouth, quickly escape. Subsequently, her eyes rolled over and she fell unconscious on the spot. Roar! A deafening beast roar rang out, and after shooting out 2 scales, this shadow beast even directly and violently stepped on the ground, quickly rushing towards Xu Yuya's direction. It seemed that from the very beginning, its aim was only Xu Yuya. Xu Yuya tried his best to make his body react. However, the speed of this shadow beast was far beyond that of the previous one. In just one breath, it crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and swooped down in front of Xu Yuya. At this distance, Xu Yuya was even able to see every single fang of this shadow beast. However, his body was simply too late to make an evasive maneuver, and he could only watch as the white fangs continued to fall. Just at the moment when the shadow beast's attack was less than a meter away from Xu Yuya. In his ears, the sound of a rapid run suddenly came. A figure, with a speed even faster than that of the shadow beast, actually shuttled past Xu Yuya's back. Blue robes danced in the wind, and Xu Yuya only saw the figure, dashing towards the front, directly drilling into the shadow beast's lower part. He waved his right hand, and a dagger appeared out of nowhere in his originally empty palm. That was a young man with a resolute face. His age looked to be only 25 or 26 years old, but his expression was incomparably determined, without any hesitation. He swung the dagger and slashed towards the shadow beast's abdomen. Roar! Facing the sudden attack, the shadow beast flew to make a response. It began to curl up its body, attempting to shield its abdomen under its scale armor and withstand the attack. But right at this moment, Xu Yuya's ears then heard a youngster's soft drink, set. The virtual beast's curled-up movements were violently frozen as if it had been electrocuted. And taking advantage of this moment, the blue-robed young man had already inserted the dagger deeply into the shadow beast's abdomen and pulled it at a rapid speed. Accompanied by a mournful beast cry, blood rained down from the air. The shadow beast's huge body was even directly gutted and fell towards the ground with a bang. Its eyes revealed a strong unwillingness, and it even desperately shot out two black scales from its body, shooting towards the blue-robed young man. The blue-robed young man was in a state of free fall at the moment. However, in the face of these two black lights, he was calm and did not even make any defensive movements. In Xu Yuya's line of sight, a circular shield made of metal appeared out of thin air in front of the young man, blocking the two black lights. Dang! The void beast's massive body fell with a loud thud, and along with it, there was also that blue-robed young man. Another light blue light quickly drilled into the Jiu Li Pot, but this light seemed to be visible only to Xu Yuya. The others didn't notice it at all. Xu Yuya's eyes shone with some light, and he looked ahead in a rather surprised manner. Is this the strength of the awakened ones from the Dragon Summer Academy? From the nameplate on the chest of that blue-carded young man, he had already recognized that they, like Fang Xin, were all awakened ones from the Dragon Summer Academy. To be precise, they should be void hunters. However, the tacit understanding between them made Xu also quite marveled. In the old city area of Jin City, two shadow beasts have been killed. Please send someone to clean up the battlefield. The blue-robed young man took out his cell phone from his pocket and reported while walking towards Xu Yuya's direction. After saying this, he put the cell phone away and extended his right hand towards Xu Yuya. Xia Academy, Cao Sha. Are you alright? Xu Yuya grabbed the other party's palm and was pulled straight up from the ground. He blinked and calmly reported the name of his tablemate, Wang Peng. Don't worry, I'm not a big deal. Senior, Sister Xin is also too fierce, she even killed a shadow beast by herself. A slightly tender voice came from behind. Xu also turned around to look, only to see a short-haired teenager walk out with a face full of amazement. If we had but come a little later, her life might have been in danger. On the other side, a girl with slender legs and wearing denim shorts leisurely walked out with an indifferent expression, and with a glance, she saw Fang Xin by the far wall. She gently flung her right hand, and the shield that had previously condensed in the air directly dissipated. If I didn't feel wrong, you are also an awakened? Cao Sha looked at Xu Yuya in front of him and suddenly opened his mouth to ask. A high school student? An ability that was just awakened today on Awakening Day? Xu Yuya hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. With Fang Xin alone, it is absolutely impossible to kill this shadow beast. Cao Sha spoke succinctly, but his eyes focused on Xu Yuya. Did you help her? If possible, could you change places with us and talk about this matter in detail? Don't worry, we are the Void Hunting Team 5 from Xia Academy, and we have no ill will towards you. Of course I trust you guys. Xu Yuya nodded, surprisingly honest unexpectedly, but Sister Fang Xin just saved me. I want to check on her condition first. She's not in any serious condition, she's just unconscious from the energy shock. Cao Sha nodded, but if you're worried about her, you can also go and take care of her a little. After saying this, he turned his body back around and looked at the two shadow beast corpses in front of him, and opened his mouth to command, Huiyan, Xiali, collect blood samples, and collect around 5 pieces of scale armor. He stood in place, his eyes slightly lost in thought as he looked at the shadow beast corpses in front of him. The high school student who was caught up in the world of mirrors was actually able to help Fang Xin kill a shadow beast. Could it be that the kid just now possessed the ability of a class or above? Fang Xin and that high school student, in the end, how did they kill that shadow beast, made him very concerned. Senior, the collection is finished. Just when he was lost in thought, Wei Yan and Xia Li's voices finally pulled his thoughts back. Cao Sha nodded, take Fang Xin and that high school student just now with you, let's leave first. He turned his head as he spoke, but his gaze froze directly in place. Not far away, in addition to leaning against the fence side unconscious Fang Xin, where there is still Xu Yuya's trace? That guy even ran away? Chapter 11 World in a Pot, Immortal in a Pot. Who? Xu Yuya pushed the door and returned to his home, taking a long breath. Almost got caught up in the troublesome people then. He muttered under his breath, but exhaustion was evident in his eyes. Facing a living virtual beast for the first time had caused his entire body to tense up, and it was only at this moment that he finally relaxed. Although the Dragon Summer Academy was known throughout the country as almost the most powerful Awakened One Academy. However, Xu also did not want to have any involvement with the other party in the slightest. As far as he was concerned, after investigating the dangers and background of this world, he only wanted to settle down and keep himself safe first. As the most famous academy, it was only natural that it had to bear the corresponding responsibility while assuming its reputation with the data he had obtained. He knew that the death rate of Longxia Academy students was nearly 10% higher than that of other awakened institutes. Without absolute certainty, Xu also did not want to put himself in danger. The other reason that made him quickly leave the scene was, he quickly returned to his bedroom and took out the Jiu Li Pot in his pocket. The originally ancient and unadorned Jiu Li Pot that did not have the slightest reaction. At this moment, it was even faintly gulping a light blue light. Sure enough, it just absorbed something from the bodies of those two shadow beasts. Xu Yuya's eyes flickered as he murmured and whispered. Earlier, he had seen it clearly. The moment those two shadow beasts died, a light blue light rushed out from their bodies and directly drilled into the Jiu Li Pot. And those two rays of light, other people seemed unable to see them, as if only he was able to see them. The original seemingly ordinary Jiu Li Pot seemed to be hiding some unknown secrets. He gently opened the lid of the pot and looked down towards the inside. But the pot was dark, unable to peer into anything at all. The light blue light that was constantly gulping, at this moment also gradually dimmed, slowly hidden and dissipated. Xu also hesitated for a moment, and once again injected the energy in his body into the Jiu Li Pot. Earlier in his test, even after injecting energy, the Jiu Li Pot did not have the slightest reaction. But at this moment, the moment he injected his energy into it, the sky and the earth spun before his eyes, and his entire consciousness seemed to be sucked into the pot, only to feel a sensation of tossing and weaving. A moment later, his drowsy consciousness finally awoke. And when he looked at the world in front of him, he was directly stunned. In front of him, there was actually a paradise of birds and flowers and lush branches. Flying waterfalls flowing, the sun hanging high, the breeze blowing. Everything was full of unreality. In a trance, Xu also even thought that he had once again traveled to another world. Looking down at his own body, it was actually like reality, full of realism. However, compared to the original body, this body was even lighter, as if it did not have any constraints. This is your spiritual body. Compared to the real physical body, it is naturally a bit lighter. Suddenly at this moment, a slightly aged voice suddenly rang out. Xu Yuya jerked his head up and looked around. Who's talking? Go to the right hand and you'll be able to see the old man. The voice resounded once again, guiding Xu Yuya. Oh no, it should be your left hand direction. In the face of this odd voice, Xu Yuya narrowed his eyes and still took a step towards his left. About 5 steps away. That's right. The voice guided him onward. Here? Yes, that's right, about 3 steps further. But as Xu Yuya took several steps forward, that voice suddenly came with a shout, "Ew, walking over, you're stepping on the old man." Xu Yuya also felt at this moment as if he had stepped on something hard on the bottom of his foot, so he hurriedly lifted his foot and looked down. But soon, his expression became strange. Only to see that in the soil at the bottom of his feet, a section of what looked like a bronze-like shell was exposed on the outside of the soil. From that exposed section, he actually felt a sense of familiarity. Very well, now please also trouble your little friend and pull out the old man. Xu Yuya's face grew more and more odd. Could it be that the one who had been talking to him was this thing buried in the earth? He squatted down, grabbed both ends of that bronze shell with both hands, and forcefully pulled it upwards. It was good that this thing was not buried very deep. With a slight force from his arms, he directly pulled this thing out of the soil. But when he saw the full picture of this thing, Xu Yuya's expression instantly became brilliant. Jiu Li Pot? He was quite shocked as he looked at the bronze vessel in his hand, whose appearance was actually exactly the same as the Jolie jug that he had finished restoring. Just as he froze, a force suddenly came from his hand. The 9 Dawns jug even came out of his hand, and was suspended in the air out of nowhere. Subsequently, a mysterious and incomparable breath emerged from the body of the pot. The lid of the pot slightly trembled, a share of misty immortal fog actually diffused out from its gap. For a moment, all of Xu Yuya's surroundings seemed to have turned into a fairyland on earth, filled with soaring mist. Could it be? Xu Yuya's expression became slightly agitated. Seeing this scene in front of him, his mind flashed rapidly through the many works he had seen in his previous life. Aladdin's lamp, The Lord of the Rings, Ring Old Grandpa. Could it be that this Jiu Li Pot in front of him was hiding the soul of some supreme powerhouse, and he was the one with the destiny? Just as his heart surging, excited when, in front of the Jiu Li Pot of the lid of the trembling is also more and more intense. So also the excitement of the slightly convergence, eyes stagnant watching that pot lid flopped for a full minute. A few moments later, the lid of the pot stopped trembling. That old voice from earlier, once again faintly sounded, "That little friend. Can you help the old man open the lid of the pot? The old man has been sleeping for too long, and his power has drained a bit seriously." For some reason, there was a slight embarrassment and faint-heartedness in his voice. Xu Yuya was silent for a few seconds, rolling his eyes and lifting the lid of that pot. A cloud of pure immortal mist, like a fountain, erupted from the mouth of the pot. As the immortal mist filled the air, a figure drilled out from it. This figure was not large, half of its body was located in the Jiu Li Pot, but it emitted a mysterious aura. But this feeling did not last long. Because that figure only drilled out not long ago, because of swallowing too much immortal fog, directly violent cough. It seemed to have sensed Xu Yuya's speechless eyes. That figure hurriedly coughed dryly and lightly exhaled, blowing away the surrounding mist. His appearance was finally seen by Xu Yuya. This was actually an old man who had shrunk countless times, but half of his body was located in the Jiu Li Pot, revealing only the upper half of his body. If his previous performance of having no temperament was put aside, the words immortal wind and Taoist bones were still more appropriate in describing his appearance. But this little old man's performance just now, how could it make Xu also not respect him? It was not known whether he wanted to salvage his respect, or whether he felt that it was too embarrassing. This old man stroked his beard and looked at Xu Yuya, revealing a touch of lofty posture as he spoke faintly. "Old man, it is none other than the artifact spirit of this world in a pot. You can also address the old man as the immortal in the pot." Chapter 12. Why do you know the name of my ability? World in a pot, immortal in a pot? Xu Yuya's eyes flashed rapidly, and in just 2 seconds of effort, he sorted everything out. So it's my consciousness that is now involved in the Jiu Li Pot. He looked up and down at the old man in front of him, "And you, this unreliable fellow, are the artifact spirit here, little Potsy? What kind of name is little Pot Ziahe?" The pot immortal almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood, and loudly rebuked, "The old man is an artifact spirit, not a eunuch." "Ah. What, do you not like the name?" Xu also quickly picked up, "Then how about the name Eunuch Xian? From a little eunuch to a factory eunuch, ah hey. Tisk." Xu Yuya skimmed his mouth, alright, since you don't like it, then from now on, I'll call you Zhong Pot. Kid, I advise you to stop in moderation. The pot in the middle immortal blew his beard in anger. "Old me is called the pot in the middle immortal, don't give me strange nicknames, ah." Xu Yuya locked eyes with him for 2 seconds, finally choosing to compromise, "Then I'll take a step back and call you Old Man Pot. Old man is still an immortal spirit no matter what, show me some respect." The pot immortal, however, was not satisfied with this title and insisted that Xu also address himself as an immortal. Any more nonsense, and I'll put the lid on you." Xu Yuya was a little impatient and raised the lid of the Jiu Li Pot threateningly. "I see that you, little friend, are a talented person. The title of Pot Old Man is indeed good." The pot old man instantly changed his face and conceded on the spot. Xu Yuya looked at this artifact spirit in front of him with false eyes, and the speechlessness in his eyes increased. However, he still sighed heavily and opened his mouth to ask, "So, why is my consciousness entering this world in the pot?" He was still somewhat puzzled as to why he was inexplicably drawn into this pot world after injecting his energy into the 9-dawn pot. However, he vaguely guessed that perhaps it had something to do with the light blue light that flew out from those 2 imaginary beasts. "Because you, little friend, are the first person to restore the Jiu Li Pot since this millennium." The pot elder looked at Xu and also calmly responded. The souls of those 2 shadow beasts from earlier were absorbed by the Jiu Li Pot, thus allowing the Jiu Li Pot, which had been dormant for many years, to function once again. And after you injected the energy in your body into the 9-dawn pot, you completed the recognition of ownership. That is to say, from now on, little friend, you are the master of this Jiu Li Pot. The shadow beast's soul. Xu Yuya's eyes moved slightly, finally understanding what those two pale blue rays of light were earlier. However, in the face of the situation before him, he was still confused for a while. Then what exactly can this Jiu Li Pot do for me after recognizing me as its master? Ha! Hearing this, Old Man Pot immediately revealed a picture of smugness. When it comes to the abilities of this world and my pot, they are countless. Immediately afterward, he was like a salesman in a live online shopping program. His mouth was hanging open, soaking in immortal springs, planting immortal herbs, captive breeding of spiritual beasts, refining spiritual weapons, cultivating puppets, cultivating immortality to achieve the Tao. He finished a whole bunch of words in one breath, only to hear Xu Yuya's heart perk up and get excited. Could it be that this was the golden finger for him to cross over? In a world that was characterized by energy and abilities everywhere, he was able to choose a path of immortal cultivation that was different from the norm, and step into the top of the world with a dimension-spanning power. One must know that the immortal cultivation path in his cognizance was a great deal stronger than this so-called awakened one. These are all the functions of the Jiu Li Pot? Xu also asked excitedly. What are you thinking? How is it possible? Unexpectedly, the pot old man rolled his eyes and responded with a speechless gesture. None of the above functions can be provided by the Jiu Li Pot. After all, it's not like this was a few thousand years ago. The spiritual energy of this planet has long since degraded. The excitement on Xu Yuya's face receded, and as he and the pot old man met eye to eye, there was a moment of silence in the air. A moment later, without saying a word, he directly picked up the lid of the pot and forcefully snapped it onto the Jiu Li Pot. In an instant, the lid of the pot tumbled for a while, and the pot old man's voice came out from it. Hey, let me out, I'm just trying to lighten the mood, it was a joke. When Xu Yuya brought the lid of the pot back up, the pot old man once again burrowed out of the Jiu Li Pot. He panted heavily and muttered in a small voice, young people nowadays, they don't have any patience at all, they can't even afford to make a joke. It wasn't until he sensed Xu Yuya's eyes that were filled with murderous intent that he coughed dryly and hurriedly spoke. Ahem, the aforementioned functions are now impossible to realize though. But some basic functions, the Jiu Li Pot still retains. Such as what? Xu Yuya squinted at him, a flash of anticipation surging in his heart once again. Sexy pot spirit, online accompanying chat? Pot old man gave Xu Yuya a wink, blinking his eyes. Stop, I'm not kidding. Seeing the lid of the pot in Xu Yuya's hand falling down at a rapid pace, Pot Lao hurriedly shouted loudly, no longer daring to have the slightest idea of joking. Xu Yuya only felt like he was being teased at the moment, squeezing the lid of the pot tightly and glaring at the pot old man. He had already made up his mind that as long as this old fellow dared to make half a joke again, he would put the lid on the pot and say nothing to let him out. The pot old man was also keenly aware of the danger, and with a dry cough and a solemn expression for a few moments, he finally spoke quickly. The current Jiu Li Pot is still crippled, and most of the functions it once had are no longer usable. Unless you are able to reach the Kunlun realm, only then will you be able to mend it completely through your abilities. Otherwise, if you want to completely repair the Jiu Li Pot, you will have to find its original crippled pieces. Seeing the impatience on Xu Yuya's face intensify, Pot old man didn't dare to sell out any longer, and hurriedly continued, of course, even though it's the Jiu Li Pot that's crippled, some of the basic functions are still able to be used. For example, the unlocking conditions for the two special effects of the ability, things to race, in your body, little friend, I am able to help you see it. In addition to that, the Jiu Li Pot still retains its initial refining function. As long as you, little friend, give enough materials, I will be able to manipulate the Jiu Li Pot and refine it. In addition to this, the Jiu Li Pot also has the most basic spatial function. The world in this pot is now 100 feet in length and width, allowing you, little friend, to access objects at will. Of course, if you want to store a life form, you have to have it lose its consciousness. As long as the host provides enough energy, or finds the broken pieces of the Jiu Li Pot and repairs them, these functions will become more and more perfect. Listening to Pot Old Man's series of narrations, Xu Yuya's expression finally eased for a few moments. Even these functions narrated by Pot Old Man had surprised him a bit, and even exceeded his imagination. But in the next moment, he suddenly reached out and grabbed the Jiu Li Pot in the air, tugging the Pot Old Man to his face. Why did you know that the name of my ability is called the Race of Things? And from just now I realized that you seem to know me very well. Chapter 13, My Clothes Become Newer. That's naturally because, after the 9 Dawn Pot recognized its owner, I was able to sense the situation around you, little friend, to a certain extent. Old Man Pot hurriedly swung his hands to explain. Counting the time, it's been decades since I last awakened. My understanding of the current world all comes from little friend. And seeing these conditions is also one of old me's abilities. Alright. Xu Yuya pondered for 2 seconds and gently let go of the Jiu Li Pot, choosing to trust Old Man Pot. After all, he had named his abilities himself. And yet, Pot Old Man was able to accurately call out the names, so this was the only explanation that made sense. Soon, a look of curiosity appeared in his eyes as he looked at Pot Lao and asked, "Then can you tell me the specific effects of the evolution and wizards of things to come?" Pot Old Man refloated back into the air and pretended to straighten his clothes. Only then did he stroke his long beard and returned, regarding the specific perception of the ability's special effects. As long as you, little friend, have a certain level of control over your own energy, you will be able to perceive it on your own. But since you are so curious, little friend, then I can also inform you in advance. The SSS rank ability that you possess, the first special effect of the objective evolution, can be used to level up your D rank ability, Repair Hand, through some special materials. And in order to raise Repair Hand from D rank to C rank, you need to use a Star Ocean Meteorite Iron in order to evolve. Star Ocean Meteorite Iron? Shuya frowned, never having heard of this name before. This is a special material that only arises in the Void Realm. Old Man Pot calmly returned, "I'm afraid it's difficult to obtain with little friend's current means." Void Realm. Hearing this name, Xu Yuya's eyebrows jumped. Ever since the human powerhouse Tao Tai drove the Void Devils out of the Dragon Kingdom's territory 100 years ago, those Void Devils had been trying to invade the Dragon Kingdom again. The means they used was to establish a special teleportation channel through the opening of the Void Realm, connecting the world occupied by the Void Devils to the Dragon Kingdom. The Void Devils would take this opportunity to invade the Dragon Kingdom's territory through the Void Realm, or send Void Beasts to the Dragon Kingdom through the Void Realm. So far, the appearance of the Void Realm had caused the Dragon Kingdom to suffer great losses. The Void Hunters trained by the Dragon Kingdom would somehow locate the location of the Void Realm and invade it to destroy it before it invaded the Dragon Kingdom. Sure enough, evolving an ability level permanently is definitely not that easy. Shuya took a deep breath, anticipating this result. After all, such a thing as evolving an ability level was simply unheard of. After awakening an ability, although the effect of the ability would increase with the realm, its essential level was set at the time of awakening and could not be changed. This special effect of objective race had never been half recorded in the Dragon Kingdom's database. What about the third special effect, wizards? Su also spoke calmly, asking again. The effect of wizards is capable of awakening and comprehending new D rank abilities after completing specific conditions. Elder Pot's eyes flickered with amazement, his eyes flickering with light. This also means that you, little friend, are theoretically capable of mastering countless D rank abilities. And so far, if you want to comprehend a brand new D rank ability, you need to. As if he had seen something, he suddenly froze and his face became odd. Just need what? Xu Yuya was most annoyed by this kind of talk in general, and couldn't help but frown. It requires you to personally kill a void beast of the rock realm. Old Man Pot blinked and spoke out the conditions he had perceived. Those two void beasts you encountered today, little friend, are both rock realm existences. You want me to personally slay a fellow like the shadow beasts? Xu Yuya's face suddenly looked odd. Earlier, although he had successfully cooperated with Fang Xin and killed a shadow beast. However, causing damage and killing it was mainly due to Fang Xin's Christmas gift. With his current stature, coupled with the ability, Repairing Hands, which had almost no combat power, it was as difficult as heaven to kill a void beast himself. Su also rubbed his brow with a headache. Although the ability, Objective Race, was an SSS-ranked ability, it appeared to be very strong. But in reality, the only thing he was able to utilize today was the second special effect, Fade to Mortality. The remaining two special effects were simply unavailable to the current him. Incidentally, little friend, the second special effect of this ability of yours, Fade to Mortality, will enter into different cooldown periods depending on the level of enhancement. The cooldown period required to raise the ability to C rank into SSS rank is also very different. Elder Pot continued to add calmly, and little friend, you previously upgraded Repairing Hands to SSS rank, repairing the old man's own body. This also means that the next time you use Fated Mortal will be at least a month from now. The corners of Shuya's mouth twitched, his eyes filled with speechlessness. Then doesn't this mean that within this month, Objective Hand is completely useless by half? There's actually a way to reset the cooldown of Fade to Mortality. Oh? What method? Xu Yuya's complexion moved slightly, and he looked towards Old Man Pot with slight anticipation. As long as little friend is able to successfully open the third special effect, Wizards, he will be able to reset the cooldown time of Fading Mortal. You'd better shut up. Listening to the pot old man's method that was like nonsense, Xu also rolled his eyes and put the lid on the pot as soon as he did so. Somewhere inside a rental house, Fang Xin fluttered his eyelashes and finally opened his eyes. Oh. Sister Xin has woken up. Gui Yan, who had been sitting in front of the bed in a daze, noticed Fang Xin's movements and immediately revealed a color of excitement, shouting loudly. His words had only just fallen when two silhouettes directly pushed the door and flew to the bed. Xiaoyan, sisterly, and senior? Fang Xin looked ahead in a daze, her consciousness still a bit dazed as she supported her body and sat up. She rubbed her brow, the last image in her mind still lingering on the scene where he pushed Xu Yuya out and she herself was sent flying by the second shadow beast. That second shadow beast. It has already been killed by us. Gui Yan smiled and spoke, making a V sign. Right, next to me at that time, there was a high school student. Fang Xin suddenly came back to his senses, revealing a tense expression as he quickly pursued the question. As a void hunter of the Dragon Summer Academy, it would be an extremely serious dereliction of duty if he failed to protect civilians. That guy, don't worry, he's fine. Gui Yan shrugged his shoulders and shook his head slightly helplessly. He lied to the senior and said that he would take care of you, but in the end, while we were gathering material, he directly ran away. Oof. Xiaoli coldly snorted lightly, disdain all over her brows, a man who only knows how to run away. Escape? Fang Xin revealed a bitter smile, many images flashed rapidly in his eyes. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been able to kill that shadow beast at all. Sure enough, you didn't hunt that shadow beast alone. Cao Sha's eyes flashed with a brilliant aura. He had a lot of confusion in his mind about what happened last night. The high school student who had only just awakened his abilities on the awakening day was able to cooperate with Fang Xin to hunt a rock realm shadow beast. For Xu Yuya, he was filled with curiosity. And Fang Xin looked down at his clothes, a strange color bubbling up in his eyes. I don't think he left straight away either. She pointed to her own clothes and looked at the three people in front of the bed. My clothes, they've gotten new. Chapter 14, I Have a Dream. The clothes have gotten new? Xiaoli looked at the JK dress on Fang Xin and cocked her head in confusion. Yeah. Fang Xin looked at the brand new clothes on her body, a hint of inexplicable light flashed in her eyes. In the battle just now, I was attacked by the shadow beast multiple times, and the dress on my body was already tattered and torn. But it is now intact, like it's brand new. I think it was that guy who used his ability to restore my clothes. Could it be that his ability is the S-rank ability, River of Countercurrent? Cao Sha stroked his chin as a glint flashed in his eyes. This is a space-time guidance type of ability. If it is cultivated, the future is promising. I don't think so. Fang Xin shook his head with an odd expression on his face, recalling the ability Xu Yuya had used, as well as the energy fluctuations on his body. If I didn't sense it wrong, his ability, it should be a D-rank ability, Repair Hand. What did you say? Gui Yan, who was at the side, stared wide-eyed. A D-rank ability that has only just been awakened is able to cooperate with you and kill a rock realm shadow beast? The curiosity in Cao Sha's eyes also grew stronger. A D-rank ability was not the weakest ability. As long as the realm was raised, along with the ability user's own development of the ability, it wasn't necessarily inferior to an S-rank ability. However, he had never heard of a high school student who had only just awakened a D-rank ability on the day of awakening being able to help Fang Xin and kill a shadow beast. I'm getting more and more interested in this guy. Cao Sha smiled faintly. This time when I went out on a mission, the principal had mentioned to me that if I met a talented high school student, I could directly let him enroll in school without an exam. Doesn't the principal mean that he wants you, senior, to identify if you S-rank or above awakened? Gui Yan cocked his head at Cao Sha, somewhat puzzled. A battle with a void demon can never be measured by ability level. Cao Sha faintly responded, compared to the so-called talent, the actual combat ability is the most important thing. From my personal point of view, that fellow just now is very talented. Later Fang Xin, you tell me all the details of the battle process. I want to see how that guy cooperated with you to kill the shadow beast. I remember, he just said his name was Wang Peng, right? He looked at Gui Yan. Go retrieve his intelligence and confirm his identity. There shouldn't be any need to confirm it. Could it be that he would report a fake name? Gui Yan took out a chest plate. This is what I just found when I disposed of the corpse. It should have been dropped by that guy. Cao Sha looked towards the badge with the words, Jean City 3rd Middle School, Wang Peng, written on it. His eyes stared and suddenly asked, "Have you rubbed this badge since you picked it up?" Guo Yan replied, "No, picked it up just like this." Cao Sha let out a light laugh. "Looks like that guy reported a fake name." "Fake name?" Guo Yan was shocked. "Impossible, right? Look at this chest plate without any dust on it." Cao Sha pointed at the chest plate, but that kid just had all the dust on his chest. Isn't his ability to repair hands? Guo Yan wondered. If this chest plate was dropped when he was dodging the shadow beast's attack, then it's only right that he didn't have the chance to use his ability at all. Cao Sha said, "This kid, his mind is quite meticulous, it's really getting more and more intriguing." He looked around, then pointed to the camera on the side street. He should have had his face photographed before he entered the world in the mirror, so go retrieve the surveillance and have the people from the technical department investigate his identity. How's everything going with that high school student? Suddenly at this moment, Xiaoli Qingli, who was on the side, opened her mouth and displayed her cell phone screen. News just came from the school's technical department. This time, the appearance of two shadow beasts in Jin City is not an accidental event. She calmly looked at the crowd and read in a very calm discourse. A week ago, the Void Hunting 3018 that went to suppress the Void Realm was completely wiped out. With their lives, they seriously injured a Mountain Realm Void Demon. And that Void Fiend had already left from the Void Realm and entered the Dragon Kingdom. Other than that, due to the turmoil in the Void Realm, two Shadow Beasts and a Rock Realm Astral Wolf left the Void Realm along with the Void Devil. Are you saying that the two Shadow Beasts we encountered both ran out of the Void Realm? Fang Xin opened his mouth in surprise, shocked by this news. Since the Shadow Beasts would appear in Jin City, that means. Guo Yan, on the other hand, quickly associated it with something else, his face changing slightly. That severely injured Void Demon is most likely lurking in Jin City. Cao Sha's eyes flashed with a cold aura as he quickly came to a conclusion. Under Pot Elder's guidance, Xu Yuya's consciousness finally retracted like a tidal wave and returned to his body. He slowly opened his eyes, thoughts surging in his eyes, not knowing what he was pondering. In the Jolie jug just now, he had obtained a lot of information from the Jiu Li's mouth. Even when placed amongst the jaded treasures, the degree of subtlety of the Jiu Li Pot was enough to rank in the forefront. Together with its own possession of the world within the pot, and its ability to absorb souls. Its existence had a fatal attraction for void beasts. It was precisely for this reason that the two shadow beasts from earlier had rushed towards him as if they had gone mad after sensing Xu Yuya. Of course, after absorbing the souls of the two shadow beasts, as the spirit of the pot old man awakened, has already hidden the breath of the Jiu Li Pot. Therefore, Xu was also able to barely rest assured that he wouldn't continue to be chased by the void beasts because of the Jiu Li Pot. At this moment, his mind completely relaxed, and a feeling of exhaustion surged into Xu Yuya's limbs and bones. With the large amount of information that he had acquired in a short period of time, he also urgently needed some time to process it. Whatever, just sleep first. Xu Yuya rolled over and lay down on the bed, placing the Jiu Li Pot casually on the nightstand. A strong feeling of exhaustion surged up in a steady stream. After a few minutes, he went straight into dreamland. This night, he who hadn't dreamed for a long time once again had the dream that had been repeated several times. Rather than a dream, it was more like a memory lurking in his heart. An incomparably deep memory. In the middle of the dilapidated park, Xu Yuya was sitting on top of a swing with a young girl, gently swaying. The young girl smiled cheerfully, facing the wind and swinging hard, her hair fluttering with the wind, and under the sunlight, the whole person seemed to radiate light. Beside her, Xu Yuya had a sleepy look on his face, like an old man sitting in a rocking chair, swinging the swing very slowly. Xu Yuya, thank you so much for just now. Suddenly at this moment, the young girl made a long leap and fell down from the swing, spreading her hands flat and stabilizing her figure, looking at Xu Yuya with a smile on her face. Ah, just a favor. Xia yawned, unconcerned about it. Tell me about you, why do you always have a misanthropic face, no spirit at all? The young girl came to Xia perkily, pouting in dissatisfaction. Ha! In the face of the young girl's muttering, Xioya just let out an awkward laugh and returned in a spitting tone, if you somehow appeared in a strange world, you'd be just as misanthropic as I am. Strange world? The young girl cocked her head in confusion, her face full of disbelief. It's nothing, I'm just saying it off the top of my head. Xia blundered his eyes and casually brushed it off. Don't you have any dreams? The young girl asked curiously as she sat back down on the swing again. Dreams? Xu Yuya looked ahead with false eyes, full of boredom. Only a child who has no concept of reality would sprout something as vain as a dream. Ha 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 ha, you are also too negative. The young girl smiled coquettishly, not caring at all about Xu Yuya's words. She gently swayed the swing, and her eyes seemed to shine with an eye-catching light under the refraction of the sunlight. I've always had a dream since I was a child. Oh? What is your dream? The young girl's hair, swinging in the air, her entire body bathed in sunlight, her smile incomparably pure. I hope to be able to become an awakened person on the day of awakening 3 years from now. At that time, I will definitely join the Awaken One Academy, work hard to become a Void Hunter, and fight in order to wipe out the Void Demon completely, in order to guard our country, and in order to guard all the people. Chapter 15: The Fleeing Void Demon. When Xu Yuya opened his eyes, the time had come to just after 8 in the morning. That memory from 3 years ago had once again appeared in his mind in the form of a dream. Void Hunter? He rolled over and got up, the young girl's words once again appearing in his mind. Boring dream. After briefly washing up, Xu Yuya returned to his desk. The battle that happened last night, due to the fact that he was too tired, there was a lot of intelligence and information that he hadn't had the time to organize. With his 10 fingers against each other and his elbows resting on the desk, he gently placed his thumbs on his eyebrows, creating a triangular hollow, and gently closed his eyes. This was a habitual action when he was thinking, able to quiet his mind. According to yesterday's test, the range of application of the repair hand is about 10 meters? Although his eyes were closed, Xu Yuya's mind quickly constructed the images from last night, every detail meticulous. Outside of 10 meters, it would be impossible to connect the broken parts, and would only be able to start repairing the object itself with energy. And within a range of 10 meters, between the broken parts, one would be able to connect them through energy and use the area in my palm as the origin to absorb the rest of the parts. Yesterday, I was able to successfully kill that shadow beast with the help of this characteristic of repairing hands. Fang Xin's ability, Christmas gift, the effect should be to transform objects that are touched into bombs. First, let her throw out half of the pebbles, I will then use my repair hand to recover that half of the pebbles and release the ability when it passes by the shadow beast's abdomen, then I will be able to directly exterminate it by blowing through its abdomen. Does this also mean that abilities are not in the form of overrides, but are able to stack with each other? His brain was as well organized as if it were a library. The information revealed and experimented in last night's battle was quickly organized on top of his bookshelf and memorized. For Xu Yuya. Maintaining this kind of reflection and summarization at all times was the bottom card to be able to survive in this world. A few moments later, he loosened his hands, stood up, and stretched lazily. Subsequently, he took out the Jiu Li Pot from his pocket and placed it on the table, gently opened the lid and knocked. However, the Jiu Li Pot did not react halfway, a dead silence. That old man lied to me? Xu also had an odd expression on his face, looking down at the Jiu Li Pot, but there was still no movement. He was silent for 2 seconds before he suddenly grabbed the Jolie jug and pointed it at the mouth of the jug and loudly shouted, "Old jug, come out." Dang! As soon as his words fell, a cloud of mist exploded in the mouth of the pot. The pot old man's figure appeared, his face in a state of shock, with a few smudges of saliva at the corners of his mouth. He quickly swept around, his hands shielding his chest as he assumed the appearance of Ip Man, nervously asking, "What's happening? The world is ending?" It was only after a few seconds that his eyes met Xu Yuya's, and he reacted with a jolt. "So it's you, little friend. Next time, can you not yell into the mouth of the pot, my ears are about to explode." He yawned, finally slowing down. "Is this what you said, that a knock on the pot would summon you out?" Xu Yuya looked at this unreliable artifact spirit with false eyes, his eyes filled with speechlessness. Cough. The old face of the jug old man turned red and awkwardly stroked his beard. Didn't the old man accidentally fall asleep, didn't hear? You an artifact spirit still need to sleep? As you know, the old man has only been awakened for a short time, his power is still weak, he needs to recover his spiritual power a bit through sleep. The more he spoke, the more vain he became, and he hurriedly cleared his throat, incomparably raw, and turned the topic away. "That little friend you called me out, is there something going on? The refining function of the Jiu Li Pot that you didn't finish talking about yesterday." Xu also no longer tangled with the pot old man and went straight to the point. "Tell me about it again." Pot old man blinked his eyes before he opened his mouth to respond. One of the functions of the Jiu Li Pot that still exists today is refining. However, because of the pot's broken body, the refining function today is not perfect. As long as you, little friend, can find an object with energy and use the soul body of a void beast as the binder, the old man will be able to turn on the refining function and refine it. According to current parlance, the things that the Jiu Li Pot can refine should be called Jiu Bao. In other words, as long as I'm able to find something with energy, you'll be able to refine the jade treasure, right? Xu Yuya raised an eyebrow and quickly pursued the question. Right now, the Jiu Li Pot's power is insufficient. If the refining material doesn't have a lot of energy, at most, it will only be able to refine a crippled jade treasure, which is empty of form and barely able to exert its power. Old Man Pot hurriedly replied back. This kind of crippled material should be no different from scrap iron for you, little friend. Xu Yuya's eyes flickered, but he didn't care about this matter at all. As if he had other thoughts, he continued to ask, what kind of things are more likely to have energy attached to them? It stands to reason that the longer an object is stored, the more likely it is to have energy attached to it. Understood. After Xu also obtained the information he wanted, he also directly snapped on the lid of the pot without saying a word and slipped the Jiu Li Pot into his pocket. Hey, little friend, where are you going? The pot old man's dull voice came out from the pot in an urn. Antique Street. Xu also spoke without looking back, but a strange light flashed in his eyes. I want to test the characteristics of the repair hand ability. Inside the rented house, the four of Cao Sha stayed up all night. All of them had reddened eyes, constantly flipping through various materials, and there was a map in front of them, which was filled with scribbles and drawings. What did the technical department say? Cao Sha eyed the map of Jin City in front of him, scanning back and forth. According to the investigation and judgment of the scene, that void demon's ability belongs to the mental influence category. Guoyan looked at the content in his cell phone and returned wearily. Although the Void Hunting Team 38 was completely wiped out, it also inflicted extremely serious damage on it. Judging from the energy traces, it was severely injured, and to recover from its injuries, it must replenish its energy as soon as possible. And according to its escape so far, a full 8 days have passed. Since the two shadow beasts appeared in Jin City, there is a 90% probability that he is in Jin City, and he shouldn't have enough strength to flee to another place. Humph. As Cao Sha listened to Guiyan's report, the coldness in his eyes grew more and more seeping. For void demons, the most efficient way to recover energy is to hunt awakened ones. If I'm not wrong, those two shadow beasts were deliberately released by him in order to investigate the distribution of awakened in Jin City. For him, time is life. This also means that within a short period of time, he will definitely launch an attack to hunt down awakened ones in order to recover from his own injuries. Chapter 16, you just said, who's not in their right mind? But Jin City is so big, how can we be sure, or he wants to attack? Fang Xian's injuries at this moment had already recovered most of them. She frowned, sitting cross-legged on the bed, her face full of annoyance. You all should also know that since the death of the city guardian of Jin City, Whiteface, 3 years ago, Jin City has never had a new city guardian to succeed him. Currently in the entire Xu City, the only void hunters above the rock realm, who can move freely, are the four of us. That's a mountain realm void demon, not to mention there's a rock realm gang wolf by his side. The rest of the void hunters all have their missions, and if you want to mobilize them, there will be vacancies in the area they are protecting. Xiao Li's tone was as cold as ever, and there was no extra expression on her face. Until we have definitively searched for clues to the void demon, they won't take the responsibility to come to our aid. Besides, the senior is also in the same mountain realm. Facing a severely injured void demon is enough to deal with it. The first thing we need to do now is to locate the location of the void demon and kill it before it launches its attack. So Fang Xian trailed off, deflating his mouth. How the hell are we going to locate where the void demon is? Unless it shows up of its own accord, otherwise, our search for it in the entire city of Jin is like finding a needle in a haystack. Think about it from another angle. Cao Sha, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up. Since we can't locate the void demon's position, let's go ahead and think about where it might go. If he wants to recover from his injuries now, he has to absorb the energy of a large number of awakened ones. That is to say, the location where he might attack is the place where awakened ones have gathered during this period of time? Guiyan's eyes lit up and immediately followed Cao Sha's train of thought. If that's the case, he quickly swiped on his cell phone for a while, then displayed the map. Within these 2 days, there are about 6 places in the city where there are activities and gatherings. Most of the people gathered at these activity places are ordinary people, as well as some unusual awakened ones. Cao Sha shook his head indifferently. Depending on the rank of the awakened's own abilities, the amount of energy they can provide to the void demons is also different. That is to say, besides quantity, quality is also important to it. He quickly circled 10 red circles on the map in front of him. Don't forget that Awakening Day is just a day old. The timing of graduation ceremonies for awakened people varies from high school to high school. Aside from today's public holiday, the high schools that are holding graduation ceremonies tomorrow are these 10 in total. Graduation ceremonies, a large number of awakened people, and the quality is generally much stronger than the ordinary awakened people. Xiaoli muttered and spoke, the light in her eyes flickering. Not bad. Cao Sha looked at the map with a gloomy expression. If he wants to recover from his injuries, attacking the school is definitely the best option. And what we need to do is, before tomorrow, analyze and determine the location where that void demon attempted to attack, and use it to find the location where it's hiding. According to the data from previous years, the quality of awakened ones in the first middle school of Jin City should be the highest amongst these 10 colleges. Wei Yan analyzed in a low voice, it's highly likely that the void demon will launch an attack on the first middle school. The intelligence level of void devils can be no less than humans. Xiaoli spoke coldly, what if he deliberately chose one of the colleges farther away, considering that we would go to the vicinity of first middle school to look for it? What Sister Lai said makes sense. Fang Xin nodded deeply, the furthest away from the first middle school should be the fifth middle school in the south of the city, and if we intercepted at the fifth middle school, we might really be able to intercept him. Then what if he has calculated this step as well, and uses anti-logic to continue attacking the colleges and universities in the middle of the city? Xiaoli continued to retort, by then, if we rush back from the south of the city, it might already be completely too late. Hey! Isn't that a pure bar? Fang Xin finally reacted, twitching the corners of his mouth to look at Xiaoli. According to your logical disc, wouldn't it be endless? What Xiaoli is trying to express is that we cannot judge the location of the attack by thinking about what the other party is thinking. Cao Sha spoke blandly, explaining for Xiaoli. To truly judge the other party's purpose, we should analyze from more objective clues. Fang Xin, you need to use your brain more instead of just fighting on your battle intuition every time. Fang Xin pouted in dissatisfaction and muttered, then can't we have these high schools delay the graduation ceremony? Like only arranging for 1 or 2 schools to open their graduation ceremonies every day so that we can defend ourselves as well. Sister Xin, you really should use your brain more. Gui Yan laughed dryly and looked over. If we do this, then the void demon will be wary. At that time, he could completely choose to retreat and attack other places away from the school first. In that case, not only will our position be exposed, but we'll also have to be pinned down by the other side. Good, how dare you call me stupid too? Fang Xin's cheeks flushed red and she instantly knocked Gui Yan with her fist in annoyance. She stood up from her chair and puffed towards the door. I'll leave this kind of brainstorming to you guys. I'll go out and buy breakfast for you guys. Straight away from the rental house, Fang Xin's eyes were also filled with annoyance. Originally, he thought that this outing was just an unusual void hunting mission, but he didn't expect that there would be void devils running out from within the void realm. This was very different from fighting in the void realm. The opponent was lurking in the city and could attack the civilians at any time. Instead, they were a bit tied up, and even needed to anticipate in advance where the void devil might appear. And this kind of thing that required brainpower gave her a headache just thinking about it. For some reason, Xu Yuya's face from yesterday suddenly surfaced in her mind. That guy seems to have a pretty good brain. She muttered as if to herself, with his brain, he might be able to reason out where the void demon attacked. And the senior is interested in him as well. Just as she was muttering, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in her afterglow, holding a piece of bread in his mouth as he slowly skipped down the street. That guy, and that high school student from yesterday, very similar. A lot like. Eh? Fang Xin stared wide-eyed, that familiar face came into her eyes, she would never remember it wrong. Dang! The next moment, she even directly double-footed on the ground, the whole person like a stringless arrow like a rush out, toward that figure then pounced over. Su also seemed to have sensed something and turned his head, the bread in his mouth almost falling to the ground. His body shook, and without saying a word, he directly grabbed the bread and quickly turned his head to run. At this moment, he was wailing loudly in his heart. He didn't just go out to go to an antique street, how could he be so unlucky as to encounter this JK girl whose brain wasn't too good? If he got caught up in her, he would probably get involved in some kind of trouble. Su also fly through in the alleyway, by virtue of their own familiar with the terrain, quickly a few turns, behind them disappeared Fang Xin's trace. Turning his head to look behind the empty space, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest, thanks to her bad brain. Just chase after me like that, you won't be able to chase me in your next life. Thud. A sound of breaking wind rang out from above his head. Xu Yuya's expression froze, and he turned his head in a stupefied manner. Thud. With a roar, Fang Xin descended from the sky and stepped on the ground with such force that it shattered the ground beneath her feet. She had the appearance of a delinquent girl, and was glaring viciously at Xu Yuya, you just said, who has a bad brain? Chapter 17 90% Possibility. This sister, you are? Su also had a confused expression on his face, looking at the angry Fang Xin in front of him in disbelief and asked. You kid, still pretending with me, right? Fang Xin clicked his knuckles and walked towards him then. I think sister you might have recognized the wrong person, I actually have a twin brother. Xu blinked his eyes and spoke with a face full of sincerity. Then why did you run when you saw me? I'm the school sprinting champion, and just now my legs suddenly got itchy, so I don't know why I wanted to run a couple steps. If you dare to speak one more word of nonsense, believe it or not I'll blow your hairline 3 centimeters higher? Lady warrior, spare my life. Hearing this, Xu Yuya's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Hairline, but a man's great enemy. Fang Xin stepped forward, without saying a word, directly reached out and hooked Xu Yuya's head under his armpit. Honestly, walk with me, I happen to have something I want to ask you. Su also, eyelids twitching, helplessly shrugged his shoulders, knowing that he can't escape, can only bear the pain, feel the softness beside his head constantly bouncing. Was Fang Xin clamped towards the front? Where do we go to talk? Just that breakfast stall. Fang Xin casually pointed to the breakfast stall not far away and brought Su also over. Why do you know my name? Su also false eyes were pinned away, his head was as if he was in the middle of seawater, constantly being hit by waves. Do you think you can fool us by giving a fake name? Fang Xin delicately grunted, the captain has long inquired about your identity through the surveillance outside. Boss, 3 bowls of tofu brain and 6 donuts. She yelled as she sat wide open on her chair. Xu Yuya blinked, 1 bowl is actually enough, I can't eat that much. Fang Xin glanced at Xu Yuya, then yelled at the boss once again, 4 bowls of tofu brain, plus 2 donuts. Xu Yuya. A few moments later, the owner of the breakfast stall came over with a tray, placing 4 bowls of tofu brain and donuts on the table. Fang Xin quickly brought 3 of the bowls to himself and feasted on the spot. Su also casually ate 2 bites, but his eyes were glancing back and forth at the surroundings. I advise you not to think of bugging out. Fang Xin spoke vaguely under his breath, looking self-conscious. My ability effect range is 25 meters, it's not a problem to let you run 20 meters first. Put your ability effect just like this is really good. Su also gave up the idea of slipping away and looked at Fang Xin at the opposite table with false eyes. What does it matter? Fang Xin swallowed the food in his mouth with force, his beautiful eyes staring at Su Also's face. His tone was calm. Anyway, this distance, you have already reasoned it out last night, haven't you? Actually, I'm not that great. Xu Yuya's eyelids fluttered, subconsciously trying to prevaricate. This sentence is not a question, it's a statement. Fang Xin viciously bit off a cut of donut, staring at Xu Yuya closely. Xu Yuya was like sitting on pins and needles, only feeling a chill welling up on his body. Although Fang Xin didn't seem to have a good brain, his intuition was simply accurate and frightening. Before he could even open his mouth, another voice came from the opposite side. Tell us about your analysis of my abilities last night. The expression on her face wanted to gnaw Xu Yuya's scalp off. Xu Yuya's scalp went numb, and after hesitating for a moment, he still spoke honestly. Your ability, it should be the ability to turn objects that you have touched into bombs. The destructive power is similar to that of a grenade, and depending on the size of the object, the destructive range will also vary. At the same time, you can turn up to 3 objects into bombs, and you can detonate them individually. If you choose to make a new bomb, it will replace the first one. The range of distances I've judged is within 23 to 26 meters, and has not been pinpointed to the distance of 25 meters. However, every time you make the gesture of snapping your fingers before using your ability, I'm not quite sure if this is just for the sake of being cool or because of the limitations of your ability. Fang Xin's face did not change much, but her heart was secretly shocked. Although she relied on her intuition and probably sensed that Xu Yuya already had some guesses about her ability. However, she had not expected that what Xu Yuya had reasoned out was almost the same as his true ability. Meanwhile, she had already finished her first bowl of tofu brain. Casually wiping her mouth, she revealed a smile and looked at Xu Yuya. Snapping my fingers is a necessary condition for me to release my ability. You should have learned about it during the awakening day. Abilities above D rank and below S rank will all have some side effects, or restrictions, to a greater or lesser extent. My ability, an A rank ability, Christmas gift, naturally has corresponding restrictions. Other than that, your judgment of my ability is almost entirely correct. Interesting, too interesting. She looked Xu Yuya up and down, like she was admiring a rare treasure. Xu Yuya was a bit unnerved by the look and immediately revealed a wary expression, sprouting goosebumps. You really do have a good brain. Fang Xin put away his eyes and began to drink his second bowl of tofu brain and continued to eat the donuts. Just in time, I have something here that I need your help analyzing. If you can analyze a thing or two, I won't pursue the matter of yesterday with you. Su also flashed that blue and white stripe rapidly in his mind, and immediately muttered with some embarrassment, it's not like I intentionally wanted to see it. A killing intent instantly locked onto his body. His expression stagnated, and he hurriedly squeezed out a smile as he quickly spoke, please speak, Lady Warrior. If there is anything I can do to help, my little brother will do nothing. Fang Xin rolled his eyes, but still quickly recounted what they had encountered, as well as their current predicament, one by one to Xu Yuya. Originally, the matter of the void demon lurking in the city was not to be told to the general public in order to avoid causing panic. However, based on Fang Xin's observation of Xu Yuya and last night's contact, she determined that Xu Yuya could be trusted and had a good head on his shoulders. Not only that, he was also a current high school student, and definitely had a more detailed understanding of relationships between colleges and universities. Su also originally was careless look, but from Fang Xin mouth heard virtual devil 2 words, but he suddenly looked revitalized, incomparable serious listen to the whole thing. Fang Xin was eating while speaking, at this moment already drank to the third bowl of bean curd brain, the donut also only left 2. Su also, on the other hand, after listening to her narration, his face was full of deep concentration, placing his 10 fingers against his eyebrows, assuming his usual contemplative behavior. A moment later, he opened his mouth in deep thought and asked, so, you guys are now torn as to which college the void demon will choose to attack? That's right, do you have any ideas? Fang Xin chewed something and responded vaguely. If I were him. Xu Yuya spread his hands, shrugged his shoulders, and returned in a rather relaxed tone, there's a 90% chance of choosing the third high school, right? Chapter 18 Kunlun, meaning boundless. 90% probability? Fang Xin was very surprised by this probability and looked over with wide eyes. One must know that they had just analyzed the situation in a flash inside the rental house and were simply confused about the situation. But Xu Yuya was able to make such a confident judgment just by listening to what she had told him. What about the reason? The reason is simple. Xu Yuya said while opening the city map from her cell phone, displaying it in front of Fang Xin. Cao Sha's analysis wasn't wrong. If the void demon really needs to recover from his injuries by hunting awakened people like you said, then he would definitely choose to do it during the graduation ceremony of the college. And there are a total of 10 colleges and universities that will be hosting graduation ceremonies tomorrow. Among them, the first and second middle schools, as well as the experimental middle school, are located in the center of the city. Third middle school, sixth middle school, and 12th middle school are located in the west of the city. The rest of the schools are evenly distributed in the east and south areas of the city. He shrunk the map and opened the drawing function, directly crossing out the 4 colleges. The first thing to rule out are these 4 colleges. These 2 in the east of the city are geographically remote, surrounded by no one, and the quality of awakened people is generally low. Instead of choosing to go here, it would be more convenient for him to find a random square. The 5th and 7th middle schools in the south of the city, on the other hand, are more empty due to their geographic location being too far away and not surrounded by a downtown area. Fang Xin looked at the map and frowned in confusion. If that's the case, wouldn't it be better to choose these 2 schools in the south of the city? Wouldn't it be better for it to just escape after the hunt is complete? Let me ask you, with your means, were you able to sense the energy fluctuations when he started hunting? Su also looked towards Fang Xin and spoke indifferently. That's natural. If you guys rushed to the south of the city at the first opportunity after sensing the energy fluctuations, how long would it take? About half an hour? In half an hour's time, he would have to both hunt the awakened and start preparing to escape and deal with you guys. Xu Yuya gently tapped the table, his tone quite relaxed. Once it appears, it will be quickly localized by you guys, and it will be hard to escape. But the situation you mentioned is the same when placed in other schools. Fang Xin frowned, some confusion in his eyes. I've already said that there is no downtown area near the 2 schools in the south of the city. Xu Yuya, on the other hand, responded calmly. If he breaks into the downtown area after attacking a few schools in the center of the city, how would you guys feel? Bound hands and feet, difficult to chase. Fang Xin's face changed, immediately understood the original reason. So the so-called geographical remoteness is not an advantage for it at all. Xu also fatally said, instead, it is a trap to draw the ground and bury it. As for the 3 high schools in the city, because of their geography, the teachers and students have higher resources. This also means that on top of their graduation ceremonies, there will be more teachers from colleges and universities coming to enroll. Among these teachers, there will inevitably be some awakened who possess combat power. Plus some awakened who work in the nearby government departments will be able to support them in the first place. If he chose to attack the high school in the center of the city, he would in turn put himself in a deep quagmire, making it difficult to escape. Thus, the only ones he could ultimately choose were these 3 schools in the west of the city. These 3 schools are not far away from each other, and are surrounded by downtown areas. The most central of them, the 3rd middle school, is connected in all directions. If I were it, 9 times out of 10, I would choose to launch my attack from this school. If you guys use the 3rd middle school as the center to launch a radial search, you'll more than likely be able to search for traces of the void demon. Xu Yuya finished his analysis in one breath, gasped slightly, then added, incidentally, I am a student of the 3rd middle school. Fang Xin had originally listened to a burst of excitement, only feeling that everything Xu Yi said made sense. However, after hearing this sentence, she suspiciously looked across the room and spoke with a slight skepticism, You're not trying to lure us into the vicinity of your school to protect you, are you? How could that be? Xu also lengthened his tone, raising his eyes falsely to look at Fang Xin, You're using the heart of a gentleman to gauge the heart of a villain. It looks like you have positioned yourself very accurately. Ha! Xu also put away his phone and hummed lightly, I can make this judgment. Of course there is another important point. We encountered those 2 shadow beasts in the old city center. If it's like what you said, those 2 shadow beasts were released by that void demon. Then it's highly likely that he's lurking near the old city center. And the closest high schools to the old city center are precisely these 3 schools in the west of the city. What you said does make sense. Fang Xin rather felt a sense of sudden realization and couldn't help but touch his chin. With only the point of the virtual beast appearing in the old city center, it was difficult to come to this conclusion alone. However, when combined with Xu Yuya's previous analysis, the location where they encountered the void beast last night was able to become an important piece of supporting evidence. I'll tell Senior all about your analysis. Fang Xin finally settled the last of the fritters and patted his stomach contentedly. If you deduced it correctly, we only need to line up all the places in the west of the city where the void demon might exist by tomorrow, and we'll be able to stop him from launching an attack on the school. Since I've finished analyzing this matter for you, are you able to answer a few questions for me as well? Xu Yuya's eyes suddenly sharpened a few points as he looked at Fang Xin and asked. Of course I can, this is what you deserve. I want to know whether or not abilities possess grades, and what are their judging criteria. Xu also quickly asked a question that he cared a lot about. It seems like you still know quite a lot. Fang Xin raised an eyebrow and smiled, leisurely returning, the rank of an ability is fixed at the time of awakening and cannot be raised. The awakened person, however, is able to increase the effect and range of the ability by raising their energy realm. As long as the energy is strong enough, even D-rank abilities are able to exert powerful effects. Based on the country's many years of measurements and judgments, we have roughly categorized energy into 6 realms. Energy is like stones, piling up randomly in the body, few and scattered. This is the first realm, stone realm. Energy is like stones piled up, gathered and compact. This is the second realm, rock realm. Energy is like a mountain of rocks, high and thick. This is the third realm, mountain realm. The energy is like the peaks of mountains, lofty and dense. This is the fourth realm, peak realm. The energy is like a group of peaks forming a ridge, continuous. This is the fifth realm, ridge realm. Above these 5 realms is the most powerful 6th realm, Kunlun. This also means that one's own energy is already like the legendary immortal mountain Kunlun, boundless and ethereal, meaning boundless. Chapter 19, Void Hunters are not what you say they are. Regarding the realm system of energy, this was the first time Xu Yuya had heard of it. He pondered for a moment and quickly opened his mouth and asked, if you want to step into the rock realm, how long would it normally take? Less than a few months, more than. Fang Xin hemmed and hawed and didn't continue. But Xuya quickly understood what she meant. I see, only those who step into the rock realm are qualified to become void hunters. Most of the awakened will stay in the rock realm for a long time. You're quick to understand. Fang Xin nodded, but there are exceptions to this. If an awakened person performs extremely well in the stone realm, or possesses an ability of S rank or above, he or she is qualified to join the void hunting team early and become a void hunter. Then how is the so-called void hunting team generally constituted? Xu Yuya continued to ask, unwilling to let go of this opportunity to gather information. These contents were not too much of a secret for the awakened. Therefore Fang Xin had no worries and answered Xu Yuya's question knowingly. Nowadays, there are a total of 10 Awakened 1 academies in the country that have the qualifications to establish a void hunting team. Among them, according to the ranking, each academy has 10 void hunting teams. According to the rankings of the academies, the void hunting team's serial numbers are continuously deferred. In other words, there are currently a total of 100 void hunting teams within the Dragon Kingdom. The composition of its members is roughly led by a captain of the Mountain Realm, with around 3 to 5 members of the Rock Realm as support. When a void hunting squad is established, the duties and abilities of each member need to complement each other, and the entire squad needs to cooperate with each other. The Void Hunting Team 5 that we are in is one of the Longxia Academy's void hunting teams. After finishing these contents, Fang Xin looked at Xu Yuya with a smile on his face. Do you have any other questions? None for now. Xu Yuya calmly returned. In his heart, he had a new assessment of the strength of the Rock Realm Void Beast. That's just as well. I do have something else I want to ask you. Fang Xin suddenly blinked and looked straight into Xu Yuya's eyes. I refuse. Xu Yuya didn't even raise his eyelids and responded almost instantly. I haven't asked yet. Fang Xin froze for a moment and pouted in dissatisfaction. Don't you just want to invite me to join Longxia Academy? Xu Yuya's face surged back into a languid expression, having long since seen through Fang Xin's thoughts. You can even tell this? Fang Xin stared in astonishment, his face full of incomprehension. And why did you reject it? Longxia Academy is ranked number 1 amongst the Awakened 1 academies. The Awakened 1 academy that everyone else breaks their heads to enter. Why did you refuse? If you're willing to do so, I can ask the senior to introduce you and you can be admitted without a test. If the wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it. Xu Yuya replied calmly, joining the Longxia Academy may not be a good thing. With high returns, the danger factor is also greatly increased. As far as I know, the casualty rate of Longxia Academy's awakened people should rank in the top 3. And the people from the Void Demon Council also particularly like to target the students of Longxia Academy. You even know about the Void Demon Council? The eccentricity in Fang Xin's eyes grew stronger. Ever since she met Xu Yuya yesterday, she had felt that this high school student was simply mysterious to the point of confusing her. It's not just a group of Void Devils traitors establishing an organization that specializes in targeting awakened people to strike and bully them into joining the council to serve the Void Devils. Xu Yuya read casually. He had rummaged through the government's database for a lot of information about awakened ones. The matter of the Void Demon Council was what he had rummaged through at that time. A genius like me, once I come into my own, I'll soon be targeted, right? You're not self-effacing at all. Fang Xin looked at him with false eyes, having never seen such a narcissistic person before. Obviously yesterday you were pretending to be an ordinary high school student and trying to muddle through. And there's another reason. Xu Yuya drank the tofu brain in front of him in one go and stood up from the breakfast stand. His expression, at this moment, became rather cold, making even Fang Xin feel very strange. I hate void hunters. To me, this is nothing more than a group of people who converge together for the sake of fame, fortune, and their own desires. You enjoy privileges above the awakened, but you simply cannot fulfill your proper duties. With all due respect, I don't think that joining such an organization would be of any benefit to me. Hey, what are you talking about? Fang Xin could hardly accept someone insulting the void hunting team like this, and immediately clapped his hands in some anger. We are fighting and struggling against the void demons in order to protect the people. Do you know that every year, because of fighting against void demons, how many void hunters die because of this? Using the people who should be guarding as bait, as a way to kill void beasts and add merit to themselves, is such a person also considered guarding the people? Xu Yuya, for some reason, suddenly raised his voice by a few points, and his emotions actually rose and fell a little. He and Fang Xin looked at each other in all directions, and the sound of their argument even attracted the attention of the diners around them. Sorry. Xu also quickly collected his emotions, his face putting on that bland and lazy look again. I've already told you what you wanted to inquire about. I'm just a selfish person who only cares about his own safety. That's why I won't be joining the Dragon Summer Academy. I just want to quietly be an ordinary awakened. I hope this is the last time we meet. Thanks for buying me breakfast. He nodded slightly, turned around and left. Fang Xin, on the other hand, stood still, her chest rising and falling in anger. Void Hunter was a childhood dream to her. In her opinion, it was a sacred and incomparable pursuit, worthy of making her give her life for it. But this high school student from this district would so denigrate the identity of a Void Hunter. Void Hunter is not the selfish person you talk about. Fang Xin caught up with Xu Yuya and shouted in a firm and incomparable tone. Guarding the people and hunting void beasts is our duty. Ah, is that so? Xu Yuya stopped and responded in a calm tone, then let's just hope that you guys will be able to find that void demon within a day and stop him from attacking the school in advance. We definitely will. Fang Xin spoke firmly, not knowing whether he was trying to assure Xu Yuya or swear to himself. No one will be hurt by the void demon. I will put my life on the line to guard everyone. That's really great. Xu Yuya's tone remained flat as he once again took a step towards the front. This attitude of his caused Fang Xin to clench her fists in anger, staring ahead in irritation. She angrily waved her fists, gazing at Xu Yuya's distant back, muttering in a low voice, Void Hunter, it's not what you say it is. Chapter 20 This plot, it's not quite right. Sioux City, somewhere inside a house in the west of the city. Inhale. Exhale. Heavy exhaling sounds rang out in bursts. On top of a large bed, a man with black energy wrapped around his body was sitting cross-legged, constantly exhaling. His face was no different from that of a normal person, but in the center of his eyebrows, it was as if a pitch-black colored gemstone was embedded. The gemstone was buried deep within his brow, and along with his breathing, it continuously refracted the black-colored stream of light. Poof! Suddenly at this moment, the man's face turned white and he violently opened his eyes, spitting out a large mouthful of blood towards his front. Damn Void Hunters! A ferocious aura flashed in his eyes, and in an incomparably dull voice, he cursed in a low voice. We must replenish our energy and recover our injuries as soon as possible. Both void beasts were killed by the Void Hunters, they will surely make preparations in advance to search for my location. But these few Void Hunters, their strength is average. He leapt off the bed, a cold smile on the corner of his mouth, and suddenly stretched out his right palm. In the center of his palm, a cloud of mist surged continuously, and vaguely, he was actually able to spy out the appearance of a ferocious wolf spirit. With this astral wolf, it should be enough to make that group of Void Hunters anxious. The information gathered by the Void Beasts is almost complete, and the school's surroundings have also been mapped out. Next, is waiting for the time to come. Flipping his palm to collect the mist, the man swung his fist hard and his eyes became fierce. Elder brother, this time, I will absolutely prove myself to you. Who? At the street entrance of Antique Street, Su also took a hard and deep breath to calm his mood down. Emotions just unexpectedly got a little out of control. He touched his nose and shrugged his shoulders, a loose and casual look once again appearing on his face. It's better to focus on the matter at hand. Gently shaking his head to dispel the distracting thoughts, Xu Yuya stepped into the middle of the Antique Street. As the most famous street in the old city center of the western part of the city. At this moment, before noon, this place was already filled with densely packed people. The vendors on both sides of the stalls are even more numerous. The vast majority of them do not know where to collect the broken copper and iron, only want a place here to speculate, see if you can coax to the big wrong species. However, among these rags of iron and copper, but also tends to appear so one or two valuable treasures. As soon as this serendipitous event is publicized, people rush here again. Many people come here with the idea that they want to find treasures in the trash. And they too are often harvested by the crooked dealers, even smugly thinking they have found a treasure. The more people who want to take advantage of small gains, the more likely they are to be cheated. In Xu Yuya's opinion, this kind of mentality was similar to that of people who wanted to get rich overnight through the lottery. He walked in the middle of the street, ignoring the shouts of the vendors on both sides, and instead tucked his hand into his pocket and gently knocked. Seconds later, a mist ran straight up his sleeve, eventually enveloping his ears slightly. How about it? Are you able to sense it? Xu Yuya's lips opened and closed, asking in a voice that only he could hear. Luckily, there was a clamor around him, so no one would even notice his strange behavior. Well, the pot's old voice, which actually came out from within this wisp of mist, resounded clearly and incomparably in Xu Yuya's ears. Like the energy contained in this kind of ancient artifact, it is difficult to search through the energy fluctuation, I can only perceive an approximation. You should walk to the west first and take a look. Hearing this, Xu Yuya immediately turned his body around and headed towards the west. Shuttling through an unknown number of stalls, it was only after Pot Old Man spoke with a slightly agitated body, Stop. On the stall to your right, there is an ancient object with energy attached to it. Although the energy isn't very sufficient, it should be able to fulfill your needs, little friend. Oh? Xu Yuya stopped and looked towards his right. On top of the stall by his feet, a middle-aged man with sharp teeth and a treacherous look on his face was swinging a fan and setting up a stall. The stall in front of him was filled with all sorts of strange vases and antiques. Many of these antiques were also broken, looking more and more like valuable antiques. Noticing that Xu Yuya's footsteps had stopped, he immediately brightened up, revealing a warm smile as he stood up from his chair. Little brother, want to see something? The things I have here are all antiques that have been handed down for hundreds of years. Here can all be our family heirlooms, each with an extraordinary origin. Su also looked at the stall owner with false eyes, spinningly reciting, "You really do have a lot of family heirlooms here." "That's natural." The stall owner did not notice Xu Yuya's flirtatious implication in the slightest, but instead picked up a few bottles in his hand and introduced them with great interest. "Look, this is a bowl from 500 years ago, and this is a 300-year-old palace jade purification bottle. This one is awesome. It's said that this is the spoon that the Empress Dowager of the previous dynasty used for her meals." Xu Yuya took the bowl that was claimed to be 500 years old from him and flipped it back and forth for a moment, and his face suddenly became odd. He flipped the bottom of the bowl towards the stall owner and blinked. What does the suitable for microwave ovens underneath the bottom of this bowl mean? There were already microwaves 500 years ago? Cough, cough, cough. The stall owner revealed an embarrassed look, and hurriedly took the 500 years bowl and casually threw it aside, dryly laughing. "This is probably because I was in a hurry to go out and took the wrong one." "Little brother, don't worry, in addition to that bowl, I have all the treasures here, you absolutely can't buy a loss." Su also rolled his eyes, not believing even a single word of the stall owner's words. And right at this moment, Pot Old Man's probing finally yielded results. "That broken sword on your right-hand side is the only ancient artifact that has a bit of energy attached to it here. That should be your target this time." Su also looked along and quickly noticed the broken sword on the stall. Its hilt was ancient, and its body was broken, rusted and broken looking long ago. From the looks of it, even if it was an ancient object, it was definitely not worth a few dollars due to its degree of disrepair. Su also picked up the broken sword and scrutinized it for a while before suddenly speaking, "How much is this broken sword worth?" The vendor's eyes flashed with brilliance, instantly smelling a business opportunity. In the next moment, he even directly grabbed the sword back, wrapped it around his chest, and hurriedly spoke, "Oops. This can't be sold to you, it's my family's treasure. I accidentally put it here, it's not for sale." "Come on, this set is it?" Xu Yuya snorted in his heart, but his face did not move. Although he wanted to buy this broken sword back, he immediately revealed a look of indifference and stood up, shrugging his shoulders as he walked towards the front. "Alright, since it's your family's treasure, I won't cut my losses." The vendor clutched the broken sword, his face full of confusion. How come it's not quite the same as the script? This plot, it's not quite right. Chapter 21, Holy crap, it's still a loss. Hey, little brother. Seeing that Xu Yuya was really about to leave, the stall owner finally couldn't help himself and hurriedly shouted him to a halt. Xu Yuya turned his head, confused. "What's wrong?" Cough. The stall owner coughed twice dryly and displayed the broken sword in his hand. "This broken sword is my ancestral treasure though. But I see that you are quite interested in him, little brother. Then I will bear the pain today. As long as you give a suitable price, little brother, I'll sell it to you." He put on an appearance of enduring the pain, cupping the broken sword in both hands and displaying it to Xu Yuya. "Actually, I'm not that interested." Xu Yuya looked at the other party with false eyes. However, he still pretended to walk back and held the broken sword in his hands to examine it. "Since you've said so, boss, give a price. This broken sword has been passed down in my family for 1,000 years, and today I met a bright master, so I'm entrusting him to you." The stall owner's blind words came out of his mouth without the slightest hint of embarrassment. "I see that you and I have a destiny, little friend. For 2,000 dragon coins, I'll sell this heirloom to you." 2,000 dragon coins, you really mean to ask for it? The corner of Xu Yuya's mouth twitched, and he knew a little bit about the routines of these traders. Without even raising his eyelids, he directly spoke, "One bite price, 10 dragon coins." The stall owner was dumbfounded, his scalp tingling. Although it was said that the price of 2,000 dragon coins was definitely inflated, but you are too daring to cut the price, right? Cutting me 1,999 in one slash, this is cutting at the aorta. He looked at Xu Yuya with a smile on his face and laughed dryly. Little brother, even if you go out and buy a scrap iron, it's not just this price. Let's do it this way, I'll bear the pain and give you a chop, 1,000 dragon coins, you take it away. No, just 10 dragon coins. Xu also oiled himself and bit the bullet. This kind of treasure, if you buy it away for 10 dragon coins, aren't you smashing my stall? The stall owner was also a bit anxious. I'll give you another cut at least 300 dragon coins, if you don't buy it then forget it. Xu also experienced the tactics of these treacherous merchants firsthand. What was previously 2,000 dragon coins, in a few breaths of effort, it cut itself down to 300. It was obvious that there was still money to be made. He took a deep breath, his eyes suddenly sharpened a few points and looked at the stall owner. A few of the things you have here are freshly unearthed, right? What are you saying, little brother, why don't I quite understand? The stall owner's temples jumped, his expression changed for a split second, and he quickly squeezed out a smile. This, and that. Xu also ordered a few broken porcelains on the stall, his expression calm. There's dirt stained on top of the bottle that hasn't completely dried out yet. The dirt came from the same place as the wet soil you got on the sides of your shoes, and there are a few osmanthus petals on your feet. In the last week, only the far west side of town has had a single rainfall, and there is only one place in the far west area where cinnamon trees are planted. Wet soil, osmanthus petals, plus these few soil-stained porcelains, the only one that can fulfill these conditions is that ancient tomb complex in the far suburbs. There are calluses between your index and middle fingers, which should be retained from using some tools. His tone was calm, but in the ears of the vendor, it was like a thunderclap, shaking him to the point that sweat broke out on his forehead and he couldn't help but gulp. Xu also lightly raised his eyes and looked towards the other party, faintly saying, "You should have just come out of the robber's cave not long ago, and rushed here to set up a stall." What the hell are you talking about? The stall vendor was constantly wiping the sweat on his forehead with his sleeve at the moment, looking around with a somewhat panicked expression, fearing that someone would hear Xu Yuya's words. You should know that privately descending into a tomb is an act of grave robbing, and is punishable by a prison sentence. Xu Yuya ignored the other party's sophistry and just continued to speak aggressively. However, he turned his words around and revealed a smile, "But don't worry, I won't go and report you. I do have a bit of interest in this broken sword. How about this, I'll offer 50 dragon coins, you sell it to me, and I can pretend that I didn't see anything just now." He had full confidence that through this amount of coercion, it would be enough to get this broken sword into his hands cheaply. Unexpectedly, after hearing his bid, the trader's eyes widened as he hurriedly shoved the broken sword into Xu Yuya's hands, as if he was afraid that he would back out. It's a deal. In his eyes, there was actually a flicker of a hint of stealing joy and a look of survival after the robbery. Xu Yuya detected this look, and immediately the corners of his mouth twitched as he cursed in his heart. Holy, it's still a loss. Thud. The door of the rental house was pushed open by Fang Xin with force. She huffed and threw the breakfast she bought onto the table and sat down on the bed with her butt. What's wrong with you, Sister Xin? Did you step on poop when you went out? Guo Yan raised his head and tilted his head to spit out. You're the one who stepped on poop. Fang Xin gave him a punch without a good mood, his eyes fierce and incomparable. Guo Yan ate the pain, instantly covered his head, looking to the side in aggravation. Senior, look at Sister Xin, she's simply a violent woman. Who let you mouth off over there? Cao Sha yawned and walked out from the toilet, casually wiped the water on his face, calmly asked, Fang Xin, did you go out and encounter something? Fang Xin exasperatedly slapped the table and said in a blunt tone, the target of the Void Devil is the third middle school. Ha! At these words, the remaining three froze, all revealing confused looks. Subsequently, Fang Xin's mouth was like a machine gun, speedily recounting Xu Yuya's previous analysis. Cao Sha's three people's expressions, from the initial confusion, gradually turned into gravity, and finally turned into shock. When she finished her narration, Guo Yan directly jumped up from the chair, surprised beyond measure. Sister Xin, you went out of the door, could it be that being smashed by an apple made the head enlightened? These analyses are interlocked, although they can't be as sure as Xu also general certainty, but also have 70% certainty, can be sure down the target of the attack of the virtual devil. Fang Xin, this conclusion was reasoned out by yourself? Cao Sha also breathed sharply for a few moments, slightly excitedly asked. Nonsense, of course it's me. Fang Xin hugged his chest and pouted. But soon, including Xiaoli, three pairs of eyes narrowed slightly and stared at her with suspicion. Okay, it's not me. Fang Xin bitterly skimmed her mouth and finally sighed, it was that high school student from yesterday who reasoned it out. I just met him downstairs. She briefly recounted the process of her encounter with Xu Yuya, but did not tell the story of the conflict between the two. That guy really is a genius. Cao Sha didn't dwell on it too much, but just exclaimed in praise, before quickly returning to the table and using a pen to draw a red circle around the area near the west side of the city. If his reasoning is not wrong, that void demon must be lurking within this area. Guoyan. Pass this conclusion to the technology department and have them call up the city surveillance in the west of the city. Within today, make sure to line up all the locations where the void demon might be lurking and search him out. Chapter 22 Broken Sword Recasting, Repairing Hand's Characteristics. World in a Pot. Xu also looked at the broken sword in his hand that he bought back at a huge cost of $50, and spoke with a slight skepticism, just such a broken sword, can it really be turned into a jaded treasure after it's refined through refining? Then you're underestimating the power of the Jiu Li Pot. Old Man Pot's face was full of confident looks at the moment, stroking his beard and laughing lightly. If it's a complete Jiu Li Pot, let alone a jaded treasure. Immortal pills, puppet constructions. As long as it's something you want, you'll be able to refine it. It's even capable of refining soul bodies into puppets to build houses in this world in the pot. Right now, even though the Jiu Li Pot is in a crippled state, it's still very easy to refine a crippled jade treasure. A mere crippled thing can be talked about by you all. Xu also squinted at Pot Old Man and spat. Alright, no more nonsense, let's start refining directly. He simply sat down on the ground with his knees crossed, wanting to see with his own eyes how Pot Lao refined this broken sword. Pot Old Man cleared his throat and his expression immediately turned solemn. He reached out and pointed at the broken sword on the ground, and the bronze broken sword quickly floated up. Subsequently, from within the body of the pot he was perched on, a mass of incomparably pure immortal mist immediately surged out. This immortal mist continuously morphed and condensed in the air, eventually transforming into an appearance that resembled a refining furnace. Under the guidance of the old man of the pot, the broken sword was quickly sucked into this mist. Then, with a wave of his right palm, a light blue aura sped in from the distance. Xu Yuya could tell at a glance that within this aura, there was a vague appearance of the shadow beast from yesterday, and immediately understood that this was the soul of the shadow beast that the Jiu Li Pot had swallowed. The soul of the shadow beast was sucked into the refining furnace, and soon the pure white immortal mist was dyed blue. Afterwards, the refining furnace was ablaze with blue light, and the body of the pot seemed to be ablaze with flames as if it was on fire. Xu also sat on the ground with his knees crossed, supporting his head and watched the smelting furnace burn. About half an hour passed. The refining furnace that was condensed with immortal mist suddenly stopped burning. After 2 seconds passed, the refining furnace violently exploded in the air, and a broken sword fell straight down from the air, plunging into the soil under his feet. Pot Old Man revealed a look of weakness, his entire body paralyzed on the edge of the Jiu Li Pot, wiping the non-existent sweat from his head. I'm really exhausted. Little friend, take a look. If there's no mistake, this broken sword should have already been refined into a jade treasure. Xu also leapt up from the ground, picking up the broken sword that was inserted into the ground and holding it in his hands. A hint of amazement flashed in his eyes. The broken sword that was originally rusted and mutilated was now brand new, as if it had just been created. Its hilt was engraved with a graceful pattern, and the sword body was incomparably sharp, but it had an extremely obvious break. The original rust had long since disappeared, and the sword body was so smooth that it could reflect Xu Yuya's handsome face. The refining function of the Jiu Li Pot makes it difficult to remake the broken sword in its entirety. The pot's old man's voice rang out from not far away. Although by using the soul of the void beast as a binder, the energy within the sword was refined, turning it into a jaded treasure. However, this energy is very weak, and can barely utilize the power of the Jiu treasure, and can only be considered a defective item. He was also very confused as to why Xu Yuya had to specifically refine such a useless object. However, Xu Yuya's expression moved slightly, as if he had a mind of his own, and he looked back and forth at the sword in his hand. Only half the length of a small arm broken sword, but unexpectedly heavy. A moment later, he casually spoke, the refining function of the Jiu Li Pot, can it refine things that do not contain energy? What do you want to refine? Refining a scabbard for this broken sword. Pot Old Man rolled his eyes and waved his right palm. Several oars actually flew in from afar and hovered in the center of his palm. Mist enveloped them, and the oars immediately deformed. A few minutes later, a scabbard that could hold that broken sword was refined. This function, it's much better than a 3D printer. Xu Yuya's eyes lit up as he picked up the scabbard and smoothly put it into his pocket. So little friend, what exactly do you want to do? Old Man Pot couldn't hold back the curiosity in his heart and finally opened his mouth to ask. Didn't I say it before? Xu Yuya held the broken sword in his right hand, and a pure white energy actually wrapped around the sword in an instant. I want to try and see the characteristics of the repair hand. The repair hand began to operate under his control. In an instant, the originally broken sword body changed. Subsequently, a pure energy fluctuation instantly rushed out from the sword body. After sensing this fluctuation, Pot Old Man immediately widened his eyes, revealing a look of disbelief as he exclaimed and spoke, "How is this possible? Could this be?" Time passed in a flash, and in the blink of an eye, the night flew by. It was 4:30 in the morning. As a city in the northern part of the Dragon Kingdom, even if it was summer, the night sky at this point in time was still pitch black. And on the roof of a certain building, 3 silhouettes stood side by side, quietly waiting for something. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the 3 of them sidled their heads in unison and looked behind them. Light blue robes danced beneath the night sky. Cao Sha tapped his toes and fell from the air, but he was as light as a butterfly and did not make a single sound. He skillfully inserted the headset into his ear and spoke calmly, "The final location has been lined up." According to the technical department's screening, within the last 10 days, there were a total of 5 locations in the western part of the city where suspicious people frequented and were suspected of harboring void demons. We have now checked all of the remaining 4, leaving only this last location. His gaze pierced through the night sky and looked straight at a bungalow at his feet. This is an urban village, sparsely populated, with almost all of the young people going out to work. And this family originally lived with 2 elderly people, but about 8 days ago, they never left the house again. Now it looks like they should have been poisoned by the void demon. Damn void demons! After hearing these words, the expressions of the remaining 3 people all stared, and thick killing intent surged in their eyes. How is the arrangement of the world in the mirror going? Cao Sha calmly opened his mouth to inquire. The arrangement has long been completed. Guo Yan quickly returned, "Our battle here will not affect any civilians. Place the caging range and lock it on that bungalow." Cao Sha nodded slightly, his hair fluttering up under the night breeze, revealing deep and cold-filled eyes. "For this operation, Fang Xin will stand by outside, Wei Yan and Xia Li and I will enter the mirror world to fight." Fang Xin skimmed his mouth, and although he was a little dissatisfied, he nodded honestly. "Very well, action begins." Cao Sha calmly gave out instructions, then leapt down from the roof of the building as if it was a javelin, plummeting straight towards the bungalow at his feet. On both sides of him, Guo Yan and Xia Li also leapt down in unison, their expressions calm and without any waves. And just at the same time they leapt off the roof of the building. Still standing on the roof of the building, Fang Xin is also a serious expression of 10 fingers against each other, in front of the chest then a triangle of empty space. Light red energy, from this empty hole in the surge, then in the 4 corners of this city village, altogether rise up 4 strands of energy, quickly turned into a square transparent barrier, this area covered in the night sky. Zhu Bao, World in Mirror. Chapter 23, on his left arm, tied with a red cuff. In a matter of moments, the city village was covered by the world of mirrors. From the outside, it looked like business as usual, with little change from earlier. However, its interior had long since separated into 2 unique spaces, and even if the battle was no longer violent, it would be difficult for it to affect the buildings and people next to it. Humph, to have me stationed outside on the grounds that my injuries have not yet healed. Fang Xin gently sat on top of the roof of the building, his calves swaying casually, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. But Cao Sha is the captain of their Void Hunting Team 5, his orders as a team member must be obeyed. And with the previous lesson, she must also prevent the world in the mirror from being broken from the outside, thus affecting the residents in the neighborhood. Just as Fang Xin supported her chin with both hands and looked at the night with boredom, a cell phone ringtone suddenly came from her chest. She ripped her chest flap open and stuffed her hand inside for a moment, quickly removing her cell phone and pressing the call button. Hey, she had only just opened her mouth on her side when an urgent voice came from the other end of the phone. Sister Xin, what you asked me to investigate, I finally found out. On the other end of the phone was a teenager's voice, his tone was excited, but his voice was tinged with a bit of fatigue. In order to help you find this information, I specifically ran to the intelligence section to look for half a day. Ha, good job. When Fang Xin heard this, she immediately revealed a touch of joy. When my sister goes back, I will definitely treat you to a good meal. Ha! The teenager laughed dryly twice, seemingly not holding any hope for this promise. I just hope you can let me have a good night's sleep and not wake me up again. I've packed all the intelligence and sent it to your cell phone, just check it yourself. But Sister Xin, why are you so interested in a high school student who is only an adult? Is that guy my future brother-in-law? Duo. Fang Xin hung up the phone with force, staring viciously at the cell phone screen. Still brother-in-law, when we go back, let's see how I'm going to clean you up. While muttering, she quickly found the file sent by the teenager and quickly opened it. In the middle of this file, there was actually a clear record of Xu Yuya's personal information. Age, biography. Almost like sifting through the household register, Fang Xin quickly read through this information, and finally his line of sight violently stopped at one place, slightly stagnating. At the end of this document, there was a line of dark red text. Survivors of the Sea City Rebellion, who had witnessed the Void Beast, have completed psychological counseling. The timestamp of this quotation was clearly 3 years ago. Sure enough, that guy had once encountered a Void Beast. Fang Xin's expression condensed and immediately swept towards another document within the file bag. It was about 3 years ago, a detailed record titled Hai Cheng's Rebellion. She quickly opened the document and read on line by line. A few minutes later, Fang Xin's expression had become extremely heavy, and there was even anger in her eyes as she pinched her cell phone hard. No wonder that guy would be so disappointed in the Void Hunters. 3 years ago, he even encountered such a thing. Suddenly at that moment, her face changed slightly, and she violently looked down at her feet. Although the energy fluctuation was just a flash. However, she understood that this energy was something that only Void Devils possessed. This also meant that the Void Demons were indeed hiding here. And the seniors, they had already touched base with the Void Demon. You guys are here. In the middle of the slightly old bungalow, the man dressed in black stood with his arms folded, quietly looking at Cao Sha's trio who walked in through the front door, his tone calm, seemingly unsurprised by the appearance of several people. It looks like you already knew we would come. Cao Sha spoke equally calmly, his gaze looking straight at the other party. Void Demon, Nightmare. Nightmare, is this the codename you guys gave me? It's not too unpleasant. Nightmare smiled faintly, actually accepting this title calmly. But there is something wrong with your statement. He smiled as he looked towards Cao Sha, not caring at all about Gui Yan and Xia Li who had already quietly surrounded him. It's not that I knew you guys would come. Rather, I had already made preparations that you guys might come here. Being able to find this place means that you guys aren't too stupid. It looks like you are like a thoughtful fellow. Cao Sha was not amused and only smiled bashfully. If you like to make preparations so much, then why did you end up in such a state? Hearing this, a trace of displeasure clearly flashed through Nightmare's eyes, but he only hummed lightly. It's not uncommon for plans to deviate a little. If we only look at the results, those few Void Hunters have been exterminated by me as much as possible. The tragic situation before they died is still fresh in my mind. As he said this, his expression also became somewhat cruel. However, Cao Sha's expression instantly lowered. You shouldn't insult them. His right palm unfolded, and a Tang sword actually appeared out of thin air and landed in the center of his palm. A stern aura rose up from his body, and the dim lights in the room all seemed to sense this aura and began to shake and sway continuously. I don't care what kind of preparations you have made. There is only one ending for you today, and that is to die here. Nightmare's right hand, which was behind his back, gently stretched out, assuming a pleased posture, while his face was wearing an expression that seemed to be a smile or not. I'll see what happens. Pitch black energy surged out from his body, like a smoke bomb exploding, covering the entire house in an instant. Accompanied by the alarm set to ring at 7 o'clock, Xu Yuya, in a rare move, did not stay in bed. Instead, he did a carp and sat up from the bed. The graduation ceremony was very important to every awakened person. Even Su Yi did not want to be late on this day. After he quickly packed and organized himself, he walked out of the house with a lazy face and bread in his mouth. And just as he walked out of the house, a silhouette hidden behind a tree, then with a glazed expression, quickly dialed a phone. Boss. That guy, Xu Yuya, has already left the house. That guy, what's he wearing? On the other end of the phone, a menacing voice came out. He's wearing, the figure looked up and immediately said back into the phone, he's wearing a white top and black pants. For God's sake, any random person caught on the road is wearing a white top and black pants. How do you expect me to recognize him? The figure was scolded, frowning with shame, thinking for a moment, then suddenly a light came on. That's right, there's a very conspicuous thing on his body that can immediately distinguish him. What is it? On his left arm, a red cuff is tied. Chapter 24 Young People, what vigor! Did you hear everything? In the middle of a certain alleyway, a man with a tiger's back but wearing a school uniform put down the phone in his hand and looked around. Above Shuya's left arm today, there's a red cuff. Keep an eye on them all, don't miss anyone. Yes. Boss. Beside him, about 30 students nodded their heads in unison, all of them refreshed and with a vengeful gleam in their eyes. This is the path Shuya must take to 3rd middle school. After today's graduation ceremony, it'll be hard as hell to see him at school again. The boss squatted on a garbage can and raised his arms in a fierce manner. How much we've suffered because of Shuya over these 3 years, this is our last chance for revenge. Being kicked into a well, being mistaken by the police for sending small advertisements, being bitten on the ass by a dog released from the dog market. He indignantly clenched his fists, telling the history of blood and tears over the past 3 years. In order to bring him down, we victims formed the Annihilate Also Alliance, just for today. Oh. The surrounding group was excited and raised their arms, each one showing a look of anger. Hey, move over, I have to collect the garbage. Suddenly at this moment, a cleaning master stepped out from one side, interrupting his pre-war speech with a face full of disgust. Oh, sorry. The boss, who was previously ferocious and incomparable, immediately jumped down from the trash can and bowed respectfully, sorry. Suddenly he's become a 3rd grade student. The onlookers on the sidelines spat out in unison in their hearts, shocked by the boss's change in attitude. That's why, this is our last chance, we must accomplish our revenge today. The boss turned his head and swung his fist once again, boosting the heart of the army. Humph, scattered soldiers, what a shame. Suddenly at this moment, an ill-timed soft hum rang out from one side. The 30-odd students immediately glared angrily, only to find that the person who spoke was none other than the janitorial grandpa who had just taken the garbage bag out of the trash can. Grandpa, what do you mean by this? The elder's face sank and he immediately looked over. You little dolls, you don't even have any cohesion, it's really not as good as the next generation. The grandpa threw the garbage bag onto the garbage truck behind him, and with his hands behind his back, he suddenly assumed a haughty stance. Think about when your grandpa went to school back in the day, everyone fought with hundreds of people from other schools for righteousness, the scene was much more majestic than yours. Guys with no cohesion like you guys, when placed in our time, you can't even be as good as a straggler. As soon as these words came out, the crowd, who were still a bit indignant earlier, immediately revealed admiring gazes as they looked at this grandpa. Grand Master, please enlighten me. The boss hurriedly arched his fists and saluted, revealing a look of asking for guidance. The Grandmaster leisurely lowered his head, like a worldly master, and looked at the respectful boss before him, calmly saying, the so-called cohesion is the power to bring everyone together into one force. Guys like you, who don't even have a decent logo, how can you have cohesion? My opponents at that time, other than the cadres, the rest of my juniors, they all fought with shaved heads. Logo. The boss frowned in contemplation, surprisingly deep in thought. Indeed, we do need something to set our guys apart. In case Sue also finds help, that would be troublesome. Snap. A plastic bag was thrown in front of the boss. He looked up, and the janitorial master had already pushed the garbage truck and faded away. This is something I just rummaged through, maybe you guys can use it. The boss picked up the plastic bag and took a look, and his eyes lit up. Inside, there was actually a bunch of unopened yellow cuffs. Everyone, tie this yellow cuff to your right arm. When the time comes, if Shuya does find help, this will be the sign that distinguishes us from the opposite side. Just on the opposite side of this alleyway, in the middle of another alleyway. There were again more than 30 social youths dressed in different outfits, all crouching in the corners, staring at the passing crowds with the same ferocious faces. The leader, a cockney, was holding a cell phone, talking to someone. Are you sure that bastard Shuya has a yellow cuff tied around his right arm? Great. He put down the phone, threw the cigarette he was holding in his mouth aside, and stood up. Brothers, all be in good spirits. That little bastard, Shuya, will be passing by here soon. Keep an eye on me. He viciously stomped on his cigarette, his anger abounding. This little bastard, 2 years ago, he caused our Green Dragon Hall to fall apart. I definitely won't let him go. Humph, scattered soldiers, what a behavior. Suddenly at this moment, an ill-timed soft hum rang out from behind this group of social youths. Cocky Head turned around violently, only to see a janitor Moncler outlet online, is full of arrogance standing next to the garbage truck, in the hands of a bag full of red cufflinks of plastic bags. Well. Time should be about right. Shuya glanced down at the time and chanted to himself. Hey, you two. He put his cell phone away and turned his head to look at the two people he had tied up on the ground, terrified beyond belief, and revealed an innocent smile. He crouched down and wrapped both of them under his armpits and looked at them with a smile. Now, call your bosses. As for what to say, I don't think I need to teach you guys, right? The two of them nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice, not daring to retort in the slightest. Xu also picked up the cell phones of the two of them and quickly dialed the nearest call, placing it flush to the ears of the two of them. With the call being connected, the two of them gulped and spoke at the same time. Boss. Big brother. Xu Yuya has appeared on the target street. What? In the middle of the two alleyways, the two bosses who had picked up the phone were both revealing revitalized and excited smiles. With a wave of their big hands, they pointed at the street and shouted in a stern voice, "Charge, catch Xu Yuya and take revenge." Rumble. Only a burst of noisy but disorganized footsteps could be heard, as more than 60 people from both sides rushed out from the alley in a brainstorm, facing each other on top of the street. Their sight and attention instantly focused on the armbands on the other side's arms, and their expressions perked up. On the side of the students, all of them were wearing yellow armbands on their right arms, and they were excited. On the side of the delinquent youths, they had red cuffs tied around their left arms, their faces fierce. The student boss on this side, and the cockney on the other side, all lit up in front of their eyes, pointing their right hands forward, and almost in unison, they shouted, "They must be the helpers that Xu Yuya has found. Xu Yuya is amongst this group. Brothers, give it to me." Dust and smoke rose in all directions, and the sounds of fighting rage and cacophony swept through the entire street. And right at the side of the street, Xu Yuya wore a lazy expression, holding a loaf of bread in his mouth, and walked past the back of this group of fighting people as if no one was there. Without going far, that cleaning lady, who was actually pushing a garbage cart, also came to his side. "Thanks a lot, Master Wang." Xu Yuya pulled out a $50 dragon coin and handed it to the grandpa beside him. Afterward, the two men stopped in unison and turned their heads to look at the two groups of people who were fighting under the early morning sun. The two men took a long meaningful breath and lamented in unison, "Young people, they are really vigorous." Chapter 25, This is your ability, you can't blame it on me. When Xu Yuya stepped into the school, he was surrounded by students who were full of excitement. They were all those who had successfully awakened their abilities on the day of awakening, and were looking forward to today's graduation ceremony with great anticipation. After a day's rest, they all had a corresponding understanding of their abilities. Most of the high school students, however, hadn't learned the method of running energy at all. Thus, even if they were able to use their abilities, the effect was very low. At most, they were at the level of moving a stone and blowing up a piece of paper. Their level of mastery of energy was not even considered to be at the stone realm. Xu Yuya was able to use his repair hand so skillfully, also because he had awakened his ability a few years back. During those 2 years, he had been trying to run energy. Although there wasn't any systematic method and the way of running it was rather crude, there was still no problem using the ability normally. Just as Xu Yuya was leisurely walking towards the classroom at the speed of an old man taking a stroll, a sneaky figure was catatonic and cautiously approaching towards him. "Xu Yuya!" Only when he got close did Wang Pang yell out, rushing out forcefully towards the front and hugging Xu Yuya with both hands. However, Xu Yuya, who seemed to be oblivious earlier and did not notice his approach in the slightest, took a step to the left the moment he lunged out. Pounce! Wang Pang slumped to the ground in a face-first position, shaking up a cloud of dust. "I hope that next time you won't call out to me in such an ambiguous tone and plan to perform physical actions on me." Xu Yuya looked at his tablemate with false eyes and couldn't help but spit out, "I'm worried that the others might misunderstand my sexual orientation." "Damn it, how did you realize I was close?" Wang Pang climbed up from the ground, patting the dust and dirt on his clothes as if nothing had happened, while muttering under his breath, "Next time, you should try to pick a good angle before sneaking up on me." Xu Yuya pointed at the shadow on the ground and rolled his eyes. Long before Wang Pang approached, he had sensed the abnormality of the shadow at his feet. "So that's it." Wang Pang tapped his left palm with his right hand, revealing a look of realization. "Staying with you guys really affects my IQ, doesn't it?" Xu also twitched the corners of his mouth and held his forehead in a long sigh. "Ha ha ha, Brother Yuya, just now on my way here, I seem to have seen the group of guys from the Jia Alliance, fighting with the punks from the Green Dragon Hall." Wang Peng didn't care about Xu Yuya's venomous words at all, instead, he laughed out loud. "Yeah, they were squatting on the road trying to find trouble with me, so I simply let them collide in passion." Xu Yuya shrugged his shoulders in disbelief, not taking this seriously in the slightest. "Bull." Wang Peng gave a thumbs up and continued to laugh. "I remember that the Green Dragon Hall was still a not-so-small undesirable organization 2 years ago, right? I didn't expect that after only less than 2 months, it was completely dismantled by you, Brother Yai. If you hadn't led me astray that day and accidentally intruded into their gathering place, I wouldn't have clashed with them. Xu Yuya squinted at Wang Peng and recited in dissatisfaction. They only cursed us twice, and brother Ye, you wiped out their organization. How do you look at it? You're the one with a blacker heart. Wang Peng's entire body was stunned, not expecting Xuya to dump the pot on himself. Cough cough. Xuya coughed twice, thinking about it. What he did was indeed a bit too much. But letting these delinquent youths disband their organization and study well might not be a bad thing. This is all a matter of youth. It's not worth mentioning. It's not worth mentioning. It's obviously only been less than 2 years, right? Wang Peng once again spat, but with a revitalized expression, he looked towards Xu Yuya. Right, brother Yuya, after you went back, did you test your abilities? At the mention of abilities, he instantly became excited. After I went back, I checked the information for a long time. The C rank ability I awakened is called Metal Mastery. It's quite a powerful ability. As he said that, he spread his palm out, and Xuya stopped at the entrance of the school building. Faint energy fluctuations converged in his palm, and a moment later, whoosh! A nail flew from nowhere and fell into his palm. See, brother Ye. Wang Peng excitedly grabbed the nail and showed it towards Xu Yuya. I can manipulate the metal around me just by activating my ability. Xuya didn't know what to say about him, and just looked up at the top of his head. Although Wang Peng had only sucked a nail into his hand, it was already not easy for him to be able to activate his ability without knowing how to manipulate energy in the slightest. However, this ability did have great potential if practiced. Not bad, your ability. Xu also gently opened his mouth, and was about to comment twice, when the feet of the two of them were suddenly covered by shadows. Turning his head, Liao Wei's burly body was actually standing behind the two, looking at them with a cold smile on his face. Xuya, we meet again. Xuya and Wang Peng turned back, taking a step backward in unison and stepping inside the school building. I remember you, you're Yang Wei from the 3rd class next door. Xu Yuya's eyes widened, shooting out lightning like shrewdness, immediately recalling the name of the guy in front of him. My name is Liao Wei. Liao Wei's fire surged and he couldn't help but growl and open his mouth. You're the one who feeds your stomach, your whole family feeds their stomachs. This growl of his instantly drew the attention of the surrounding students who were passing by. Hearing this, they immediately revealed odd looks and sized up Liao Wei. Some of the female students, even more so, blushed and hurriedly lowered their heads and ran towards the front. Alas, classmate Liao Wei. Xu also patted his shoulder in a serious manner and sighed lightly. It's not scary to get this disease, you have to treat it as early as possible. You're still in high school, if you treat it early, you still have a chance to find a girlfriend. Liao Wei's temples were bruised, and he only felt the fire rubbing off on him. With a dark face, he clicked his knuckles and said with a sardonic smile, I was planning to challenge you on top of the graduation ceremony. Looks like you guys wanna fight me now. He grimaced, and a slight fluctuation of energy actually surged from his body. What I've awakened is a B rank ability, it's far too strong compared to you half-wits. Wang Peng. Xuya suddenly sidled his head and spoke in a low voice, the ability you just performed, can you use it again? Well. Come a little towards the right side to use it to try it out. Oh. Although Wang Peng did not understand what Xuya was going to do, he still honestly activated his ability. In the next second, another nail, which flew sharply from above his head, landed in his hand. What are you guys trying to do? I'll tell you, Liao Wei frowned at the two men, and continued to make a domineering and incomparable declaration. But immediately after, the top of his head was covered by a shadow. Dang! Ouch! Having lost the support of the two nails, the doorplate located at the entrance of the school building immediately fell down, smashing Liao Wei to the ground with unerring precision. On the other side, Wang Peng looked dumbfounded at the two nails in his palm, as well as Liao Wei, who was lying on the ground not far away, carrying the door sign on his back. This nail is from the door sign? Beside him, Xu also patted his shoulder and turned his head away. This is the ability you unleashed, if the school wants to compensate, you can't rely on me. Hey, brother Yuya! Don't bring this kind of Wang Peng wailed bitterly and quickly chased after him. Chapter 26, I'm going to start an awakened duel with you. After returning to the classroom, teacher Wang quickly walked in. The originally full classroom was now less than half full. Looking at the entire blue star, those who could successfully become awakened only accounted for about 50%. Whether or not one could become an awakened was determined as early as the moment of birth. As for those who were not awakened, they would have to go for the normal college entrance exams and contribute to the fight against the void demons in other ways. As the graduation ceremony approached, Mr. Wang's expression was also rather melancholy. He briefly explained to the crowd what they should focus on during the graduation ceremony, and soon the time came to 8 o'clock. "Alright, classmates." Teacher Wang stood up from the podium and clapped his hands. "Everyone go forward and gather in the playground. Our graduation ceremony will be held in the playground. Teachers from all 6 Awakened One academies have come to the school. After the ceremony is over later, there will be a demonstration of abilities and an interview session. If everyone performs well, they will even be able to have the opportunity to enroll in the school without examination." This was another important aspect of the graduation ceremony. In order to recruit capable Awakened, the competition between Awakened academies was quite fierce. So far, there were a total of 20 Awakened academies in the Dragon Kingdom. Among them, the first 10 academies have established the Void Hunting Team, which is a dream school for all Awakened ones. In the academy, not only could one learn the basics, but one could also hone one's combat skills and improve oneself in order to join the Void Hunting Team and fight against the Void Demons. Only Awakened ones with extremely ordinary combat abilities or those who had failed to be selected would choose the latter 10 academies to study. Although they didn't have the opportunity to directly fight against the Void Beasts, most of what they studied was also to assist the Void Hunting Team with various backup tasks. It was with the existence of these backup personnel that the Void Hunting Team was able to persist to this day. The so-called graduation ceremony wasn't just to bring their high school life to a close. It was also an interview for the Awakened. Those who played well enough in the interview were given the opportunity to directly enroll in the Awakened One Academy without examination. Xu Yuya and Wang Pang walked out of the classroom and slowly headed towards the playground. He looked around, but in his heart, he secretly thought, "It looks like that Void Demon should have been stopped by them." The students arrived at the playground sporadically. There were only 110 people who came to participate in the graduation ceremony this time, which only accounted for less than half of the entire senior class. The rest of the students who had not been able to awaken their abilities were all disheartened at home, and most of them hadn't gotten over the awakening day. In the middle of the playground, there were about 20 teachers from the major awakening academies, as well as the principal of the 3rd middle school and the class teachers of each class. They had set up tables and chairs on the playground and were sitting upright, looking at the students coming and going with serious faces. "Xu Yuya!" A roar came from the distance. Immediately afterward, Liao Wei came galloping from the distance like a muffled wild boar and stood behind Xu Yuya. At this moment, he was quite a mess, and there was clearly a swollen bag on his head that had been smashed up. "You fellow, why don't you ever stop?" Su Yi sighed and frowned slightly. Liao Wei, however, stared angrily at Xu Yuya and spoke through gritted teeth, "I'm going to challenge you to an awakened duel." At these words, the surrounding students were in an uproar. Even the teachers of the major awakening academies sitting not far away were all brightened up, all showing playful colors as they gazed over. The world in the mirror. The houses that were originally reproduced by the mirror image had already collapsed. Within this mirror world, the entire village seemed to have been turned into ruins, with not a single intact place. Smoke and dust enveloped it, only to be dispersed by a gust of wind a few moments later, revealing several silhouettes within it. Nightmare's arms were hanging down in front of his body, swinging as if they were dislocated, his whole body was stained with blood, and his mouth was constantly gasping for air. And on his opposite side, Cao Sha, Gui Yan Xiaoli, all 3 of them also suffered considerable injuries, surrounding Nightmare in the center in a triangular position, slowly adjusting their breath. "This guy, is he really seriously injured?" Gui Yan spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm and looked ahead incredulously. "We've been surrounding him for so long, and he's still alive and kicking. Don't compare me to those ordinary void devils now." Nightmare exhaled lightly, both arms were enveloped in black energy and pushed upwards with force. Only the sound of bones shifting resounded. He actually directly reattached the 2 dislocated arms and casually waved them around. "In terms of injuries, I am indeed in a state of serious injury." His tone was calm, but the depths of his eyes were tinged with a bit of weakness. "But in terms of energy level, I am in a good state now." "Do you mean to say that our fight with you only consumed your energy and didn't even manage to injure you?" Xiaoli coldly grunted, and his icy tone even carried a hint of anger. "He's right." Cao Sha flung the tang blade in his hand, shaking off the blood stained on it, and spoke coldly, "From the beginning of the battle, he has been using his energy to protect himself. The damage we inflicted on him was just some superficial wounds that couldn't hurt the root at all. It seems that this Mr. Captain sees things very thoroughly." Nightmare smiled bashfully, actually revealing a gentlemanly appearance again. "But how much energy do you have left?" Cao Sha sneered. You use your energy to constantly defend and dodge, and then use your ability to affect our sanity, but you have never taken the initiative to launch any deadly attacks. Your remaining energy no longer allows you to continue shielding your body, right? Your current energy strength is on the verge of making it difficult to maintain even the mountain realm. He looked straight at Nightmare. To use up so much energy and only use it for defense, what exactly do you want to do? Yeah, what exactly am I trying to do? Nightmare answered the question with a question, smiling and revealing a strange expression. How about you guess, Mr. Captain? The moment he saw this expression, Cao Sha's heart instantly tightened, and he vaguely sensed some uneasiness. He violently turned his head to Gui Yan and asked in a sharp voice, "Tell me, how long has passed since we entered the world in the mirror?" How long has passed? Gui Yan froze at his words as he pulled out his cell phone while speaking in confusion. At most an hour has passed since we came in. But when he saw the time displayed on his cell phone, he instantly widened his eyes and exclaimed in disbelief, "How is it possible? It's already 8 in the morning. Is my cell phone broken? Crap." Cao Sha finally realized where that uneasiness in his heart came from. This guy used his ability to confuse our concept of time. He's been delaying us here. What? Gui Yan and Jiu Li were both startled, but he's here, so what's the point even if he's delaying us? It's the Void Beast. A bright light instantly flashed in Cao Sha's mind, and directly drew his sword and rushed out. This guy, release that Astral Wolf. Earlier, he had been wary of whether the Nightmare would have any undercurrents, and had not attacked hastily, instead adopting a more prudent tactic, but at this moment, he could no longer care that much. Bingo, the Nightmare smiled broadly. Right answer. In the next moment, his smile tightened and several strands of black energy surged out from behind him, winding towards the three. Unfortunately, there is no reward. Chapter 27 Void Hunter Fang Xin received the order. Swish. Cao Sha chopped his tang blade out in front of him, and the bright light of the blade instantly shattered that black energy. Afterwards, he waved his left hand, and 2 daggers actually appeared out of thin air, piercing towards Nightmare's direction. Nightmare revealed a smile on his face, and simply retreated towards the back and braced his energy to block these 2 attacks. Compared to that Void Hunter squad that injured me, you guys are simply too weak. He stood firmly in place and narrated calmly. You must be a squad that hasn't been formed for long. Whether it's the number of people or the strength, it's far below my expectations. Let me guess, your previous Void Hunting squad shouldn't have been dead for long, right? His sentence clearly poked Cao Sha's pain point. Anger raged in Cao Sha's eyes, and he actually recklessly charged in the direction of Nightmare. Ding! Gui Yan also broke free of the Nightmare energy at this moment, crossed his hands and clasped them together as he shouted with force. Thud! Nightmare's body looked like it had been struck by a fixation spell, and it violently froze for a split second. But in the very next second, he recovered as before, his right palm slapping forward to meet Cao Sha. For some reason, many phantoms appeared in front of Cao Sha's eyes. He had already been warned about the Nightmare's ability to disrupt his mind, and immediately focused his mind to drive these phantoms out of his mind. However, even so, that momentary lapse of concentration still caused his original slash that was bound to hit to be deviated, and was slapped away by Nightmare's palm. After Nightmare slapped Cao Sha's attack away, his left hand immediately shot out like a bayonet, plunging into Cao Sha's abdomen. But right at this moment, a shield suddenly emerged and blocked Cao Sha's face. However, this shield shattered like a bubble under the Nightmare's attack wrapped in energy. However, Cao Sha utilized this momentary pause to forcefully place his tang blade across his body. Clang! Dang! The blade emitted a trembling sound, and Cao Sha flew out backwards like a cannonball, smashing through half of the wall in the ruins and shaking up a cloud of dust. Nightmare quietly looked at the dusty place and smiled as he recited, "The art of fixation through stepping on shadows can be ignored by simply refracting the light. The power of protection through energy is able to pierce through it simply by using energy stronger than it. As far as I'm concerned, you 2 little fellows of the rock realm are having trouble even restricting me. Mr. Captain, these 2 members of your team are really useless now." Hearing these words, Gui Yan and Jiu Li's faces both turned slightly white as anger surged in their eyes. Whoosh! 2 wind-breaking sounds rang out in unison, ripping through the dust and instantly approaching Nightmare's body. His face changed slightly, and he quickly braced his energy, deflecting these 2 flying daggers and bouncing them to the sides of his body. However, one of the flying daggers still chopped through the energy on his body, leaving a bloodstain on his face. The flying dagger landed on the ground and instantly dissipated into energy. And a silhouette, too, leapt up from the rubble. My team members, you're not worthy of pointing them out yet. Cao Sha calmly stepped out from amongst the smoke and dust as a broken wall collapsed around him, smashing in his direction. However, he just casually waved the sword in his hand, and the broken wall directly turned into countless broken pieces, scattering on both sides of his body. Cao Sha's bravery caused Nightmare to be a bit surprised as well. He smiled faintly as he wiped the bloodstains from his face with his hand and spoke, "Does Mr. Captain really want to tangle with me here? My pet, but it's about to go on a killing spree. Even if we wanted to go out, you would still obstruct us, right?" Cao Sha's face was devoid of any expression, and the tang blade in his hand gently scratched on the ground, then he raised it sharply, aiming it at the Nightmare from afar. "As a void hunter, what I'm going to do is to behead you here." As for that Astral Wolf, he gently raised his left hand and pressed the switch of the headset in his ear. "My team will do their best to stop it. How come Senior and the others are so slow?" On top of the rooftop, Fang Xin yawned and frowned at his feet. Close to 4 hours had passed since Elder and the others had entered the mirror world. If she wasn't still able to sense their energy fluctuations, she was afraid that she would have already rushed in. Is that severely injured void demon able to hold off Senior and the others for so long? As a void hunter, one had to choose to trust their companions and carry out orders perfectly. Because of this, no matter how anxious she was, she had to stand firm on top of her post until instructions came from the Hokage's side. Suddenly, at this moment, a current came from the headset in her ear. Half a second later, Cao Sha's voice came out from within the earphone, Fang Xin. His voice was unprecedentedly solemn and grave. Fang Xin, who was originally still a bit scattered, immediately became condensed, quickly stood up from the roof of the building, and pressed the switch of the earphone. "Senior, I'm here." Nightmare confused our concept of time and sent out the Astral Wolves of the Rock Realm, preparing to launch an attack on the school. Cao Sha's voice rang out in the earphone and was accompanied by the sounds of battle that kept coming. However, his tone was incomparably smooth and firm as he gave orders. As per that high school kid's analysis, quickly rush to the school and protect the people. I order you, no matter what happens, protect every single member of the populace and do not let them get hurt. You're only one person. But no matter what, stop that Astral Wolf. Even if you have to pay for it with your life. Almost at the moment when the senior mentioned the Astral Wolf, Fang Xin began to move at high speed, rapidly shuttling above the roof of the building, speeding towards the direction of the third middle school. Upon hearing Cao Sha's almost unsympathetic order, she did not show any sign of emotion on her face. Instead of revealing any unhappiness, her face instead raised an arc. Her long hair was constantly raised towards the back amidst the rapid weaving. But Fang Xin's gaze, however, became firm. On the day she became a void hunter, she was already prepared. She gently pressed her hand on her headset, her tone calm. "Void hunter Fang Xin, receive order. I swear on my own life, I will absolutely protect all the people and do my best to stop that Astral Wolf." Fang Xin stepped on the edge of the roof of the building with both feet, and leaped up with force towards the empty front. It was early in the morning, the sun was shining brightly and there were no clouds in the sky. Right below her feet, countless commuters walked between the roads and the traffic. People's faces were filled with smiles and anticipation for tomorrow. This peaceful world, I won't let anyone destroy it. Dang! Fang Xin's body that leapt out violently was instantly wrapped in crimson energy. In the next moment, her entire body was like a rapidly falling meteor, erupting with an extremely terrifying speed, instantly disappearing in mid-air. Chapter 28: The Appearance of the Astral Wolves, the Terrified Students. Awakened Duel. This was a special challenge between awakened ones, using their abilities. At the graduation ceremony, awakened ones were not only able to show their abilities to the teachers of the major awakened ones academies. They can also express themselves through dueling. As long as no one is injured, this kind of duel is still very popular among teachers. After all, in the future, these children may go and fight with virtual beasts and virtual demons. Only by accumulating combat experience in advance would they be able to minimize casualties. As soon as Liao Wei's words of challenge towards Xu Yuya came out, countless lines of sight immediately flooded in from all around. The place where the two of them stood immediately became the center of attention in the playground. Alas, women are truly a scourge of red faces. Facing Liao Wei's provocation, Xu also sighed helplessly and shrugged his shoulders. Just because you want to display your manhood in front of Tang Xiaowen, you impulsively launched a duel at me. Student Zhang Wei, you are too childish. My name is Liao Wei. Liao Wei spoke through gritted teeth, the anger in his eyes intensifying. And after hearing Tang Xiaowen's name, he was obviously flustered for a split second, and hurriedly grunted angrily, "I'm just looking at you with displeasure. What does it have to do with Tang Xiaowen?" Among the crowd, a pair of beautiful eyes swept in. "Xinwan, over there seems to be your suitor at." Beside her, a rather lively young girl spoke with a smile. "What suitor? Don't talk nonsense, La Xiaoyu." Tang Xiaowan's voice was very gentle, and a touch of helplessness appeared on her face. Beside her and her best friend, there were dozens of pairs of eyes constantly sweeping in. The presence of the two of them was almost the most noticeable on the playground. However, Tang Xiaowan's eyes lingered on Xu Yuya's face, and an image immediately surfaced in her mind, and her ears reddened slightly. Last week, she had accidentally fallen off the flag-raising platform, and happened to be rescued by a passing Xu Yuya in a public princess hug. She, who had never been in contact with the opposite sex, could never forget what happened at that time. What impressed her the most was Xu Yuya's expression as if he had seen the plague. Before she even had the chance to thank him, she was thrown to the ground by Xu Yuya and ran out in a huff. "That guy is also a windbag." The lively girl beside her, Xiaoyu, continued to speak with a smile. "I don't know why, but many of the boys in our class chant his name every day. Every time it's mentioned, words like exterminate, annihilate and other scary words come out of their mouths." "Su also?" Tang Xiaowen softly recited this name, the light in her eyes flickering, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Meanwhile, most of the students had already arrived on top of the playground, and every student had a smile on their face, looking forward to the graduation ceremony that was about to begin. In the sky above the school, a fog wrapped in black energy was constantly deforming and rotating in the air, seemingly waiting for something. Suddenly, a black light flowed through the mist. In the next moment, the fog was like receiving orders, from which came a wolf howl. Subsequently, the fog began to surge continuously, and even began to crazily expand. The wolf's shadow flickered in the mist, occasionally emitting a low growl, and its energy began to rapidly climb up. The strange changes above their heads were not discovered by anyone. Above the playground, the students were still in a happy mood, smilingly looking at both Xu Yuya and Liao Wei. When Liao Wei saw that Xu Yuya was still in that diffident manner, he suddenly became a few more points angry. He spoke viciously, "Xu Yuya, are you afraid?" In the face of his provocation, Xu Yuya helplessly rubbed his brow and spoke faintly, "Originally, as I was nearing graduation, I was planning to be a bit more peaceful and didn't want to cause any more trouble. But you're pestering me so repeatedly, that I can only..." His voice came to an abrupt end, and he jerked his head up, his face changing drastically. In the next moment, without reacting in the slightest, Liao Wei was kicked out by Xu Yuya. "Get down!" Xu Yuya's roar resounded from the playground, and immediately crouched down. Wang Pang, who was beside him, was convinced of his words, and with little hesitation, he directly clasped his head with both hands and got down on the ground. "Su also, you even sneak attack me, I..." Liao Wei's body rolled around twice on the ground, his qi and blood churning as he climbed up half of his body, while his mouth was filled with shock and anger. But his words had not yet finished. A terrifying pillar of light, even from mid-air blast down, like a laser, rapid oblique sweep across the ground. The fiery energy melted the rubberized ground of the playground. A long gully appeared above the playground, incinerating everything above it. Thud. Liao Wei's body, which had only just climbed up, directly sat down on the ground with his buttocks, panic in his eyes. Just now, if it wasn't for Xu Yuya kicking him away. At this moment, he might have been incinerated by that pillar of light. Surging air currents blew up from around that gully, blowing the clothes of Xu Yuya and Wang Pang, who were crouching low on the side. The fortunate part of the misfortune was that apart from the three of them, there were no other people around the pillar of light, causing no casualties. Xu Yuya snapped his head up and looked in the direction from which the pillar of light came. A huge body nearly 3 meters tall descended from the sky and violently stepped on top of the playground. It was a giant wolf with black fur all over its body. Its eyes were ferocious, with pitch-black energy lingering around its body, and its mouth was wide open, with a little bit of smoke surging in it. In the center of its forehead, half a purple crystal was buried, and at the moment, under the light, it was slightly emitting purple light, making it look even more vicious. Quite a few people on the playground noticed the change, and after turning around and seeing this wolf, they all let out terrified screams and shouts. They scattered and fled, frantically running in a direction away from the wolf. As for the teachers of the major Awakened One academies who were originally sitting on the playground, all of them jumped up in shock, ignoring the tables and chairs that had been knocked over by them, and spoke horrifiedly, "The Rock Realm's Void Beast Astral Wolf? How could a Void Beast appear here?" Although they were from the Awakened One Academy. But none of them were combatants or Void Hunters, and had little experience fighting Void Beasts. One of the teacher's face changed drastically, but he immediately crouched down and pressed his hand on the ground. In an instant, 4 thick vines immediately rose underneath the void beast's feet, entangling its 4 feet. After doing this, he immediately roared and opened his mouth, his voice spreading in all directions. "This is the void beast of the rock realm. I can't stop it for too long. Everyone run." Why did the void beast appear here? Xu also was very anxious in his heart at the moment. His brain turned rapidly. Those guys, did they fail to find the void demon? No, that's not right. If that's the case, it should be the void demon that attacked this place, not this astral wolf. Without excessive hesitation, he directly grabbed the stunned Wang Peng from the ground and shouted at him, "Run!" Wang Peng only reacted at this moment, and immediately roared, and ran out in the opposite direction. Xu also didn't follow him immediately. Instead, he crossed that gully and came directly to a short distance away, and grabbed Liao Wei, whose legs were weak. "What are you waiting for? Run!" Liao Wei was originally still in a state of shock and aftershock. It was only at this moment that he finally came back to his senses under Xu Yuya's roar. With wide eyes and a complex expression on his face, he looked at Xu Yuya and finally pursed his lips tightly as he stifled his head and ran towards the front. A void beast of the rock realm, the people here are definitely no match for it. Although Xu Yi looked anxious, he was calm inside. The only thing they could do now was to take advantage of the gap in which the astral wolf was bound and quickly escape, minimizing casualties as much as possible. At this moment, the students and the group of teachers from the Awakened One Academy were all fleeing in all directions, none of them daring to stay in front of this terrifying imaginary beast. Just as Xu was similarly preparing to start escaping. Behind him, however, an urgent cry suddenly came. "Xiaoyu, are you alright?" Chapter 29 Incorrigible Idiot. Xu Yuya turned back. In the midst of the scattered crowd, Tang Xiaowan was crouching on the ground with an anxious expression, helping up her best friend beside her. That girl Xu also recognized is, and Tang Xiaowan class Nie Xiaoyu. The two people are very good relations, almost every day together. But at this moment, Nie Xiaoyu, full of panic, actually accidentally twisted her foot and fell to the ground. Fear and terror flickered in her eyes, and she tried to stand up several times, but her body simply couldn't muster any strength. Ka Chao! Ka Ching! The sound of vines breaking came from the distance. Xu Yuya's pupils stared, and he soon noticed that the vine that had previously wrapped around the 4 feet of the astral wolf was currently unable to support its strength, and began to break inch by inch. Several boys who passed by Tang Xiaowan's eyes brightened slightly and headed in her direction, attempting to heroically save her. But right at this moment, a terrifying wolf howl rang out from behind them. That sharp wave of sound directly caused their souls to fly out of the sky. At this moment, they didn't care about rescuing the beauty. All of them were horrified and ran towards the front without looking back. In a matter of seconds, all of the students behind Tang Xiaowan ran ahead of her. Many of them fell to the ground because they were in a panic, but the people passing by didn't even choose to help them. They all picked themselves up, not caring about their injuries, and continued to run forward. At this moment, almost everyone was thinking about their own safety. Tang Xiaowan's body was trembling, obviously very scared and terrified. At this moment, she could have left her friend behind and run away by herself. However, her gaze remained firm, and she grabbed Nie Xiaoyu's arm with all her might, trying to pick her up. "Xiaoyu, hold on, let's run." Xu also took in this scene in his eyes. A memory of a scene from 3 years ago was reflected in his eyes at this moment as if it was a reenactment. "Uncle, run up. Auntie, take your daughter with you and get out of here. Are you alright? Don't stop." The white-clothed young girl, like an elf, kept weaving in and out of the crowd. Even though there was a terrifying monster approaching behind her, she didn't choose to run away alone, but kept helping everyone in front of her who was in trouble. Why are there so many idiots in the world? The flashback of memories passed by in a flash, and without saying a word, Xu Yuya actually ran against the crowd towards the back. He usually exercised, and his hands were quite athletic, arriving in front of Tang Xiaowan in a few strides. Tang Xiaowan looked up, her expression trembled, somewhat unbelievable. In this kind of crisis, there are still people willing to come back to help her. Xu also didn't say more than half a sentence of nonsense, pulling Tang Xiaowan up with one hand, and then with a single pull, he lifted Nie Xiaoyu up from the ground. "What are you waiting for?" He growled at Nie Xiaoyu, who was still in fear. "Run and don't look back. If you don't want to die, keep running even if your feet are broken." His roar hardened Nie Xiaoyu's sense of survival. She incomparably and reluctantly stood on the ground, and with a shout under her breath, she actually really staggered towards the front. "Howl! The wolf's howl was getting closer and closer, and the huge figure of the astral wolf crossed more than 10 meters in a few steps, leaving the three of them less than 20 meters away. Tang Xiaoan looked deeply at Xu Yuya, and in her heart, she also understood that the situation was in crisis, and hurriedly turned around, quickly grabbed Nie Xiaoyu's arm, and led her to run towards the front at a fast pace. Xu also watched the two run up, also without half a hesitation, directly in another direction to run quickly. In the blink of an eye, only the three of them remained in the entire schoolyard. The sound of the Big Dipper wolf stepping heavily on the ground was akin to an earthquake, causing the ground to tremble continuously. It shuttled rapidly across the ground on all 4 feet, and actually caught up with them at an extremely fast speed. The wolf's eyes flickered, a bloodthirsty light flickering in its eyes as it directly aimed in the direction of Tang Xiaoan and Nie Xiaoyu. The two of them turned pale, sensing the surging air currents behind them. Both of their hearts jumped in fear. But just at this moment, a wind-breaking sound rang out sharply. Half of the slate fell straight onto Gang Wolf's face. "You stupid bastard." Xu also stood in the other direction and cursed out, then ran off without looking back. The Big Dipper wolf let out a low growl, unable to endure this provocation, and even directly turned around, abandoning Tang Xiaoan and Nie Xiaoyu, and rushed over in Xu Yuya's direction. Xu Yuya continued to weave underneath the fitness equipment next to the playground, running quickly in the direction of the school building. He was able to sense the surging air currents rushing behind him, but his face was cold, his right hand tightly squeezing something, while his mind calculated the speed and distance. Gang Wolf's speed was extremely fast and incomparable. His entire body was like a runaway train, charging across the playground. Those iron single and double bars were directly knocked away by it, scattering to the sides, and its speed did not decrease at all as it pounced on Xu Yuya. The top of Xu Yuya's head was covered by shadows, and out of the corner of his eye, he was even able to see the white fangs. Even at this distance, he was able to smell the incomparably fishy odor from the Big Dipper wolf's mouth. Seeing that the fangs were about to hit him and bite his body to pieces, Xu Yuya's eyes finally flickered as he swung his fist down forcefully. In the center of his palm, a white silk thread shuttled out in a hurry, quickly connecting to the broken bar that had been knocked away behind him. In the next moment, his body seemed to be pulled as if it was being pulled, and flew backwards with a speed faster than that of an astral wolf's bite. The development of abilities was endless. As long as one had enough understanding of one's own abilities, one would be able to perform very different effects. Xu Yuya had tested the repairing hands in a day's time, and what he was using at the moment was one of those effects. Using the object to which he had attached his energy as the origin, he repaired it. Just now, while running, he had attached his own energy to half of the bar and removed half of the loose piece of iron. Now, after using his ability, he would be pulled by this half-iron piece and return to the repaired bar. Thud! Suya's body grabbed the single bar and was pulled by inertia to stagger 2 steps backward. Not far away, the Big Dipper wolf, on the other hand, was able to pounce on a bite, and in time, he used all 4 of his feet to step on the ground and turn around in a drift. Afterwards, his wolf mouth opened, and a beam of light actually shot out from his mouth, rushing straight towards Xu Yuya's direction. In the face of this attack of pure energy nature, Xu Yuya was unable to avoid it, and a bitter smile actually appeared on his face as he muttered and whispered, "I never thought that I would do something as stupid as you. It seems that I am also a hopelessly stupid person." His eyes were calm, knowing that he couldn't avoid it. He actually incomparably blandly greeted the attack that was about to fall. But right at this moment, 3 streaks of red light flew from behind him, directly crashing into the spit released by the astral wolf. Immediately afterward, a familiar scolding cry rang out from behind him. "Don't daze, grab the single bar in front of you." Chapter 30 Class A Ability, Colosseum. This voice was incomparably familiar to Xu Yuya. Without even thinking about it, he directly grabbed the bar in front of him with force. Immediately afterward, the sound of a ringing finger rang out from behind himself. The explosion was located directly in front of him and blew up, the terrifying airwave almost blowing Xu Yuya's entire body away. If he had not grabbed the single bar in time, I'm afraid that he would have already flown out at this moment. This sudden explosion caused the gang wolf to be very surprised as well, and he couldn't help but let out a low roar. Xu Yuya's arms went numb, and it was only when the gusts of wind dispersed that he loosened his arms. "I didn't expect that you, this thin-skinned fellow, would let yourself risk your own life in order to save others." Fang Xin fell from the air and stood in front of Xu Yuya, and even laughed out lightly. Today, sir, she was not wearing that JK dress. Instead, she was wearing a long black coat and pants. Its waist was slightly tight, outlining her figure, and from the appearance, it was quite valiant. "You actually saw it." Xu Yuya gasped slightly and spoke in a slightly breathless manner. "Yeah, I saw what happened here as early as a few hundred meters away, so it's a good thing I caught up in time. Fang Xian's gaze was pointed straight ahead, facing the gang wolf with his 4 eyes, his aura rising. However, I should indeed thank you. Thank me? Xu was also a little puzzled. Yes. Fang Xian took a deep breath and actually pulled out a hair rope from his pocket and gently put it on his hand. I want to thank you for not letting my promise fall through. The breeze blew her hair up, and she smoothly smoothed her long hair up, tying it into a ponytail so that it would no longer sway randomly. Afterwards, her battle intent rose in her eyes, and she clenched her hands into fists, staggering them back and forth in a fighting stance. From now on, I'll do my best to stop it, and won't let anyone get hurt by it. Xu Yuya, you've seen clearly what a true void hunter really looks like. This valor caused Xu Yuya to be a bit stunned, but he quickly changed his face slightly and shouted out sharply, "Be careful." Not far away, the Astral Wolf finally couldn't hold back, all 4 feet stepped, with a horrible sound toward Fang Xian pounced. Xu also faced slightly gloomy, towards the front, but found that Fang Xian does not move in the slightest, actually does not have any idea of dodging. Are you crazy? He shouted out, wanting Fang Xian to dodge the blow. But the corner of Fang Xian's mouth raised a smile. Today's me, I don't need to be afraid of going naked. The next moment, a scene that shocked Xu Yuya appeared. Facing the pouncing Astral Wolf, Fang Xian even directly flew up, using amazing speed to complete a roundhouse kick, right foot heavily kicked in the Astral Wolf's face. The Astral Wolf's body only stagnated for half a second, and then the large body was directly kicked out. Thud. Its body smashed onto the playground, a low howl escaping from its mouth, and then it quickly rolled over and rose up, a look of shock and anger flashing in its eyes. Xu Yuya, on the other hand, was dumbfounded and looked at Fang Xian with a rather shocked expression. Void hunters, they don't just rely on their abilities to fight. Fang Xian lightly landed on the ground and laughed out loud. The cultivation of physical arts is even capable of subverting the gap in the realm of abilities. She swept back a glance at Xu Yuya and shouted in an undeniable tone, "Get out of here quickly, don't stay here. Evacuate the people in the vicinity of the school as soon as possible so that they..." Before she could finish her voice, she was interrupted by a deafening roar. The Astral Wolf opened its huge mouth, and the sound shook the 8 directions. From beneath its feet, 4 clusters of black energy actually spread out like a tidal wave. In a moment's effort, these black energies, surprisingly, wrapped around the school, as if it had turned into an energy boundary. This is... Fang Xian's face revealed a shocked expression. A class ability, Colosseum. Virtual beasts even have abilities? Xu Yuya's face changed slightly as he quickly looked around. At this moment, the school was wrapped in a half-sphere of black energy, covering the entire campus like a pot lid. Those teachers and students in the distance who were trying to leave the school were almost all stopped by this energy. They impacted hard on the energy, but were bounced off, and could only face panic as they slapped the barriers in front of them. Except for a handful of people who used their agile bodies or abilities to escape the campus before this boundary unfolded. The rest, more than 100 people, were all trapped in the school. According to the information and data, not only void beasts but also void devils possess abilities. Fang Xian looked at the boundary that enveloped the surroundings, his expression incomparably grave. Grade A ability, Colosseum. It can envelop a certain range in a boundary. It is a domain law type of ability. This field cannot be destroyed, unless the person who casts the ability takes the initiative to disarm it, or the ability user dies. Otherwise, those located inside the Colosseum are absolutely unable to escape out. This guy wants to wipe out the school. Roar! The Astral Wolf turned his ability on, and his right foot heavily stepped on the ground. Above the playground, a huge crater was instantly stepped out by him, and the wolf's eyes flashed with a ferocious aura as it stared at Fang Xian. Afterwards, it violently stepped out, actually directly sprinted to Fang Xian's front. So fast! Xu Yuya's pupils shrunk, clearly feeling that the Big Dipper wolf's speed had increased by a lot. Obviously, in the midst of this fighting arena, its speed and power had increased. Thud! Although Fang Xian protected her arms in front of her body in time, she was still sent flying by the Big Dipper wolf's claw. She quickly stabilized herself in the air, and her right hand flung out 3 fruit knives from her bosom, falling in a zigzag pattern in a hurry. Bang! Fire spread, and the wave of explosive air covered the Astral Wolf's body. However, not more than half a second later, a blazing energy beam drilled out from the airwaves and impacted towards the air. Fang Xian twisted her body in time, and the beam passed close to her body, accurately hitting a school building behind her. Boom! A corner of the school building was directly shattered by the beam. The shattered school building exploded into a lot of rubble, turning into countless hard stones that fell downwards. An uproar came from the students located near the school building, scattering in panic. As the stones fell from the sky, one student was unable to dodge and fell to the ground with a pale face, looking at the top of his head in despair. Fortunately, a teacher of the Awaken One Academy reacted in time, shouted angrily, his figure actually became a few points larger, rushed over at speed, smashed the stone block with a punch and saved the student. Fang Xin nervously looked at the distance, until after she saw that the student was saved, she was relieved. But soon, she revealed her anger and turned to glare at Gang Wolf, who had come out of the smoke and dust. How can I let you destroy this place so recklessly? As she spoke, she pulled out 4 yellow talismans from her bosom. She cupped the yellow talismans in her hands and threw them out with force. 3 yellow talismans instantly shot out and fell in 4 directions at great speed. She took out the last yellow talisman and pressed it hard against her feet. This time, she didn't hesitate to bite through her fingertip and wipe her blood on top of the yellow talisman. Mirror World, Enlighten. Chapter 31. But Merry Christmas. The energy that rose up quickly wrapped the area circled by the 4 yellow talismans. After a second passed, the sound of the wolf howling disappeared in front of Xu Yuya. The playground was silent, and the breeze blew through, seemingly hiding everything. The world in the mirror, it's that Jiu Bao from before. Xu Yuya's face changed slightly, immediately reaching forward to touch it. But his palm was blocked by a transparent barrier. Looking back, his surroundings were still wrapped in black energy. Even though the gang wolf had been sent into the mirror world, its ability was still enveloping the surroundings. Xu Yuya's complexion changed one after another, and finally, after taking a deep look ahead, he still turned his head away. One could not waste the precious time Fang Xin had bought for them. He wanted to personally see if there was a way that he could crack the Colosseum and allow the school crowd to successfully leave. The wind blew. The playground in the world of the mirror was filled with traces of destruction by the Astral Wolves, just like the real world. It was just that at the moment, there was no one else in this world other than Fang Xin and the Astral Wolves. Woo! The black fur of the Big Dipper wolf danced continuously under the breeze, and a low growl came out of its mouth. However, within its eyes, it flashed with some disdain, not thinking for a second that the woman in front of it would be able to stop herself. Fang Xin also noticed at this moment that the explosion triggered by her previous use of her ability didn't seem to cause much damage to this astral wolf. Even though she and the astral wolf were both at the rock realm, the gap in actual battle power was clearly present. Who? Fang Xin gently pushed his bangs away from his eyes, let out a long breath, took out a bubblegum from his pocket and put it into his mouth. After half a second passed, he skillfully spat out a bubble from the air. Pop! The bubble gently ruptured. Fang Xin also looked ahead helplessly. I also don't know in the future, there is still no chance to chew bubblegum. Thud! The Big Dipper wolf's right foot stepped on the ground like a star-swallowing and moon-devouring vicious dog, a terrifying sense of oppression emanating from all around him. Every time that huge body stepped on the ground, it was able to vibrate an air current, blowing the fake lawn of the playground to constantly rattle. From afar, its body, which was close to 3 meters tall, seemed like a moving house. Now that I think about it, there are still so many things I haven't gotten to do. Fang Xin muttered as if talking to himself while chewing bubblegum. I want to go to the south to see the sea once. I also promised before that I would take little you along to the amusement park once. And the hot pot in Shu City, I've long wanted to go eat it once. Ah! Since becoming this void hunter, it seems like it's been a long time since I've taken a vacation. They kept teasing me before that I hadn't been in love, and I never had the chance to try it out. She scratched her hair in annoyance and vented as if complaining, ugh, being a void hunter can be really hard work. Every day, I have to wake up at 6 to train, I don't even have a double break during the week, and after I finish one mission, it won't be long before I have to perform the next one. If this goes on, it always feels like I'm going to age 10 years. The astral wolf dragged its paw irritably, staring at Fang Xin closely, seeming to have lost its patience. Sensing this, Fang Xin finally closed his eyes and took a deep breath, taking out a strangely shaped stone from his bosom. It seemed to have been smelted from some special metal, with a pentagram shape that happened to be able to be clasped in her palm with her 5 fingers. She looked towards Gang Wolf, smiled faintly, and spoke calmly, but being able to become a void hunter has been my dream since I was a child. I can't easily fall down here. And I also have to prove like that brat that void hunters are not what he says they are. A fierce wind blew violently, moving a leaf that came right between her and the astral wolf. The leaf fluttered gently and landed on the ground. In an instant, the one person and the wolf, almost simultaneously, began to move. The strong claws of the astral wolf were like the wind, flying and slapping at Fang Xin, and the claw wind turned the ground into 5 gullies. Crimson energy exploded in Fang Xin's body. She dodged the pounce of the astral wolf with a vertical leap, and came directly above this virtual beast, her right hand wrapped in a special metal, and pressed hard on its back. Her face, at this moment, was actually overflowing with a crazy smile. You know what? My ability, aside from the material of the object, still boosts its power depending on the distance. A crimson light began to constantly brightly flash in her palm, shining as if it were the sun. The astral wolf, at this moment, actually perceived extreme danger, let out a low growl, and began to twist its body frantically, attempting to shake Fang Xin off its back. However, Fang Xin grabbed the fur on its back and didn't move at all, letting the light in his palm keep lighting up. Today is not Christmas though. But Merry Christmas! Yay, brother! Wang Peng's eyes lit up at the sight of Xu Yuya, who had appeared from the direction of the playground, and he shouted and rushed up. His voice was excited and filled with worry for Xu Yuya. Don't worry, I'm fine. Xu Yuya spoke calmly, a touch of softness appearing in his eyes as he patted his shoulder. Xu Yuya, I. Another figure approached. Liao Wei actually came in front of him once again, his face full of complexity. After half a second passed, he actually bent down violently and spoke with a solemn voice, "Thank you. If it wasn't for you, I might have already. That also brother has gone." Wang Peng interrupted Liao Wei's words, looking helplessly at the stupid big man in front of him. Liao Wei straightened up, embarrassed until his ears burned. It's not like brother Ye saved you because he wanted your thanks. Wang Peng shook his head calmly and looked at Xu Yuya's back. He just followed his heart, that's all. Xu Yuya didn't see Tang Xiaowan and Ye Xiaoyu from amongst these, they seemed to have run in another direction and didn't appear here. Facing the gang wolf's pursuit, a group of students and teachers scattered and fled, having long ago spread out in all corners of the school. He didn't care about this, he just came straight to the edge of that Colosseum, covered his hand with energy and touched it. The black energy flashed by, and he instantly withdrew his hand back as if he had been electrocuted, the energy covering his palm being swallowed up almost instantly. Don't try it. A teacher of the Awakened One Academy, who was leaning his back against this barrier, half crouched on the ground and muttered his words. Colosseum is a domain law type of ability. Unless there is a void hunter above the mountain realm here, it is absolutely impossible to destroy this field in any form. He looked up at Xu Yuya, and his eyes were actually filled with despair. In the middle of the beast fighting arena, that astral wolf's strength, speed, and even defense will all increase by at least 30%. That little void hunter girl from the rock realm is definitely no match for it. She will die. After she dies, we definitely won't be able to escape this cage either. We're already finished. Chapter 32. Yo, I'm here to save you. What did you just say? Xu Yuya's complexion changed slightly as he stared intently at the teacher of the Awakened One Academy beside him and asked in a sharp voice. You said that the astral wolf, its speed and strength will increase by 30%? Yes. That teacher scratched his head and whispered in a desperate and incomparable manner, I specialize in researching ability data at the Academy. According to the data of awakened people who had appeared before and possessed the Colosseum ability. Rock realms, Colosseum, the increase is around 30%. Oh no, that had have even hit its level of increase. Xu Yuya's face changed drastically as he turned his head in the direction of the playground. Earlier, after the gang wolf had exerted its ability, although its speed and strength had accelerated, in Xu Yuya's judgment, it had only increased by 10% at most. But if it was really like what this teacher had said, the power that guy was able to increase was 30%. That would mean that the gang wolf had been hiding something. Let me ask you, is there a big gap between a void hunter and a void beast of the same rock realm? He crouched down and without any semblance of politeness, he began to question this teacher as if he was questioning. The teacher didn't care about his attitude either, and only murmured and spoke, the division of realms is only related to one's own energy. But when it comes to actual combat, void beasts, because of their size, will have strength and speed that far exceeds that of an awakened of the same realm. Unless there are some existences with extremely strong physical skills, or their own abilities have extremely high destructive power. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for an awakened of the same realm to fight a void beast alone. Because of this, void hunters will divide themselves into void hunting teams, precisely for the purpose of matching each other's abilities in order to hunt void beasts. That girl will definitely die. Xu also stood up with a gloomy face, finally understanding the severity of the situation. Just now, Fang Xin had displayed a clouded appearance, and even appeared to be having a back and forth with that astral wolf. But in reality, she must have been able to perceive the terror of the astral wolf. Plus, the astral wolf was incredibly cunning, and even hid the power that it had increased. This way down, Fang Xin will definitely be trapped. In his mind, quickly surfaced Fang Xin just blocked in front of him, that look of bravery and fear of death. Xu also, you see clearly, what a real void hunter really looks like. What true void hunter, what a fool. Xu Yuya quickly stood up, the remaining hesitation in his eyes instantly dispersing, and actually turned his head towards the playground without saying a word. After experiencing that scene 3 years ago, he was unwilling to see any more tragedies happen in front of his eyes. Hey, brother Yuya. Wang Ping noticed his movements, his face changed slightly, and he immediately shouted loudly. However, Xu Yuya's figure did not pause for a moment and disappeared sharply in front of his eyes. The teacher who had just crouched on the ground muttered as he looked at the distant Xu Yuya, while deep shock and incomprehension flickered in his eyes. This child, could it be that he wants to go to his death? Even a rock realm void hunter can't deal with a void beast, what can he, a high school student who has only just awakened, do? But for some reason, a ripple rose in his heart, as if driven by Xu Yuya's courage, he trembled and stood up from the ground. Maybe. There's still something I can do. Dang. The ponytail tied to the back of his head was scattered due to the violent impact. Fang Xin's figure, like a cannonball, flew out backwards, directly smashing into the ground with a loud bang. The dirt of the playground was shattered by her body, splitting into spiderweb-like cracks. This guy actually hid his power. Fang Xin coughed out a large mouthful of blood, half of her body was dyed red with blood, while her eyes flickered with deep shock. She could even feel that at least 3 of her ribs were broken. At this moment, her entire right arm was a bloody mess, as if it had endured a violent explosion, becoming scorched black and drooping powerlessly at her side. She incomparably and reluctantly climbed up from the ground, her entire body staggering, while her eyes flickered with a touch of unwillingness. Not far away, the hissing sound of the astral wolf rushed in as a wave of sound, and its huge body had become scarred at the moment. On its back, as if it had been blown through, a blood scar appeared, coloring its fur red. But it is still alive and well, wolf eyes are flashing a little sinister and cunning. In order to the other side Xin caused this fatal blow, it deliberately hides its own increased power, only for just this blow. I didn't expect that an explosion at that close range would only cause so little damage to it. Fang Xin staggered in place, nearly being blown over by the sound wave. She silently looked ahead, the corner of her mouth hooked into a bitter smile as her chest continued to rise and fall, frantically gasping for air. Looks like I'm going to fall down here. The feeling of unwillingness filled her chest, almost igniting her. Obviously, I've promised the Hokage to protect everyone here. The astral wolf adjusted its body and started charging in her direction. With a fierce clench of her teeth, she used her left hand, which was still intact, to throw the red ore in her palm towards the front. Afterwards, she did not skillfully snap her fingers with her left hand. The red ore instantly exploded into a red mist in the air. This red blood ore was the last weapon she had on her person. The might caused by detonating it had obviously also caused the gang wolf to suffer a considerable amount of injuries, and with a low roar, its body tumbled backwards. Although it was injured by the explosion, it was still alive and fierce. However, the airwave caused by the violent explosion blew Fang Xin's already unsteady standing form directly to the ground. She once again rose from the ground, even though her legs had begun to tremble at this moment, she still pursed her lips tightly and looked ahead. I told you, I'm going to protect everyone here. Never letting you take another step forward. The hesitation in her eyes flickered before she finally placed her palm on her chest. Crimson energy flashed in her palm. This was the final move of Christmas gift, parting gift. Once activated, she would be able to transform herself into a final bomb. Its power was 10 times that of a normal bomb. As long as the distance was sufficient, this power was enough to blow through the entire body of the astral wolf. At this moment, the color of madness even flickered in her eyes. Even if I give you this life, I will never let you leave here. The Big Dipper wolf tumbled up from the ground, and its body was suddenly covered with many more wounds. In its eyes, anger was revealed as it once again stepped on all 4 feet and rushed towards Fang Xin. Fang Xin looked straight ahead, silently calculating the distance. Her left index finger and thumb were tightly pressed together, already ready to snap her fingers. The Big Dipper wolf, on the other hand, did not notice this difference in the slightest and continued to charge forward regardless. 8 meters. 7 meters. 6 meters. Fang Xian's sight was fixed on the front, waiting for the Astral Wolf to step out the last meter. She would unleash her ability and die with it. But right at this moment, a whisper suddenly sounded abruptly as if it came from another world. Is it probably here? Wow! The air shattered as if it were a mirror, and a piercing sound spread in all directions. The Astral Wolf's 4 feet violently stepped on the ground, stopping sharply, and Fang Xian also stopped moving, looking to the side incredulously. Right in the middle of the two sides, Xu also handheld a broken sword, ruthlessly plunged into the mirror. The figure suddenly appeared. He just stood in the middle of this gap, his mouth slightly gasping for breath due to his violent running, but after seeing Fang Xian, he revealed a smile. Yo! I've come to save you. Chapter 33. Even if the sky breaks, I can still fix it. At this moment, not only Fang Xian, even the gang wolf was showing a dumbfounded look, not thinking that someone would insert themselves into this battle. How did you appear here? No, how did you get in here? Fang Xian's face changed several times as he looked incredulously at the vicinity of the gap. Get out of here, it's not something you can deal with. Right at this moment, the Astral Wolf suddenly devoured and bit out, rushing towards the location of the two. Under this distance, Fang Xian did not dare to use the parting gift, or else it would definitely affect Xu as well. She clenched her teeth and threw an object forward. A transparent barrier instantly opened up and covered the Astral Wolf. The Astral Wolf slammed against the barrier with force, but for a moment, it was unable to break out. Hurry up and leave, this is the artificial jade treasure, sealing shield, that my brother gave me, it can only stop it for a minute at most. Fang Xian quickly spoke, if you leave here now, I have ways to deal with him. And you're preparing to unleash some sort of same death move and don't want it to spread to me, right? Without hesitation, Xu Yuya stepped through the gap. Soon, the broken mirror behind him was repaired with great speed, closing the place off again. You know you still. Fang Xian looked incredulously at Xu Yuya, who stepped into the mirror world and stood in front of him. I want to apologize to you. Xu Yuya quietly looked at the struggling gang wolf in front of him, holding the broken sword in his right hand, and spoke faintly, for some reasons, I have some prejudice against the group of void hunters. I have always believed that most of the people that this world is led with are refined egoists. Even the void hunters who possess extraordinary abilities and fight under the banner of protecting the people are no exception in my opinion. Even they will pay more attention to their lives after they have status and fame. The reason for fighting void beasts and void demons is also just to enhance their status and reputation. Once they encounter danger, they will choose to preserve their lives at the first opportunity. But I honestly didn't expect that you would fight to the death to protect the students of this school to such an extent. His calm expression and words, as well as his stoic eyes, did not have any thoughts of leaving this place. The Astral Wolf continuously impacted the barrier, and in just a few seconds, many cracks had already appeared on top of the barrier. At this moment, the Astral Wolf was imprisoned within the sealing shield, unable to get out, but his and Fang Xian's attacks were equally unable to affect the Astral Wolf within the shield. As Xu Yuya spoke calmly, the broken sword in his hand grew brighter and brighter, building up the energy within him. As void hunters, it is our duty to protect civilians. This is also my childhood dream and have worked hard for it until today. Fang Xian looked at Xu Yuya's back and spoke through clenched teeth. I will prove to you that the void hunters are never what you see. 3 years ago, the group of guys you met in High City in no way represents the majority of void hunters. She took a step forward and bellowed, get out of my way. This is a fight between me and it, you have no reason to interfere. She had also built up her strength, only waiting for the Astral Wolf to break free of its sealing shield before she poured out her entire body and dealt it a fatal blow. As a void hunter, with hundreds of civilians behind her, she must not back down. Looks like you've done your research on me. Xu Yuya didn't back off, instead, she continued to speak calmly and incomparably. 3 years ago, because of some coincidences, I met a girl. She was lively and cheerful, with a simple personality, so naive that she thought the world was full of sunshine, and simply hopelessly stupid. And this fool's dream was to become a void hunter. In the 3rd month that she and I met, because of a lost bet, she and I traveled together to the sea city next door to watch an art exhibition. But coincidentally, that day at that exhibition, a void beast suddenly intruded. In the face of the terrifying void beast, everyone was running away, and there were a dozen or so people who were swallowed by that void beast in front of me. But she was the only one who was constantly running between the crowds, helping those who appeared to be in trouble and had difficulty escaping. Fang Xian looked ahead in a daze and clenched his fists. These contents were something that had not appeared on the information. It was precisely because of this that she was also able to appreciate even more the anger in Xu Yuya's heart, as well as the reason why there was such a great prejudice against the Void Hunters. Xu Yuya's face was calm as she just continued to narrate. In the end, facing the approaching Void Beast, she chose to push me out, and herself was half bitten by that Void Beast. And it was at this point that several Void Hunters suddenly stepped in and killed that Void Beast. They had been lurking amongst the crowd, watching the masses being swallowed by the Void Beast, but did nothing. It wasn't until that idiot stepped forward and caused the Void Beast's movements to pause for a second that they took this opportunity to strike and decapitate the Void Beast. The reason for all of this was simply because they wanted to wait for the opportunity to decapitate the Void Beast and gain merit, even going so far as to watch the people they were supposed to be protecting be swallowed by that Void Beast for that reason. At the mention of this memory, a flash of anger flashed through his eyes, but it was quickly suppressed by him. That fool, on the other hand, the last words he said when he finally collapsed in my arms were, "Xu Yuya, look, the way I just looked, did I look like a Void Hunter?" Fang Xian's body trembled slightly, her breathing was rapid, and a trace of intolerance and anger flashed in her eyes. She couldn't imagine that among the Void Hunters that she considered to be sublime and incomparable, there would be such selfish and self-serving people. But Xu Yuya's voice, however, continued to come from in front of her. "I have never thought that the Void Hunters that she considers sublime and incomparable in her eyes are anything worth pursuing. Yet I see a bit of her in you. If she were still alive, perhaps she would have done the same thing you did today, stepping forward and standing up to those she wanted to protect." The barrier sealing the Astral Wolf was almost covered in cracks and shaking, and it looked like it would not be able to support itself. The Big Dipper Wolf kept roaring lowly, its body poised for action, just about to destroy the barrier in one fell swoop, devouring and killing the two people in front of it. "Get out of the way, don't stay here." Fang Xian noticed the movements of the Astral Wolf and his expression became more and more anxious. The only thing that could stop the gang wolf now was her last, parting gift. But with Xu Yuya standing in front of her, she was simply unable to use this last card. "I used to think that fools like you couldn't even survive in this treacherous world." But Xu Yuya remained calm and unperturbed, not the least bit alarmed by the barrier's imminent shattering. "But perhaps there should be more fools like you in this world." He raised the broken sword in his hand flatly, pointing it remotely towards the Astral Wolves in front of him, while his eyes erupted with a strong battle intent. Speaking constantly gathered energy all at this moment burst, sword body above exudes a strong energy fluctuation. Only at this moment did Fang Xian notice the broken sword, revealing an unexpected look. "This is the fluctuation of Ju Bao? That's what you used to break into the mirror world." But soon, her face changed slightly, and she cried out sharply, "The broken sword in your hand is a crippled jade treasure, it can't exert any power at all. Quickly dodge away, that Big Dipper Wolf is not something you can handle." The Big Dipper Wolf let out a low roar and broke through the barrier, finally darting towards Xu Yuya. However, a white light wrapped around the broken sword in Xu Yuya's hand, and the light seemed to be repairing the other half of the sword, constantly extending upwards. At the same time, a shocking energy fluctuation surged out from within the broken sword. "Forgot to tell you." Xu Yuya gripped the sword in his hand with both hands, and the surging air currents rushing in front of him blew his hair and clothes sharply backward, revealing his calm but with a hint of madness eyes. "My ability is called Repairing Hands. As long as the conditions are sufficient, even if the sky is broken, I can also fix it." Chapter 34 Ju Bao Ancient Knight. A day ago, the world in a pot. This is Pot. Old man was shocked beyond measure as he looked at the bronze ancient sword that extended out from Xu Yuya's hand, not expecting that Xu Yuya would be able to repair this ancient object. Not only that, the energy remaining within this ancient sword, at this moment, even accompanied by the repair, began to rapidly expand, emitting a violent energy fluctuation. Indeed. Xu Yuya's face turned slightly white, the energy in his body having been drained by this ancient sword by close to 80%. However, his eyes burned as he confirmed the suspicion in his heart through this act. The characteristic of the repairing hand is to repair, mutilated, into whole. Conceptually speaking, a crippled jade treasure naturally has the effect of being able to be repaired into complete as well. Holding the bronze ancient sword in his hand, he was able to clearly sense the energy contained within the sword. "Elder Pot, I still remember you mentioning that every Ju Bao would contain a special ability within it, right?" "That's right." Pot. Old man looked at the bronze ancient sword in amazement and nodded his head in response. "These abilities are similar to those of an awakened person, but are not limited by the energy realm. The effects and strength of the abilities are only related to the Ju Bao itself." "Then can you sense the effects of the abilities of this bronze ancient sword?" "Yes, it can." Old Man Pot's expression became odd as he looked straight at Yuya. But little friend, I have two things to remind you of. The first thing, this sword was once a fragment of some kind of powerful jade treasure, just like the Jiu Li Pot, but its origin has been almost completely broken, unable to return to its peak state. Perhaps holding it will draw some unnecessary trouble for you. But even so, it will be able to perform quite well under your restoration. What about the second thing? Yuya nodded slightly, indicating that he was able to accept this matter. Well. Pot Old Man looked oddly at the sword in Yuya's hand, and slowly spoke, the second thing, on the other hand. Facing the darting and pouncing Astral Wolf, Xu Yuya's gaze stared blankly. The bronze ancient sword in his hand had already been repaired. Although the sword was heavy, he was able to swing it normally after injecting energy into it. His left hand flew towards the top of the Astral Wolf's head and flung out half a tile, then immediately launched his repair hand. The other half of the tile in his palm immediately connected with the tile in the air. The white silk threads transformed by the energy pulled Xu Yuya towards the air at a rapid pace. Repairing hand, a D rank ability, surprisingly in his hands, showed a very magical effect. Fang Xin incredulously watched Xu Yuya's movements, her beautiful eyes blinking, her heart shocked. Is this really a D rank ability, repair hand? Why is he so flexible in using it? In common knowledge, most of the D rank abilities only had auxiliary functions, and very few people were able to use them so flexibly in battle like Yuya. The Big Dipper Wolf's flying lunge almost grazed Yuya's body. Under the traction, Yuya flew to mid-air, and the tiles in his hands became whole again. The Big Dipper Wolf, on the other hand, spun around on the ground with its 4 feet with unparalleled agility, turned its head, and then spewed out its spit towards Yuya. Blazing white beams of energy erupted from its mouth, almost instantly closing in on Yuya. However, Yuya was unable to dodge because he was in mid-air, and in turn, he put himself in danger. Be careful. Fang Xin's heart all seemed to be gripped tightly at this moment. Looking at Xu Yuya, who was about to be hit by the spitting breath, exclaimed and opened his mouth. However, Yuya's face revealed a smile. He casually threw out the tile in his palm, gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands, and swung downward with force. Immediately after, in Fang Xin's shocked gaze, Xu also actually held the sword with both hands and chopped that spit of breath from the center. His body was pulled by gravity and chopped all the way back down to the ground. The spit of breath that was chopped apart by him turned into 2 impacts, impacting on top of the building behind him, immediately exploding countless rubbles. Surprisingly, he chopped that spit. Fang Xin muttered and opened his mouth, but his sight was focused on the bronze ancient sword in Yuya's hand. This grain. She observed the grain pattern of that bronze ancient sword, but her mind suddenly flashed back to a diagram that she had once seen in a textbook. How is this possible? Ju Bao, ancient knight? Wasn't this shattered by the void demon in the middle of the war 200 years ago? So this one, it's called the ancient knight. Yuya's ears twitched slightly, hearing Fang Xin's whisper, and smiled faintly. According to what Old Man Pot had said, this sword had once been an extraordinary jade treasure as well. It was quite normal to be able to be recorded in the information. He didn't pause after landing, directly pointing with both feet. He actually went against the norm and flew towards the Big Dipper Wolf. The Big Dipper Wolf saw his spit being cut off, and a look of shock and anger appeared in his eyes. Immediately, when he saw Xu, who was rushing towards him, he immediately felt like he was being belittled, and his right palm slapped like the wind. Its beast claw was wrapped in its own energy, hard and unrivaled, with enough confidence to smash the human in front of it. Among the records in the history books. Fang Xin looked ahead with unblinking eyes, muttering lowly under his breath. Jakubo, ancient knight, the ability attached to itself is the S-rank ability, Curfew Break. And its effect is. Facing the incoming fierce beast's claws, Yuya's eyes moved slightly, holding his sword with both hands and chopping upwards. Put. In the astounded gaze of the gang wolf, its right claw, after touching the ancient curfew, was actually chopped off instantly as if it were tofu being chopped by a chopper, revealing a flat and incomparable incision that flew high up in the air. At the same time, Fang Xin's whisper only finally fell, invulnerable, nothing can't be broken. Possessing the power to absolutely break defenses. Roar. At the same time, it was only then that the Big Dipper Wolf let out a deafening hiss. Where its beast's claws were broken, it was like a fountain gushing out a sky of blood. Yuya, however, had a sharp gaze and continued charging forward with hardly any pause. In front of the ancient knight, there was no defense that he could not break through. Because of this, even though he was holding a crippled, ancient knight in his hand, he was able to easily tear apart the world in the mirror and break into it. It was also because of this that the seemingly unbelievably hard wolf's claws were chopped off by him as if he were chopping and slicing. The eyes of the Big Dipper wolf flashed with deep scorn, and in the face of the sword that could cut through everything, it didn't even dare to attack with its body anymore. Instead, it jumped on 3 legs and leapt towards the back. Afterwards, its wolf head flung, 3 tiny black ons actually flew out from its mouth, presenting an inverted triangle towards Xu also rushed. Faced with this sudden change in attack, Xu Yuya's face changed slightly. He judged almost instantly that he was unable to block all 3 attacks. Since this is the case, his eyes gazed blankly as he immediately made his decision, and he actually continued to charge forward without the slightest slowdown. Then I won't block them. Chapter 35 5 Seconds of Life and Death Extreme. Plop! Xu Yuya's shoulders were instantly pierced by those 2 black ons, and 2 bloody holes appeared. The black on that was directly below him, on the other hand, was chopped off by him with the ancient lantern. He let out a muffled grunt as his figure trembled slightly, but his speed did not decrease at all as he continued to charge forward. The sharp pain coming from both shoulders spread throughout his body, and blood gurgled out from it. However, his movements did not pause in the slightest, as he leapt up and chopped at the Big Dipper wolf with his sword. The Big Dipper wolf didn't seem to expect that someone would charge in front of it in such a way that it would eat his attack hard. It revealed a look of anger, and the pain of its broken claw caused it to lose some of its sanity as well, slapping at Xu Yuya's body with a swing of its left claw. That claw covered Xu Yuya's body and continued to close in. At this moment, Xu Yuya seemed to be too late to turn his sword around to block. However, his gaze was fixed straight ahead, and then he actually threw out a scabbard from his bosom and flung it into the air. Anything that is recognized as one can be repaired. The repair hand was instantly launched, and he was actually driven by the ancient knight in his hand, drawing a curve close to 100 degrees in the air, flying towards the top of the Big Dipper wolf's head. The wolf's attack once again fell short, but Xu also took advantage of this gap, was carried by the ancient knight in his hand and inserted into the scabbard. However, this scabbard was originally prepared for a broken sword, and its length and size simply could not accommodate the repaired ancient lantern. Therefore, the scabbard was almost instantly cut off by the sword blade, splitting into 2 halves and falling to the sides. 5 seconds left. Xu Yuya's face was stony, but in his mind, he had been calculating the time. In his mind, the words spoken by Old Man Pot that day still echoed. This second thing, on the other hand, there is ultimately an upper limit to D rank abilities. Together with your energy realm today, it's barely a stone realm. This also means that even if you were able to repair this bronze ancient sword into a complete jaded treasure, in a minute at most, the energy you've attached to it will dissipate and it will change back to this mutilated form. And the energy within you will only be able to support you in restoring it once in a short period of time. So you must not rely on it too much, and cherish this minute of time. 55 seconds had passed since he had restored the ancient knight. Xu Yuya had been silently calculating the time in his mind. After his many years of practice, this time would never deviate by half a second. It was also precisely because time was running out that he would rather eat the attack the hard way and close in on the top of this astral wolf's head. Roar! The Big Dipper wolf's entire body was filled with a sense of crisis, its fur standing on end as it sensed extreme danger. It let out a roar, and the tail behind it even flung itself like a whip, slapping at Xu Yuya's body. Cough! Xu Yuya spat out blood from his mouth, his body was off balance, and he was actually slapped out of the air, and a flash of horror appeared in his eyes. Oh no, carelessness! 100 secrets were not enough. The astral wolf was no different from a wolf in both its form and attack pattern, and he subconsciously treated it as a creature of the Canidae family. Unlike the feline family, the tail was usually used for exchanging information as well as maintaining balance, and was not flexible. Adding to the fact that the astral wolf had never used its tail before, he did not consider that the astral wolf was still able to use its tail to attack. The Big Dipper wolf had been hiding this bit of information all along, but at this moment, it struck out of the blue and had a strange effect. At this moment, Xu Yuya's chest felt like it had been hit by a car, dull and boring, his brain nearly lost consciousness, and his body flew uncontrollably to one side. There are still 4 seconds left. He endured the severe pain and hardened his consciousness back, not having time to look back at the blunder, but quickly making remedial measures. Barely adjusting his stance, he grabbed the ancient knight in his hand with all his might and desperately threw it towards the head of the astral wolf. The ancient lantern traveled rapidly through the air, heading towards the head of the Big Dipper wolf. 3 seconds. At this distance, the wolf's pupils shrunk to the size of a needlepoint, and suddenly opened its mouth, a beam of energy condensing in its mouth. 2 seconds. Cough. Xu Yuya's body fell heavily from the air, and the impact of the fall caused his injuries to intensify, coughing up blood from his mouth once again. However, he rolled on the ground in a smooth manner and tried his best to tilt his head up to look ahead. After seeing the ball of energy light in the Big Dipper Wolf's mouth, his face changed drastically, and a sense of uneasiness permeated his entire body. Under this distance, Ancient Knight cannot completely cut through this attack and will be sent flying by the energy impact. He grasped the fake grass on the playground with great force, his eyes flashed with resignation. There's still 1 second left, is it too late? Even though he had already fought desperately to this point, he still couldn't ignore the gap above this realm. Ancient Knight was still flying forward at a rapid pace, but the attack from the Big Dipper Wolf's mouth had also finished building up. Its eyes flashed with a touch of viciousness, and it had already made up its mind to tear those two humans apart after sending the broken sword flying. At this critical moment, the two stones actually transformed into two red trajectories in the air, inserting themselves between the Ancient Knight and the gang wolf. Xu also quickly turned his head, only to see Fang Xin maintaining the posture of throwing something, his eyes flashing red as he desperately snapped his fingers. Boom! A stone exploded in the mouth of the Astral Wolf. Surging energy fluctuations surged out, actually hardened the wolf's mouth of the energy accumulated in the mass of light to blow away. White smoke came out of the Big Dipper Wolf's mouth, as if it had blown up its chest in a bloody mess. It reveals the color of shock and anger. The afterglow sweeps to Fang Xin. The heart is filled with anger, hate to bite this human woman into pieces. But that close explosion of the airwave, but also will be in mid-air. Ancient curfew rolled, actually spinning backward, flying up, did not continue to fall. Xu also just emerged the joy, suddenly like being poured pots of cold water, like extinguished. But the next breath, his ears once again heard the sound of ringing fingers. The second stone thrown by Fang Xin, the landing point unexpectedly appeared just above the Ancient Knight, flying out diagonally. At this moment, under her detonation, the stone exploded, and Ancient Lantern was instantly swept up again by the airwave of the explosion, spinning and decapitating towards the bottom at an even faster speed. The Big Dipper Wolf raised its head in disbelief, and within the wolf pupil, the ancient sword spun rapidly, zooming rapidly within its pupil. At this speed, it's not too late. Xu Yuya's face showed excitement as he clenched his fists, and the fire of hope that had previously been extinguished once again raged. And right at this moment, the lavender crystal that had been buried in the top of the gang wolf's head suddenly flashed with a demonic purple light. The purple light shone in the sky, almost coloring the sky purple. Afterwards, a violent energy fluctuation erupted from the gemstone. The purple light converged on top of the Big Dipper Wolf's head and vaguely transformed into a silhouette. Immediately afterward, an indulgent laughter actually came out from the mouth of this silhouette. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, by the time you guys rush over, I would have already recovered from my injuries and slaughtered all the people from these schools. If you don't want to die, you can come after me, Mr. Captain. The voice came from far away, as if it was speedily approaching from far away. The silhouette also quickly coalesced, and a man dressed in black actually just appeared out of thin air and stood on top of Gangwolf's head. With a smug smile on his face, he looked around, observing the surroundings. But soon, the sound of wind gusted in his ears. Looking up, a spinning and falling bronze ancient sword was actually flying and chopping in his direction at an extremely fast speed. What is this? The man's smile froze and his voice ended abruptly. The next moment, in mid-air, a dead wolf's head flew high in the air, as well as a broken arm. Blood splattered. Chapter 36, If you don't want to die, come after me. 10 minutes ago. City West Urban Village, the world in the mirror. The black energy spread throughout the sky, transforming into a sphere that wrapped everything. Guiyan and Xia Li were heavily injured, both leaning against the ruins, slightly panting as they looked ahead incredulously. Is this the power of a mountain realm void demon? Not too terrifying. Guiyan muttered, a trace of fear rising in his heart for no reason. Compared to those void hunting team members who had fought hundreds of battles, they had only joined the void hunting team 5 for 3 months, and this was the first time they had encountered a mountain realm void demon head-on. The other void hunting teams, are they all fighting such monsters on a regular basis? A trace of gruffness surged on Xia Li's cool face, but a strong unwillingness flickered in her eyes. Just as Nightmare had said. The abilities that she and Guiyan were proud of were unable to even assist in the midst of this battle, and they even needed the senior's distraction to protect them. Just when the two hearts were in despair, a light blue light shadow, as if it was an aurora borealis that tore through the black curtain, arrived abruptly from the distance. Only to see Cao Sha holding a light blue long sword. The sword body transformed into an extremely long and incomparable sword light, surprisingly hard to tear this black energy, making the moonlight shine down again. The world in the mirror would freeze time at the time of unfolding. Therefore, even though the real world was as bright as day, this place was still in the dead of night. Cao Sha's gaze was calm, his figure was like the wind, the blue robe behind him hunting, and in a matter of seconds, he was able to chop up all the black energy around him. At this moment, the long sword in his hand was like a star emitting light, becoming the only center of attention in this world. "It's over, nightmare!" Cao Sha roared as the long sword in his hand chopped down with force. The night sky seemed to be torn apart, and a figure was actually forced out by him, falling directly to the ground, unable to move by the point of the sword blade. Cough this time, Nightmare could no longer maintain his previous calmness. The intense collision of energy pulled the injuries in his body, causing him to cough out a large mouthful of blood. "Not bad for Mr. Captain." Nightmare wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. In this moment of life crisis, he surprisingly maintained that poise. He gently stood up, but Cao Sha's sword blade was always pointing at his head, as his body slowly raised up. At this moment, Cao Sha's body was also heavily injured, and the energy fluctuations on his body were several points weaker than before. But even so, he was still resolute, staring at Nightmare with unblinking eyes. This S-rank ability, Blade and Sword Graveyard, is truly extraordinary. Nightmare's face blanched slightly as he smiled gently and looked at Cao Sha. Summoning different swords randomly with one's own energy, of which there is even a probability of summoning jaded treasures as well as ancient weapons. This sword in your hand is considered a jade treasure of extraordinary power. In order to summon this blue shadow out, it did take me a lot of effort. Cao Sha spoke calmly, but since it has been successfully summoned, there is only one way for you to end up. That is to be beheaded here by me. He gripped the blue shadow in his hand tightly, the sword trailing a light blue trail as it continuously floated in the air, but it never fell. "Why don't you drop the sword?" Nightmare smiled faintly, his eyes fixed on Cao Sha. "Could it be that you're worried that I've cast an ability on you without your knowledge?" The smile on his face continued to enlarge in Cao Sha's pupils. In the next moment, the silhouette in front of Cao Sha's eyes went into a trance, and actually turned into Gui Yan's terrified appearance. "Senior, wake up, it's me. Don't kill me, that guy is behind you." The sword in Cao Sha's hand only hesitated for a split second before instantly chopping down. Put! Gui Yan's shoulder in front of him was chopped by the blade of the sword, instantly splattering a mist of blood. He let out a low roar from his mouth, but his face quickly changed, reverting back to the appearance of a nightmare. His shoulder was chopped by Cao Sha's sword blade, and even though he had used energy to protect his body in time, he was still cut with a wound. "I didn't expect you to be able to chop the sword down without any hesitation." Nightmare's eyes became a bit gloomy as he looked at Cao Sha with some incredulity. "Aren't you worried that I really have already cast my ability on you, and that the person you are about to chop in front of you is none other than your team member? That Gui Yan kid, although he's usually quite out of tune, at a time like this, he won't beg for mercy from me like you." Cao Sha pulled his sword out with force, while his mouth whispered calmly. "If it was really him, he would have taken the initiative to get himself injured, thus making me judge the true situation. Next sword, it won't chop crookedly anymore." After confirming that the person in front of him was none other than Nightmare, Cao Sha no longer hesitated and swung the longsword in his hand to chop down rapidly. However, at this moment, his eyes were in a trance again. The scenery around him rapidly changed, as if he had appeared in a forest. In front of him, however, were 4 people who were heavily injured and mutilated. They were dressed in the same blue robes as Cao Sha, dragging their mutilated bodies, and turned their bodies in unison, while their faces showed a resentment-like expression. "Cao Sha, why did you abandon us?" The moment he saw the 4 of them, Cao Sha was struck by lightning, and his emotions, which had always been calm, actually boiled over instantly at this moment. "You bastard!" Bang! The image in front of his eyes instantly shattered, and the blue shadow in Cao Sha's hand slashed through a blue sword mark, chopping hard on the ground. With a loud bang, the ground that was touched by his sword blade instantly cracked open a long rift towards the front. Taking advantage of his pause for a breath, Nightmare actually drew back and dodged, drilling to the other side. A strange smile appeared on his face as he laughed loudly. As expected, painful memories will always cause emotional fluctuations in you weak humans. So much for boring games. I think my pet, at this moment, should have taken control of the situation. He slid his feet on the ground and stabilized himself, looking at Cao Sha, who was full of anger and was rapidly chasing towards him, but calmly and incomparably, he took out a mauve-colored gemstone from his bosom and crushed it with force. A purple barrier immediately rose up and wrapped his body. The blue shadow in Cao Sha's hand chopped hard on top of this purple barrier, but it was blocked, unable to advance an inch. This is Jade Treasure, Purple Influence Turning. He opened his mouth in shock, but he didn't think that in the hands of this void demon, there would be such a rare jade treasure. But soon he thought of something, and his expression changed dramatically. Could it be that the other piece of purple influence turning is on that gang wolf? Nightmare's figure was wrapped in purple light, and this purple barrier, at this moment, even began to become illusory and transparent, as if it was going to take his figure away from this mirror world. Quickly, leave the world in the mirror and rush to the third middle school. Fang Xin, she is in danger. Cao Sha turned his head and shouted angrily at Gui Yen Xiaoli. His expression was actually unprecedentedly anxious. Nightmare, on the other hand, looked at the angry and anxious Cao Sha and let out a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, by the time you guys rush over, I would have recovered from my injuries and slaughtered the people from these schools. If you don't want to die, you can come after me, Mr. Captain. The voice gradually became distant, and Nightmare's figure, after all, directly disappeared under the guidance of this purple light. The image in front of him changed rapidly. Nightmare wore a smile on his face and appeared in a completely new world. But the next moment, there was a sound of wind in his ears, and when he quickly raised his head, there was actually a cold light in front of him that was rapidly enlarging and flying down. What is this? Nightmare's smile froze and his voice ended abruptly. Chapter 37, a brand new ability, Boiling Blood. Poof! Nightmare looked at the air incredulously. The bronze ancient sword that sped towards him spun and chopped down. His left arm wrapped in energy was cut off like tofu when touched by the blade and flew high into the air. And at his feet, the astral wolf hissed out its final wail, its shouts coming to an abrupt end. The wolf's head flew up and fell to the ground together with his broken left arm. It was not until then that Nightmare finally saw the image in front of him. Ah! The sharp pain of his broken arm instantly spread through his body. He, who had been maintaining a gentlemanly, calm demeanor, finally hissed out with a grimace, blood splattering. Big Dipper Wolf's huge body slammed heavily into the ground, and even the Nightmare that was on top of his head landed on the ground, shaking the ground up with a cloud of smoke and dust. And the ancient Nightmare that rotated and chopped down, almost at the moment of chopping off the wolf's head, it flew and changed back to the original broken sword, directly not into the ground, inserted into it. Xu Yuya and Fang Xin were filled with confusion as they looked at the sudden silhouette. They had barely managed to kill the gang wolf with all their efforts. However, they hadn't thought at all that under such circumstances, there was someone else who had intervened and suddenly appeared here. How dare you? You guys? Nightmare staggered to the ground, his right arm covering the place where his left arm was broken, stopping the bleeding by blocking the wound with energy. His entire face had become extremely distorted due to the pain. Even the injuries received from fighting with that void hunting team in the void realm were not as severe as this moment. Fang Xin noticed the aura fluctuation on Nightmare's body, as well as the pitch-black colored gemstone in the middle of his brow, and immediately changed his face drastically, incredulously exclaiming, "This is that void demon? How did he appear here? Where are Senior and the others?" At the same time, the earphones she wore in her ears, a murmur suddenly came from them at this moment, followed by Cao Sha's urgent voice ringing out from them. Fang Xin, that false devil used, purple influence turn, odds are it went to your side. Be sure to hold on, as long as we hold on for 10 minutes, we'll be able to. Snap. A black aura shot from the distance. Fang Xin instantly reacted to twist his head, the earphone in his ear was directly shattered, and his cheek was also cut with a blood scar by the airwave. Nightmare eyes flashing with extreme anger, right hand index finger gently put down, body mountain realm energy rises up to the sky. It was as if a mountainous aura came out. Regardless of whether it was Fang Xin or Xu Yuya, at this moment, they all felt their shoulders sinking, as if they were facing a savage, ferocious beast. Xu also's heart sank, his figure staggered up from the ground, and his heart's joy of decapitating the astral wolf had long since disappeared into thin air. A wave has not yet subsided, but a wave has risen again? His chest was heaving violently, and his figure was somewhat unsteady. The impact caused by the slaps from the Big Dipper wolf just now had caused great damage to him. The Big Dipper wolf was actually killed by you guys. Nightmare whispered out in a voice full of rage as he took one step towards the front. With every step he took, Xu Yuya felt the pressure on his shoulders become 1 point heavier. But suddenly, at this moment, a light flashed in his eyes, causing his entire body to freeze in place as if he had been struck by a fixation spell. Although this step was outside of my plan, even if it dies, the Colosseum that is maintained by the energy in its body will still be able to last for 5 minutes. Nightmare took another step, and light black energy spread out from the soles of his feet. Only to hear the sound of mirrors shattering from all around. This sturdy and incomparable world in the mirror actually shattered under the impact of his energy. Fang Xian's face turned white and her expression changed drastically. The mirror world that was set up in haste, is it really not stable enough? She jerked her head up to look towards the distance. The entire sky above the school was still wrapped in the black energy of the Colosseum. These 5 minutes are enough time for me to crush and stomp all of you ants. Between whispers, Nightmare had already appeared 2 meters away from Xu Yuya. A mere waste human of the rock realm was able to chop off my arm. He took a step forward, his right palm stabbing out like lightning, grabbing towards Xu Yuya, who was stunned and motionless in his spot. Bang! A red aura pierced through in a hurry and exploded in the center of Nightmare's palm. All the airwaves from the explosion rushed towards its direction, causing its entire body to be filled with smoke. Fang Xian staggered and climbed up from the ground, enduring the pain in his body and gritting his teeth as he walked towards this side. I'm still here, how can I let you take a shot at the others? At the same time, the loud sound of the explosion and the waves of air finally brought Xu Yuya's consciousness back. He sensed Fang Xian's movements, and immediately his face changed slightly as he shouted urgently, "Don't come over, quickly dodge." Dang! A ball of black light rushed out from the smoke and dust of the explosion, instantly hitting Fang Xian. Fang Xian was sent flying by the black light without any resistance, her body smashed heavily on the outer wall of the school. The concussive impact caused her to spit out blood again, her body softly slid down from the wall, and for a moment she couldn't stand up. The gust of wind blew away the smoke and dust. Nightmare was able to face Fang Xian straight on, and was actually unharmed. He was not in a hurry to kill Fang Xian, his gaze only rested on Xu Yuya's body, while his eyes flashed with anger. My perfect plan, was it ruined by you, this stone realm brat? I want you to die. He flipped his palm and slapped out, his palm wrapped in energy. In his opinion, this attack was enough to slap Xu Yuya's entire being into pieces. But right at this moment, a wisp of bloody air suddenly drifted into his nose. Xu Yuya's palm had actually firmly clasped his wrist, stopping his attack in the air. At this moment, his whiskers and hair looked like they had exploded, and the blood on his entire body was evaporating rapidly as if it had boiled. A blood-colored mist wrapped his body, while his speed and strength seemed to have gained some sort of boost, and he was actually able to stop Nightmare's attack out of thin air. A perfect plan? Xu Yuya spoke in a low voice. His voice was incredibly dull, as if he was under some sort of immense pressure, but within his eyes, there was a flash of ridicule. You mean, your plan that is full of loopholes, devoid of any backup plans, and so simple that it is like that of a kindergarten child? This kind of mockery from him instantly enraged Nightmare. A layer of energy instantly swirled above the latter's wrist, shaking Xu Yuya's palm away, the anger in his eyes almost turning into substance. But even so, he still let out a cold smile and spoke in a low voice. Then is this ability of yours, boiling blood, what you're relying on when you dare to talk to me like this? If I remember correctly, this ability is the weakest D rank ability in your human's rank determination, right? With all due respect, this ability that burns one's own blood in exchange for speed and strength, in my opinion, is simply weak to the point of being unbeatable. Xu Yuya suddenly smiled easily, his hair falling back down and the blood on his body stopping burning. You know, I've always felt that I've been quite lucky. He clenched his fists, sensing the brand new abilities he had gained from killing the Big Dipper wolf, and took a deep breath. I hope your luck will allow you to survive my next attack. Nightmare held a cold smile as he looked at Xu Yuya condescendingly. Xu Yuya, however, looked straight at him and gently closed his eyes, but in the center of his palm, there was a flash of red light rapidly spreading all over his body. After half a second passed, he opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose up. It looks like the card drawn this time. It's Little King then. Chapter 38, You Shouldn't Have Turned Into Her. Right after Xu Yuya decapitated the Astral Wolf, the third special effect wizardry of The Race of Things was successfully unleashed, causing him to comprehend a brand new D rank ability, Boiling Blood, on the spot. The effect of this ability was very simple, it was to burn one's own blood in exchange for several times the speed and strength. Among D rank abilities, it was an extremely rare ability that could be used in combat. However, it was also one of the few D rank abilities that had great side effects. According to the projections of the national database, a normal person using boiling blood would maintain their state for a maximum of 3 minutes. Once it exceeded that time, it would quickly enter an anemic state. If the ability was not lifted in time, there was even a risk of dying from ischemia. At this moment, facing Nightmare's terrifying pressure, Xu also simultaneously launched the second special effect, Fade to Mortality, which he was able to use again due to the triggering of wizards. This time, the object of his effect was this brand new ability, Boiling Blood. The effect of Fading Fan was to randomly raise the ability to any rank from C to SSS. And after using it once, the effect would disappear. Xu also boasted that he was lucky. And in this critical moment of urgency, his luck did not disappoint him. Although he didn't randomly get the most powerful SSS grade boost. However, the boiling blood at this moment had undergone a radical change. SS grade, boiling blood. Base effect, boiling the blood burned by boiling blood can increase the ability of the entire body by 5 times. Special effect 1, blood mask. Using 5% of your own blood, you can gather a blood mask and get an explosive attack. Special effect 2, blood ignition. Increase the power of moves released by burning blood by 50%. The two special effects as well as the base effect of boiling blood due to the ability level increase at this moment quickly flashed through his mind. The corners of Xu Yuya's mouth rose slightly, while his eyes were incomparably calm as he looked towards Nightmare. He now had the ability to fight this void demon. This expression on Xu Yuya's face immediately caused the rage in Nightmare's eyes to intensify. It was difficult for him to understand how a mere brat of the Stone Realm had the qualifications to speak like this in front of him. Die! A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his right fist wrapped in energy and slammed into Xu Yuya's face. Dang! The imagined image of the human's head being opened up in front of him did not appear. His fist was plainly caught in the air by Xu Yuya. At this moment, Xu Yuya's hair was once again standing on end, and his blood was boiling. The blood mist that rose up from the rapid boiling filled his surroundings, turning into a sheet of blood vapor that continuously drifted towards the air. I've said it. Xu Yuya's voice was incomparably low, indifference flashing in his eyes. My luck, it's really good. His right fist flew out, and its speed was so fast that it even produced a sonic boom. Nightmare's chest was hit by this punch, and his entire body flew backwards rapidly like a cannonball. The terrifying impact scattered the energy covering his body, and the shocking sensation covered his entire body. Dang! Nightmare was smashed into the fence at the edge of the school, blowing that solid wall right through. His body slammed into the black barrier of the Colosseum, and then he was bounced directly to the ground. Barely using energy to suppress the chi and blood that was rolling around in his body, Nightmare had only just climbed to his feet when a bloody light actually sped from afar, appearing in front of him in an instant. Now tell me, who is the person trapped by the Colosseum? Xu Yuya spoke in a low voice, his right foot stepping hard towards Nightmare's body. Nightmare's entire body shook as he vigorously manipulated the energy and rolled his body towards the side. Boom! Xu Yuya's right foot stepped on the ground, and the hard ground instantly cracked, a spiderweb of cracks appearing. The concussive force continued to spread, bouncing Nightmare's body up. He struggled to maintain his balance and stumbled backward, while disbelief flashed in his eyes. How is this possible? A mere D-rank ability can explode with this kind of power? A feeling of absurdity spread in his heart. If it wasn't for his cultivation restricting him, I'm afraid that at this moment he would have already cursed it out loud. This can be a D-rank ability? But Xu Yuya didn't give him time to react. The time that boiling blood could maintain was only 3 minutes at most. He also did not dare to lift the ability in the slightest. After all, once it was lifted, boiling blood, which had only been raised to SS rank by Fade Fan, would change back to D rank. He stepped on the ground with both feet and rushed towards the direction where Nightmare was dodging, his right fist swinging out. But right at this moment, the image in front of him suddenly changed. The person located in front of him actually turned into Fang Xin, who had her back against the fence, revealing a terrified look. She looked at him incredulously. Xu Yuya, what are you doing? Thud. Xu Yuya's fist did not have any pause, accurately and unerringly smashed on Fang Xin's face. Fang Xin's face was distorted, and as his body flew backwards, he reverted back to his nightmare appearance. His face was beaten hideously, and his eyes flashed with shock and disbelief. Why didn't you hesitate? His ability was called Mirage, and a rank ability of the mental influence type. Once the ability was turned on, it was enough to create an extremely realistic mirage. Even someone as strong as Cao Sha would have a moment of hesitation under the influence of his ability. But Xu Yuya's attack, but not the slightest pause, as if really want to Fang Xin through the general. The human brain is very precise. Xu Yuya landed smoothly, the load on his body causing him to frown slightly. He adjusted his breath while heading towards Nightmare's direction. With reasonable training, it even possesses abilities comparable to a computer. Within my brain, I have extremely fine modeling of all the scene images around me. How could a sudden created illusion like yours affect me? Even if I close my eyes, I definitely won't hit it crooked. Between rapid whispers, Xu Yuya had already caught up with the nightmare that was flying backwards and landing on the ground. At this moment, he was like an evil ghost, his entire face turned slightly hideous due to the pain of boiling blood. This face fell into Nightmare's eyes, causing this void demon to perceive an oozing terror. A sense of deathly crisis enveloped his heart for the first time. With this punch, I'll send you to your death. Xu Yuya didn't hesitate as he landed a heavy punch. But just at the moment he threw his punch, the nightmare located in front of him actually changed once again. There was a trance in front of Shuya, and a white-skirted girl who only had half of her body left, but was still barely able to squeeze out a smile, suddenly appeared. Suya, look, the way I was just now, do I look like a void hunter? You shouldn't have turned into her. Rage instantly flared up in Shuya's eyes, and his right fist erupted with a blazing blood flame. His exploding fist slammed into the ground, and the ground instantly dented 3 times, a deep pit with a radius of 3 meters appearing. And you shouldn't have created that moment of hesitation. Nightmare's laughing voice, however, sounded from the side, filled with madness. Chapter 39, you call this a D-rank ability? Xu Yuya turned his head violently, only to see that the nightmare had actually taken advantage of this momentary effort to dodge into the distance. At this moment, the nightmare's eyes flickered with sinister venom, and he whispered in a slightly frantic manner, if I wasn't heavily injured and had one of my arms chopped off, how could you, a stone realm brat, possibly force me to this point alone? Even though his abilities were not of the frontal combat type, he was at least a mountain realm existence. If he wasn't already injured and had a large amount of energy consumed by Cao Sha earlier, he wouldn't have been forced to this point anyway. I am the younger brother of the 10th Emperor, how could I be stopped by a mere human brat? The energy in his left palm converged, and he actually condensed a black energy ball and flung it directly behind him. The energy ball sped rapidly and instantly smashed into a distant floor. The building exploded after being hit, and huge blocks of stone half a floor high slid down rapidly, crashing towards the ground. Shuya's face changed slightly, and he hastily raised his head to look in that direction. If he remembered correctly, that was exactly where Wang Peng and the others were. More than 20 students were gathered there. If they were hit by that stone, they would definitely die. You weak and stupid humans. Nightmare laughed crazily, do you choose to save them, or continue to fight me? Anger flashed in Shuya's eyes, then without saying a word, he directly stepped on the ground with both feet and rushed towards the direction where the stones fell. A trace of grimness flashed in Nightmare's eyes, and a cold smile also played at the corner of his mouth. Boring guarding is exactly the origin of your group of human stupidity. Without saying a word, he immediately started moving in the opposite direction. No matter what, I must devour a bit of humans first to recover my energy and injuries. However, he hadn't rushed out for long before a strange movement came from behind him. At this moment, not only the nightmare, but even Su, who had rushed out more than 10 meters, stopped. Several thick vines rose up from the ground and supported themselves underneath the stone block. The strength of the stone's descent was greatly reduced, but it soon smashed through the vines and continued to fall. At the same time, several forces rushed in from all directions, all kinds of strong or weak, strange abilities rushing towards the stone. In a matter of moments, the huge stone block as well as the countless falling masonry were all broken by the energy and scattered all over the place. Amidst the smoke and dirt, dozens of figures slowly emerged, and then the smoke and dust dissipated, and in Shuya's eyes, nearly 100 students and teachers actually appeared. The person at the head was clearly the teacher of the Awakened One Academy who was huddled next to the barrier earlier, the one who was beyond despair, as well as his deskmate Wang Peng. At this moment, the despair in that teacher's eyes no longer existed, and although it was still filled with fear, he shouted, I've gathered all the people from the school together. If you guys fall, it won't matter how much we run away. Let it go, don't need to care about us, we're able to protect ourselves. Behind him, familiar classmates and teachers converged, all nervously and incomparably looking towards the side of the playground. Although they were far away from each other, they were still able to sense that energy fluctuation and surging power of chi and blood from the void demon and Xu Yuya. Wang Peng gathered his courage and ran 2 steps forward with force, shouting loudly with his hands in the shape of a trumpet, Brother Yuya, beat this void demon to death. If it's you, it's definitely possible. His eyes were filled with trust, as if he knew no fear as he desperately shouted. Damn human! Nightmare's face changed drastically, and his figure, which had turned to leave, froze violently. His original plan was to break the students scattered around the school one by one, devouring them one by one to recover his injuries and energy. But what he hadn't expected was that this group of humans who only knew how to run away under the crisis would have the courage to regroup together. They seemed to put all their hopes on Su also and Fang Xin, believing that they could defeat the Astral Wolves, could defeat themselves. Xu Yuya stared blankly at the nearly 100 silhouettes that had gathered together, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly. In the next moment, he turned around violently and spoke as if he was talking to himself. Perhaps this is what a fool like you wants to guard. His eyes lifted slightly as he looked towards the nightmare, and the blood boiling and burning within his body was nearing its limit, about to approach the 3-minute mark. This time, I definitely won't hit the wrong way. He stepped on the ground with great force, and along with the cracking of the ground, his entire body was like a blazing and rising fire, approaching Nightmare in almost an instant. 2 consecutive punches swung out. Even though Nightmare had braced his energy in time for defense, he was still knocked backwards. His chest rolled over as blood spurted out of the air, his energy trembled, and madness surfaced in his eyes. How could I possibly be stopped by you? I will prove to my elder brother that I am by no means just the younger brother of the 10th Emperor. I am also a void demon capable of standing alone. Once again, the faces of those void devils who flattered on the surface but despised him behind his back flashed through his mind. As well as his elder brother's slightly disappointed eyes, and ice-cold like words. With this amount of strength you have, what's the difference between opening the void realm and entering the dragon kingdom and seeking death? Don't waste my time here. If you're idle, go hone your abilities. You're my younger brother, don't always think about these childish things and bring shame to the title of 10th Emperor. Ah! Nightmare let out a furious roar from his mouth. He actually stopped retreating and swung his one-armed arm to blast towards Yuya. I'm the only winner, I'll never lose. At this moment, the black gem in the center of his brow even erupted with a dazzling light, and the energy intensity of his entire body rose by a few points. Xu also similarly swung his fist, his eyes cold, and roared out, that fellow Fang Xin, in order to protect this group of people behind him, he almost fought with his life. How could I possibly let you take a shot at them? In this instant, the blood on his body instantly evaporated, and the blood mist floating in the air quickly transformed into a blood-colored mask that covered his face. The instant the blood mask appeared, the speed of his right fist surged, almost transforming into a residual shadow as he rushed across the air towards Nightmare. Ka-ching! Above the dome of the sky, the solid and incomparable Colosseum actually shattered at this moment. 3 silhouettes rushed out from one side, and it was clearly the 3 Cao Sha who had accelerated to arrive. Cao Sha was holding a blue longsword in his hand, maintaining the swinging action, looking ahead anxiously, but suddenly froze. Blazing blood flames rose to the sky. On top of the playground, which had already been in a sorry state, Xu Yuya and Nightmare exchanged fists, but his fist was the first to hit Nightmare, piercing through his chest and smashing out a bloody hole. Nightmare's face twitched as he looked ahead incredulously, muttering, "Brother." Long. Xu Yuya's face stared blankly as the mask on his face shattered with a loud bang, turning into a blood mist that dispersed towards his back. Nightmare's fist was fixed in front of him, failing to inch further. In the next moment, his entire body exploded into a mist of blood, and he was actually hardened by Xu Yuya and exploded in place. Hey! Cao Sha muttered as he looked ahead, the blue shadow in his hand turning into streams of light and dissipating. I remember Fang Xin had said that Guy's ability is a D-class ability, right? At this moment, not only him, but even Guiyan and Xiali behind him, all of them were in a state of dumbfoundedness, looking incredulously at the front. The 3 of them swallowed their saliva in unison, but the same words flashed through their minds. This is a D rank ability? You call this a D rank ability? Chapter 40, Awakening, Cao Sha's Invitation. The pure white ceiling was reflected in Xu Yuya's eyes. He silently stared at the ceiling for about 3 seconds to adjust to the light, then sat up. Xuya, you're awake. Guiyan, who had been sitting beside Xu Yuya's bed, noticed his movements and immediately put down his cell phone, revealing a look of surprise. His voice was loud, and after a few seconds passed, Cao Sha actually walked in from outside the door. Yo, you're awake. Xu also looked around before looking at the two. What's today's date? Guiyan had a serious expression and said in a heavy tone, It's August now, you've been in a coma for 2 months. This joke isn't funny at all. Xu also spoke without hesitation, and even directly reached out and picked up Guiyan's cell phone, looking down. Surprisingly, you've been in a coma for a full 3 days? I thought that the first thing you said when you woke up was to ask, where is this place? Cao Sha sat straight down on the chair next to the bed and spoke with a smile. Isn't this the hospital? Xu Yuya raised his own left hand, the back of which was connected to an infusion tube. Judging from the hospital beds and equipment, this shouldn't be hard to recognize. There's a billboard of the trade tower outside the window. This should be the central hospital in the western part of the city. And the fact that I would be here should also be due to blood loss. What about the reaction time? Cao Sha turned his head to Guiyan and asked with a smile. 42 seconds. Guo Yan looked at the watch he used to time himself, and a look of awe was in his eyes. See, it only took 42 seconds to determine the time and place of his unconsciousness as well as the current situation. Cao Sha opened his mouth to read with full of praise. This speed of observation as well as speed of judgment, using the word genius to describe it is not an exaggeration. Being able to have such quick observation and judgment in the middle of a battle is enough to anticipate the enemy and gain an advantage. He smiled and patted Guo Yan's shoulder before turning his head to look at Su Yi. You killed a mountain realm void devil, as well as a rock realm void beast. In addition to that, all 110 students in the entire 3rd middle school were saved by you. These feats will all be credited to you. The government, for its part, will also reward you with sufficient benefits in accordance with the rules of the Void Hunters. Xu Yuya's face did not change, and he responded after only a second of thought, can the rewards be given to me only? For the merits, it would be good to credit you. I don't want to be too flashy and attract unnecessary trouble. Are you sure? Although Cao Sha had expected this, he still inquired with a faint smile, do you know that this merit, when placed amongst the Void Hunters, is also extremely illustrious? With this feat in mind, even if you join Longxia Academy, you will be able to become the top-ranked freshman. The others will also respect you. Just a boring false name. Su also pulled out the needle on the back of his hand, sat cross-legged on the bed, and silently sensed his body's current condition. Where's Fang Xin? He suddenly thought of Fang Xin, who had been knocked unconscious by Nightmare during the battle, and opened his mouth to ask. Don't worry, I'm fine. Suddenly a slurred voice rang out from the doorway. Xu Yuya looked up and his expression instantly became strange. Only to see a bloated, incomparable mummy limping in under Xia Li's support. You've awakened your bloodline and transformed into a mummy? Su also strained his face hard so that he didn't laugh outright. Cut the crap! Fang Xin, who had only revealed one eye, muttered and opened his mouth, his voice extremely dull, that's a void demon of the mountain realm. It's already not easy to survive. The injuries on her body are too severe and can only be treated in an emergency manner through this. Xia Li's expression was still clear and cold. However, Xu Yuya saw that the corners of her mouth were also twitching at a very subtle angle. It seems that everyone has arrived. Cao Sha glanced back at Fang Xin who walked in and suddenly stood up from his chair. Guo Yan on the side also stood up immediately. Fang Xin was assisted by Xia Li to the side of the two men, the 4 of them lined up in a row, their expressions suddenly serious. Salute! Cao Sha gave a low shout, and the 4 of them immediately looked solemn, placing their right fists on their left chests and standing with their chests out. Xu Yuya, in the name of the captain of Void Hunting Team 5, I thank you. The 4 of them bent down hard, not caring in the slightest about their status, and just saluted towards Xu Yuya. Although Fang Xin was slightly clumsy and slightly slower, he also bowed towards Xu Yuya to thank him. This time, the fact that void devils and void beasts would appear on campus is a major dereliction of duty on my part. Cao Sha spoke steadily, with a hint of guilt in his voice, if it wasn't for you laying down your life to stop them, there would have been heavy deaths and injuries. Your actions made up for our mistakes and saved 110 lives, thank you very much. His voice was solemn and incomparable, his expression was incomparably sincere, and his tone was incomparably genuine. However, the picture that should have been in Cao Sha's imagination and that Xu Yuya was incomparably touched by did not appear. After seeing the actions of several people, Xu Yuya instead looked like he had seen something unclean, directly shrinking to the other side of the bed, revealing an expression of incomparable disgust. You void hunters, do you all like to play awkwardly? Ha 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 ha. Fang Xin and the mummy in the middle of laughing backwards and forwards, Senior, I have long said, this guy will not like this set. Cao Sha awkwardly raised his body and twitched the corner of his mouth. The atmosphere that had originally brewed up suddenly disappeared into thin air amidst Fang Xin's loud laughter. He helplessly rubbed his brow and muttered to himself, obviously that's how it's played out on TV. 4 pairs of bizarre eyes fell on him, causing him to hastily cough dryly and look squarely at Xu Yuya. We've already done the aftermath of this incident. Those eyewitness students, regarding the situation at that time, will also only take Void Demon and Fang Xin fought to the point of serious injury and happened to be killed by you as their conclusion, and won't bring you unnecessary trouble. Although I am very curious about your situation, an urgent contact was sent from the Academy's side, so we must hurry back as soon as possible. He took out a broken sword from his bosom, the very same ancient knife that he didn't have time to recover at that time, as well as the scabbard that was cut in half by it. This is your stuff, and I've also helped you recover it. Regarding your reward, there will also be someone who will contact you afterward to distribute it to you. Other than that, After placing everything on the table next to the bed, Cao Sha's expression once again straightened for a few moments as he took out an ancient and incomparable jade pendant from his pocket and threw it to Xu Yuya. I heard Fang Xin tell something about you. I also know that you had some prejudice against void hunters before. I don't pin my hopes on you to reverse this prejudice anytime soon. But I still hope that you can use your own two eyes to see with your own eyes what kind of a person a void hunter really is. After throwing the jade pendant out, he turned around and left with the remaining 3. Only when he reached the entrance of the ward did he gently turn his head, revealing a sideways face and a slight smile, if I may. I hope to see you at the entrance ceremony. Chapter 41 Dragon Jade, Invitation Letter from Dragon Summer Academy. Xu also reached out to receive the jade pendant and looked down. On top of this jade pendant, a green dragon was engraved, vividly lifelike, and the entire jade body was cool to the touch, quite comfortable. And on the back of the jade pendant, the word, Dragon Summer, was engraved. As the oldest academy in the Dragon Kingdom, Dragon Summer Academy was well known, and was almost a dream school for all awakened people. Xu also had heard of the origin of this jade pendant. It was a special jade pendant created with special materials obtained from the Void Realm, and Spirit Jade, also known as Dragon Jade. Not only did the jade body contain some energy that could warm up the body, it also had a very important function. It was an invitation to enter the Dragon Summer Academy. All other Awakened Institutes needed to recruit Awakened Institutes for enrollment through interviews or grades. In contrast, there was only one entry requirement for the Dragon Summer Academy. That was the invitation system. Only those who were recognized by the special personnel of the Dragon Summer Academy, or the members of the Void Hunting Team, would be issued a Dragon Jade for invitation. Because of this, there were only a handful of enrollees in the Dragon Summer Academy each year. However, every single one of them was an elite amongst the elites, and at least 80% of the students were able to become Void Hunters, fighting against Void Demons. Regardless of whether it was the comprehensive strength or the overall resources, Longxia Academy far exceeded the second place by several times. Heck, Xu Yuya pinched the Dragon Jade in his hand, and a strange expression actually appeared on his face. I didn't expect that I would be able to obtain a Dragon Jade. In order to enter the Dragon Summer Academy, the ability rating had to be at least AB rank upwards, and the average ability level was almost always above a rank as well. A person like him, who had gotten his enrollment qualification with a D rank ability, was the first one in all the years. Before this, Xu also had a great prejudice against Void Hunters. However, the appearance of Fang Xin and the others, as well as the behavior of sacrificing his life to stand in front of the crowd, caused Xu Yuya's evaluation of the Void Hunters to change a little. Many memories flashed through his mind. After experiencing what happened at the school, there were many more clues in his mind, and what he had once failed to search for, once again flared up in his heart. The figure of the girl who had died in front of him flashed before his eyes once more. So many answers I need to find, he murmured to himself. Whether it be her death, or those who had caused her death. Before the day of awakening, my powers were not awakened, and many things could not be investigated. But now with this Dragon Jade, I have one more option. If I want my strength to increase quickly and search for that one Void Hunting Team, I have to increase my strength quickly. Xu also suddenly turned over his hand and grabbed the jade pendant, his eyes flickering, not knowing what he was thinking. The entrance of the Central Hospital. Cao Sha several people had only just left when an extremely long sedan stopped in front of them. Two people dressed in black and looking like bodyguards stepped out of the car and pulled open the door for the few people. They filed in and sat in the car, and the sedan immediately started up, hurrying in the direction of the airport. Senior, why are we going back so soon? Hui Yan looked at Cao Sha in puzzlement, raising the question in his mind. That nightmare that died this time, there is a Void Jade present in the center of his eyebrows. Cao Sha's expression also became a bit more grave at this moment. You guys should also know that amongst the Void Devils, there is also an extremely strict division of ranks. Possessing a Void Jade also means that he is a noble class with an extraordinary status amongst the Void Devils. After I reported his specific situation to the school, the board of directors sent me a message today. He paused for a breath and suddenly spoke very seriously. Nightmare, it is highly likely that he is the biological brother of Bright Day among the current 10 emperors of the Void Devils. What did you say, 10 emperors? Fang Xin stared wide-eyed from amongst the mummies, revealing an incredulous expression, very shocked by this news. The board rated this as very dangerous. Cao Sha nodded and continued speaking. Ever since the disappearance of our human's strongest, Elder Tao Tai, 50 years ago, the Void Demon side has been stirring. Although we have tried our best to cover it up, they still learned of it through some special channels. They are attempting to make a comeback and invade the Dragon Kingdom once again. Now that the 10th Emperor's own brother has died within our country, it's hard to imagine if they'll use this as an opportunity to do some kind of retaliatory act. It is precisely for this reason that the board of directors summoned us back so quickly, wanting to learn more details. Then wouldn't Xu Yuya be in great danger? Fang Xin was the first to think of this problem, immediately revealing an anxious look. If the Void Demon wanted to retaliate, the first time would be to find him, right? That's why Senior just gave the Dragon Jade to that guy. Xiaoli opened her mouth in a cool and incomparable manner, and recited in a deep voice, and since we've already blocked the news, even if the Void Demon wants to retaliate, he'll only come to us. What Senior just threw out was the Dragon Jade. Fang Xin then reacted, immediately revealing an expression of sudden realization. Xiaoli breathlessly rubbed his eyebrows before continuing, but that guy, he really isn't quite the same as ordinary people. Didn't you guys notice that just now, even though he put on a look of disgust and deliberately shrunk to the side? But in fact, he just didn't want to accept our favor and deliberately put on that kind of demeanor. Yeah. Cao Sha smiled faintly, seeming to have seen through this matter long ago as well, seemingly diffident and casual, but in reality, he has justice in his heart. If he really is able to join the Dragon Summer Academy, perhaps it will be able to set off a huge storm. He looked sideways out the window, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up. Void Kingdom. Lord Mingdi, you really can't open the Void Realm without authorization. A Void Demon with an anxious face chased after the white-clothed figure in front of him, trying to stop this Lord 10 Emperor. He rushed ahead with quick steps, his eyes already very flustered. You should know that the Dragon Kingdom is now protected by the Wuji-born. With your identity and strength, once the Void Realm opens, it will soon attract those few Kunlun Realm human powerhouses to surround you. Didn't His Majesty the Void King already say that it's not the time for us to go to war? Snap. Mingdi's footsteps came to a violent stop, and his right palm was like the wind, but he instantly clasped this Void Demon's neck and lifted him up out of thin air. His looks were similar to nightmares, but his expression was incredibly serious. The black jewel on his brow was slightly glowing, while his eyes contained monstrous fury. So what you're saying is that my own brother died in the Dragon Kingdom, and all I can do is watch like this, unable to do anything, is that it? His voice was like rushing thunder, rolling out, and a blazing white light shone in his palm, almost lighting up half of the sky. Mingdi, isn't it all because you put too much pressure on your incomparably stupid brother that he will die? A slightly delicate, teasing voice resounded from one side, and now you're taking it out on your clan, you're too useless. Mingdi loosened his palm and threw the virtual demon in his palm on the ground, turning his body filled with anger to look at the red-haired woman leaning against the wall not too far away, dressed in a sexy outfit. Red Rain, do you think that just because you are one of the 3 stars, I wouldn't dare to touch you? A strong light flashed behind him, and a terrifying energy continued to rise and fall. Red Rain smiled coquettishly, not affected in the slightest by Mingdi's aura. Instead, her red lips lightly opened and she faintly spoke. His Majesty, the Void King, wants you to go to the Void God Hall for an audience now. Over in the Star Kingdom, a desolate ancient fragment has appeared. You need to open the Void Realm and enter the Star Kingdom to capture it. Upon hearing His Majesty's name, Mingdi's pupils shrunk violently, and the energy behind him dissipated by a few moments. As for the human who killed your brother. Red Rain smiled faintly as he retreated towards the back, his figure actually gradually disappearing from the spot. That fellow from Extreme Bliss has already dispatched a counselor to go and behead him. If there are no surprises, it won't be long before that human's corpse will be sent to you. Chapter 42 Dreams, They're Amazing Things. Brother Yuya, over here. Inside McDonald's, Wang Peng waved his hand and greeted Xu Yuya at the door, a luxurious family bucket in front of him. I've only just been discharged from the hospital, and you call me here. Xu Yuya sat down on his butt and nonchalantly picked up several fries and stuffed them into his mouth. Is there something important to tell me? It's not to celebrate Brother Yuya's successful recovery. Wang Peng smiled and opened his mouth, but his eyes were somewhat averted, not knowing what he was thinking. I've never seen you this generous before. Xu Yuya laughed dryly and began to wind up at the food in front of him. Wang Peng laughed similarly, casually picking up the fries and tossing them towards his mouth. Brother Ye, do you know how amazing that look you had at school 2 days ago? Those female classmates were looking at it with straight eyes. Those in the other classes who joined the Annihilation League were also scared that their legs went weak by that look of yours. Guess I must have looked pretty cool back then. Xu Yuya opened his mouth in a slurred manner, taking a big gulp of his coke and burping freely. Very handsome indeed. The corner of Wang Peng's mouth twitched. It would have been a bit more handsome if he didn't immediately land on the ground with his face on the ground after swinging that punch. Holy? Xu Yuya stopped chewing and stared with wide eyes. My position on the ground was that humiliating? Damn it, my worldly reputation. If I had known that I would pass out, I would have said anything to pose before passing out. He muttered with some regret and viciously put a piece of chicken leg into his mouth. After that void demon was knocked out, a few void hunters from Longxia Academy came soon after. The other students thought that it was because those few void hunters had weakened the void demon significantly that you were able to burst the void demon. But I know that that void demon must have been killed by you personally, brother Ye. If it wasn't for you, they wouldn't have been able to reach the school in time, and we might have died as well. That's true for them. Xu Yuya's face didn't change. There was no intention of taking any credit. If they hadn't weakened the void demon, I really wouldn't have had the chance to go head to head with him. Tang Xiaowen asked me for your contact information several times after you fell unconscious, and by the way, there's also that Liao Wei, who has been wanting to thank you in person. You gave them my contact information? Su also stopped moving and nervously looked at Wang Peng. How could I? Wang Peng proudly patted his chest. I balked at them. I told them, also brother's contact information. How is it that they deserve to get it? Ha! Ha! Su also spat out with false eyes. Actually, if the schoolgirl wants to add my contact information privately, you can also give it to him. He finished spitting, copied a piece of paper in his hand and wiped his mouth. Only then he revealed his usual lazy look and looked at Wang Peng. Your kid is really abnormal today. Say it, purposely finding me out. What exactly do you want to say? Sure enough, I can't hide it from you. Wang Peng let out a bitter smile, suddenly looked at Su also, slightly hesitant to open his mouth. In fact, brother also. Let me state in advance, my sexual orientation is very normal. Su Yi also suddenly interrupted him, looking at Wang Peng with a wary face. I definitely like women too, hey. When Wang Peng was interrupted, the emotions that had just finished brewing suddenly dissipated, and he exclaimed with a red face. But it was also Xu Yuya's interruption that caused the emotions in his heart to dissipate for a few moments, and he finally managed to take a deep breath and quickly read, I'm going to join the Awakened One Academy. Ah, I know. Xu Yuya lethargically leaned back in his chair, not the least bit surprised. It's Shu City Academy, right? Eh? Wang Peng froze for a moment, then was once again shocked. Eh? How did you know? You've awakened your C rank ability, and with my assessment of yourself, there are less than 3 colleges in total that can admit you. Together with the fact that your parents' hometown is located in Shu City, joining Shu City Academy should be the optimal option. This academy is ranked 5th in the country, which is not bad, and is quite suitable for you. Wang Peng didn't realize that what he wanted to say, Xu Yuya had already known about it. This unplanned situation made him scratch his head, but he continued, actually, I came here to say goodbye to you today. Early tomorrow morning, I'm going back to Shu City with my parents. With the school registration thing, and some other bits and pieces piling up, I guess I'll have to deal with quite a bit of time. By the time we meet again, it will probably be a long time from now. Ah, I know. Xu Yuya returned indifferently. I want to thank you, brother Yuya, for taking care of me these past few years. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Xu Yuya slapped Wang Peng on the head. It should be your dream to become an awakened. Although his expression was calm, his eyes carried some encouragement in them. With that, he looked at the first friend he made in this world after crossing over, and the only friend he had in school, and gently extended his fist. Since I've successfully awakened, let's keep working hard. In front of his eyes, it seemed that the white-skirted girl sitting on a swing, bathed by the sunlight, had once again flashed before his eyes. But this time, his reply had been very different. Dreams, they are amazing things, aren't they? Longxia Academy, Principal's office. Cao Sha pushed the door in and at a glance, he saw Principal Xiao Wu sitting behind his desk. This was an old man with a white beard and hair, and the vicissitudes on his face recorded the past of the Dragon Kingdom. According to rumors, Headmaster Xiao Wu had been born since the day of the disaster day 300 years ago, and was by far one of the few longest-lived people in the Dragon Kingdom. He was also an awakened, with unfathomable strength, but almost no one had ever seen him strike with their own eyes, and even less knew what level his realm had reached. At this moment, this principal, with his hands crossed with 10 fingers, was looking ahead with a face full of calmness, his eyes gleaming as if he hadn't noticed Cao Sha's entry in the slightest. Headmaster, I'm here. Cao Sha stood in front of the table and spoke solemnly, then waited silently. But Xiao Wu remained in this position, not even blinking his eyes, just quietly looking ahead. Headmaster? Confused, Cao Sha shouted again and looked towards the principal. A few moments later, the sound of light snoring fell into his ears, and he also finally observed what was going on, veins rippling on his temples. Splat! Cao Sha slammed on the table with great force and shouted in a very loud voice, Headmaster! You're drawing eyes on your eyelids again and sneaking off to sleep. This loud bang directly woke up the sleeping Xiao Wu. This aged old man's body gave a jolt, and his gleaming eyes unexpectedly rolled up, revealing the eyes hidden behind his eyelids. Ha! He looked around blankly, and there was even drool falling from the corner of his mouth. What's wrong? An earthquake? Chapter 43, Reliable Guy. Cao Sha looked at the tone-deaf principal in front of him with false eyes and sighed softly as he breathlessly held his forehead. This is Longxia Academy, how could an unusual earthquake affect the school? Oh. Xiao Wu revealed a look of sudden realization and finally came back to his senses. At this moment, he noticed Cao Sha in front of him. Cao Sha? Why are you here? Wasn't it you who called me here? In just a few short minutes, Cao Sha felt his fire rising, veins popping up on his forehead. I remember, it seems like there was indeed such a thing. Xiao Wu snorted and stood up, stretching. It's true that people are forgetful when they get old. By the way, what am I looking for you for? You asked me. Cao Sha finally couldn't help himself and slapped on the table with force. I also want to know. Well, Xiao Wu stood with his chest clasped, cocked his head and pondered for a moment, then suddenly his eyes lit up. Right. He looked at Cao Sha. Did you eat it? Thud. Cao Sha finally didn't hold back and slammed his fist on the principal's desk in front of him. The table made of mahogany would instantly made an additional fist mark. Xiao Wu's eyelids jumped and he immediately hugged the table in heartache, shouting, Hey, this is a table that I spent a huge amount of money to find someone to customize. Young people nowadays, why do they strike so lightly? I still have a lot of things to do. Cao Sha read word for word, almost through clenched teeth. If there's nothing else for you to do, Headmaster, I'll retire first. Ah, I remember. Xiao Wu's voice suddenly came from the edge of the table. That student you recommended is called Xu Yuya, right? The playful expression on his face disappeared, and his voice was much more composed. Cao Sha stopped turning away and turned his head back around. I see from the report you submitted, the one awakened in him is a D rank ability? Yes, Headmaster. Cao Sha squared his shoulders for a few moments and replied in a low voice, but based on our contact with him. Perhaps he is an awakened person with dual-born abilities. But the two abilities he has mastered should both be at D rank. At the mention of this, his expression immediately grew a few degrees weirder, and the image of Xu Yuya's original punch that blew the nightmare away came back to his mind. Although he was vaguely able to recognize that the ability Xu Yuya used should be the boiling blood among the D rank abilities. However, no matter what, he could not figure out why a D rank ability would possess such a terrifying explosive power. That is to say, even if the ability he awakened was a D rank ability, you still think that he has the qualifications to enter Longxia Academy. Xiao Wu sat back down behind his desk again and spoke in a deep voice. That's right. Cao Sha nodded his head in response. His talent is extremely high, he definitely has the qualifications to join Longxia Academy. That void demon nightmare was precisely killed by him. However, in order to protect him, we have blocked the news, and even if he didn't choose to join the Dragon Summer Academy, he shouldn't be under any threat. One of the reasons I sought you out is precisely this matter. Xiao Wu once again crossed her 10 fingers and gently placed them in front of her body. You should know that Nightmare possesses a void jade, which is considered a high-grade void demon, and regardless of strength or status, it is stronger than ordinary void demons. I have heard of this. Cao Sha spoke in a deep voice. It is also because of his special status that the board of directors called us back in such a hurry. Then do you know? Xiao Wu faintly raised his eyes, those hale and hearty eyes, looking straight at Cao Sha. The void jade possesses a record function. What did you say? Cao Sha's face changed slightly, and his tone suddenly became a few points more urgent. Regarding the existence of the void jade, he had only learned about it in the past 2 years, but he only knew a little about it. After all, like this kind of nobility amongst the void devils, it had only appeared less than 5 times in the Dragon Kingdom so far. A void demon that possesses a void jade will, at the moment of death, transmit all the images it experienced before its death back into the void kingdom. Xiao Wu's words undoubtedly threw a bomb into Cao Sha's mind, instantly causing his expression to change drastically. Then doesn't this mean that? It means that the disguise you made for that child is useless. Xiao Wu calmly picked up his words. At the same time Nightmare died, his older brother, the 10th Emperor Ming Di, had already seen the image of him before he died. And the child who killed Nightmare is destined to receive retribution from the Void Demon. Cao Sha's heart and mind shook violently, and he immediately wanted to turn around and leave. I'm rushing back to Jin City right now, he needs protection. Even if you go back now, you may not be able to catch up. Xiao Wu's calm voice came out slowly, his tone calm. Cao Sha's eyes showed his anger, and he fiercely looked ahead, just about to snap. But the principal's next sentence came leisurely, that's why I have long ago sent a reliable fellow to go forward and pick up that child. That guy just finished his mission, so it's just right to bring him back on the way. Reliable fellow? Cao Sha froze for a moment, not realizing for a moment who the principal was referring to. It's that guy. Xiao Wu suddenly frowned again and cocked his head. What's his name again? He pondered like this for a full minute. It wasn't until Cao Sha was getting a little impatient with his anxiety that he finally brightened up. Oh yeah, I remember that kid's title was Ice King. It's him. Cao Sha's eyebrows jumped, a trace of oddness flashed in his eyes, but he was nevertheless relieved. If it's him, then there's indeed no need to worry too much. That's why I'm looking for you today. There's another matter. Xiao Wu spoke gently, looking towards Cao Sha. Headmaster, please speak. Cao Sha regained a few moments of respect and spoke slightly respectfully. You go to the airport and pick up Instructor Lian Shou back to the academy. He should be on a flight at 8 o'clock in the evening. Instructor Lian Shou? Hearing this name, Cao Sha instantly recalled something bad, and his entire face became strange and shocked. Wait, could it be that this time? That's right. Xiao Wu's mouth hung with a smile, and he faintly returned. The entrance examination 10 days from now will be handled by Instructor Lian Shou. This group of new students, really unfortunate. Cao Sha's corners of his eyes twitched unnaturally, recalling the image of his own enrollment several years ago. That was the person known as the Devil Instructor. He sighed lightly and said to himself, that kid, he should be able to pass the entrance examination. He shook his head and turned to leave. I'll be leaving for the airport now. Seeing Cao Sha leave the office, Xiao Wu's eye revealed a deep gaze and gently looked out the window. SS rank awakened person, the son of the Lin Cheng Qin family, the daughter of the Tang group. And now another D-ranked little guy has popped up. It seems like this year's entrance examination is going to be very interesting. The corner of his mouth revealed a smile if nothing else, and his palm gently brushed over the fist print that Cao Sha had struck earlier. In a flash, the area touched by his palm was instantly restored to its original state, once again transforming back into the original intact mahogany table. It still looks better like this. Chapter 44, Counselor 17. Well, please take him to his destination, thank you very much. Su also closed the car door behind him and watched the cab take Wang Ping away before he shook his head and let out a light laugh. After the two of them came out of McDonald's, they went straight to the KTV. Wang Ping sang and drank at the same time, shouting vaguely under his breath, I will definitely become a void hunter. I won't be a drag on Brother Yuya, and so on, and ended up drinking himself into unconsciousness. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening, and the night breeze was blowing on Xu Yuya's face, making him sober up a bit. Although he didn't drink too much, he also accompanied Wang Ping to drink a lot, and the whole person was also a bit dizzy. Void hunter? He spoke in a low voice, then shook his head and let out a light laugh. Putting it in the past, he never thought that the idea of becoming a void hunter would have sprung up in his heart. Gently patting his face, Xu Yuya traveled all the way to a vending machine. He put coins into it and quickly took out a bottle of mineral water from it. The cool water fell into his throat, causing him to instantly wake up for a few moments. There were also many things in front of him now. After successfully turning on the third special effect of things to come, Wizards, he obtained a new ability, Boiling Blood. And Wizards had entered a month-long cooldown period. Only after waiting for a month would he be able to re-perceive the conditions for the next trigger of Wizards. However, according to Xu Yuya's analysis, the probability that the next triggering condition wouldn't be a condition like killing a Rock Realm Void Beast anymore. And after obtaining the Boiling Blood, he was also able to perceive the conditions for revolving the Boiling Blood to C grade through the first special effect, Evolution. This time, the condition was no longer something like the Star Ocean Meteorite Iron, which was only available at the Void Realm. However, in order to successfully evolve the Boiling Blood, it still required him to obtain a special material called the Blood Lotus. It was said that this kind of thing only grew in the depths of the snowy mountains, and even if it was sold on the market, it was worth more than 100,000 dragon coins, which was very expensive. At least for the current Yuya, it was completely unaffordable. As for the second special effect, Fade to Mortality, after successfully raising the boiling blood to SS rank, it had also entered a 2-week-long cooldown period. Within these 2 weeks, he would not be able to use Fading Mortal to strengthen his abilities anymore. As expected, one can't rely entirely on the ability of Materia Medica. Must these 2D rank abilities at hand be mastered to perfection and work in tandem with each other in order to stabilize my own battle power? Between his thoughts, Yuya had already finished the mineral water in his hand. He hadn't even had time to tighten the cap when a strange night breeze blew in. The lights of the vending machine in front of him, as well as the street lights behind him, began to flicker. A moment later, the lights actually went out instantly. After about a second of darkness, the lights came back on. Yuya's movements froze in place, and he instantly realized something astonishing. Although the night was already late at this moment, and the pedestrians around were already very sparse, there had been people coming and going, and there were quite a few young people who were enjoying the nightlife. But after that weird night wind blew, the pedestrians around them disappeared as if they had vaporized out of thin air. Between this heaven and earth, he seemed to be the only one left, and his ears became silent, with only the sound of the wind constantly blowing. No way. Yuya's drunkenness instantly dissipated, a sense of unease enveloping his entire body as he violently turned his head. This is called Limited Void Realm. The effect, well, is similar to the world and mirror that you guys use. Behind him, a man in a tuxedo was standing in place with a smile on his face, as if he had been standing here for a long time. Incidentally, the world in the mirror is precisely the Jubao that was researched by imitating the Limited Void Realm. Yuya pinched and flattened the empty mineral water bottle in his hand and threw it aside, looking at the man and speaking in a deep voice. Let me guess. A man in a tuxedo in the middle of the night, showing a perverted smile like a tail demented maniac to a flamboyant high school student like me, and locking me up in this special space. You're a who's been horny for a long time, aren't you? The man's smile froze on his face, and the corners of his mouth twitched momentarily. But soon, he regained his composure and looked at Yuya. If I were the kind of person you're talking about, right now you'd be lying on your back on a vending machine instead of standing like this and talking to me. Ha, I guess so. Xu also laughed dryly twice, then his smile tightened, his gaze staring starkly ahead as he read in a decisive tone, You're someone from the Void Demon Council. Oh? You actually know the name of the council? The man seemed to be a little surprised and looked at Yuya with slight curiosity. Yes, I also know that you are all a group of traitors who work for the Void Demons. Yuya smiled blandly, but his words were as venomous as they could be. Oh no, it should be called human traitors. The man was not moved in the slightest, much less angered by Yuya, and just smiled blandly. The beings do not understand us at all, nor do they understand the goals of the Void Demon Lords. He looked at Yuya with slight compassion. We only exist for the greater good, and only by helping the Void Demon Lords accomplish that ultimate goal can we save this world. It seems like the nature of this council is more like a cult. Yuya sneered, his words getting sharper. Are you going to say, I believe in the Void Devils from my heart in your next sentence? Before the baptism, you won't understand. The man regained his original calmness and smiled bashfully. He then smiled as he looked at Yuya. According to Lord Extreme Bliss, you are a very smart fellow. How about you guess again why I appeared here? It's because of the nightmare, right? Yuya spoke indifferently, having already analyzed the other party's origin the moment they appeared. Fang Xin and the others wouldn't lie to me, so the matter of me killing the nightmare must have been taken care of, and my identity information is also kept secret. But you still appeared in front of me. That means that the matter of me killing Nightmare was communicated to the Void Demon in some special way. Before he died, that Nightmare guy had said that he was the brother of some 10th Emperor. I think maybe you're the guy who was sent by that laborious 10th Emperor to deal with me. His analysis was tight and very organized, and there wasn't any panic in his eyes. Instead, he used the conversation to stall for time, while his mind was rapidly thinking of a way to get out. Sure enough, you are indeed very smart. The tuxedo man nodded approvingly, but suddenly reached out his hand. In this instant, Yuya's face changed slightly, and he instantly felt that his entire body, as if he had been suppressed in place by some invisible force, unable to move. This was not some sort of ability, but a suppression purely by virtue of energy. But because of that, you're going to die here today. The man maintained a smile from start to finish, and there was no ripple in his eyes. He was even extremely gentlemanly as he placed the palm of his right hand on his chest, with his left hand behind his back, and made a salute towards Yuya. I am the Void Demon Council, the 17th Counselor. Don't try to resist, you don't have any chance of winning. Because my realm is peak realm. Chapter 45, Do I look that stupid? Can't move at all. Xu Yuya's expression changed slightly, trembling his body with all his strength, but he couldn't move at all. At this moment, except for his face, which was still able to move normally, his entire body was being pressed into place by an invisible force, and no matter how much he pushed his own energy, he was unable to shake this force. Before this, the nightmare of the mountain realm had also used energy to suppress him. But back then, he had only felt a slight heaviness in his shoulders. But now the energy used by this Counselor 17 was like a mountain calling out to the sea, and it was actually able to suppress him so much that he couldn't move. Is this the peak realm? Xu also once again sensed the gap after the energy realm was raised. But even in this situation, he still slightly raised his eyes and looked ahead. This Counselor, sir. In order to kill me, to purposely send out a peak realm awakened, that's completely unnecessary, isn't it? I'm just a stone realm mole. Even if you guys send a rock realm guy over, I'm still no match at all. He. Counselor 17 laughed softly twice with great poise before speaking indifferently. In the Void Demon Council, aside from the individual elite seeds, there is no existence below the mountain realm. To become a counselor, one needs at least the mountain realm. His words came to an abrupt end, his face changed slightly, but he let out a light laugh. Under such a condition, to think that you still want to test out the council's information. At a young age, you have an extraordinary heart, and you really have some small intelligence. He waved out his right hand, and Xu Yuya instantly felt as if his neck was being pinched by some invisible hand, and it was immediately a bit difficult to breathe. Xu Yuya clenched his right fist hard, desperately trying to break free from the force, but it was still to no avail. I could have killed you directly like this. Just when Xu Yuya was about to be deprived of oxygen to the point of suffocation, Counselor 17 spoke once again and lowered his right hand. Xia's body fell back down, coughing and wheezing loudly. Oxygen was being swallowed in large gulps, and that face, which had been deprived of oxygen to the point of being somewhat purple, was slowly returning to normal. In that moment just now, he even thought that he was really about to die miserably here. But I've changed my mind now. Counselor 17 just smiled as he looked at Xu Yuya, and from the looks of it, there was not the slightest hint of any aggressiveness to be seen. But only Xu Yuya himself knew that just now, if it had been 3 seconds longer, he could have entered a coma due to a lack of oxygen in his brain. What do you want to cough? Do? Xu also asked with a big gasp. Lord Extreme Bliss has commanded something and is willing to give you a chance. Counselor 17 spoke softly, as if he was conveying some extremely sacred holy decree. As long as you are willing to join the Void Demon Council, that Lord is willing to train you with all his might and keep you alive. As for Lord Mingdi's side, he will also take care of it for you and won't let you have any worries. What a cliched recruiting session. Xu Yuya recovered quite a bit at this moment, and actually let out a light laugh as he looked ahead. Didn't you say just now that the council doesn't have any awakened below the rock realm? As long as you are willing to return to the council with me, Lord Extreme Bliss will naturally have a way to let you break through to the rock realm in a short period of time. Counselor 17 simply responded with a faint smile. Even if you want to, becoming a mountain realm existence within 2 years isn't that difficult. What a tantalizing condition. Xu Yuya smiled coldly and spoke, aren't you guys worried about me betraying? As long as you have participated in the baptism, you will be able to understand us. Counselor 17 simply replied. What, is the so-called baptism some sort of brainwashing ceremony? A baptism that is able to make you realize the reality of the world. The counselor's eyes flashed with a fervent light, as if recalling something. When after seeing this real world, you will be able to completely understand what the Void Demon Lord's goal really is. At that time, you will naturally join the council willingly and act for the goal of the adults. The reality of the world, what does that mean? Xu Yuya's eyes flickered as he hurriedly pursued the question. Don't you think you're asking too much? Counselor 17 resumed his original demeanor and faintly terminated the conversation. The council is able to give you powers far beyond your peers. The ability to allow you to pursue supreme happiness. Money. Power. Women. Power. Knowledge. Life. Even death. Is able to be reversed. Hearing this, a strange aura suddenly flashed in Xu Yuya's eyes. No matter what you desire, you are able to obtain what you want. The counselor's voice slowly became agitated, and then slowly calmed down again. The council never forces anyone to join. I'm only going to ask you this once. He looked straight at Xu Yuya and spoke slowly, are you willing to join the council? You just said that after joining the council, even death can be reversed? Xu Yuya's tone became lower, looking straight at Counselor 17. That's right. Counselor 17 smiled. As long as you are able to become a counselor, you will be able to make a wish to Lord Polaris. No matter what the wish is, the Lord will be able to fulfill it for you. It even includes wishes like reviving the dead. Xu Yuya was struck by lightning, his breathing suddenly shortened by a few points, and a figure quickly flashed through his mind. Are you telling the truth? He quickly asked, his voice actually trembling slightly at this moment. Counselor 17 noticed his expression, and an incomparably peaceful expression actually appeared in his eyes. Naturally, it's true. My wife, Lian Xiang, passed away 7 years ago for a reason. It was Lord Jigaku who revived her and brought her back to my side. I witnessed every detail of her resurrection with my own eyes, and it is precisely for this reason that I have such respect for Lord Jigaku. If that's the case, then Su also's body trembled slightly, and the regret that had been buried in his heart at this moment actually had the appearance of weeds after the rain, growing wildly. If it is possible. Maybe she can also. Counselor 17 spread out his right hand and looked at him with relief, waiting for him to say that correct decision. However, in the next moment, the longing expression on Xu Yuya's face instantly disappeared, turning into a mocking smile, and he even spat out his tongue. How could I possibly join such an organization that sounds like a cult? Do I look that stupid? He looked ahead with a cold smile in his eyes, mockery in his eyes. How about it, was my acting just now okay? The expression on Counselor 17's face shifted from one of relief to one of shock, then instantly turned cold. Since that's the case, then you're going to die. With hardly any hesitation, he instantly extended his right hand forward and clenched it with force, unleashing a desperate move towards Xu Yuya. Chapter 46. That senior, you should have seen enough already. Su also instantly felt an invisible force pressing down around him, as if he was about to once again enter the suffocating state he had previously experienced. At this moment, he also finally understood the level of determination and danger in the other party's heart. Once they got an answer they didn't want, they would quickly carry out an obliteration. Such an organization was simply dangerous to the extreme. Counselor 17 coldly looked ahead, unleashing his abilities, preparing to obliterate Xu Yuya. But in the next moment, a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Blazing bloodlight erupted from Xu Yuya's body. A dull, incomparable, indistinct roar came out of his mouth, and a white silk thread actually spread out from his palm. In the next moment, his body transformed into a blood shadow, and he even got rid of his confinement state, directly rolling to the side as if he had been absorbed. The 17th counselor saw clearly that there was actually a bottle cap in Xu Yuya's palm. At this moment, the cap was tightly connected to the mineral water bottle that he had thrown out earlier. The originally shriveled water bottle, at this moment, also seemed to be rapidly inflating and bulging like an inflatable. Cough cough cough. Xu Yuya, who had successfully come to one side, finally gained the ability to move. He held his knees and panted heavily, wiping the saliva that dripped out from the corner of his mouth due to the pressure, and looked ahead with a cold smile. Unfortunately, I don't want to die so easily yet. Between conversations, he had already lifted his boiling blood state. Facing a peak realm enemy, even if he exhausted the blood in his body, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to cause any effective damage. It would be better to leave his physical strength behind and make other plans. Oh! Surprise appeared in Counselor 17's eyes, not expecting Xu Yuya to be able to break free of his bonds. D-rank ability repair hands, as well as D-rank ability boiling blood? I didn't expect you to be a dual-born ability awakened. It's just that the two abilities awakened are both of the lowest D rank. I'm somewhat unable to understand just how you managed to kill Lord Nightmare. He swept a glance at the mineral water bottle in Xu Yuya's hand. The moment you saw me, you threw the water bottle and left the cap in your hand to trigger the ability. Did you already think of getting away in such a way long ago? It's just that I'm curious, did you really think that you would be able to escape by temporarily getting rid of me? To me, suppressing you in place is as simple as breathing in drinking water. I see, is that what your ability is like? Unexpectedly, instead of showing any fear, Xu Yuya let out a light laugh, as if he had seen through something. What did you say? Counselor 17's expression slightly condensed, looking straight at Xu Yuya. I originally thought that you were relying on the energy of the peak realm to suppress me in place and unable to move. Xu Yuya straightened up and returned with a feigned ease. But I realized that I was wrong. If it was possible to suppress me purely by energy, there was absolutely no need for you to make the movement of bringing your hand up when you launched your attack on me just now. He looked straight at Counselor 17, his eyes filled with the luster of knowing everything. The energy of the peak realm does indeed have a great suppressive effect on me, but it's not so great that I can't move. The main means of truly launching an attack on me, as well as restraining me, is actually relying on your ability, right? Let me guess, your ability, could it be some sort of invisible hand? Stunnedness flickered in Counselor 17's eyes. His expression stared slightly for a few moments, but he quickly released a smile. Not bad, B-rank ability, invisible hand, that's exactly the name of my ability. It's really an ability that matches the bad taste of a perverted like you. Xu Yuya sneered and let out a taunt. The counselor ignored his taunts and just continued to smile as he looked ahead. Perhaps it was no accident that Lord Nightmare would die at your hands. But because of that, I am even more unable to let you leave here alive. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he waved his right hand. With your strength, even if you know what I am capable of, how can you resist? A warning sign grew in Xu Yuya's heart, but his right hand flew into his waist. In the next moment, a broken blade was pulled out by him and cupped in his hand, white light enveloping it. Under the effect of the repairing hand, the ancient curfew was instantly repaired, and he swung this bronze ancient sword towards the side. In an instant, a wave rippled through the air. 3 pitch-black incomparable arms actually fell from the air. You were actually able to chop off my invisible hands? The 17th counselor's eyes did not know how many times a look of shock unfolded in his eyes. As a peak realm existence, he had actually lost twice in a row while trying to kill this high school student in front of him who had just entered the stone realm. He quickly noticed the ancient curfew in Xu Yuya's hand, and his expression changed slightly, a Jakubo capable of ignoring my energy for a decapitation. In that case, with a cold expression on his face, he swung his palm once again. This time, his raging energy suppressed Xu Yuya to the point where he couldn't catch his breath, and a horrified scene appeared in Xu Yuya's eyes. Behind Counselor 17's back, like a spider's legs, more than 20 pitch-black arms stretched out. Each arm was pitch-black, as if it was able to extend infinitely. 3 of the arms were in a broken state, clearly chopped by Xu Yu. At this moment, a strand of pitch-black energy surged at the place of breakage. 3 palms, actually from the arm of the broken place to grow out. This counselor had deliberately revealed his ability in front of Xu Yuya, making it no longer invisible, as if he wanted him to die with a clear understanding. In the next second, these 20 arms shot out in unison, as if transforming into an encircling net, covering Xu Yuya's body. Xu Yuya's expression was grave, and he hurriedly swung his ancient lantern, wanting to cut these arms off. However, an arm actually shot out and flew in front of the ancient lantern. Thud! A strong impact came from the front. Xu Yuya actually clearly perceived that the ancient lantern, which he had swung with both hands, was actually blocked in the air by a huge force. He looked ahead, only to see the pitch-black arm that flew in rapidly, presenting its palm in the shape of a claw, with all 4 fingers facing downwards and the thumb facing upwards, pinching the ancient curfew in the air in a kind of snapping position. As long as it doesn't touch the blade, it won't be chopped off? Counselor 17 reappeared in a bashful stance. What a simple and direct effect. More than a dozen arms spread rapidly and climbed up Xu Yuya's body, confining him to the spot once again, unable to move. Even the ancient curfew was dislodged from his palm and plunged straight into the ground. His body was held aloft in mid-air, and Counselor 17's voice was heard in his ears. This time, you have nowhere to run. A palm covered towards Xu Yuya's face, the counselor was unwilling to continue wasting time and was ready to twist Xu Yuya's head off. However, Xu Yuya suddenly looked as if he had given up on resisting, letting out a long breath, gazing straight behind the 17th counselor, and shouting out in a long drawn-out tone, "Although I don't know your name. But that senior, you should have seen enough already. If I don't make a move, I'm really going to die here. Ah." What did you say? The 17th counselor's warning signs were so great that he turned back sharply to look towards the back. But his head had only just turned around. A bone-chilling cold wind came from behind him, covering the entire space in an instant. Chapter 47. Are you worthy to be compared to me? The cold wind was bitterly cold, and the temperature around them dropped rapidly. A silhouette, even just like this, stepped out from the shadows and walked in the direction of Counselor 17. The dim light reflected his face. This was a man with short pale white hair. He looked to be about 27 or 18 years old, dressed in fine body robes and boots. Both his hair and clothes were meticulous. The entire face had clear angles, but his eyes were filled with coldness, just like the cold wind that surged around him. Tap! Tap! His boots stepped on the ground, breaking the silence around him. Immediately, from where he stepped on his feet, a continuous ice surface spread out, covering the entire ground in a moment. Who are you? The 17th counselor's heart was shaken, and an indescribable sense of crisis spread throughout his entire body. He hadn't even realized that someone had intruded into this limited realm of emptiness without a sound. The man didn't respond to him, just indifferently looked ahead and took another step. This time, the spreading frost directly covered and wrapped around the more than 20 arms that imprisoned Xu Yuya. The pitch-black colored arms were covered with frost, and then they shattered and cracked. Ice flowers scattered in the sky, and Xu Yuya's body fell from mid-air. The bone-chilling cold caused his body to tremble slightly, and he couldn't help but rub his hands together as he looked ahead, letting out a long sigh of relief in his heart. This energy, coupled with the power of cold ice. The 17th counselor's invisible hand was broken, and his complexion suddenly changed drastically. Those broken black arms, at this moment, disappeared invisibly as much as possible, hidden behind him. He, on the other hand, was staring straight at the white-haired man with unblinking eyes, as a name flashed through his mind, a shocked look appearing on his face. "You're Ice King, Rivalry." Ice King, Rivalry. A peak realm void hunter with a fierce reputation. His mastery of the S-rank ability, a rather powerful energy transformation type of ability, Ice Age. He once used his own strength to freeze a void realm with its entrance. Ice King. Xu also rubbed his aching neck, looking at the white-haired man, pondering. As early as when the limited void realm was opened, he had noticed the existence of this man. Although he had guessed that the other party might be a void hunter sent to protect him, he had not expected the other party to be so powerful. The invisible hand that had rendered him helpless was frozen into a sky of ice shards in just one breath of effort. Heh, it seems like I've miscalculated this time. Counselor 17's face became extremely ugly. Although his invisible hand was able to regenerate, it required a lot of his energy to be consumed. Since the Void Hunter sent you, the Ice King, it seems that I won't be able to kill him this time. He let out a cold snort, and then his energy surged, unexpectedly wanting to leave. Did I allow you to leave? Ice King Rivalry looked at him indifferently, his tone so cold that it was like a piece of 10,000-year-old ice. In the next moment, Counselor 17 was horrified to realize that his feet had been frozen on at some point. His expression changed drastically, and his energy expansion exploded, shattering the cold ice on his feet. Afterward, his entire body actually floated directly in the air. Using invisible hands as a support to present a floating effect? Xu Yuya stroked his chin in thought, having long since lost any suspense about the outcome of this battle. At this moment, all of Counselor 17's arms were transformed into an invisible state, hidden in the void. Through the naked eye alone, it was impossible to detect the existence of those arms. His face was cold, and the energy in his body erupted as if it were a mountainous tsunami spewing towards Rivalry. Your Excellency the Ice King, you and I are at the same peak realm, do we really have to be so aggressive? I admit that you may be a bit stronger than me, but if I am pushed to the brink, I will never let you suffer either. He was both soft and hard, his gaze cold, and a jade-like determination erupted in his eyes. Oh? Rivalry faintly raised his head and swept a glance at the 17th counselor in mid-air. In the next breath, an icy shadow remained in place as he disappeared. At the same time, an ice-cold and incomparable voice came from Counselor 17's ears. I'm curious, what made you create the illusion that I'm on the same level as you? Counselor 17's entire body trembled, the blood in his entire body seemed to flow backwards, and his sweat hairs all counted down. He hadn't even detected any hint of Rivalry moving in the slightest. He shouted angrily, and behind him, more than 20 invisible hands wrapped in 10,000 pounds of force smashed towards Rivalry at his side. But Rivalry only looked ahead indifferently and gently extended his right palm. Boom! A piece of ice fog exploded from the center of his palm, spreading in a cone shape. The frost directly froze the invisible hands in the air, and the originally invisible arms, at this moment, showed their original shape under the frost's freeze. Not only those invisible hands, even half of Counselor 17's body was now covered in frost. The bone-chilling cold washed over his body, and it was hard to hide the horror in his eyes. How is it possible to be this strong? He gritted his teeth, his body constantly trembling due to the cold, but he also flashed a color of madness. This is what you forced me to do. When I unravel this limited void realm, everyone in the vicinity will be buried with me. I want to see if you want to protect these people or kill me. He began to catalyze his energy, wanting to unravel this limited void realm. But soon his face changed slightly. This was because no matter how much he urged his energy, the surroundings remained the same as before, and the limited void realm did not disappear in the slightest. What do you think I'm doing by freezing these surroundings even though I'm consuming energy? Rivalry looked at him expressionlessly. The frost that spread all over the ground wasn't cast just for him to pretend. You froze this space? An unbelievable conjecture surged in Counselor 17's heart. The horror in his heart was beyond words. Obviously, we were all at the same peak realm, so why was the gap so wide? Same peak realm? Ruanrui whispered softly under his breath, and his right palm was already pressing falsely towards Counselor 17's face. Suddenly at this moment, Xu Yuya's eyes moved slightly, noticing something, and he shouted out sharply, "Senior Ice King, be careful behind you." Only to see two incomparably thick, pitch-black arms actually rushing out from the earth, slapping towards Ruanrui's body with a soundless momentum. Counselor 17's face showed madness. This was his last resort, a strike that condensed the energy of his entire body. As long as he was slapped by it, even this Ice King would definitely be seriously injured. Ka 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 ka. His crazy smile was frozen by a layer of solid ice that rose up and froze on his face. Frozen along with it were the two black arms that were less than half a meter away from Ruanrui. Solid ice, spreading from the ground, froze them. Ruanrui's face was expressionless as he gently clenched his fist. In an instant, the frozen body of Counselor 17, along with those two black arms, instantly shattered and turned into countless ice shards that fell to the ground. At the same time, the latter half of his whisper was slowly spat out from his mouth. "You are also worthy of being compared to me?" Chapter 48. Is that really just acting? Overbearing and powerful. The strength displayed by this Ice King caused Xu Yuya to be quite shocked. This was also the first time he had seen a battle between peak realm powerhouses up close. As ice shards and ice flowers flew randomly all around, Ruanrui landed lightly from the air and walked straight towards Xu Yuya. Thank you senior for saving me," Xu Yuya saluted slightly to say thank you. But before he could finish his words, Ruanrui directly interrupted him. "When did you discover me?" Xu also blinked his eyes and hesitated for a moment before he spoke. "From the beginning? And the reason?" Ruanrui's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, but his face remained devoid of any emotional fluctuations. "My brain memorizes and builds images of the surrounding area at any time." Xu Yuya didn't hide it, but answered honestly. "This is sort of a skill and instinct that I have deliberately practiced." At the same time that this limited imaginary realm unfolded, I realized that the light illuminated by the lights over there had deviated. He pointed to a light at the far corner, so I guessed that someone should be underneath the light, using some means to hide their breath and figure. To deal with a mole like me, the Void Demon Council shouldn't have sent more than 2 counselors. Thus I can probably guess that Senior might be a Void Hunter who came to protect me. Not a bad analysis. Ruanrui nodded and made a rather pertinent comment. At this moment, he finally arrived in front of Xu Yuya and spoke calmly, "Since you have already discovered my existence long ago, then when that counselor initiated an invitation to you just now, did you reject it from the bottom of your heart, or did you have to reject it due to my presence?" At this moment, Xu Yuya actually perceived a bone-chilling chill coming over his face. Ruanrui's eyes were icy cold, looking straight at him like this, as if he wanted to penetrate his soul through his eyes. Under such high pressure, he didn't even have much of a chance to think. In the face of such a forceful interrogation, a wave of annoyance rose in Xu Yuya's heart for no reason. He wrapped his body in energy, and even hardened himself against the pressure, looking straight at Ruanrui, his tone also a few points colder. "In terms of the results, what difference does it make? I don't believe in their bull. The intention you showed just now, was it really just a performed act?" Ruanrui was unforgiving and continued to press the issue. The heartbeat Xu Yuya had shown earlier did not seem like an act at all to him. Something like the revival of the dead has already violated the rules of how the world operates, and it is impossible for it to be real. Xu Yuya's expression was calm as he faintly responded. "How could I possibly be fooled by such cultish words and techniques?" "Very well." Ruanrui didn't care about Xu Yuya's attitude at all, he just nodded his head in an ice-cold and incomparable manner. That pressure on Xu Yuya's body suddenly dissipated, and the coldness on his body receded extremely quickly. This Ice King, just looking at him in my own way, faintly said, "I hope you won't do anything to betray humanity. If you really intend to join the Void Demon Council, I will definitely behead you with my own hands." Let's hope that there won't be that day. Xu Yuya moved his slightly stiff arms and legs and let out a light hum. Only he himself understood what was going through his mind earlier. Perhaps for people who were desperate, those words of Counselor 17 would turn out to be a lifesaver for these people. However, in his heart, he had always remained rational and calm. As for whether or not his heart was moved, that was something only he understood. the air was silent like this. That Ice King Rivalry just stood in place, not saying a word. Xu Yuya rubbed his nose, only feeling that the atmosphere was extremely awkward as he looked at Rivalry with false eyes, secretly thinking in his heart, this fellow, is he creating some kind of cold-faced persona? At this time, shouldn't he make his intentions known and take the initiative to make a clarification with me? Rivalry seemed to have sensed Xu line of sight and similarly looked over. It was only after a moment that he finally spoke, "It's the principal who sent me here to protect you. You guys thought about this for half a day, and you ended up stifling such a nonsense." Xu spat loudly in his heart, the corners of his mouth twitching madly. For some reason, he vaguely perceived that this Ice King Sr. seemed to be a bit socially terrified? He took a deep breath and barely managed to squeeze out a dry smile as he answered, "It looks like the principal has long anticipated that this would happen." Rivalry once again responded coldly, followed by another moment of silence. Only after a few seconds did he look at Xu in confusion. "Don't you have anything to ask?" "I'm asking a hammer." Xu growled in his heart, "You threatened me just a second ago, do I have to lick my face to show you kindness?" Xu Yuya held his forehead inside lightly, the dissatisfaction in his heart towards this Ice King had already dissipated. He had already seen that this Lord Ice King, who seemed to be simply socially fearful, coupled with the fact that he couldn't speak, didn't have any direct malice towards him. No matter what, the other party had saved his life, and there was no need to make the atmosphere so awkward. He took a deep breath before he opened his mouth and asked, "The principal sent you over, Senior, it shouldn't be just to protect me." "Aha!" Rivalry nodded, but immediately lost it again. And that's the end of it? Say the words instead." Xiao also spat frantically in his mind, practically jumping up and down already. "Obviously you were so aggressive just now, how come you can't even say words now, hey?" He had never encountered someone who was so difficult to communicate with. Rivalry also seemed to have sensed that he should say something, frowning slightly in thought for a moment before continuing, "To be precise, I just happened to be in this neighborhood and stopped by to protect you." He looked towards Xu Yuya and said expressionlessly, "In your hands, you should have the Dragon Jade, right? This is the invitation to enter the Dragon Summer Academy. The principal asked me to ask you if you intend to join the Dragon Summer Academy? Actually, I'm still considering this matter." Xu had almost guessed another reason for the other party's appearance as well, only revealing a hesitant expression as he replied. Regarding whether or not he wanted to join the Dragon Summer Academy, there was actually some hesitation and thought in his heart as well. "The principal also said that you've been targeted by the Void Demon Council now." Rivalry cocked his head, seemingly recalling what the principal had instructed him on the phone. "The Void Hunters can't keep you close 24 hours a day, so next time you might not be so lucky to survive the counselors." Holy! Xu face changed dramatically, and he cursed angrily in his heart. At this moment, after Rivalry's reminder, it dawned on him that this attack today would never be the end. "But as long as you are able to enroll in the Dragon Summer Academy, no one will be able to touch a single hair on your head within the boundaries of the academy. Actually, I've been looking up to the Dragon Summer Academy for a long time, and being able to join this academy is my lifelong dream." Holding the Dragon Jade in his hand, Xu Yuya looked at Rivalry with a face full of sincerity. He wasn't a cutie. Previously, when he hesitated to join the Dragon Summer Academy, he was only worried that it would bring a lot of unnecessary trouble to his life. Right now, his life was in great danger, and he couldn't expect himself to be saved every time. Instead, joining the Dragon Summer Academy would be able to guarantee his safety to the greatest extent possible. "Very well." Rivalry nodded and waved his right hand. The frozen space around him immediately began to shatter, revealing the real world again. "Then let's set off now." Chapter 49, The Evil Rich Kid. Xu had only just inserted the ancient curfew that had been thrust into the ground into its scabbard when he froze somewhat in place. At this moment, he had already returned to the original world, still standing by the vending machine. People were coming and going in the surroundings, and no one had noticed that there were suddenly 2 more people here. "You said to leave now?" Xu also surveyed the surroundings, only feeling a wave of absurdity. It was already late at night, and even though he had agreed to join the Dragon Summer Academy, there was no need to depart in such a hurry, right? The death of a counselor would surely make the Void Demon Council wary. In a short period of time, it was unlikely that they would continue to send people over to attack him. "I can accompany you to say goodbye to your parents as well as pick up some luggage." Rivalry spoke expressionlessly, not joking at all. My parents have been missing for a long time, and there's nothing special to prepare in terms of luggage. Xu also twitched the corner of his mouth and spoke. Some key things, such as that ability stone as well as his parents' relics and the like, he had already put them in the world in a pot. As long as he had a thought, he would be able to take it out at any time, so there was no need to purposely go home and prepare any luggage. Ruanrui looked at him for a few seconds and suddenly spoke, "I'm sorry, my parents also passed away when I was very young. No need to apologize in a place like this." Xu Yuya spat out with a renewed cry in his heart, and that's a weird way of comforting someone. What does that too mean? My parents just disappeared, but they haven't even found their bodies yet. He was an orphan before crossing over, and after crossing over, his parents in this world had long since disappeared. He didn't have any special feelings for his parents. It was just that when Ruanrui said this, he always felt a pang of strangeness. "I'm just curious, why must we leave now? Isn't the normal start of the school year in September? Is there anyone in the school this early? And I always have to prepare before school starts, right? I'm also tired from the battle just now. Why don't you let me go home and sleep for a while, and we'll set off tomorrow?" Xu Yuya spoke with a dry smile, the exhaustion in his eyes couldn't be concealed. "Who told you that you'll definitely be able to enroll?" Ruanrui looked at Xu Yuya with some surprise, tilting his head in confusion. What do you mean?" An inexplicable sense of uneasiness surged to his heart. Xu Yuya's expression tightened. "Don't I have the Dragon Jade, the function of this thing?" "Dragon Jade, it's just an invitation to enroll in school." Ruanrui interrupted. "Only by obtaining it do you have the opportunity to take the entrance test." "Wait, do you mean?" "Only those who are able to pass the entrance test will be able to truly join the Dragon Summer Academy and complete their enrollment." Ruanrui said indifferently, "Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, the entrance test will officially open. This is to screen out some unqualified people. In that case, these students will still have time to attend the interviews and entrance tests of the other Awakened One institutes. And only those students who can pass the test are qualified to participate in the entrance examination 10 days later to divide the rankings. The other students who have the qualifications have already rushed to the school one after another to prepare for the test. You're already the latest batch." Xu Yuya's head buzzed, suddenly recalling the words Cao Sha had left behind before he left. "If it's possible, I would like to be able to see you at the entrance ceremony." So this, if possible, meant something else. "We are pressed for time and must leave tonight." Ruanrui looked at Xu Yuya expressionlessly. "Do you need me to accompany you home to pick up your things?" "No need." Xu Yuya sighed and rubbed his brow. "How are we going to depart?" As expected, wanting to join this country's #1 Awakened One Academy was not that easy. Suddenly at this moment, a shout came from the crowd passing behind him. Immediately afterward, the sound of a roaring engine swiftly arrived. A luxurious car had stopped directly beside Xu Yuya with a drift. Xu also looked back and saw a Rolls-Royce parked in place. Just as he was surprised, an elegant old man came out from the driver's seat, opened the back door, and put on a respectful demeanor. He was dressed in a suit and had an elegant demeanor. Looking at the two with a smile on his face, "Young Master Ruanrui, according to your instructions, I'm here on time. Please board the car for the two of you, we will depart immediately." Ruanrui entered the back seat without looking back and looked at Xu Yuya, who was still standing in place. "What are you waiting for? Get in the car." Click. Xu Yuya once again crushed and flattened the mineral water bottle in his hand and twitched the corners of his mouth as he spoke. "Wanna be rich second generation." He drilled into the car and soon sped away in a hurry amidst a crowd of envious gazes. The far outskirts of Jin City. A barren mountain that presented an extremely strange state. Its area from the halfway up the mountainside was frozen by a layer of solid ice, and on this hot summer day, it was actually difficult to dissolve that frost. Right above this mountain, several fierce-faced virtual beasts and froze into ice sculptures, motionless. I don't know how long. One of the ice sculptures suddenly erupted into a violent tremor. After a few seconds passed, this ice sculpture violently exploded, and the energy that rolled around it instantly blew the remaining several ice sculptures to smithereens. A bird-shaped virtual beast with wings actually drilled out of the ice sculpture, its entire body shivering madly as if it had been frozen. Its face was ferocious and filled with anger as it looked towards the sky, the energy in its body continuously rolling, driving that bone-chilling coldness out of its body. "Damn, Ice King!" This virtual beast even spat out human words, emitting a low roar filled with hatred from its mouth. In his eyes, a resentful gaze flickered, and his eyes seemed to reflect that expressionless, ice-cold man. "I will make you pay." He closed his eyes and sensed for a while, then suddenly waved his re-thawed wings and instantly flew towards the sky, disappearing into the night. I don't know how long it took, but Xu Yuya was half asleep when he sensed the sound of the car turning off the engine, and finally woke up in a daze. "We're here?" The exhaustion from the battle made him a little groggy, rubbing his brow as he asked. The elegant old man gently opened the car door, signaling him to get off. It was late at night, and as Xu also left the car, the whistling night wind blew against his face, causing him to finally wake up for a few moments. But when he saw his surroundings, he froze once again. Don't tell me that Xia Academy is in this place. In his surroundings, it was actually a wasteland. Let alone buildings, he couldn't even see a mosquito. "Where are you looking?" "Over here." Ruan Rue's voice came from behind him. Xu also turned his head to look, and his pupils tightened. Only a helicopter was seen, parked above the open space behind him. The elegant old man, after welcoming him out of the car, went straight into the main cockpit of the helicopter. Under his operation, the propellers began to turn from slow to fast, rotating rapidly, emitting a loud roar. And Ruan Rue was sitting in the back row, calling out to him with an expressionless face. "The capital is a long way from here. I don't have much patience to go there by car. Come up here quickly. If nothing unexpected happens, we should be able to rush you back to the academy before the entrance test starts." Chapter 50 Night Lord, King of the Night. "Aren't you going to sleep a little longer?" Ruan Rue looked at Shuya and asked lightly. "It will take at least 4 hours to fly from here to the academy. You won't get there until around 6 or so. How are you going to meet the entrance test if you don't replenish your condition?" Shuya rolled his eyes and leaned back in his chair, his face filled with speechlessness. "This is the first time I've ever flown in a helicopter." He pointed overhead at the humming propeller sound that persistently traveled into the cabin. "With the fuselage shaking like this, coupled with being in such a noisy environment, how can I possibly sleep?" He sighed softly. "I just slept for a few hours in the car as well, so that should be enough." Jin City and the capital city where the Xia Academy was located were considered to be two extremely close cities geographically. However, since the disaster day 300 years ago, the capital had almost become the most central area of the Dragon Kingdom, and its city limits were almost the largest in the Dragon Kingdom. And the Dragon Summer Academy was also located in an area on the far outskirts of the capital. If one were to drive there, it would take at least 8 hours or more. Because of this, in order to save time, Ruan Rue chose to go by his family's helicopter. After receiving Xu Yuya's response, Ruan Rue once again quieted down and stopped speaking. Xu Yuya remained silent for a while, and finally, without being able to hold back, he asked, "Is there anything I should pay attention to regarding this entrance test?" The urgency of time caught him a little off guard, and there was simply no time to investigate in advance. Thinking that he would be ready to start the test immediately after landing, he could only hope that this Ice King in front of him could give him some tips. "The content of the test is different every year," Ruan Rue lightly responded, "but the specific direction of the test is generally to assess the comprehensive quality of new students. However, since all students have already undergone a combat test before entering the school, the entrance test won't be too strict on the combat aspect, and basically focuses on testing comprehensive abilities." "Combat test?" Xu also heard a word from his mouth and immediately frowned. "Could it be that I have to make up for such a test after returning to school?" "No, your combat test is already over," Ruan Rue calmly responded. "To be able to hold on for 2 minutes without dying at the hands of an awakened of the peak realm, that's already far more than 90% of the freshmen. So you haven't made a move all this time, so you're conducting a combat test on me?" Shuya's complexion changed slightly. "Yes. Originally, I was in charge of your combat test. But it just so happened that there was this opportunity, so I wanted to use it to observe what you are capable of in a high-pressure situation." Ruan Rue did not retort in the slightest, and even directly admitted to this matter. "Aren't you worried about me being killed by that counselor?" Shuya's expression sank a few points. "I'm 10% sure that I'll be able to stop him before your life is in danger." Ruan Rue, however, replied with incomparable calm. "But you're both in the peak realm, aren't you? The realm of an ability only represents the degree of development of the ability, and the amount of one's own energy. It doesn't represent true combat ability." Ruan Rue's demeanor did not change, and he quite patiently explained for Shuya. The level of physical arts, the realm of abilities, and one's own combat talent, all of these factors will greatly affect one's own strength. Under some qualifying conditions, accomplishing battles across realms is not impossible. Although he and I are at the same peak realm, if I wanted to kill him, I wouldn't even be able to use 30% of my strength. Xu Yuya listened attentively, and the concept of awakened ones in his mind suddenly became a few more points clearer. Previously in the mirror world, Fang Xin had also mentioned about physical arts. His complexion moved slightly, and he opened his mouth to follow up, this body art. Boom! A gust of wind, for no apparent reason, came head-on, pounding the helicopter body and shaking it crazily. Xu also almost slipped off his chair, and hurriedly grabbed the armrest beside him to stabilize his body. What's wrong? Rui's face underwent a subtle change. He even stood up directly and looked towards the pilot's seat. What happened, Elder Fang? Young master. Elder Fang, who was sitting in the driver's seat, calmly and incomparably turned his head. You might have to go deal with some trouble. We were attacked. Attacked? Xu also turned his head back. You're kidding, this is 4,000 meters in the air. He followed the lights of the airplane towards the front, but his pupils contracted violently. In this pitch-black night sky, the lights even vaguely illuminated a 4-meter-tall huge body. That body flew above the sky out of nowhere, blocking the front of the airplane head-on. From the appearance, it seemed to be a huge and incomparable strange bird, with its wings spreading high, and when it swung, the sky's gusty winds came at it, blowing the airplane to shake continuously. It's that Night Lord. After getting a good look at the monster's figure, Rui's expression changed. It's surprisingly not dead. Obviously, in his perception, this imaginary beast had lost its life under his freezing. Ice King. In the night sky, the hissing sound of the Night Lord turned into a thunderous roll and was transmitted. You probably didn't think that my ability is the Night King. Today, I will take revenge on you for those dead compatriots. On its body, it was actually spewing out peak realm energy fluctuations as well, heaving. So that's how it is, using energy to protect a sliver of life and hide its aura, and gaining power to break free of my ability after the late night falls. Rui spoke as if to himself, but his expression did not ripple, rather, I was careless. Unself-conscious. Coldness flashed in his eyes, and without saying anything, he directly reached out and grabbed the hatch. Xu also reacted extremely quickly, and hastily grabbed the handrail beside him with force the instant the hatch opened. Strong suction came from beyond the hatch. Rui stood at the edge of the hatch and turned his head to look ahead indifferently. This guy will trouble you, Elder Fang. Don't worry, young master. Elder Fang compared a thumbs up. His face actually did not have the slightest bit of panic. There was only endless trust in his own young master. Hey, are you going out to fight this guy? Xu Yuya's face changed slightly as he turned his head to look at the doorway. This was 4,000 meters in the air. The opponent was a strange bird capable of flying in the air, and was even in the same peak realm as Rui. When the two sides fought, one slip-up could result in a fall from the heights. Instead of worrying about me, why don't you take care of yourself first? Rui didn't care about Xu Yuya's shouts, and directly flipped over and jumped out from the middle of the hatch. I'll win. The moment he rushed out, a strong air current slammed the hatchback shut. Just like that, you jumped? Xu Yuya's face changed slightly, and before he had time to look, the entire fuselage shifted sharply sideways, tilting and flying forward. He could only grab the handrail with all his might to stabilize his body from being thrown out. Above the tilted window, he saw Rui's figure rising into the sky. And behind it, two huge wings condensed from cold ice flapped hard. Chapter 51 Threat, Weakness, Insidious Nightlord. Little brother Xu Yuya, please hold on tight. Elder Fang's smooth voice came from the front. Even though a peak realm void beast stood across his face, he remained calm and did not even produce any panic. The helicopter then began to shake violently. However, in front of this skillful butler, the helicopter still flew very steadily towards the side. Xu also grabbed the handrail and looked out through the window. He only saw Rui's wings behind his back spread out, and then he turned into a stump, rapidly skimming over the airplane and rushing forward. Ice King, today you will surely die a miserable death here. An ear-piercing roar came out of that Night Lord's mouth, and the waves of sound were like thunder churning. Pitch-black colored energy flashed above his large body, and between the flashes of his wings, countless black energy jailblades flew out from the sky. In the face of this wide-ranging attack, the helicopter seemed to be covered by it as well. Just as Xu was getting a little nervous, Rui coldly and calmly waved his right hand. In an instant, densely packed ice blades appeared behind him. As he flicked his finger forward, these ice blades seemed to have navigation, accurately slamming into each of the sharp blades. The black sharp blades and ice blades impacted and dissipated, the air exploded in a continuous cloud of frosty gas, but none of the attacks affected the helicopter that sped past. Under Fang Lao's piloting, the helicopter drilled through the frosty air, flying towards the side without any reduction in speed, trying to get away from the shocking battle in the air. Within a short time, those two figures kept shrinking. Xu Yuya's pupils contracted, and from that narrow window, he saw a shocking scene. Ruanrui's ice wings fluttered, actually transforming into a residual shadow as he fought with that Night Lord in the air. The violet-black energy and the power of frost continuously impacted, each collision creating extremely splendid energy fluctuations. From afar, it was as if there were countless fireworks exploding from the air. The scene was quite grand. Is this the battle of a peak realm awakened? Xu Yuya's heart began to beat frantically, and an inexplicable luster flashed in his eyes. Earlier, when he was in the limited void realm, Ruanrui had killed that 17th counselor in seconds with just one move. Although they were both at the peak realm, that counselor hadn't been able to make this Ice King Senior perform any powerful moves at all. But this peak realm void beast in front of him made Ruanrui move for real. Xu Yuya also finally perceived the power of a peak realm awakened person head-on. The peak realm is already this strong, so how terrifying would the Ridge realm and the Kunlun realm above this be? Some conjectures flickered in his mind, his heart rippled. The sounds of that fierce battle were getting farther and farther away. Under Elder Fang's guidance, they were finally out of the range of the battle, and the fuselage leveled out again. Are we just going to leave straight away like this? Xu also looked out the window, and in the darkness of the night, he could only vaguely see two blurry masses of light flickering one after another. Don't worry, young master, he won't lose. Elder Fang faintly responded, I will follow young master's orders and send you safely to Longxia Academy. You do trust him? Xu Yuya looked at the elegant old man and gently raised an eyebrow. Young master is the one I've seen since I was a child. For his part, Elder Fang smiled bashfully, some memories seeming to flash through his eyes. Since he said he would win, then he will definitely win. I hope so. Xu also looked out of the window once again and muttered his thoughts. Although we might take some detours, we should still be able to reach the academy at the scheduled time. Fang Lao piloted the helicopter smoothly, casually glancing at the instrument panel. Young master will find his own way to the academy after the battle is over. Wei. Fang Lao's voice was interrupted by a mournful shrill whistle. Xu also turned around violently, his pupils shrinking slightly. Only to see that in the middle of that night, a black shadow, which had actually transformed into a gale, was rapidly flying towards their direction. How dare you! Ruanrui's violent shout sounded like thunder. Immediately, Xu Yuya saw a huge ice spear as thick as 2 meters in mid-air, flying rapidly from afar and thrusting towards the black shadow. The black shadow spread its wings, revealing the gloomy appearance of a Night Lord. The short battle had already caused its body to be strewn with wounds. It looked straight ahead, but in its heart, it already had a way to deal with the Ice King. Facing that huge and incomparable ice spear, his body surged with pitch-black colored energy, and his entire body even tilted 90 degrees sharply, brushing against that ice spear. The ice spear carried the momentum of breaking through the air, rushing straight towards the helicopter. But when it was half a meter away from the helicopter, the spearhead began to disintegrate and directly turned into a piece of ice debris. At the same time, the remnants of the Night Lord's shadow also finally swooped down, and its huge bird claws grasped towards the helicopter. I'll also let you see what it's like to have your own compatriots die tragically in front of you. This guy, trying to threaten Senior Ruanrui with our lives. Xu Yuya's heart shook as he immediately reacted to what this Night Lord wanted to do. Elder Fang's eyes also revealed a flash of gravity as he swung the lever with all his might, trying to twist to avoid the Night Lord's grasp. However, the speed of the Night Lord was simply too fast, and even if he maneuvered as hard as he could, he was unable to avoid it. Dang! The bird's claws clawed heavily on top of a layer of cold ice. Xu also looked out of the window in surprise, only to see a transparent layer of cold ice barrier, which actually took on a spherical shape, covering the helicopter inside. The bird's claws scratched on top of this layer of ice chips splashed, but failed to scratch through. In the distance, a trail of ice sped up and stopped in mid-air. Ruanrui's face was ice cold, his eyes filled with killing intent and coldness. You're looking for death. Without saying a word, he flapped his ice wings and swooped towards the Night Lord as a stream of light. A dow of cold air condensed in his hands, transforming into a spear of cold ice and thrusting it towards the Night Lord without saying a word. The Night Lord quickly flew towards the back. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, he suddenly folded his wings in front of his body. The ice spear was inserted on top of the wings, and a buzzing sound of gold and iron clashing erupted. This Night Lord's wings were actually as hard as steel. Under the Night King's enchantment, I am invincible at night. The Night Lord swung his wings hard, and the violent airflow it generated forced Rivalry to retreat uncontrollably. He flew backwards at speed, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up with the helicopter that was wrapped in the ice barrier. A cunning luster flickered in its eyes as it sneered and read, "And you have to be distracted to protect these two weak losers. What are you going to fight me with?" The bird's claws fell sharply and slammed hard on top of the cold ice barrier. The solid cold ice was suddenly splattered with ice chips, creating numerous cracks. Although the helicopter's fuselage was not affected, Xu Yuya and Elder Fang, who were inside the cabin, both had their expressions produce changes at this moment. Thud! Another boom came from overhead. The strike that contained the Night Lord's entire body's energy had completely shattered this ice barrier and scattered from the air. Looking at the helicopter underneath his feet, a cruel luster appeared in the Night Lord's eyes, and his left claw came clawing in the direction of the cabin. As he watched the bird's claws continue to enlarge, Xu Yuya's heart quickly clenched. Put! A few drops of blood drifted out, flinging themselves on top of the airplane window. The helicopter, under Fang Lao's control, tilted and flew past the Night Lord. Through the window, Xu also saw Rivalry, who had crossed his body to block the side of the helicopter with his physical body, and was stabbed in the chest by the bird's claws. Chapter 52, Trust Me. You see, you humans are always like that, doing things that move your ego. A smooth smile appeared on the Night Lord's face, a look of success in his plan. He pulled out his right claw with force, and a splash of blood floated between his claws. Another fight with me, another distraction to protect those weaker compatriots. This will only lead to your full defeat, Ice King. It laughed continuously, its laughter filled with pleasure. You mean, this painless attack? Rivalry opened his mouth coldly, and a layer of ice flowers began to emerge from the wound on his chest at this moment. Under the drenching of blood, this layer of ice flower quickly turned into a blood flower. He froze the wound with the help of this. His face was slightly white, but his gaze was still incomparably cold. I promise that this time, I will make your death very ugly. Rivalry waved his palm, and it seemed as if a sea of frosty air rushed out from his palm, covering and pouncing on the Night Lord. But the Night Lord just flapped its wings and dodged while catching up with the helicopter. No matter what kind of creature it is, once its weakness is discovered, it has half a foot in the abyss of hell. It smiled lowly and black energy erupted from its body, fending off the wave of ice. Obviously, the two losers in this plane are your weakness, Ice King. He swung his claws in a gesture to slap the airplane. Rivalry's eyes went cold, but he could only helplessly maneuver the wave of ice, turning it into a half-wall against the Night Lord's attack. Ha! The Night Lord laughed and two feathers flew out from his body. The feathers cut through the night sky and instantly hit Rivalry's shoulder, piercing a blood splatter. Just like that. Rivalry stifled a grunt, anger filling his eyes. This rank ability, King of the Night, brought a great increase in abilities to this peak realm Night Lord. Whether it was energy, speed, or destructive power, it was at least 3 times stronger than the norm. In the dead of night, this was undoubtedly the most difficult ability to deal with. Afterwards, the Night Lord began to frantically attack towards the airplane. Each of his attacks would be blocked by the ice wall that Rivalry had transformed into, but Rivalry himself was also attacked by the Night Lord's sneak attacks one after another. Although he didn't receive any more fatal injuries in a short period of time, his face grew paler and paler. Hey, this isn't going to be good. Xu Yuya's face changed slightly as he witnessed everything from the window. Elder Fang, who had always been calm, also had an extremely grave expression at this moment. We're becoming a burden to young master. In order to protect us, young master can only utilize 50% of his strength. 50%? How can it be so restricted? Xu Yuya's heart jumped, somewhat unable to understand. The difficulty of protection is more than 3 times that of offense. Elder Fang responded gruffly, don't you notice? Since just now, our surroundings have been wrapped in young master's energy. The loss of these energies will seriously slow down his battle power, and even more so, it will cause him to be distracted all the time. Under Elder Fang's reminder, Xu Yuya carefully looked outwards, which allowed him to vaguely perceive it. At this moment, countless tiny ice shards were floating around the airplane, following it as it kept moving. It was also because of the existence of these ice shards that every attack of the Night Lord was able to be stopped in time by Rivalry. After consuming so much energy and being distracted, he was still able to fight this Night Lord to a draw? Xu Yuya was secretly shocked in his heart and looked out of the window at the expressionless Rivalry. While protecting the airplane, he was fending off the sneak attack of the Night Lord. In this situation, this Ice King Sr. even managed to find the time to launch an attack on the Night Lords. In terms of strength alone, even with the enhancement of the King of Night, the Night Lord was definitely not a match for Rivalry. However, it was sinister and cunning, and in such a way, it firmly restricted Rivalry. In just over 10 minutes of fighting, the energy fluctuations on Rivalry's body had clearly declined by a few points, and he was extremely depleted. If we keep attacking like this, even if we are able to kill the Night Lord, Senior Rivalry, he will definitely suffer heavy injuries, right? Xu Yuya's expression was grave, almost having seen the end. If it wasn't for the sake of protecting them, Rivalry wouldn't have to fight so stiflingly at all. Elder Fang, I'm asking you. Xu Yuya no longer hesitated and directly poked his head forward, asking extremely quickly, if we give up our protection, how many % of Elder Rivalry's certainty does he have in killing the Night Lord? 10%. With young master's strength, if he is not distracted, killing this void beast is simply easy. Elder Fang responded in a deep voice. All he could do now was to trust the young master and try to keep the airplane away from the Night Lord. Very well, I understand. Xu also retracted his head, a determined look in his eyes, and even directly kicked open the hatch, clasped the armrest with his hand, and poked his head out. Dang! The huge bird's claw happened to fall at this moment, and a wall of ice suddenly surfaced in front of Xu Yuya, blocking the blow. What are you doing? Get back! Rivalry bellowed out, chiding Xu Yuya. But Xu Yuya didn't care, his hair being pulled by the gusts of wind and constantly flying outwards, but his eyes were incomparably solemn. He channeled his energy and roared loudly against the wind, Senior Rivalry, stop protecting the airplane. Use your full power to kill this strange bird. Noisy mole cricket. A cold light flashed in the Night Lord's eyes as two black ons fell rapidly, wanting to kill Xu Yuya. But above Xu Yuya's head, an ice flower emerged once again, blocking the two attacks. Hurry back to me, this head, I will naturally kill it. Rivalry's face was icy cold, not paying the slightest attention to Xu Yuya's shouts. I'm not joking with you, I'm able to protect this airplane. You just need to let go of the fight and kill this strange bird with all your might. Just as Rivalry frowned, wanting to chide back, he saw Xu Yuya's eyes. Trust me. Without any nonsense, Xu Yuya just shouted out these three words and looked straight at Rivalry through the night. Rivalry was slightly stunned, and actually saw a touch of confidence and determination in this teenager's eyes. Xu Yuya finished shouting and directly dug back into the airplane. With a forceful punch, he smashed the glass beside him. His expression actually became extremely calm at this moment, and the expression on his face gradually disappeared. Elder Fang, listen to my command later. Starting next, we'll have to protect ourselves. Very well. Rivalry's eyes refocused ahead as he murmured a low voice. Although he felt that this request was very absurd, that look in Xu Yuya's eyes gave him an inexplicable feeling of trust. He didn't know why he would believe the words of a Stone Realm brat. But a feeling of madness surged from his heart. With a wave of his flipped hand, the ice shards that were spread out beside the helicopter actually all dissipated into thin air. After dispersing the protection, abundant energy began to surge wildly within his body, and a hint of compelling coldness erupted from his icy eyes. I'll believe you just this once. He looked at the Night Lord from afar, his right hand stretched forward, indifferently pronouncing, ready to meet your death? Chapter 53. Even if it's a god, I'll kill it for you. Ha! The Night Lord looked at Rivalry with a mocking expression and laughed out loud. My time to die has come? Know who you're talking to. He roared out a gust of sound waves, and the feathers on his back transformed into a sky full of black ons shooting towards Rivalry. However, this time, Rivalry, who had put his entire mind into the battle, looked indifferent as he swung his right fist out towards the front. Wow! A piece of cold air filled out, freezing the night sky, freezing the feathers that filled the sky. At this moment, it was as if a galaxy made of cold air appeared above the sky. Frost Fist. Rivalry softly chanted out, and the Night Lord's eyes widened as it arched its body towards the air. In its abdomen, a fist condensed by cold ice rose up into the sky, sending its large body flying and condensing a sheet of frost that froze its chest and abdomen. After giving up the distraction to protect it, he also finally revealed his true strength. You're looking for death. The Night Lord hissed as he shattered his fist with energy, his body trembling, but his eyes were gloomy and cold. From his body, two dark-colored energies raced out. One energy rushed straight towards Rivalry. The other energy, on the other hand, twisted in the air and shot towards the helicopter. It wanted to repeat the same trick, using the helicopter as a threat again, forcing Rivalry to be distracted back to defense. Tilt the fuselage to the far left. Xu Yuya saw the energy flying through the window and immediately shouted without saying a word. Fan Lao had long been poised for action, and almost as soon as he gave the order, he pulled the joystick toward the left with force. The body of the helicopter instantly tilted sharply and flew towards the left. However, this twisting speed was simply unable to dodge the impact of that energy. Xu Yuya's eyes flashed as he forcefully threw the half-crushed glass in his hand towards the shattered window. A white silk thread extended out from above this fragment of glass, connecting to the broken window of the airplane. Under the traction of this thread, the helicopter was like being pulled by a rope. Its speed surged, and it directly accelerated and tilted and deflected, flying towards the left side. Dang! The energy impact that shot out brushed against the chassis of the airplane. The hard shell of the airplane instantly shattered, leaking out a large hole. However, it managed to dodge this attack as well. The broken glass spun and flew backwards, landing back on top of the broken window. But before it could be repaired, it was re-grabbed back into Xu Yuya's hands. His face blanched slightly as he softly chanted, "It's even more energy draining than expected then." Forcibly pulling the entire airplane with his repair hand for movement, a full 70% of his energy had directly disappeared. "Next, it's all yours, Ice King Sr." "What?" The Night Lord inclined his head in disbelief. The image he had imagined did not happen. Rivalry was not distracted to block his attack. And that airplane had not been knocked down by him. "Hey!" The rapidly dropping temperature caused the Night Lord to tremble, and Rivalry's voice was, at the moment, actually no more than 2 meters away from him. "Where are you looking?" Rivalry flew in head-on and smashed his fist on the Night Lord's head, directly blasting it towards the bottom. A raging battle spirit shone in his eyes, and he finally let out a sigh of relief. "That kid, he really did it. Then I'll have to fight quickly as well." The Night Lord swung his wings, forcefully counteracting Rivalry's impulse, and just barely managed to stabilize his stance, when his pupils rapidly narrowed. Only to see that high in the sky, a cold ice the size of a small mountain was falling down like a meteorite. Ice meteor. The cold ice meteorite fell down rapidly and smashed into the Night Lord's body with a loud bang. A mournful shrill whine emanated from its mouth, and its back was instantly bloodied and blurred. However, before the blood could float out, it was frozen by the cold aura, and half of its body was enveloped in frosty aura. Ice King. Anger drove the Night Lord to let out an unwilling roar, and his energy surged at this moment. Black energy wrapped around his wings and began to tremble rapidly. From its mouth, a beam of energy shot out, shattering the meteorite as it once again reared up and charged towards the air. Rivalry's ice wings curled, and he actually swooped towards the Night Lord in the same manner. Both sides' eyes were filled with extreme killing intent, and the Peak Realm's energy fluctuations continuously collided in the air, blowing the clouds apart. At this moment, they unleashed their killing blow without reservation, only to completely crush the person in front of them. Night Veil. The energy on the Night Lord's body quickly wrapped around its entire body, as if it was covered in a light veil. Its speed actually surged again on top of that, erupting into an even more powerful fluctuation. Ice God. Rivalry's pale white hair fluttered in the wind, and a sky of ice chi erupted from his body. These ice chi condensed without dispersing, and even behind him, half of a giant's body coalesced. The giant only had half a body, the whole body was made of cold ice condensation, about 3 meters tall, not angry, but the face was exactly the same as Rivalry. His thick hands, maintaining the exact same posture as Rivalry's, lunged towards the bottom. At this moment, he was like a god that descended from the sky, with a murderous intent. Boom! A man and a beast, both wrapped in blazing energy, crashed together with such a bang. The black energy and the cold air that rose up to the sky seemed to split the dome of the sky into 2 halves. However, this impact only lasted less than half a second before the cold air covered away, completely covering the Night Lord. Just as Elder Fang had said, Rivalry, who was fighting at full strength, possessed an absolutely crushing combat power. The ice god behind him grasped the right wing of the Night Lord with both hands, and with one powerful tug, he tore off the virtual beast's wing. Blood rained down from the sky. Impossible! Impossible! The Night Lord was in a state of madness, pain spreading throughout his body as he was unable to accept the situation in front of him. At night, I am invincible. I am the king of the night. There's no way I can lose. It doesn't matter if you're the king of night or the king of day. Rivalry, who is currently bathed in blood, casually threw out the broken wing in his hand. If you dare to stand in my way, even if you're a god, I'll kill you. The giant fist of ice blasted down, and the Night Lord was unable to avoid it, and was directly pierced through his chest, a huge bloody hole appearing in his chest. "I told you, I'll let you die an ugly death." Ruanrue's gaze was icy cold, with the huge ice fist as the center, a circle of frost spread out, about to freeze this Night Lord once again. That bastard, if it wasn't for him, how could I lose? The Night Lord's hideous eyes looked high into the sky, his gaze pointing straight at the trembling, constantly shaking helicopter, his eyes filled with hatred. For His Majesty the Void King. It let out a final roar, and its entire body felt like it was boiling, its energy stirring wildly. "You want to blow yourself up?" Ruanrue hadn't expected that this void beast would want to explode its body. His face changed violently, and the ice god behind him immediately poked out two giant hands, gripping the Night Lord hard in his palms. Boom! The terrifying energy impact shattered the ice god's arms, and even Ruanrue's body was sent flying by the impact, falling towards the ground. Right at the moment when the Night Lord blew itself up, a black feather flew out from its body, and even rushed towards the helicopter high in the sky. Chapter 54, I can guarantee that you'll be able to take the entrance test. It looks like it's over already. Frost covered the sky, and Xu Yuya saw Ruanrue's crushing victory with the help of the broken window. He exhaled in relaxation and was just about to fix the window when a terrifying energy fluctuation came from below. What was that? Xu Yuya's pupils tightened, but he saw a black light tear through the night, instantly impacting next to the fuselage of the airplane. Dang! The airplane let out a roar as if it had been hit hard. In the next moment, the entire fuselage began to shake rapidly, flying forward with inertia for a few meters before it began to fall rapidly towards the ground. What happened? Xu Yuya asked loudly as he grabbed the chair with all his might. At this moment, the airplane was wobbling and falling extremely fast, with the clouds passing by sharply beside them. Elder Fang didn't seem to have expected the airplane to be in such a state either. He pulled hard on the joystick and operated on the dashboard for a while, before his face changed in shock and he shouted, "Propeller, the propeller is malfunctioning." For a helicopter, the propeller was almost the power of its hovering high in the sky. The black light came straight at the airplane and actually blasted the propeller straight through. Hey no. Xu Yuya's face turned a little white, looking at the white clouds rising rapidly on both sides, his heart trembling slightly. Originally thinking that the Ice King Sr. had successfully killed that Night Lord, he did not expect such an accident to occur at this time. As the airplane spun while falling, Xu Yuya immediately gave up the idea of parachuting. Making a parachute jump in this situation was no different from seeking death. That means this is the only way left. He gritted his teeth and closed in on the hatch, forcefully placing his palm on top of the cabin's roof and unleashing his repair hand. White light quickly enveloped the entire airplane, and under Xu Yuya's energy operation, the propeller, which was already almost scrapped, was immediately repaired under the energy operation. However, earlier, involving the entire airplane had already consumed 70% of his energy. Now that he was forcibly using his energy to repair the airplane, the little energy left in his body began to deplete at a rapid pace. Shoo! The white light retreated like a tidal wave, and Xu Yuya's entire body collapsed onto the chair in a state of weakness. Did it work? He was forcibly disconnected from his ability because his energy was depleted, and wasn't sure if he had fixed the propeller. I'm trying. Fan Lao maintained a sense of calm in such a dangerous situation, pulling hard on the joystick and started trying to restart the propeller. However, the helicopter was still spinning down, and its speed was getting faster and faster. The propeller did not move at all, and it seemed that the repair was not completely finished. Move it, move it! Seeing that the propeller was never able to operate, Fan Lao clenched his fists hard and roared out in a low voice. Su also, however, turned white and was also very anxious in his heart. Is it going to stop here? He angrily swung his fist and slammed it hard on the chair, somewhat unwillingly. But right at this moment, a wisp of mist flew out from Xu Yuya's waist and surged into his body. For some reason, a strand of white silk actually flew out of his body once again, spreading to the roof of the machine, but it only lasted for a second before quickly dissipating. Ka la la la. Above the roof of the machine, there was the sound of fan blades turning. Although it was very faint, it meant that the propeller had successfully completed its activation. Elder Fang. Xu Yuya's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to think about what was happening, shouting loudly. I'm already doing it. Fan Lao's face showed excitement as he quickly pulled the joystick towards himself in an attempt to stabilize the plane again. However, the propellers also took time to start. Although the fan blades had begun to turn from slow to fast, they were simply unable to stop the high-speed falling helicopter. Under Fang Lao's control, the originally rotating fuselage finally stopped rotating, but its downward momentum still did not ease a bit. Through the window, Xu could even see the ground under the moonlight. The ground under his feet seemed to be a wasteland on the far outskirts of Jin City, surrounded by incomparable desolation, without even a village. Falling down at this speed, there was only one end. That was the destruction of the plane and the death of the people. Kala, 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 kala. The propeller rotated faster and faster, and although the speed of the fuselage's fall slowed down, it still fell downward with an unstoppable momentum. 300 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. The ground was clearly visible under the eyes, and it seemed that everything was already too late. However, just at this moment. Bang! The falling fuselage seemed to have impacted something, and its speed violently stagnated for a split second. Through the window, Xu Yuya could only see streaks of ice fog filling the underside of the helicopter. Huey leaned back in his seat in exhaustion, finally relaxing. Looks like we're saved. Bang 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 bang. 6 successive ice fogs scattered at intervals, as if forming a buffer zone, hardening the speed of the falling fuselage. Under this buffer, the propeller was finally barely able to drive the airplane, and the feeling of weightlessness dissipated by a few points. At the same time, the helicopter finally approached the ground. Bang! Dust flew, and in this series of buffers, the airplane finally landed on the ground. Although this forced landing was extremely dangerous, Xu Yuya and Elder Fang, who were located within the airplane, did not suffer any injuries. Bang! A ringing sound resounded from outside the fuselage, and then a layer of black smoke drifted up. Fang Lao's entire body seemed to have relaxed, leaning back in his chair, his back already drenched in sweat. Half a minute later, Xu also and Fang Lao walked down from the airplane. The night wind blew, a figure also fell from mid-air. At this moment, Ruan Rui was in a sorry state. The clothes on his body were tattered, and the pair of ice wings on his back only had one left, which had long since become tattered and torn. Right behind him, the frost giant, with both of his arms shattered, had cracks all over his body. Along with his forward movement, the entire giant was turned into ice shards floating away. There was a slight weakness in his eyes, but after seeing the intact Xu Yuya and Elder Fang, a smile even appeared on his always expressionless face. The night wind blew his short white hair around, and under the moonlight, his pupils were actually as if they were sapphires reflecting a light blue luster. Well done! A smile flickered across his face, and he nodded towards Xu Yuya to show his appreciation. Young master, it seems that there is going to be a change in our plans. Fang Lao's voice came from beside the helicopter, frowning at the location where black smoke rose from the fuselage. This was where the Night Lord's first attack had grazed. Within the broken shell was clearly the helicopter's engine. The high-speed fall caused the engine to malfunction, and now there are no tools that can be used to fix it in a short period of time. He turned his head to look at Xu Yuya, a hint of apology in his eyes. I'm sorry, perhaps you won't be able to participate in this entrance test. In the middle of this wilderness, there was no way to find any transportation to rush to Longxia Academy. Xu Yuya's expression froze slightly. He didn't think that Longxia Academy would delay the entrance test for him alone. Taking a deep breath, he squeezed out a smile and pretended to be calm. It's okay, this kind of unexpected situation. The responsibility this time is all on me. Ruan Rui spoke expressionlessly, interrupting Xu Yuya's words. If it wasn't for my mistake, that head couldn't have appeared here. Spinning around, he looked at Fang Lao and opened his mouth to ask, what time is it now? Fang Lao swept his watch and quickly responded, 3:30 in the morning. Xu Yuya's face changed slightly. Even if the helicopter wasn't broken, it was still nearly 3 hours away. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to make it to this entrance test no matter what. It might be a little late though. A cold aura rose from the ground, pulling Xu Yuya's attention back. He turned his head to see that Ruan Rui's back had once again coalesced with frigid wings. But I can assure you that you will definitely be able to reach the academy before the entrance test. Hey, you wouldn't be thinking. Xu Yuya's expression froze. In the next moment, before he could react, he was directly grabbed by Ruan Rui's clothes and rushed up into the sky. The two of them rushed high into the air like this, disappearing into the sky at breakneck speed. Chapter 55. Not a second more, not a second less. What? Inside the office, a teacher opened his mouth in shock, looking incredulously at the inch-haired middle-aged man with sunglasses in front of him. You're taking over this entrance test? Is there a problem, Mr. Tsongwei? The inch-headed man smiled faintly and responded bashfully. No, nothing. Song Wei wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's just that I'm worried that if you come to be in charge of the test, you won't be able to retain even half of the 120 students who took the entrance test this time. He looked at the man in front of him and muttered in his heart. This instructor Lianshou, who was known as the Devil Instructor and was nearly retired, was invited back to the school by the principal this time to be in charge of the entrance test 9 days later. I didn't expect him to offer to take over this entrance test at this time. Half? A strange smile appeared on Lianshou's face. Don't you guys feel that the quality of the academy's students has declined recently? Instead of wasting resources on some wastes, it would be better to scale down the number of enrollment and only recruit the little ones who are qualified to become void hunters. Song Wei sweated more and more and couldn't help but speak. Our academy only enrolls about 100 people every year. The students who are able to participate in the test itself are all the elite of the elite. Is it not a bit too much for you to address them as trash? You are truly foolish, teacher Song Wei. Lianshou faintly shook his head, revealing a disappointed expression. Have you not realized it yet? His gaze suddenly sharpened, as if it was a sword poised to strike, emitting a gust of compelling aura. In the last 2 years, the actions of the void demons have become more and more frequent. Within these few years, the number of void realms that have opened within the 5 countries has increased exponentially, and the casualties of the void hunters have also become greater and greater. So isn't it all the more reason for us to expand enrollment and train more elites? Song Wei was very puzzled. And then let them go to their deaths? Lianshou unceremoniously interrupted him. In my opinion, people without strength, even if they become void hunters, are just sending them to their deaths for nothing. Song Wei frowned and tried to argue again. Enough. A pale voice suddenly interrupted the argument between the two. Principal Xiaowu's face was full of solemnity as he stared intently at the 2 people in front of him. Only after a moment did he speak slowly. You two, why did you appear in my office? Silence descended for several seconds. Lianshou sighed as he held his forehead. I've only left the academy not even 2 years ago. Principal, your amnesia is getting worse and worse. Song Wei, however, looked as if he had gotten used to it long ago, and hurriedly walked up and told the 2 of them their intentions for coming here. I see. Xiaowu nodded and suddenly waved his hand. I agree. This time, the entrance test will be given to Instructor Lianshou's full responsibility. As for you, Mr. Song Wei, just be an assistant teacher and help out Instructor Lianshou. I spent 3 days making the test planner. Song Wei wailed in his heart, but he could only respond in a deep voice, yes, Principal. Lianshou nodded towards the principal, turned his head and headed out. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Song Wei. There's still half an hour until 8 o'clock. Let's gather at the testing grounds early. I don't like being late. Song Wei shrugged and followed. Since the principal had given the word, he naturally had nothing to question. I'm a little curious, Instructor Lianshou, how many students do you expect to let pass the test this time? Preliminarily scheduled. Lianshou had a smile on the corner of his mouth as he walked towards the front. 30 people, I think. Longxia Academy, above a vast plain. Dozens of students, scattered from all directions, walked towards the center of the plain. They came from all over the country, all of them having obtained the Dragon Jade and rushed here to participate in the entrance test. Almost everyone had a light smile on their faces, and their expressions were filled with confidence. They were the best among their peers, whether it was their own abilities or their overall evaluation, they were far stronger than their peers. It was also because of this that they were able to obtain the Dragon Jade and head to this highest school for awakened people, the Dragon Summer Academy. Worthy of being Dragon Summer Academy, any random testing ground is this big. Some people exclaimed amongst the crowd, slowly stopping in front of the signboard that stood with the 3 big words, testing ground. In order to avoid being late, they had deliberately gotten up early. You're called Tang Xiaowen, aren't you? A really nice name. Not far away, a teenager with a frivolous face and a head of red hair was rather attentively surrounding the stunningly beautiful young girl, his expression filled with excitement. Such a good-looking beauty was something he had never even seen when he was in high school. If Xu Yuya was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this young girl was none other than his former high school flower, Tang Xiaowan. My name is Han Hao, what I've awakened is an S-class ability, awesome, right? The red-haired teenager proudly introduced himself, not paying the slightest attention to Tang Xiaowan, who was frowning slightly. Tang Xiaowan wasn't the least bit interested in this teenager, who suddenly ran over to accost her, and as she was about to open her mouth, 2 silhouettes, as if they had appeared out of thin air, instantly arrived in front of the signage. They were dressed in light blue suit tunics, and the crests on their shoulders clearly indicated their identities. Greetings, instructor. For a moment, the students present stopped talking, and a large portion of them saluted rather politely. Not bad, to have so many punctual little guys. Lianshou smiled faintly and flipped his hand to pull out a pocket watch from within his inner pocket of his clothes. He also ignored the students beside him who greeted him, and just looked down at the pocket watch and stood silently. The rest of the students immediately became nervous for a few minutes and came to stand in front of Lianshou. Even if they communicated, they only dared to do so in a very low voice for fear of angering these two instructors who were about to test them. One after another, the students rushed from and all gathered in front. San Wei, on the other hand, was surveying the surroundings, looking at instructor Lianshou who stood motionless beside him, but in his heart, he was imagining, guessing what kind of test this legendary devil instructor would prepare for these new students in the end. Time passes minute by minute, in the blink of an eye came to 7:58 minutes. There were still 2 minutes to go before 8 o'clock. And the students who had gathered here had come to 117. According to the list, the number of people expected to participate in the entrance test this time is exactly 120. San Wei pondered in his heart as he looked ahead, there are still 3 people who haven't shown up. Is it late, or? When the stopwatch's needle passed the 12 o'clock position once again, Lianshou also raised his head slightly and briefly counted the number of people in front of him. There was still a minute to go. A sudden clamor came from within the crowd. They looked towards a short distance away, and the girls let out a cry of surprise as they covered their hands over their eyes and looked forward through the cracks in their fingers. However, they saw that on the far side of that road, a man with a stout figure, at least 1 meter 9 in height, with a normal combed plait-inch hair and an incomparably robust physique, was walking towards the crowd step by step. He wasn't wearing a shirt, his angular pecs and abs were just revealed, but his gaze was incomparably wanton and wild. Is this it, the freshman testing ground? He ignored the gazes of the crowd and came straight into the middle of the crowd, his voice dull as thunder. A moment later, a big smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hurry up and start, I can't wait. There are still 2 people who haven't arrived. San Wei's heart moved slightly, and his sight swept the stopwatch in Lianshou's hand. At this moment, there were less than 5 seconds left before 8 o'clock. It seems like they should be missing this test. He sighed softly, while Lianshou on the side always showed a smile. It looks like the remaining 2 don't need to wait any longer. Lianshou was about to close the pocket watch and put it away when his movements jerked, revealing a strange smile as he raised his head to look at the sky. This bizarre movement immediately caused the students present to look up. Soon, they exclaimed in shock. A black dot, which was actually continuously enlarging from high in the sky, seemed to be pointing directly at where they were. Vaguely, they were even able to see 2 silhouettes, one of which had wings growing from its back. Whoosh! The silhouettes were like meteorites falling to the ground. 1 second they were still in the air, the next they crashed into the middle of this plain. A cold wind swept away with smoke and dust. At the same time, Lianshou had not yet closed the pocket watch. The stopwatch also happened to jump to the 12 o'clock position. In the midst of the smoke and dust, an ice-cold and incomparable voice slowly came out. 1 second no more, 1 second no less. Looks like it caught up. Chapter 56 Keeping Time, My Minimum Standard. This shocking appearance from the sky directly shocked the 100 or so students present. Even if they were beaten to death, they would never have imagined that someone would appear in such a manner. Who was the person in the smoke and dust, and why was he able to fall from the sky? There were clearly 2 people just now, and the other person, could it be that just like them, they were all new students of Longxia Academy this time? Everyone's eyes looked towards the rolling smoke. As the cold wind blew by, Ruan Rui's scarred body and the wings that were floating in the wind behind him slowly emerged, causing the hearts of all the students in this group to jump. Deep exhaustion filled his eyes. First, he had fought a battle with the Night Lords, and then he had personally taken Xu Yuya on a rapid flight for 4.5 hours. No matter whether it was the spiritual power or the energy in his body, it had all tended to be close to depleted. As the smoke and dust completely dispersed, behind it, another figure gradually emerged. Vom! Xu Yuya slumped to the ground without any decorum, dry heaving with a large mouthful of vomit. The sense of weightlessness brought about by the rapid fall just now directly caused his chest to flip. If it wasn't for the fact that he hadn't eaten anything since last night until now. Right now, he would definitely have to vomit out all of his rice. I said, how could someone be so flamboyant? Lianshou put away his pocket watch and looked at Ruan Rui with a filled smile. So it's you, the stuffy brat. Long time no see, Mr. Lianshou. Ruan Rui's ancient and unperturbed face actually flashed with a touch of unspeakable nervousness at this moment. He twitched the corners of his mouth unnaturally and headed towards the distance without looking back. This student is this year's new student. I have delivered him on time, so I will leave first. Afterward, he actually directly dragged his tired body to leave at a fast pace without any stops at all. Xu Yuya also wiped his saliva and stood up from the ground at this moment. As he looked at Rui's departing back, for some reason, he actually felt that this Ice King Sr., as if he was fleeing for his life, had fast footsteps. More than 100 pairs of gazes focused on his body in unison, filled with various expressions. There was shock, contempt, curiosity, surprise. All of the freshmen, impressed by the way Xu Yuya had descended from the sky, kept sizing him up back and forth. Tang Xiaoan, who was in the middle of the crowd, was also looking at Xu Yuya with her beautiful eyes flowing in surprise at this moment. Surprisingly, he appeared here at a pinch. Lian Shou retracted his eyes from Rui's back and gave Xu Yuya a slightly playful glance. Anyway, you've kind of arrived on time, join the ranks. Yes, instructor. Through just a few seconds of observation, Xu Yuya already had an understanding of the identity of the person in front of him. His pupils flickered, and he actually saw a familiar figure from amongst the crowd. Quietly coming to the end of the crowd, he casually stood still, finally breathing a long sigh of relief. No matter what, he had finally made it to this entrance test. You guy, what a bull. Xu Yuya had only just stood still when a whisper came from beside him. Turning his head to look, he only saw a boy with pigtails, giving a thumbs up towards him. He was quite clean looking, but his footsteps were vague, and in his expression and movements, he actually made Xu Yuya feel a strange sensation that was extremely incongruous with his looks. My name is Bai Tao, I wonder how the brother is addressed. Xu Ya. Xu Yuya responded blandly, finally realizing where that strange feeling came from. The aura emanating from this brother named Bai Tao seemed to be something that could only be described with 4 words, thieving eyebrows. Whether it was his movements or his fluttering eyes, they all invisibly revealed a sense of lewdness. This temperament, and his clean-cut looks, formed a great sense of contrast. This feeling was as if he was a petty thief who had done bad things for many years and was always on the lookout for the police. Brother Xuya, your luck is really good. Bai Tao opened his mouth with a smile and a self-satisfied look. If you had come 1 second later, it would have been miserable. Miserable? Xu Yuya revealed a curious look. Is it hard to believe that if you come 1 second late, something will happen? Looks like you haven't heard of. Bai Tao raised his eyebrows and pointed to Lian Shou at the very front. The one in front of you is the ferociously famous devil instructor, Lian Shou. Devil instructor? Xu also revealed an interested look. This kind of information, to the unprepared him, was very important. Does this have anything to do with me being late or not? Could it be that if I come 1 second late, I need to do 1,000 push-ups? The consequences are much more serious than that. Bai Tao shook his head and smiled, and was about to say something when a loud shout came from the distance. Report! A boy was panting, running from the distance at an extremely fast speed, and quickly came to the signboard, holding his knees and panting heavily. Report! I was too excited yesterday to get up in the morning. He rubbed the back of his head, revealing a slightly excited and embarrassed smile. Instructor, I have no words for how you punish me. Lian Shou looked at him with a smile that seemed very kind, and pulled out his pocket watch and scanned it. You're 1 minute and 10 seconds late. Sorry instructor, I definitely won't be late next time. The boy stood upright and made a promise with a serious face. There aren't that many next times to speak of in life. Lian Shou smiled as he retrieved his pocket watch and looked at the boy. You can go home now, classmate. Ha? The boy's expression froze on his face, as if he thought he heard wrong. What did you say? I said, you can go home now. Lian Shou's smile remained unchanged, and no one could see his eyes under the cover of his sunglasses. But today is the entrance test. The boy instantly became anxious, and his tone became urgent. His original excitement had vanished. I thought that those who were able to enter this academy could be smarter than their peers. Lian Shou's smile slightly tightened, looking at the boy with a calm and incomparable expression. Then I'll make it clearer. This student, your entrance test is over. The result is unqualified, please go home. On what grounds? The boy's expression instantly clouded over, unable to accept this fact. I have the Dragon Jade. I also have S-class abilities. Isn't it only right that I join the Dragon Summer Academy? Should I be disqualified from enrollment just because I was a minute late? By virtue of me being the instructor here, by virtue of me being the person in charge of this entrance test. Lian Shou's face did not change as he spoke indifferently. His voice was not loud, but it carried an inexplicable majesty. causing the students present to feel a chill in their hearts. Keeping time is the only standard and the minimum standard here with me. Anyone who does not abide by the time will only be evaluated in my heart with 3 words. Unqualified. A person like you is also worthy of being an instructor? The boy was a bit annoyed and shouted. No one knew how excited he was after he learned that he had obtained the Dragon Jade. This supreme academy of his dreams, how much he longed for it. As a result, just because he was a minute late, he was disqualified? I want to see the principal. You don't deserve to disqualify my enrollment. Anger filled his heart, and a wave of energy actually surged out from his body. You actually want to use your ability on me? A surprised and playful expression appeared on Lian Shou's face, and the corners of his mouth actually raised slightly. Almost in the next instant, that boy's body flew backwards like a cannonball and slammed onto the ground. Of the 100 or so students present, only 3 of them had a flash of light before their eyes, noticing what had just happened. The 1-meter-9 strong man grinned and stood in place to survey Lian Shou. A boy wearing a light blue jacket with meticulous hair and glasses, a ray of white light reflected above the lenses. Xu Yuya looked awestruck and slightly shocked. Is it even this kind of ability? Lian Shou stood still. In everyone's eyes, he hadn't even moved half a point just now, not even a finger. The sunglasses refracted a faint light in the sunlight, and the pressure of authority filled the room. I don't care if you're looking for the principal or whoever. His voice was calm, but not a single person dared to take this instructor lightly. At least during the entrance test, including the entrance examination afterward, my orders are absolute. Is that clear? His eyes under his sunglasses gently swept over the 119 students present. Your first entrance test will now begin. Chapter 57, the first test, now begins. Overbearing, powerful. At this moment, all the students had such an evaluation of this devil instructor. Su also finally understood what exactly were the serious consequences that Bai Tao was talking about. He was even a bit thankful that he had managed to arrive here in time. If he had been half a second slower, he might have ended up in the same situation as the unconscious students on the far side. This is the devil instructor. Bai Tao nervously looked ahead and spoke in a low voice, according to my understanding. In previous years, he has been an instructor a total of 3 times, responsible for the entrance test and entrance examination. And for every test he was in charge of, the number of people eliminated was greater than half of the number of people participating in the test. You must be careful, student Xu Yuya. Xu Yuya's eyes flashed, and before he could respond, Lian Shou in front of him spoke in a neutral tone. Your first entrance test now begins. After saying this, he then looked at Songwei next to him, attached himself to his ear, and gently recited, I remember that your ability, Mr. Songwei, is. After hearing Lian Shou's command, Songwei's expression gradually became odd. His eyes widened and he lowered his voice to Lian Shou. Are you serious, Instructor Lian Shou? According to your request, the number of these kids who can pass this test must be sifted away by at least a few dozen. So what? Lian Shou returned with disinterest, gently lifting his chin. How about it, can you do it? Can naturally, just this test of yours, how do you think it's a present thought? Songwei had a bout of belly laugh at Lian Shou's impromptu idea, but could only rub his brow. The current him belonged to the assistant teachers, everything could only listen to Lian Shou. I don't care, by the time all these kids are eliminated, it has nothing to do with me. Songwei muttered for a while in his mind and leisurely walked towards the right front. The students looked curiously at the suddenly departing assistant teacher, and were a little confused when Lian Shou's voice came again. The first test I'm giving you guys is climbing the mountain. The moment these words came out, the crowd clamored with confusion. Climbing a mountain, where did it come from? The testing ground they were in was a plain, surrounded by flatness, and not even a single building could be seen for several kilometers around. In order to rush from the dormitory building in the morning, they had walked for close to half an hour. On top of this plain, where were the mountains to climb? Well, this should be about right. Songwei walked for about 30 meters before finally stopping in place, looking ahead, and muttering to himself. Teacher Songwei, please tell these children where the mountain is? Lian Shou smiled faintly and looked into the distance, calling out softly. All of the students turned their heads to look at Songwei, who was 30 meters away. Could it be that the so-called mountain possessed some special meaning? Could it be that it referred to the awakened of the mountain realm? Songwei helplessly shrugged his shoulders, gently raised his right foot, and then kicked it on the ground. The mountain, it's right under your feet, isn't it? Rumble. Just as he kicked his right foot on the ground, a loud rumble suddenly came from deep within the earth of the plains. In the next moment, the earth cracked, and amidst a gasp of shock, a towering mountain peak actually rose up from the depths of the ground, burrowing out of the ground in the blink of an eye and appearing with a roar. This mountain peak was about 200 meters high, the mountain path was winding and twisting, and there was even a dense jungle covering it. The students stood dumbfounded, looking up at the mountain that had suddenly appeared, and gulped nervously. None of them were stupid, and they judged it almost instantly. This mountain peak in front of them was clearly created by that teacher Song Wei using his ability. To be able to create a mountain peak out of thin air, how terrifying should his strength be? Surprisingly, he's also a peak realm existence. Xu Yuya clearly sensed an energy fluctuation lingering within the mountain peak. He looked over at Song Wei with slight surprise, and a sigh of relief burst through his heart. Worthy of being the highest academy, Xia Academy. To pick a teacher out at random was an existence of the peak realm. One must know that the awakened who could step into the peak realm in the entire Dragon Kingdom was 1 in 10,000, an extremely rare existence. Now I'll announce the rules for the first test. Lian Shou's voice pulled everyone's shocked gazes back. With his hands behind his back, he stood quietly in place and began to announce the rules. The test is very simple. As long as you are able to climb to the top of the mountain within 30 minutes, you can complete the test. So simple? Dozens of students revealed astonished gazes and were somewhat surprised. 30 minutes to climb a 200-meter high mountain, even ordinary people, with a little bit of training, would have a chance to do it. And not only were they awakened, under the operation of the energy, their physical quality would also be greatly improved. Climbing to the top of the mountain in half an hour wasn't much of a challenge at all. Lian Shou had a smile on his lips as he continued to add, of course, besides the time, there is also a special rule. He slowly swept over each person's face and softly read, this time, there are only 80 people who can pass the first test. If 80 people already exist after you climb to the top of the mountain, then I'm sorry to say that you will not be able to pass this first test. The moment these words came out, the surroundings were in an uproar. The students who were feeling relaxed earlier were all as if they were on the verge of an enemy at this moment, their faces showing nervousness. For the first test, it was surprising that only 80 people could pass. This also meant that they needed to compete with others. Otherwise, even if they were able to climb to the top of the mountain within 30 minutes, but not as fast as the others, it would be meaningless. The opportunity to be able to join the Xia Academy was rare, and no one was willing to give up this hard-won opportunity. This is a bit bad. Xu Yuya had a drop of cold sweat faintly trickling down his forehead immediately after hearing these two rules. This test, a complete test of physical strength and the use of one's own abilities, it's too unfavorable for me. He had been rushed towards the school by Ruan Ruira since he had done the battle with that 17th counselor. Apart from sleeping for a while in the car at the beginning, it was almost a sleepless night. A few hours ago, he had even fought the void beast at a height of 4,000 meters. Whether it was physical strength or energy, he was in an extremely depleted state. And now, he actually had to compete with more than 100 geniuses amongst his peers in terms of physical strength. No matter which way he thought about it, the probability of him being able to pass this test was slim to none. Not only that, he vaguely sensed a hint of something wrong. There was always a feeling that this test was by no means as simple as it sounded. To pass the test, must we find another way? Xu Yuya's gaze continuously swept over each and every student's body, his brain rapidly pondering over the methods. However, Lian Shou did not give the group of students in front of him any space to ponder. After recounting the rules, he waved his hand and opened his mouth with a big smile. The first test now begins. Chapter 58, A Test of Hellish Difficulty. Thud. Almost the instant Lian Shou's words fell, someone had already unleashed their abilities and rushed out directly. Xu Yuya's eyes flashed, only to see a student actually fly up out of thin air, flying towards the front in a rapid shuttle. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he flew out more than 10 meters towards the mountain peak. At the same time that he rushed out, the rest of the students also looked like they had been pumped with chicken blood, desperately rushing forward. It was as if they had turned into students rushing to the cafeteria after class, each of them walking as fast as they could, itching to rush straight to the top of the mountain and finish the test. Xu Yuya wasn't slow to react, and quickly followed the crowd to rush out as well. But when he turned his head to look, originally was still at his side of the white Tao, at this moment has already disappeared, do not know where to drill. Shaking his head without caring, Xu also covered his energy evenly on top of his legs, mixing in with the crowd as he continued to approach towards the mountain peak, but in his mind, he was still constantly pondering on the way to break the situation. As expected of teacher Songwei, this, mountain god, ability of yours is getting more and more skillful. Lianqiu came to Songwei's side, looking at the whimpering students in front of him, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Songwei looked at Lianqiu beside him with a false eye. Compared to you, Instructor Lianqiu, I'm still far behind. Even for the current you, if you want to defeat me, I'm afraid it would only take one move, right? Teacher Songwei is too modest. Lianqiu smiled and responded, ever since I was injured, my energy enhancement has long since stagnated, and even my realm has regressed. And yet you've still been working diligently to improve your strength all these years. How could I have knocked you down in a single move? Oh? Songwei raised his eyebrows, a trace of excitement flashing in his eyes. Do you really think so, Instructor Lianqiu? Yeah, the current me would need at least 2 moves to defeat you. Lianqiu sighed and shrugged helplessly. Songwei twitched the corners of his mouth and stood in place, itching to give himself 2 slaps. Why did you have to ask that one more time? He let out a long sigh and looked towards the student not far away who had been beaten unconscious by Lianqiu, gently tapping the ground with his toes. Instructor Lianqiu, you really didn't hit lightly, this is just a child. The ground shrugged, and then a rock actually jumped out of the earth. However, this rock had arms and legs, and its hands were made of stacked rock blocks, and from afar it looked as if it was full of muscles. Although this rock villain was only the size of a palm, he came next to that unconscious student and gently grabbed it. That student was then easily carried on its head and headed straight towards the academy's medical building. Its speed was fast, but the student that was carried on top of its head was incomparably smooth, without the slightest bump. He didn't keep time and violated the rules. Lianqiu, on the other hand, simply responded indifferently. Not only that, he even tried to unleash his powers on me. Underneath the sunglasses, his eyes seemed to have become very sharp, causing Songwei to perceive an aura of awe. An awaken's ability is never released against one's own compatriots. Unpunctual, arrogant, and playful about everything, without any respect or seriousness. If we let him join the Dragon Summer Academy. Lianqiu paused for a moment, and his voice gradually turned cold, he will die. Songwei fell silent, but an inexplicable feeling surged in his heart. Perhaps Instructor Lianqiu wasn't truly insensitive. The reason he was so strict might just be that he wanted to minimize casualties for the kids who didn't have enough ability. For this former legend of the school, the original prejudice dispersed for a few moments, and a wisp of respect inexplicably emerged. During the half-minute conversation between the two, the fastest people had already approached the foot of the mountain, ready to start climbing. Among them, the one who was the most forward was still the student who was able to fly up out of thin air. A smile appeared on his face, only feeling that this test was almost tailor-made for him, without any difficulty. I'll take the first place in this test. He swooped down to the foot of the mountain and slightly adjusted his body, then as if he was an arrow off the string, he charged straight towards the top of the mountain. Climbing a mountain? Who would do something that tiring? Lianqiu fished out a cigarette from somewhere and leisurely lit it, exhaling a long smoke circle, taking in the actions of the students not far away. It's almost time, Mr. Songwei, please start. You don't want to secretly let go of the water. Got it. Songwei shook his head and smiled bitterly, then he half squatted down and pressed his right hand to the ground. A ray of green light quickly flew out from his palm, and in an instant, it disappeared into the distant mountain peak. Thud. A muffled sound brought about a cry of surprise. Only to see the student, who had just been flying straight up, fall from the air like a kite with broken strings, barely able to use his ability to stabilize his balance as he neared the ground and stumbled to the ground. He covered his nose, which was bleeding profusely, and looked incredulously at the mid-level mountainside. However, he saw a huge fist, 1 meter thick, poking out from the mountain. Immediately afterward, a humming sound came from the mountain peak. An incomparably huge stone giant actually drilled out from the mountain. After he drilled out, the original mountain wall returned to its original state, without any change at all. The stone giant was about 3 meters tall, his body seemed to be piled up by countless rocks, and his body was filled with an extremely explosive power as he leaped from the middle of the mountainside to the ground. Along with its landing, the entire mountain trembled violently, as if it was shaking like an earthquake. Seeing someone fall from the air, the few people who were originally rushing the fastest also had their hearts jump and stopped in their tracks. Hey! You guys look up there! Among the crowd, I don't know who shouted out. Everyone looked up and had their pupils tighten. Only to see a tremor in the earth. In the ground around the mountain, several stone giants were drilled out one after another, each with an extraordinary aura, full of power and heaviness. At this moment, the students had already rushed to different locations on the mountain peak depending on their speed. And the appearance of these stone giants happened to be evenly distributed throughout the mountain peak, blocking off and separating all the paths up the mountain. So that's how it is. Xu Yuya was currently located in the last group of people and had only just stepped into the foot of the mountain. Looking at the incomparably burly stone giants in front of him, his expression changed slightly, finally realizing where the wisp of unease in his heart came from. These monsters were the true test of this first test. Again, we have to dodge the stone giant's pursuit, and we have to climb to the top of the mountain within half an hour, and we have to be within 80 people. Xu Yuya's breathing accelerated slightly, and his eyes quickly became extremely calm. And at this moment, my stamina is not full and my energy is depleted. To find a way to break the game under such harsh conditions. His gaze sharpened, and an arc actually couldn't help but raise from the corner of his mouth. What a hellishly difficult test nah. Chapter 59 Brothers, want to cooperate? These stone giants, they all have the strength of the rock realm. Xu Yuya observed the energy fluctuations in the stone giants' bodies and immediately came to this conclusion. From the energy level, each stone giant was comparable to the astral wolf that had attacked the school back then. Are there 5 of them in total? Raising his head and looking upwards, there were roughly 5 stone giants perched on various parts of the mountain peak, guarding the path to the top. Thud! The stone giant closest to Xu Yuya stepped on the ground with its right foot, shattering more than a dozen logs, eyeing the dozens of people at its feet intently, and swung its fist to directly smash them. The dozen or so people located in front of them immediately changed their faces and retreated towards the back. Energy surged in their bodies, and before they could release their abilities, they were directly swung away by the stone giant and fell down from the mountain. Puff! More than a dozen silhouettes fell from the mountain and rolled down to the foot of the mountain, their eyes rolled over, and they actually fell unconscious on the spot. Several of them had their chests and abdomens descending, obviously their ribs had been hard smashed, and their injuries were grievous. Hey no! Seeing this scene, many students' faces turned pale. They had never seen such a bloody scene. Wasn't this an ordinary entrance test? Why would the hands come down so hard? Even if they were no longer gifted, at this moment, they were only high school students who had just awakened not long ago. For a while, there were a few people whose legs went soft, creating the intention to retreat. Eliminated, 13 people. On top of the plane, Lianshou sat on a chair made of stone, leisurely looking ahead with a smile on his face. Songwei sat next to him, sighed softly, and the tip of his foot flashed with green light. Immediately, 13 rock villains burrowed out of the earth, sending the unconscious and fallen students towards the medical building. You told me not to let go of the water, but these kids are only at the beginning of the stone realm. What if someone can't resist the attack and their life is in danger? Don't worry, no such problems will occur. Lianshou's face did not change as he faintly responded. They are all geniuses among their peers, and every piece of dragon jade that they have obtained has been issued by the academy itself and has been battle-tested on them. Even though all of their realms are only at the stone realm, they are already at the beginning of using energy, and would never be killed so easily. He pushed down his sunglasses and spoke with a smirk. Have some faith in this group of kids, Mr. Songwei. Moreover, only under this high-pressure environment can we see if this group of kids, in the end, have the qualifications to step into the battlefield. The corners of Songwei's mouth twitched, but he could only secretly spit out in his heart, so as long as no one dies, it doesn't matter even if they receive the most serious injuries? He glanced at Lianshou. What a veritable devil. Are we going to join forces and find a way to bring down this stone giant? Among the crowd, a girl opened her mouth with a trembling voice, making a proposal. Immediately, quite a few people's eyes lit up and opened their mouths to respond. Why don't we all join forces and collaborate to break this stone giant first, and we'll figure out what to do? The words had only just fallen when the stone giant in front of them swung its palm and slapped. The few people who had just proposed to work together no longer retreated, their bodies surged with energy and unleashed their abilities in unison. A ball of fire exploded from the left side, shooting towards the stone giant's face. But at the same time, a water dragon happened to rush in from the right side. The two types of energy with opposite natures exploded in the air, and immediately melted into each other, quickly turning into a large amount of water vapor that dispersed in the air. Not only did it not cause any damage to the stone giant, the water vapor that filled the air also blocked their vision. The two people who unleashed these two abilities both revealed a stunned expression and looked towards each other from afar. Before their words could fall, the stone giant's fist had already slammed down with force. The strong shockwave sent these people flying, all of them rolling out on the ground. One of them was at the forefront of the shockwave and was instantly swept out, rolling down the mountain peak and fainting. Another person was eliminated. What folly! Xu Yuya swept his eyes obliquely at the few students who were trying to join forces while trying to feel his way towards the mountain path along the side of the mountain. How is it possible to cooperate while being complete strangers to each other's abilities? The nature and strength of abilities, including the cooperation between people, can never be understood and familiarized with in just 3 or 2 words. This is not a street fight where the more people you have, the more advantage you have. Fighting under unfamiliar circumstances, most likely they will only check each other and hold each other back. In such a situation, there would be no time for them to exchange tactics and use their abilities in tandem. In other words, for this test, it was best to rely on oneself. He pointed his gaze straight ahead, while his eyes were firmly fixed between the stone giant's legs. Due to its immense size, the legs stood apart, and the gap in between was huge enough to accommodate more than a dozen people to pass through. There were not a few people who shared the same thoughts as Xu Yuya. On the forest road where he was, there were also several people approaching the stone giant together. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Xu Yuya noticed a figure approaching. That was precisely the person who had rushed to the front earlier and was able to fly in the air. He had a conspicuous crown head, and had just been the first to be knocked out of the air by the stone giant, so it was hard not to remember him. He had just crashed back to the foot of the mountain after being knocked down, and happened to be stopped by this first stone giant together with Xu Yuya and the others. At this moment, his eyes were sharp, and about a meter away from the ground, he flew rapidly towards the front, actually wanting to break through the blockade of the stone giants alone. Oh! This guy is... Cockatoo head's speed surged and flew to the stone giant's feet, actually drilling out from its crotch in general with Xu Yuya's idea. The stone giant had just finished swinging its fist at the front at this moment, and was about to close its fist to launch its next attack. In the blink of an eye, Cockatoo head scurried to the stone giant's crotch, and his face revealed a joyful expression, success. But just then, a shadow suddenly covered his figure. When he looked up, his face was filled with horror and his soul flew out of the sky. Only to see that the stone giant had even sensed his presence, and at this moment, its legs were bent at the knees, sitting backward, wanting to block his advance. Its huge body, at this moment, the falling speed is extremely fast. At this speed, he wouldn't be able to drill out in time, and would be crushed by the stone giant. By that time, even if he didn't die, his entire body would have to be broken to pieces. Crap, crap. He tried to stop his body, it's simply too late to reverse even now. Just in the nick of time, however, a hand suddenly reached out from behind and grabbed his foot with force, yanking him out. Boom! The earth trembled as the stone giant sat on the ground, instantly shattering the ground and sinking a deep pit. Before Chickenhead could react, his entire body rolled and flew out, falling into the woods on the side. It was only at this moment that he realized that it was actually a black-haired teenager who had suddenly stepped in to save him. Hey, brother. Xu Yuya grinned, looking at the stunned Cockney. Want to cooperate? I have a way that might get us through here. Chapter 60 Grade A Ability, Earth's Center. The stone giant's massive body stood up from the ground, and did not pursue Xu Yuya's two, instead launching an attack on the few students who tried to break through the gap. Due to its enormous size, it covered several meters between its hands and feet. For a time, no one was even able to pass under its hands unharmed. Thanks for saving me. Cockatoo head sized up Xu Yuya and thanked him rather sincerely. He stood up from the ground and patted the dust on his body, but I've never been accustomed to cooperating with people, so I'm sorry, I'm still planning to act on my own. Don't say that. Xu Yuya smiled slightly. Why don't you listen and see what I have planned before it's too late? Trust me, the risk you need to take is low, and there's a good chance of getting through here. Cockatoo head's forward steps paused, a hesitant look appearing on his face. After half a second, he extended his right hand towards Xu Yuya, Chui. He gave his name, then quickly said, You just saved me, so I can work with you this time. If we can really break through this stone giant, we'll go our separate ways, and after that, we'll each rely on our own abilities. Of course, our cooperation is limited to the moment. Xu Yuya nodded. Tell us what your plan is. Xu Yuya stood up and cautiously looked at the stone giant that kept waving its arms. How he thought about it felt tricky. I'll confirm it first. Xu Yuya looked at Chu Yuan. Your ability, I believe, is to change your own gravity. Chui turned his head violently, shock filling his eyes. Why would you? You know that? Every time his ability was cast, others would think it was similar to a flat earth flying-like ability. However, Xu Yuya, who was a stranger in front of him, was able to accurately tell the effect of his ability. From the moment you started trying to rush to the top of the mountain, your flight path has always been straight. Xu Yuya shrugged his shoulders and explained easily. If your ability was flying, there would be absolutely no need for that, and you could just fly diagonally to the top of the mountain. In the face of a stone giant's attack, you could also freely change direction. But you didn't do that, and even just now you were almost attacked by the stone giants because you couldn't change your direction. So I initially presumed that your ability should be by changing the direction of your own gravity, thus creating an effect similar to flying in general. Shui froze as he listened, looking at Xu Yuya with an expression as if he was looking at a monster. Since the beginning of the test, he had only used his ability twice in full. As a result, the effect of his ability had been seen through so easily, and even analyzed 8 or 9 times. As expected, none of the guys who were able to participate in the Dragon's Summer Academy test were simple. Grade A ability, Earth's Heart. Shui didn't hide it either, and bluntly returned, it can reverse the direction of my own gravity. As well as briefly reversing the direction of gravity of the objects I touch. But the only directions that can be reversed are up and down, left and right, as well as front and back, so it is impossible to move diagonally. In addition to that, because of inertia, I need to change in advance and build up kinetic energy every time before reversing direction. In an unexpected situation like the one I just had, I wouldn't have had time to make a direction reversal at all. Very good, just as I thought. Xu Yuya nodded, and only after confirming that the analysis was correct did he continue speaking, then listen carefully. My plan is. Someone has already broken through 4 stone giants. Songwei looked at the mountain peak in front of him in surprise and let out an exclamation. Worthy of being the holder of an SS-class ability, it's truly extraordinary. Naturally, Lianshou had been paying attention to the student's movements and nodded with a gentle nod. At this rate, he might be able to be the first to reach the top of the mountain. At this time, there were already a few students with strange abilities who had continuously broken through several stone giants and marched towards the top of the mountain. However, most of the rest were trapped in front of the first 2 stone giants and had difficulty breaking through. In order to break through the stone giants, the students had displayed their various means, all of them displaying remarkable strength. The stone giants of the rock realm were far beyond them in terms of strength and speed as well as destructive power. Thus in just a short while, close to 20 people had already been eliminated. I didn't expect that someone would be so raw. Songwei raised his eyebrows, sensing what was happening at the second stone giant, and couldn't help but have his face change. He had never expected that there would be someone who would choose to break through the barrier in such a way. Oh? What does that kid want? Lianshou, who was on the side, suddenly revealed a curious expression and looked towards the mountain peak with a face full of excitement. Songwei followed the sound and looked over, his face showing the same look of surprise. The location of the first stone giant? Wait, that guy, is he crazy? The stone giants waved their arms and legs, constantly launching fierce attacks towards the students who tried to pass through. A few students who presumptuously attempted to barge through were once again forced back, panting as they stood in place, revealing a look of resignation. How can this guy be so strong? We can't even break through the first stone giant. What can we do behind us? What made them anxious was not only the number of people who had passed the test, but most importantly, the time to pass the test. Once 30 minutes ended, this test would be terminated. If none of them were able to break through to the top of the mountain by then, they would be disqualified. Just as this group of students were anxious in their hearts and at a loss, a silhouette suddenly scurried out from the left side. Instead of rushing to break through the gap, he suddenly gained a foothold on top of the slope and shouted at the stone giants blocking the way, "Hey! Stupid thing!" Everyone looked over in shock. This stone giant was too late for them to avoid, but someone dared to launch a provocation at it? Raising their eyes, they realized that the person who was currently shouting at the stone giant was clearly the student who had fallen from the sky at the stuck point. Xu Yuya stepped on top of the slope and looked at the stone giant in front of him, his index finger stretched forward. A dumb and stupid rock like you, still wanting to block our advance, what a fool's errand. This guy, he really is crazy. The students at the back stared wide-eyed, incredibly confused by Xu Yuya's behavior. At this distance, he'll definitely be sent flying by the stone giant. As expected, the stone giant that was originally defending the side actually turned its head towards Xu Yuya as if it had a spirit. As if it possessed the ability to think, it violently swung its huge right fist and smashed over towards Xu Yuya's position. Very well, it's now. Looking at that enlarging fist, Xu Yuya's eyes flashed as he shouted. In the next moment, he even directly leapt down from the slope, as if he was going to directly jump off the mountain. The stone giant's fist landed in the air, blasting down all the trees where Xu Yuya had been standing earlier. Everyone looked incomprehensibly at Xu Yuya, who kept falling down the side of the mountain, not understanding what he meant by this. Although he had dodged the stone giant's attack, it was pointless for him to act like this. But just at this moment, another silhouette actually flew up in the air at an extremely fast speed from the other side of the stone giant, shuttling through in a hurry. Chapter 61, I'll let you break through here successfully. Xu adjusted his gravity to the front, and the whole person fell towards the front. However, in the eyes of the crowd, it was as if he was flying out of thin air, extremely fast. In his mind, Xu Yuya's plan echoed. These stone giants have a simple spirit. When I take the initiative to attract its attention, you charge out from the right side as fast as you can. Just as Xu rushed out, the stone giant noticed his presence. It immediately flung its left arm for blocking Xu Yuan. However, when he swung his left arm and was about to touch Xu fell downwards towards the ground for no reason, as if he had predicted the stone giant's movements, and just brushed against its arm. His mind reverberated with the memories from earlier, and a sense of disbelief was evident in his eyes. Surprisingly, it really was the same as what that guy said. A few minutes ago, Xu also found a piece of white paper from somewhere, scribbled on it, and soon wrote densely packed formulas on it. You should have studied physics in high school. He displayed the white paper in his hand and showed it towards Xu. If you have the ability to reverse the direction of your own gravity, then the acquired gravity as well as the acceleration of gravity on your body should still be in line with the rules of physics. Based on my observation, the speed of the stone giant's swing is constant, about 6 meters per second. Combine the range of its swing, and the time it takes you to modify your own gravity, and factor in the deflection from inertia as well, and perform a force analysis. He quickly swept his finger over these formulas one by one, trying to make them comprehensible to Xu. Xu, however, listened to a burst of headache and couldn't help but exclaim, "How can I possibly understand all of this when you say it?" That said, are you this guy a monster? Could it be that the calculation of these formulas as well as the measurement of the values all rely on mental math and visual inspection? Of course there will be some errors, but the margin of error shouldn't be too big. Xu Yuya rubbed his nose and replied. That's not the point at all, is it? Xu held back his heart to spit and spoke through clenched teeth. Just tell me the conclusion directly, I believe you won't lie to me. Oh? Xu Yuya stopped his narration and raised an eyebrow, revealing a smile. Very well, then you only need to follow my instructions and memorize the 4 times, as well as the direction you need to reverse. He casually crumpled the white paper in his hand into a ball and threw it behind him, confidence filling his eyes. I will let you break through here successfully. For the first time point, dash out of the forest and change your gravity to below in 5 seconds. Xu silently calculated the time in his mind and repeated Xu Yuya's words. The huge stone arm, which flew over his head, hammered hard on the mountain wall, knocking down a piece of rubble. His diagonally falling body continued to decelerate, then once again dashed towards the front. Immediately after this, shift the gravity to the front and continue charging forward. A shout came from the crowd behind him, shocked by Xu Yuan's actions. It was so close that he was about to be swept from the air by the stone giant. And at the same time, they noticed another amazing scene. They saw that Xu Yuya, who had just leapt down from the mountainside as if he was about to jump to the bottom of the mountain, was now swinging high and floating up from below. Around his waist, he was holding a long rope attached to a tree, pulling his falling body back. However, what surprised the students behind him was that the trees there had just been broken by the stone giant, but why was this tree intact? Xu also swung up from the side of the mountain like an ape, and when he was about to swing up, he quickly untied the rope around his waist, rolled back down to the road, and rushed straight ahead. On top of this long mountain road, he and Xu, one on the left and one on the right, one on the top and one on the bottom, were like moths to a flame, running towards the stone giant's burly body. Through the swinging of the rope, Xu also leapt out a long distance, and was actually on par with the distance Xu charged forward. The stone giant swung his left fist in the air, and seeing that Xu was about to cross the mountain path from under his armpit, he was furious and swung his right arm, which had smashed down the mountain forest earlier, towards his armpit, trying to grab Xu out of the air. But just as he was about to touch Xu Yuan's body, Xu Yuan's flight path once again shifted. He first fell diagonally downward for half a second, and then he sharply headed towards his left side. Second time point, adjust the gravity back down after 3 seconds of forward movement, and then immediately twist to the left side with full force afterward. A roar came from the stone giant's swinging right hand as it grabbed the air and impacted on top of its own hard stone body. Curved wing, however, was also guided by the gravity towards the left and drilled near the right half of the stone giant's body. Thud! The stone giant trembled his body and grabbed back his left arm that had smashed into the mountain. At this moment, he moved as if he was embracing himself, crossing his arms just to block someone from passing by him. Sure enough, this thing has a limited spirit and will only follow the rules set by its maker. After seeing this action, Xu Yuya's eyes lit up, reconfirming his suspicions. No matter what happened, the stone giant's first priority was to stop anyone from passing through. At this moment, its left hand quickly grabbed left and rushed towards Xu Yuan. However, Xu Yuan's body stagnated once again, and then it tilted and fell towards its feet. Third time node, flying left for 3 seconds to direct gravity back down. A slight cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and the giant hand that was grasping rapidly was no more than 30 centimeters away from his hair. Even so, he still strictly carried out what Xu Yuya had said earlier. Final time point, direct gravity to the front in half a second, sprint with all your might. He had ahead, and at this moment, his position happened to be located near the stone giant's chest. If he continued to charge forward, he would only crash into the stone giant's body. Should I change the gravity to above, a little higher? Such thoughts flew through his mind. But in the next second, he was firm. No, since I've already promised him, I'll believe to the end. Regardless, he directly changed the gravity to the front with all his might and rushed forward. The stone giant wrapped its arms around its chest, and could only watch as Xu Yuan continuously leaned towards him, and was simply too late to use its hands to block. But just then, it snapped its head down and saw another silhouette. But it saw that Xu Yuya, with the help of the cover of the curved wings, had actually darted towards its crotch, attempting to drill through the gap and rush to the rear. Hey, they're going to crash. The students behind them, for some reason, also became tense, staring intently at the curved wing in front of them. Xu Yi's forward-charging body, which was about to crash into the stone giant's body, still did not have the slightest deceleration or buffer. And with a slight change in his face, he likewise noticed Xu Yuya, who had scurried out towards the stone giant's crotch. It was as if all of his previous actions had all become stepping stones for Xu Yuya, only to attract the stone giant's attention, thus allowing Xu Yuya to pass through here. Could it be that I've been tricked by him? He's using me? Such thoughts flashed violently through Xu Yi's mind. However, in this incomparable crisis situation, he still clenched his teeth and chose to believe. Rumble. Facing the rapidly approaching two, the stone giant's instincts made him choose to block Xu Yuya, who was about to drill through his crotch. His massive body sat down with a roar, following the example of his previous action of stopping Xu Yu, wanting to use his ass to sit down and flatten Xu Yuya, blocking off this mountain path that led behind him. Along with the descent of his huge body, a look of dismay appeared in Xu Yi's eyes. Originally barred in front of him, the stone giant's gigantic body had suddenly dropped because it was sitting down. His eyes suddenly opened up, and there was no longer any obstruction. Xu Yi and the stone giant's head brushed against each other, directly passing through the blockade and breaking into the stone giant's back at an extremely fast speed. However, he quickly turned his head and looked at the location where the stone giant was situated with a face full of shock. Oh no! That guy can't escape. The weight of the rock realm stone giant was enough to crush Xu Yuya's body until it shattered. Chapter 62 Double Insurance, Backup Plan. Screams came from the crowd. No matter how one looked at it, Xu Yuya seemed to have no way back and was about to be overwhelmed by the stone giant. However, right at this moment, a white silk thread actually pierced out sharply from below it, connecting far away from Xu Yi's body. A few moments later, under the traction of this white thread, a silhouette drilled out at an extremely fast speed, rubbing against the stone giant's butt. Boom! Rumbling, dust and smoke rolled. The stone giant's large body sat on the ground, shaking up a cloud of dust. However, the silhouette emerged from the dust curtain and quickly caught up with Xu Yuan. Bang! The two silhouettes collided together, and Xu Yi was hardened by the impact as he was carried out of the air and tumbled to the ground. A moment later, he rolled over and rose up, only to see that his sleeve cuffs, the torn fabric, were actually being rapidly repaired under the cover of white light at the moment. And beside him, Xu also leaned back and showed a smile. See, I told you, we can make it. The stone giant regained its footing from the ground, but ignored the two men running behind it again, and continued to begin blocking up those in front of it. Is that why you wanted me to rip off the fabric of my clothes? Xu Yi was filled with absurdity as he looked at Xu Yuya incredulously. Right after they had discussed their plan, Xu Yuya had purposely asked him to tear off the fabric of his cuffs. He didn't expect it to come in handy at this time. Yes, this is my ability, how about it, amazing, right? Xu Yuya's smile did not change as he sat up from the ground with a slight gasp. Do you know that just now, you were almost sat to death by that guy? Xu, however, ignored Yuya's smile and instead, as if he was in a hurry, angrily scolded. If I hadn't chosen to believe you just now and modified the direction of gravity, you would have been seriously injured by now, you know? But didn't you choose to believe me? Yuya's face still had a faint smile on it, and he just calmly responded. Xu was momentarily speechless. The suspicion that had flashed through his mind earlier caused a wave of guilt to inexplicably well up in him. What a lunatic! He stood up and walked towards the front without looking back. Our cooperation ends here. He walked a few meters away and suddenly stopped, turning his head around with a slight complexity in his eyes. I appreciate that you can trust me and admire your plan. But the risk factor of this method is too high. You can't succeed every time. He seemed to recall something, and his tone became slightly colder. Not everyone is able to choose to trust in this kind of situation. After saying this, he flew up and hurriedly disappeared into the mountain forest. Looking at the faraway Xu, the faint smile on Xu Yuya's face slowly dissipated, before he spread out the palm he had been holding tightly and casually threw out half a stone. The backup plan looks like it won't be used. This guy, on the contrary, is an honest man. He had never placed all of his hopes on Xu Yuan. Much less did he pin his hopes on Xu to trust him completely. For him, the moment Xu opened his mouth to agree to his plan, his purpose had already been accomplished. According to his calculations, unless the stone giant had the means to suddenly accelerate. Otherwise, as long as Xu acted according to the plan, almost nothing would go wrong. The only place where problems might arise was above the last time node. If Xu had the slightest hesitation in his heart and gave up accelerating or changed direction on his own, he would definitely be stopped by the stone giant due to his own deceleration. But before that, his several charges and changes of direction had firmly attracted the stone giant's attention to himself. As a result, Xu Yuya was able to charge underneath the stone giant in an almost unimpeded manner. Long before the stone giant sat down, he had already thrown half a stone towards the front. Even if Xu Yuan did not continue forward due to his hesitation, Yuya was able to pass underneath the stone giant with the power of his repair hand. No matter what his choice was, it wouldn't affect Yuya. The fabric on Xu Yuan's body was the first insurance policy. Attracting attention with the help of Xu Yu and then throwing the stone behind the stone giant was the second insurance. From a certain perspective, he had indeed utilized Xu. But he was also fulfilling his promise. As long as Xu could completely trust him and follow his guidelines, he could also guarantee that the two of them would be able to successfully break through the first stone giant. This also means that the reason that Flying Boy was able to successfully break through was because he chose to trust himself. Lianqiu smiled as he explained what Yuya had done, one by one, to Songwei beside him. If he chose to hesitate, or develop a hint of distrust. In the end, he would have become bait, attracting attention for that kid called Yuya, and himself in turn being stopped by the stone giants due to slowing down. Thus whether or not the flying kid was going to choose to trust or not, all that was decided was his own outcome and fate. Whereas Kid Yuya has double insurance, there won't be any accidents at all due to Kid Flight's choice. Wonderful, too wonderful. After witnessing Yuya and Xu break through the stone giants, Lianqiu did not hide his appreciation and applauded with a big smile. With his strength, he was able to sense everything that was happening on the mountain even if he was far away. You mean, that student had already anticipated both outcomes from the very beginning of the plan and had prepared backup plans for both? Songwei looked at the direction of the mountain peak with a face full of surprise, only feeling a wave of absurdity. Not only that, he also judged and calculated the speed of the stone giant and the speed of the curved wings ability in just a few minutes. A guy like this, is he really a high school student who just graduated? He looked towards the peak of the mountain and gazed at Yuya, who had gotten up from the ground and continued along the mountain path, with an odd look flickering in his eyes. And the ability he just used was a D-rank ability, Repair Hand, right? If I remember correctly, this is the first freshman with a D-rank ability recruited by the academy? Ability level never determines the full extent of strength. Lianqiu smiled and shook his head. How many of those so-called A-rank and S-rank students managed to break through the first stone giant? At least in my opinion, this kid is able to rank at least in the top 5 among this group of freshmen. Boom! A boom came out from halfway up the mountainside, drawing Lianqiu and Songwei's attention away. There was the location of the second stone giant, and at this moment, such a loud noise had occurred. After noticing what was happening, both of their expressions froze slightly. Subsequently, they produced very different reactions. Songwei's face turned slightly white as he looked towards the mountainside, somewhat incredulous. Is this a joke? How could there be such a monster amongst the freshmen? Lian Shou's expression, however, turned to ecstasy, the corners of his mouth raised high. This time, the new students, it's too interesting. Chapter 63 Storming a Stone Giant, Humanoid Fierce Beasts. Witnessing Xu Yu's departure, Xu also rolled up from the ground. Several loud sounds came from the stone giant's side behind him. Xu Yuya and Xu Yi's move to successfully break through the stone giant had allowed them to successfully discover the stone giant's weakness as well. As long as they utilized its characteristics wisely, they also had a chance to pass through the block. Are there 4 more stone giants? Xu also mused as he looked ahead, feeling a pang of annoyance. According to this situation, if he wanted to break through to the top of the mountain within half an hour, it would be a little too difficult. Without much thought, he was about to move forward when a deafening roar suddenly came to his ears. The earth trembled and a layer of shockwaves rippled from afar, causing his body to tremble. What happened? He hastily held onto the tree beside him to stabilize his body, and looked ahead in surprise. Judging from the distance, this seemed to be where the second stone giant was. Could it be that each stone giant has a different attack pattern? Such a thought flashed through Xu Yu's mind, and without any further hesitation, he immediately grabbed the opportunity to run towards the front. Following the mountain path through a jungle, his eyes suddenly lit up, only to see a shocking scene. Only to see the earth, 3-meter-high stone giants actually lying on the ground, its stone body scattered all over the place. On both sides there are more than 10 shocked students. Several of them, but also by the stone giant smashed under the body, screaming unconscious. These students, all of whom had rushed here before the stone giants appeared, had not been stopped by the first stone giant. But at this moment, they were all in a state of confusion and shock, just like Xu Yuya, looking incredulously at the fallen stone giants in front of them. This is being knocked down? Xu Yuya's pupils shrunk slightly, not expecting the stone giant to lie on the ground like this. Dang! The earth trembled as the stone giant trembled and climbed up. Although it could not speak, Xu Yuya seemed to sense a sense of anger from its body. Those stone bodies scattered on the ground, as if they had suction, returned to its body to reorganize its body as much as possible. It stomped hard on the ground, rolled over and climbed up, swinging its fist and swung towards the front. Ha, this damn thing is really sturdy. A bellowing voice rang out from the air, the sound filled with wildness. Xu also looked up, but he saw a burly man with a naked upper body, falling sharply from mid-air. Just now, the stone giant would fall, and it seemed to be his doing. With a fierce smile on his face, his right fist wrapped in blood-red energy, he laughed and shouted, "All of you, get the hell out of here, I don't care if you're injured by mistake." As soon as these words came out, the students who had originally gathered around them directly charged forward without saying a word. Now that the stone giant was being held back, it was a great time for them to climb the mountain. Several rock villains drilled out from underneath the feet of the several people who had just been smashed unconscious, and immediately carried these several students, jumping down from the mountainside. Seeing the injured being carried away, a few students who were preparing to save people were also relieved and rushed forward. Xu also didn't see Xu Yi's figure from amongst these people. He seemed to have drilled through the second stone giant towards the top of the mountain long ago. Without hesitation, Xu Yuya immediately blended into the crowd and ran towards the mountain, and at the same time, he also slightly inclined his head and looked backward. The burly student fell sharply, his right fist smashing into the stone giant's chest. The stone giant, which had only just stood up, instantly collapsed once again. The stone in its chest looked like it had been shattered, and debris scattered all over the place. This guy, is he some kind of humanoid ferocious beast? Xu Yuya's heart jumped as he saw this scene with his own eyes, and was instantly shocked. The energy fluctuations in that burly student's body were clearly at the rock realm just like them. However, in the face of the rock realm's stone giant, the battle situation actually showed a one-sided situation, completely crushing the stone giant. The burly man bent his legs and fell to the ground as if in a horse stance, stomping out a spider web of cracks under his feet. He laughed and looked towards the struggling stone giant in front of him, his thick arms directly grabbed its feet and swung the huge body to smash into the mountain wall. Rumble! Mountain rocks slid down and the mountain wall shattered. The stone giant's body was embedded within the mountain wall, and the burly student then laughed out loud, "But that's all. I didn't realize that you, a monster made of stone, would also produce the emotion of fear." Without turning his head back, he turned his body and swayed his neck towards the front. If this is the entrance test, then it's too easy. Only to see his feet stomping, the ground he stepped on was instantly dented, and his entire body flew out in a big jump towards the front as if he were a cannonball. In a matter of seconds, he even crossed the crowd in front of him and flew to the mountain wall high above the sky, his right hand grabbing the stone block by the cliff. No fun, no fun, why don't we just climb to the top like this?" Xu also looked up, only to see his arms. The whole person actually used this force towards the top of the mountain straight up. When his speed slowed down, he immediately slapped the mountain wall, and once again, he was able to leap upwards. To climb the mountain in this way was simply shocking. When he was halfway up the mountain, a huge stone arm suddenly reached out from the mountain wall, attempting to slap him down. Obviously, it seemed that no one was allowed to climb to the top of the mountain in such a manner in the middle of this test. However, that burly man only let out a sardonic laugh. His speed did not decrease at all, and he slammed his fist out. That thick stone arm even shattered with a loud bang, turning into a sky full of debris that fell. At the same time, a black shadow helicoptered up from the ground, actually took advantage of the gap between the stone arm was broken, and went up. Xu also immediately noticed that it was precisely Jiu Li who had just left. He actually took advantage of the opportunity of the strong man breaking the stone arm and used his ability to climb towards the top of the mountain. The burly man noticed Jiu Li who had crossed his path, but he only laughed coldly, not thinking that he hadn't put Jiu Li in his eyes at all. He powered up his arms and quickly caught up with Jiu Li. The two of them, one after the other, blinked their eyes and disappeared into the top of the mountain, actually completing the test in such a way. Xu Yuya withdrew his eyes, his heart rippling. Long Xia Academy, could it be that there are many such monsters? The strength and aura that the burly man had just erupted was truly overbearing, making him sweat. He put away some of his contempt and his gaze stared down. The immediate priority was still to complete this test. Breaking through these two stone giants one after another had already taken 15 minutes. Less than half of the half-hour set by Lianshou was left. And there were still 3 more stone giants in front of him. Rumbling and vibrations came from the front of the mountain path once again. A long way apart, the outline of the third stone giant appeared before Xu Yuya's eyes. It was being entangled by several students and was waving its arms, blocking those in front of it from passing. At this moment, together with the students on Xu Yuya's side who had rushed from the side of the second stone giant, the number of students gathered here had already exceeded 30. After 15 minutes of contact, most of them had a corresponding understanding of stone giants. Facing the third stone giant, they didn't hesitate much and immediately spread out in formation, charging towards the front. The stone giant's attention was focused on the few people in front of them, and they had no time to care about these students who had just come over. Xu Yuya was about to blend in amongst the crowd and pass through, when out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed a person at the stone giant's feet. An acquaintance that he had noticed after arriving at Long Xia Academy. She's actually here. Chapter 64 Stone Giant Falling, Rescue. There were a total of 4 people at the feet of the stone giant. They were 3 men and 1 woman. Xu Yuya's line of sight rested on the girl and froze slightly. This girl was none other than the school beauty who used to go to the same school as him, Tang Xiaowan. At this moment, her face was resolute, and she was no longer as helpless as when she faced the Big Dipper wolves, and had clearly mastered the methods and techniques of using her own abilities. These 4 people were already very close to the stone giant, trying to rush to the top of the mountain through the gap under its feet. But the stone giant was also frantically dancing its arms in an attempt to stop them. Its right fist slammed down heavily, and one of the students immediately rushed over, actually blocking his arms in front of his chest. Dang! The stone giant's powerful punch actually felt like it was bouncing off and headed backward. It was as if his fist had suffered some kind of impact, and the stone at the end of his fist actually exploded inch by inch, scattering all over the ground. It's done! That student's face turned white, but he also shouted out in excitement, "Take advantage of this!" Under his shout, the 4 of them quickly rushed towards the front. With the help of the gap where the stone giant's arm was destroyed, there was a great possibility that they could rush through here. However, before they could rush out a few steps away, the stone giant raised its right foot and stomped towards them. "Hey, I can't resist twice in a row, do something." The student who had just resisted the stone giant's punch with a hard-on's face turned white as he shouted urgently. Located beside him, the red-haired Hanhao, however, flashed his eyes and stomped on the ground with force. In an instant, the stone giant's left foot was empty, and the dirt directly beneath it unexpectedly turned into gravel and sunk away. For a moment, his entire body couldn't help but fall towards the side, actually losing his balance. The stone giant fell heavily to the ground, his back leaning against the rock wall, but still did not give up on stopping the 4 people. He grabbed a boulder with all his might and threw it towards the front. At the same time, Tang Xiaowan, who had been silently accumulating energy, suddenly spread her hands open. Originally, she had been cupping a stone in her hands, but at this moment, between the flashes of energy, the stone actually turned into a handheld cannon. This ability is... The moment Xu Yuya saw the cannon, an inexplicable luster flashed before her eyes, and her breathing actually shortened by a few degrees. If this is the effect of her ability, perhaps it can be utilized to help me pass this trial. Tang Xinhuan unleashed the cannon with force at the flying boulder. Accompanied by a roar and explosion, her body retreated 2 steps backward, seemingly enduring a tremendous amount of recoil. However, the boulder also turned into pieces under the impact. After shooting a cannon, the cannon in her hand immediately changed back into the shape of a stone, which she threw to the ground. Quickly, let's rush over. A small student shouted urgently and ran towards the front at great speed. While speaking, he clapped his hands together. The stone giant's body stagnated as if it had been hit by an air cannon, and just as it was about to get up, it slammed back into the mountain wall again. The 4 people showed excitement on their faces and charged forward without looking back. But just at this moment, there was a tremor above the mountain wall, and a black shadow fell down rapidly. Hey, that! The student who had initially hardened himself against the stone giant's attack raised his head and his face changed drastically. The impact that the stone giant had received had actually shattered the mountain wall and crashed down a boulder that was more than 2 meters wide. The remaining few people also had their faces changed in shock and ran forward desperately. They had just used their abilities on the stone giant, and at this moment, they simply did not have the spare strength or time to fend off the boulder. The 4 of them darted forward, trying to escape out of range before the boulder fell. Ouch! The smaller student was so nervous that he actually tripped over his feet and fell to the ground. The remaining 2 changed slightly, their faces hesitated for a moment, but they did not stop. Stopping here, they would surely be seriously injured. But Tang Xiaowan, who was the closest to the small man, stopped without hesitation and reached out with an anxious face, quickly stand up. The little man was like a newborn, and hurriedly grabbed Tang Xiaowan's hand. But just then, the boulder overhead was already no more than 5 meters away from them, the shadow covering them all. With the wind gusting in their ears, and looking at the rapidly falling boulder, a sense of fear instantly spread in the little man's heart. With a scream, he grabbed Tang Xiaowan's hand and leapt up, jumping up and rushing forward. Tang Xiaowan stared wide-eyed, incredulously at the front, her body actually being dragged forward by the small man. The small man charged forward without looking back, not caring in the slightest about Tang Xiaowan's death. His mouth recited to himself with a nervous expression, "Pop spent a great deal of money plus favors to beg for this piece of dragon jade. I fought tooth and nail to pass the combat test, how could I possibly fall here?" In his heart, there was only one thought, and that was to escape from the coverage of the boulders and rush to the top of the mountain to finish the test. "Hey, Xinhuan-san!" Han Hao, who was rushing at the front, noticed Tang Xiaowan, who was being dragged to the ground, by his afterglow, and his face changed slightly. He wanted to be heroic and turned back to pull Tang Xiaowan out. But looking at the rapidly falling boulder, if he turned back at this moment, there was a great possibility that he would be crushed under the stone. Between hesitations, he still chose to protect himself, his body rushing out of the boulder's range. "It's over, that girl is going to be crushed." The students behind them noticed Tang Xiaowan, and their expressions changed as they cried out in alarm. Tang Xiaowan, who had been dragged to the ground, happened to be located in the middle of the rocks, and was simply too late to get up and escape the range. Tang Xiaowan also seemed to have never thought that she would fall into such a dangerous situation because she was saving someone. In the moment of life and death, countless images quickly flashed through her mind. Among them, the one that appeared the most was the image of Su Yu pulling her and Nie Xiaoyu up against the crowd on the playground in the first place. So rescuing someone requires so much courage and cost? At this moment, there were already several people desperately running towards the front, trying to rescue Tang Xiaowan, who was about to be crushed under a rock. They had joined Longxia Academy in order to express the justice in their hearts and become void hunters, and naturally, they didn't want to see anyone in danger in front of them. But a figure, however, scurried out at a speed faster than theirs. It was a figure covered in bloodlight, so fast that it swept past the crowd in the blink of an eye, drilling into the boulder that was about to fall without hesitation. Xu Yuya's gaze was calm as he suddenly leapt towards the left with force, kicking towards the rock wall, and with the momentum of the recoil, he picked up Tang Xiaowan and dashed towards the side. Under the boiled blood, his speed was boosted. At the same time, the rapidly falling rocks came crashing down, smashing into the ground. The smoke and dust that rushed up caused the few people who were preparing to save the others to stop, their faces changing drastically. A sharp-eyed student, however, had a flash of light in his eyes and suddenly shouted, "Look, you guys!" Amidst the smoke and dust, 2 silhouettes scurried straight out. Xu Yuya was actually carrying Tang Xiaowan in his arms like this, narrowly dashing out from underneath the stones. But at this time, the direction he rushed out was clearly the side of the mountain road, the empty cliff. At this rate of falling, he and Tang Xiaowan would only crash to the bottom of the mountain, falling halfway down. A student reacted extremely quickly and hastily unleashed his ability. He threw out a rapidly extending rattan in his hand, falling down the cliff in an attempt to pull Xu Yuya and Tang Xiaowan down. But after the rattan spread out, it was suddenly bounced off and raised high. Ha! He was filled with confusion, and actually felt his ability, which seemed to have been actively bounced off by a wave of energy. What the hell? He looked at the bounced vines in his palm in disbelief, and looked ahead in confusion. That said, that guy, why didn't he save the people to the front, but instead save them sideways off the cliff? If they fall like that, even if they don't die, they'll be completely too late to climb to the top of the mountain. Chapter 65, You Should Know My Sister. Below the mountain cliff, Xu Yuya fell sharply while holding Tang Xiaowan in his arms. While falling, he had turned off the boiling blood, his eyes were calm and indifferent. As the scenery on both sides continued to rise, he reached his right hand into his pocket, took out a rope, and threw it forcefully towards the side. The nooses looped around a tree that grew horizontally across the mountain wall, and the two men's descent slowed abruptly. He shook the rope, and with a gentle swing, he tumbled and fell directly back below the mountainside with Tang Xiaowan in tow. This place was located between the first stone giant and the second stone giant. After Xu Yuya and Chui successfully passed through the first stone giant, the other students followed suit and each attempted to make their way through. Several of them were eliminated, but the rest managed to pass through the stone giant's block and ran along the path towards the mountain. At this point, there were only 10 minutes left before the half-hour ended. There were no more students present near the mountain path here. Who? Su also rolled over and let go of Tang Xiaowan in his arms at the same time he landed. Tang Xiaowan was also a little dazed at this point, sitting paralyzed on the ground for a few seconds to slow down before she stood up with a complicated expression. Xuya, you saved me once again. Make no mistake, I'm not saving you. Xu Yuya waved his hand and flew back a few steps, keeping his distance from Tang Xiaowan. Tang Xiaowan's eyes flickered as she stared intently at Xuya, and after hesitating for half a second, she suddenly opened her mouth. In these 2 years, you've already saved me at least 5 times, right? What the hell are you talking about? Xuya's expression did not change, his gaze sweeping ahead, seemingly judging the location at this moment, as well as what he was trying to find. I've already said that I'm not saving you. And even if you think I'm saving you, that time when the flag was raised, that time in the playground plus this time now, that's only 3 times in full. Where's the 5 times? Tang Xiaowan seemed to have finally found a chance to chat with Xu Yuya face to face, staring intently at his back. He opened his mouth and said, 2 years ago, a punk from Green Dragon Hall tried to harass me when I was leaving school, but he was suddenly knocked down by a falling billboard, and I took the opportunity to leave. A week later, that Green Dragon Hall organization fell apart and disintegrated internally for some reason. Ha! Seo also interrupted her impatiently. What's that got to do with me? What Green Dragon Hall? I've never even heard of it. He seemed to have found his way, and without saying a word, he headed forward. Tang Xiaowan hurriedly jogged to keep up, staring intently at Xuya's side face, his mouth still not stopping. A year ago, Xiaoyu and I were tailed by a stalker. As a result, the next day during the day, that stalker was stripped naked and tied to a tree in the park. Really, this is really congratulatory. Could it be that he did too many bad things and was sanctioned by a certain superhero? Xu Yuya smiled blandly and responded calmly. Tang Xiaowan did not hear the reply she wanted. Frowning slightly, she actually rushed directly in front of Xuya, blocking him. A few weeks ago, I crashed on the flag-raising platform, and you just happened to appear there to save me. But the flag-raising platform wasn't damaged naturally, but rather, a girl in my class deliberately sabotaged it the night before while school was out. That girl never came to school after that day and chose to drop out. It's clear that graduation is just a week away. She couldn't have dropped out at this point in time anyway. What exactly are you trying to say? Xuya frowned as he looked ahead, only feeling a headache. All of these things, you're the one behind it, aren't you? Tang Xiaowan stared tightly into Xuya's eyes, trying to see something in them. Her eyes were like amber, refracting an extremely nice luster under the sunlight. Tang Xiaowan, aren't you overly narcissistic? Xu Yuya rolled his eyes, looking at the schoolgirl in front of him with a face full of disgust. According to your description, I'm the perverted stalker, right? Don't get in the way, there are still 10 minutes until the end of the test, I still have to. Sure enough, you're the pretending to be cool kid that my sister mentioned. Tang Xiaowan spoke decisively, seemingly completely forgetting about the test. A sheen flashed across Xu Yuya's calm eyes, but it was quickly hidden. You definitely know your sister, don't you? Seeing that Xu Yuya was unresponsive, Tang Xiaowan became a little anxious. She looked at Xu Yuya dead on, a look of supplication actually appearing in her eyes. Can you tell me? My sister, what exactly did she die because of? Before she died, the person who accompanied her to the art exhibition should be you. Why did the building at the art exhibition suddenly collapse, and was my sister really just knocked down by the collapsing building? What exactly happened there? Why would the hospital not allow me to see my sister's remains? Xu Yuya's face didn't have any expression, but his right hand couldn't help but tremble. I don't understand what you're talking about. Tang Tuan. Tang Xiaowan shouted, this is my sister's name, do you really not remember this name? Xu Yuya's body shook slightly, the figure in the white dress flashed in his eyes once again. Thank you for saving me. My name is Tang Tuan, the Tuan of Tuanhua, nice, isn't it? Do you know Xu Yuya, I actually have a younger sister, it seems like she's still in the same school as you. If you have the chance, I'll bring you and her to get to know each other. Eh, you're surprisingly not interested? My sister is a super beautiful girl, oh, very cute. Xu Yuya, it seems like I'm going to fail. If it's possible, can you help me take care of my sister a bit more? She's been very simple and introverted since she was a child, she's easily bullied. If I'm not there, there's no one to protect her. Ahem. Xu Yuya, look, the way I just looked, do I look like a void hunter? The memories in his mind flashed by. Xu Yuya's face was expressionless as he calmly looked at Tang Xiaowan in front of him. I told you, I don't know the person you're talking about. Those things you said also have nothing to do with me at all. I'm also not saving you at all, I just want to cooperate with you. Cooperation? Tang Xiaowan was a little confused, standing frozen in place. Don't forget, the entrance test hasn't ended yet, I don't want to stop here just like this. Xu Yuya responded lightly, directly terminating the topic. If you have any misunderstandings about me, let's talk again when we have the chance after the test is over. Although Tang Xiaowan still had a lot of questions in her heart, they were suppressed, and determination was repeated in her eyes. She would come here in order to inherit the dream her sister once had. Now that time was short, it simply wasn't the time to discuss anything else either. But we've fallen back to the bottom of the mountain now, how are we going to work together to climb to the top in 10 minutes? 7 minutes and 45 seconds to be exact. Xu Yuya turned around once again and walked forward at a fast pace. But if nothing goes wrong, we'll still be able to successfully reach the top of the mountain. I still need to confirm it though. As he spoke, he slightly tilted his head and used his afterglow to look at Tang Xiaowan behind him. Is the effect of your ability the same as what I think it is? Chapter 66. Don't worry, I'll stall him. Xu Yuya's speed grew faster and faster as he flew through the mountain roads, heading towards the mountains. Tang Xiaowan followed closely behind, but there was no hesitation, directly palletizing out his abilities. My ability is S rank, Power of Creation. The effect, if you will, is the ability to materially transform unconscious objects. Sure enough, it's just as I thought. Xu Yuya's eyes flickered, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In other words, just now, you used your ability to transform a stone into a handheld cannon, right? Tang Xiaowan nodded, but I need to know enough about the transformed substance. For example, if I want to transform a handheld cannon, I need to understand the exact structure of the cannon in advance. Otherwise, at most, I will only be able to transform a useless shell. If I wanted to transform stones into substances like diamonds or pearls, I would need to have a sufficient understanding of their molecular structure. So you, whose grades are the best in the school, would even take the initiative to learn about the way the cannons are constructed in private? Xu Yuya spat out with a raised eyebrow. Tang Xiaowan blushed and responded with some embarrassment, I'm slightly interested in these mechanical and weapon aspects. What about the speed and duration of the transformation? Xu also didn't pay too much attention to Tang Xiaowan's unusual hobby, instead, he continued to pursue the question. The transformation speed is related to the material of the object itself. Tang Xiaowan quickly responded, for example, if I use a stone to transform into an iron cannon, it would take about a minute. But if I had steel in my hands, it might only take 30 seconds. The more complex the transformation into something, the more energy and time it takes. As for the duration, as long as I am given enough energy, it is possible to completely transform the matter. Xu Yuya turned his head to look over, so you use a special technique to briefly transform matter, but it will change back to its original state after use? Tang Xinhuan nodded, yes. Good, not too far off from what I judged. Xu Yuya jerked to a halt, coming to the destination he was preparing to reach. Directly in front of them, it happened to be where the second stone giant was located. However, it was still embedded in the wall at the moment, its entire body crushed in stone, its appearance extremely wretched. Seemingly sensing the appearance of Xu Yuya and Tang Xiaowan, the stone giant struggled its body, actually shuddering from the rock wall, shaking its body and trying to climb out. The debris on the ground continued to fly up and coalesce, attempting to reorganize its body for it. However, its chest, which had been pierced earlier, was never able to recover either. Su also didn't swipe past this stone giant to set off towards the top of the mountain. Instead, he stopped where he was as if he was waiting for this stone giant to recover its body. Hey, what's the meaning of this? Tang Xiaowan was startled when she saw Xu Yuya suddenly stop. Aren't we going to hurry and run towards the top of the mountain before it recovers? Right now, even if we run with all our might, a few minutes won't be enough to climb to the top of the mountain. Su also, however, looked ahead very calmly and suddenly took out his cell phone and started operating it. Let me ask you, do you know about the rocket booster? Although Tang Xiaowan didn't know what exactly Xu Yuya wanted to do, she still responded, of course I know, isn't this the device used to accelerate rockets when they are launched? Are you able to transform it? Xu Yuya asked coldly. Are you kidding? Tang Xiaowan's beautiful eyes were slightly open, as if she had heard something ridiculous. Didn't I just say that wanting to transform it requires me to know its exact structure? Let's not mention that the rocket booster is a state secret, it's impossible for us to know its exact structure. Even if I were able to build it, the energy and time required would be too much. There is no need for you to build a complete rocket booster. Xu Yuya looked ahead at the stone giant that was about to reorganize its body and leap off the rock wall, and read without looking back. How long would it take for you to scale down in equal proportions and create roughly 2 1-meter wide-sized ones? Tang Xiaowan murmured as she looked at Xu Yuya, feeling that he didn't seem to be joking. She pondered for half a second before she responded, at this size, it would probably take 5 minutes. If I disregard the energy loss and make it with all my might, it might only take 3 minutes. But still, there's no specific structure or blueprints. Is this blueprint detailed enough? Xu Yuya asked without looking back as he tossed his cell phone in his backhand. Tang Xiaowan caught the cell phone in a slight panic, looked down, and her eyes rolled round. Only to see that on the screen of the cell phone was an extremely tedious, detailed, and incredibly complex blueprint. Each of these parts had very detailed data that was fine and incomparable. How did this? You have the design drawings of a rocket booster? She subconsciously opened her mouth, somewhat incredulous. This would obviously only be kept in the national database, an absolutely confidential document. Wait, does that mean you? She looked at Xu Yuya, an absurd conclusion leaping into her mind. Xu Yuya, however, drew a scabbard from his arms and returned with a calm face. I was momentarily curious earlier and accidentally saved a few pictures. Is this a question that can be glossed over with a moment of curiosity? Tang Xiaowan was shocked on the spot and spat out loud in her heart, this is too criminal. Cut the crap. Xu Yuya's gaze stared blankly as he bellowed, the design has been given to you, tell me, can you transform it? At this moment, the stone giant, with most of its body recovered, finally struggled and jumped down from the rock wall. However, there were simply too many parts of it that had been destroyed, and it simply couldn't be restored to wholeness in a short period of time. Tang Xiaowan's expression instantly became grave and serious. She lowered her head and scanned her cell phone, the data of countless parts flickering in her eyes as if they were data streams. At the same time, in her mind, the parts seemed to materialize and were quickly assembled. A moment later, she opened her eyes and responded with incomparable seriousness, it's a breeze. Give me 3 minutes, I can definitely transform it. An air of confidence actually permeated her body. Very well. Xu Yuya's body was filled with blood mist, and he actually grabbed Tang Xiaowan at an extremely fast speed, rushing towards the front without looking back. In just 3 seconds, the two of them rushed to the stone giant that had recovered most of its body. His footsteps didn't stop, and he actually charged towards the top without looking back. Xu Yuya climbed above the stone giant's body one after another as he pulled the ancient lantern out of its scabbard, white light covering the entire broken sword. Rumble! The stone giant seemed to sense the provocation, and instantly slapped at Xu Yuya with his newly reorganized right arm in anger. Xu Yuya placed Tang Xiaowan in his hands behind himself and crossed his sword forward. This time, he didn't dodge and directly swung the ancient curfew in his hand to swing and chop. The incredibly hard stone arm snapped in response, flatly chopped in half and turned into rubble scattered all over the sky. The The clothes on Xu Yuya's body were blown backward by the wind of the stone giant's fist, and he ignored the rubble that weaved through both sides of his body, his gaze calm and incomparable. Right now, there are still 5 minutes until the end of the test. I'll do my best to stall it for 3 minutes. You take both of this guy's legs and transform them into rocket thrusters. Don't worry, I won't let you get hurt in any way before the transformation is complete. Chapter 67. What is this? Time passed by minute by minute. After experiencing the initial bewilderment, the group of students had pretty much understood the characteristics and attack patterns of the stone giants. Although these stone giants were all at the rock realm in terms of their energy realm, their attack patterns were very simple and they didn't have any special abilities, they would only swing their huge fists and feet to block. When rated comprehensively, they were at most a little stronger than an awakened of the rock realm, with only their strength reaching the standard of the rock realm. The students who were able to obtain the Dragon Jade and came to the Dragon Summer Academy had all undergone combat tests. After slowly calming down, they were all able to utilize their strengths by observing the stone giants as well, breaking through the blocks one after another and heading towards the top of the mountain. Along with the half-hour countdown getting closer and closer. The number of students who managed to climb to the top of the mountain also gradually increased. They were all carrying injuries to a greater or lesser extent, but everyone had an excited look on their faces, invigorated that they were able to break through the 5 stone giants' blocks to get here. See that, Mr. Songwei? Lianshou smiled and pointed in the direction of the mountaintop. As I said, these kids are all geniuses, so naturally they won't be blocked here like this. This bit of difficulty is not even a test for them. Songwei twitched the corners of his mouth as he silently said in his heart, it's only been half an hour, and the number of eliminated students has already exceeded 30, and among them, there are even students with S-class abilities. There are also 5 students who are seriously injured. If it wasn't for my reaction to close my hand, they might have all died on the mountain. You call this a test that counts for nothing? The students eliminated in the previous 5 years combined were not even half as many as the number of people eliminated in this test today. Of course, he only dared to silently spit out a few words in his heart, while his face squeezed out a smile and laughed dryly. The time seems to be almost up as well. Yeah. Lianshou collected his gaze, nodded, and stood up from his chair. Let's go to the top of the mountain as well, and receive these children who have passed the test. Songwei similarly stood up and closely followed Lianshou. In the next moment, a breeze blew from where the two stood, and their figures unexpectedly disappeared directly into place. At the same moment, above the mountaintop. Whoosh! Lianshou and Songwei tapped the ground with their toes, appearing suddenly as if in an instant, immediately drawing the attention of the students who were resting around them. Their faces were tense, and a part of them still maintained the habits from their school days as they hurriedly stood up. Good day, instructors. The 2 instructors' means of instantly moving out of thin air like this drew their surprise. One of them, a blue-haired student with glasses, however, raised his eyebrows lightly and muttered to himself, the flying shadow among the 5 arts? It's amazing that it can span such a long distance, it's worthy of being Longxia Academy. Lianshou smiled and nodded, his eyes swept over the crowd present, and a moment later he calculated the number of people, 78? It looks like there are still 2 spots left. He once again took out the piece of pocket watch from his bosom and looked down. There were still 5 minutes left before the half-hour time limit for the test. After about another 30 seconds, a figure climbed up the mountain out of breath and sat on his butt, revealing an excited expression. Rush, caught up. This person was none other than the small student who had pulled Tang Xinwan to the ground earlier. After successfully breaking through the 3rd stone giant, the few people who had once cooperated with him turned away from him with disgust on their faces. This kind of guy who abandoned his companions at a critical moment, no one was willing to cooperate with him anymore. Although he was resentful, he still relied on his own ability and managed to pass through the 2 stone giants behind him and climb to the top of the mountain. Seeing the appearance of this small man, more than a dozen people among the crowd frowned and swept over with some displeasure. Just now, his behavior of dragging Tang Xiaowen down under the crisis and escaping alone was seen in their eyes. In their eyes, this kind of person was simply disgusting to the extreme. The small man naturally noticed the gazes around him. He shrunk his neck, and although he was a bit embarrassed, he patted his butt and stood up. It's not like I meant to harm her. Who could think that much in that situation? This time the chance to join the Dragon Summer Academy is so rare, how could I possibly fall in a place like that? Besides, it's not like she was crushed by a rock and was successfully rescued, so isn't that something to be congratulated? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, constantly excusing and justifying his behavior just now. Soon, the guilt in his heart slowly dissipated, and he silently vowed, as long as I can successfully join the Dragon Summer Academy, I definitely won't do anything like this again in the future. Under this self-deception, he resurfaced with a smile, reveling in the fact that he had passed the first trial. The only thing that made him a little apprehensive was whether or not his behavior just now would be seen by the two instructors. Instructor, when I just came over, there was no one behind me. He looked towards Lianshou in front of him and cautiously tried to open his mouth. This first test, we should have already passed it. At this moment, he only wanted to confirm his qualification to pass the test as soon as possible to ensure that he could successfully join the Longxia Academy. Lianshou faintly looked up at him. Rules are rules. Since the time has not arrived, the test is not over. The small man scrunched his neck and somewhat awkwardly resumed his seat. But he was also relieved in his heart. The instructor didn't question him or accuse him. Thinking about it, with so many students here, how could the instructor possibly look over them? Besides, it wasn't like he was breaking the rules, he was just in a hurry and had to abandon his companions. He kept consoling himself, and instead of licking his face and going to the middle of the crowd, he sat alone in the corner. No matter what, he had passed the test and had become one of the top 80 people. Anyway, the test was still a few minutes away from ending, so just wait. The big deal was that after the test was over, he could go find Tang Xiaowan and apologize. She would definitely be able to understand him. He tilted his chin, his life after successfully joining Longxia Academy floating in his mind, and a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. The hands turned by the second, and the time was getting closer and closer to the end, with less than 2 minutes left. As the small man said, there were no more students behind him. Apart from the 30-odd people who had been eliminated, there were only a handful of people left who were trying to break through the fourth stone giant, and would not be able to make it to the top of the mountain within 2 minutes no matter what. Songwei's eyes showed regret as he silently read in his heart, it seems that only 79 people will be able to pass this first test? In his perception, those few students who were trapped in the fourth stone giant were already exhausted and had almost given up. On the second stone giant side, those two students who had fallen from the cliff had inexplicably fought with the stone giants again. Instead of choosing to climb the mountain, the act of engaging in a fight with the stone giants was simply pointless. He withdrew his perception and looked ahead, silently sighing. But just at this moment, a deafening roar suddenly came from near the foot of the mountain. Its tremor went straight to the top of the mountain, as if it was an earthquake, causing the bodies of the resting crowd to shake. What happened? The small man located in the corner was directly shaken to the ground, looking around with a bewildered face. And on the face of Lianshou, who had been holding a stopwatch and was expressionless, the corners of his mouth rose high. That guy actually did it. The deafening roar came from far and near, as if it had rushed up from the foot of the mountain in an instant. Immediately afterward, a huge shadow rose up into the sky, covering half of the mountaintop. At this moment, almost 80% of the students stared with wide eyes, their mouths so big that it seemed as if they could stuff down an egg, looking into the mid-air in shock. What the? Is this? Chapter 68. Only one person can pass. The crowd tilted their heads to look. A huge stone giant actually rose up from the side of the cliff. The rocks in the sky continued to fall as it rose. This stone giant had a large hole in its chest, its arms were all shattered, and its legs, which were originally made of stone, were now connected to two propellers that spat fire tongues, constantly shooting flames. The two thrusters seemed to have grown on it out of thin air, the connection was tightly fitted, and a strong roar erupted from the fire. Why did the stone giant appear here? What happened? Can stone giants fly? Astro Boy. A clamor came from the crowd, looking incredulously at the sky. Under the thrust of that propeller, the stone giant was still rising. But two figures, however, leapt down from its head and stepped down hard on top of the mountain. Boom! The stone giant in the air climbed several meters again, and then violently exploded in the air, like a firework made of stone. Rivers of debris splashed down in all directions, causing smoke and dust to roll out. In the midst of the dust and smoke, a voice with fatigue rang out, "See, I told you, we can reach the top of the mountain." Xu Yuya and Tang Xiaowan's figures walked out from the smokescreen. The clothes on his body were already in tatters at this point, and he had obviously suffered a considerable amount of injuries. However, Tang Xiaowan, who was located behind him, was intact, only her beautiful eyes flickering as if she was still immersed in her earlier shock. After using Ancient Knight to fight for a minute, Xu Yuya had actually stiffly delayed the stone giant for 2 minutes, buying time for her to use her ability. She also fully utilized her ability and managed to turn the stone giant's legs into propellers within 3 minutes, directly carrying the two of them to the top of the mountain. Seeing the two of them appear, the students in the crowd looked different. They were staring at Xu Yuya, who always seemed to make such a big fuss whenever he appeared. Shui and Bai Tao were both in the crowd, and after seeing Xu Yuya, smiles appeared on their faces. Han Hao also noticed Tang Xiaowan's presence and was instantly delighted. It seemed like there was still a chance for further contact between himself and this big beauty. On the other hand, the small man located at the edge looked as if he had seen a ghost, revealing an extremely strange expression, not even thinking that Tang Xiaowan could even climb up the mountain. Congratulations on reaching the top of the mountain. Lian Shou smiled broadly as he looked towards the duo of Xu Yuya and Tang Xiaowan, his eyes under his sunglasses showing all the colors of admiration. But his smile quickly tightened and he displayed the pocket watch in his hand. But unfortunately, the number of people on the mountain is now 79. There is still 1 minute and 47 seconds until the end of the test. This also means that out of the two of you, only one of you can pass the test. The moment these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar again. These two had climbed to the top of the mountain in such a magnificent manner, but as a result, only one person could remain. No matter what, this was too much of a pity. Song Wei on the side was also filled with amazement. He turned his head to Lian Shou and opened his mouth to plead, "Instructor Lian Shou, these two kids are considered to have climbed to the top of the mountain within the time limit. It doesn't matter if there's one more quota, why don't we just let them pass together?" "No way." Lian Shou's demeanor remained unchanged, just quietly looking ahead. Rules are rules. He held a pocket watch and held on to his thoughts, while his gaze rested on Xu Yuya's body. In this situation, what would you do? Only one person can pass. Tang Xiaowan's original elation disappeared as if she had been doused with a pot of cold water. She and Xu Yuya had rushed to the top of the mountain with great difficulty, but it turned out that only one person could pass? A flash of unwillingness and loss appeared in her eyes, but she quickly let out a bitter smile and took a step backward. "I'm out. If it wasn't for you, I would have already been eliminated. This spot, rightfully, should be given to you." Xu Yuya frowned slightly as he swept Tang Xiaowan a glance. "You fought your hardest to get here, can you bear to quit just like that? Without your ability, we wouldn't have been able to reach the top of the mountain. Aren't you going to stop fighting for a chance, like having a fistfight with me or something?" After Tang Xiaowan had made her decision, she no longer hesitated and simply said softly, "Sister once taught me. Always be grateful to those who have helped us. I originally came here because I wanted to inherit my sister's wish. But you are more suited to become a void hunter than I am. In reason, this pass should be given to you." "Heh, it really is a stupid theory from a stupid person." Shuya snorted and turned his head. "Have you decided yet? There's still a minute left." Lian Shou looked over. "You two, who will be this last spot?" Shuya walked straight towards the front and faintly responded, "Decided." Seeing his actions, the crowd looked different. They hadn't expected that Tang Xiaowan would give up the pass quota so cleanly. If it were them, this hard-won opportunity would never have been given up so decisively. Xu Yuya's footsteps didn't stop, and he didn't head towards the crowd, instead heading towards the corner. "So it's you who will obtain this last spot?" Lian Shou's gaze followed Shuya as he opened his mouth to inquire. "No." Between Shuya's reply, he actually stood in front of the small man and stopped. "Both of us, we have to pass this test." "What do you want?" Seeing Xu Yuya appear, the small man stood up violently, a wary look in his eyes. An inexplicable sense of uneasiness surged in his heart as he spoke sharply. "There are already 79 people here. You two, at most, only one of you will be able to pass the test. Do you want to go against the rules? Rule number 1. Xu also looked at the small man with indifference and spoke indifferently. "Climb to the top of the mountain within 30 minutes. Rule number 2, there are only 80 people who can complete the test in the end. If 80 people already exist after you climb to the top of the mountain, then I'm sorry, you will not be able to pass this first test." He repeated the rules that Lian Shou had spoken earlier at the bottom of the mountain, the corner of his mouth slowly raising a cold smile. Whoosh! Shuya's right hand probed out as if it were lightning, and he even instantly grabbed the neck of the small man in front of him and lifted him up out of thin air. This was located in the corner position, and within a few steps, he just carried the small man to the edge of the mountaintop. "What are you doing?" The small man's neck was strangled, and it was hard to breathe, and he waved his arm with a terrified face. Energy gathered in his palm, and an invisible shockwave rushed towards Shuya. However, Shuya dodged the attack with a slight sideways movement of his head as if he had foreseen it. That is to say, as long as only 80 people exist at the top of the mountain before time runs out. His hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes filled with extreme indifference, but the corners of his mouth raised in an extremely dangerous arc. Someone like you who betrays his companions and escapes alone is also worthy of becoming a void hunter? In the next moment, he let go of his right hand. The small man instantly fell downwards uncontrollably. With a terrified expression on his face, he desperately swung his body and climbed onto the rock wall with both hands, his eyes showing his unwillingness as he screamed loudly, "You're murdering me! Instructor, stop him!" Xu Yuya lifted his right foot expressionlessly and dropped it with force. The small man screamed miserably, his hands loosened due to the intense pain, and his entire body fell down the cliff uncontrollably. At the same time, Lianshou actually looked as if he didn't see this scene at all as he forcefully closed the pocket watch in his hand. Time. The number of people on the mountain, exactly 80. Congratulations, you have completed the first test. Chapter 69, Justice or Not. The crowd was silent, all of them looking ahead in shock. Xu Yuya's indifferent and incomparable means caused all of their hearts to jump. Falling off the cliff like this, one would die. Songwei's face changed slightly, and green light flashed in his palm. A rocky villain drilled out from within the rock wall, catching the falling little man in mid-air. At this moment, he had already passed out due to extreme fear. He will definitely die if he falls like this, right? Songwei furrowed his brows and somewhat huffed as he looked towards Xu Yuya. There wasn't any cushion underneath this cliff. This is a living human life, aren't you going a little overboard? As a student who had just reached adulthood, Xu Yuya's behavior was too cruel in his eyes. Aren't there you, teacher? Xu Yuya turned his head, that lazy look reappearing on his face. Would you let him fall like that? Songwei froze and subconsciously replied, of course not. Then it's not over. Xu Yuya calmly recited, walking directly into the crowd. Tang Xiaowan stood dumbfounded at the edge of the mountaintop, her brain a little down for a moment. She had somehow managed to pass the test. However, Xu Yuya's action of throwing someone off the mountaintop made her feel a chill. That action and look was as if he didn't care about the life or death of that little man. She looked at Xu Yuya with a complicated expression, but she only felt a mist shrouding his body, making her unable to see through it at all. Songwei was choked by Xu Yuya's words, and a strange feeling flashed through his heart. Could it be that he had taken this into consideration before throwing that little man off the cliff? Nope. He cleared his thoughts after a few seconds and frowned, don't you steal concepts. Is there any necessary connection between whether or not I would have saved someone's life and the cruelty of your actions? In the future, all of you should aim to be void hunters. If all of you are of such a mindset, how can I trust that you will be able to protect the people and the country? Xu Yuya was incomparably tired at this moment. After a battle, he had only recovered not much of his stamina and energy had already bottomed out. He sat on the ground, and did not bother to argue, just calmly responded, none of my business? Is it a good thing to let people like this who abandon their teammates become void hunters? I'm just purging a piece of trash for you guys. Songwei did not expect a freshman to be so rude and full of crooked reasoning. He frowned and was just about to snap when Lianshou, who was on the side, stopped him. Well said. Lianshou had a smile on his face, not caring about Xu Yuya's attitude at all, but instead, he loudly appreciated it. A moment later, he turned his head to look at the slightly displeased Songwei and faintly said, You're too formal, teacher Songwei. What do you mean? Songwei did not expect Lianshou to stop him and could not help but frown. Why did he show up last? Lianshou pointed at Xu Yuya and opened his mouth to ask. Because he went to save that girl. Songwei had naturally witnessed Xu Yuya's rescue and was naturally impressed. Then what did the student he kicked off the cliff do? He dragged the person who saved him down and fled for his own life. Songwei followed Lianshou's words, but his brows grew tighter. But this kind of instinct that belongs to survival under danger is wrong, but with guidance and education, it can still be cultivated into a qualified void hunter. But he just laid such a cruel hand on his own classmate. It's too ruthless and cruel. That student's crime is not to death. That's why I hate you idealists. Lianshou shook his head and laughed lightly, always thinking that people can change. That kid even chose to give up trying to save his fellow man in this situation. What makes you think that he would be able to choose to protect the people rather than run for his own life in a crisis? Songwei froze slightly, his eyes flickering with intense confusion. In his thoughts and ideas, people were capable of change, and the profession of void hunter was very sacred, and should not be as cruel as Xu Yuya. But now that he thought about it, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with what Xu Yuya had done. When breaking through the first stone giant, he appeared to be utilizing Chui, but as long as Chui trusted him, he would let the two of them pass through together. When Tang Xiaowan was about to be hit by a rock and was in danger of his life, he was also the first one to scurry out and save him despite the danger. And the little man he had thrown down had problems with his own character. Although Xu Yuya's actions were very cruel, as if he wanted to kill the other party without mercy. But it seemed that he had already been certain that he would step in and save him. Judging from the results, everything he did was not only not wrong, but even quite righteous. It was just that this justice and behavior deviated from the justice in his own heart. The justice that Song Wei upheld and abided by was a selfless justice. The justice that Xu Yuya exercised, on the other hand, was diametrically opposed to him. Song Wei stood in silence, lost in deep thought. Could it be that the justice he was upholding was wrong, while Xu Yuya was the right one? Lian Shou glanced at Song Wei with deep meaning. Now that the current situation had changed drastically, the entire Dragon Kingdom was about to face great danger. If all the Void Hunters were to uphold Batman-like justice, then humanity would eventually perish. Their compassion and extremely high moral ground would become the best weapon for the Void Demons to attack, and they would only end up hurting themselves. He completed the test within the rules, so naturally there is no problem. Lian Shou's calm words put a stop to the argument. The argument between them also caused the surrounding students to each frown in contemplation, pondering the right and wrong in their minds. Lian Shou, on the other hand, smiled faintly and slowly walked over to the students. You may take a short break. In half an hour, we will conduct the second test here. His words directly interrupted the crowd's thoughts, and they all revealed looks of surprise. You can only rest for half an hour? This is bad, I just consumed so much energy climbing the mountain. Everyone is in a different state, it's too unfair, isn't it? A loud clamor came from the crowd, all expressing their dissatisfaction. Lian Shou, on the other hand, smiled as he took out a small, pure gold-colored ball from his bosom and threw it towards the ground. Of course, in order to make this test fair enough, I won't let you all participate in your current state. The small golden ball shattered as it touched the ground, and a golden mist spread out, wrapping around half of the mountaintop in an instant, enveloping the figures of all the students. Su also looked around curiously, only to feel that these golden mists were actually surging down his pores towards his body. Within a few breaths, he felt that his injuries as well as his physical strength, and even his nearly depleted energy, were recovering at an extremely fast pace. He revealed a look of surprise, immediately noticing that this seemed to be some sort of disposable jade treasure. This is the jaded treasure, receiving wind and dust. Lian Shou looked at the astonished students in front of him with a faint smile on his face. Recover your condition with all your might and get ready. For the second test that follows, less than half of you will be able to stay. Chapter 70 The Second Test of Luck. Lian Shou's words were like a deep water bomb that exploded in the hearts of the crowd. In the next test, only less than half of the people would be able to stay? Wouldn't that mean that they all had close to a half chance of being eliminated? They had worked hard to climb to the top of the mountain, and no matter what, they could not accept that they would be eliminated in this way. For a while, the mountaintop was silent, everyone was desperately absorbing the golden mist, using the power of the Ju Bao to restore their energy and stamina. Lian Shou looked at the crowd indifferently and inclined his head, leading Song Wei to a corner away from the students. Song Wei frowned tightly, seemingly still pondering what had just happened. Ever since he was born, he had been exposed to the stories of his Void Hunter predecessors. From a young age, he had longed for this sacred profession and treated it as his lifelong pursuit. After he grew up, he joined Longxia Academy as he wished and became an honorable Void Hunter. During these years, he had traveled in and out of countless Void realms, fought with countless Void beasts and Void devils, and had even been injured several times while protecting the people. In his eyes, a Void Hunter should be just like him, full of a sense of justice, with a supreme sense of morality and responsibility. He firmly believed in his justice and took it as an honor. However, Xu Yuya's behavior just now was a great shock to him. It was clear that the outcome was justice, but the process of its implementation of justice was somewhat unacceptable to himself. Lian Shou pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and held it in his mouth, lighting it up as he spoke with a faint smile. Teacher Song Wei, you shouldn't have had much contact with other Void Hunters, right? Song Wei looked back and nodded. When the Void Hunting team was first recruited, it was difficult for me to match my abilities with others, thus I have always been a soloist. Within the Dragon Kingdom, there were a total of 100 Void Hunting teams. However, not all Void Hunters would join the Void Hunting team. Some people whose abilities were more special and were difficult to cooperate with others would become solo travelers and hunt Void beasts on their own. Of course, in order to become a solo traveler, The minimum requirement was the mountain realm. And existences above the mountain realm did not need to join a void hunting team at all. The existence of a team would instead restrict their movements and be a great waste of manpower. Existences such as Ruan Rui, for example, usually almost always acted alone, and only when they encountered extremely dangerous void realms would they be able to cooperate with each other and other solitaries. I guess so. Lian Shou exhaled a smoke ring and let out a light laugh. You've never seen other void hunters, much less cooperated with them, so it's no wonder you're so naive. Although Song Wei was a teacher, he was only 26 years old at full count. Only 2 years had passed since he graduated from the Dragon Summer Academy, and with his strength and theoretical knowledge, he became a teacher at the Dragon Summer Academy. Thus the void hunters he came into contact with were all teachers as well as students of the academy. What are you trying to say, Instructor Lian Shou? Song Wei furrowed his brows and looked at Lian Shou in puzzlement. Justice, there is not just one form. Lian Shou spoke with deep meaning. As void hunters, each of us has a justice that is uniquely our own. But we are all on the same path, fighting to realize the justice in our hearts. Of course, no matter when, we need to stick to the most basic bottom line. If the only thing that matters is the result, justice will only become an excuse for selfishness. But if you place too much importance on the process, it will also cause your judgment to be biased. There are times when you can't judge a person by their behavior, but rather see their essence. Think carefully, that child's essence, is it justice, or is it chaos? And does he have a bottom line of his own? He finished his words and threw the cigarette in his hand to the ground, casually stepping on it twice. By the way, do you remember the request I spoke to you about earlier? When the time comes, I'll trouble you to prepare the venue for the second test. Lian Shou turned his head away without looking back. Song Wei, on the other hand, stood in place, silently pondering over Lian Shou's words. Essence? In his mind, what Xu Yuya had done in the middle of the test quickly flashed through his mind. A moment later, the confusion and disbelief in his mind finally dispersed, and his tightly furrowed brow slowly unraveled. So that's how it is. Is this the justice that belongs to him alone? 20 minutes rushed by. Almost all of the students had already recovered their physical strength and energy under the effects of receiving the dust. They were in high spirits, their gazes were grave, and their sights were all directed towards Lian Shou, who had leisurely returned from the distance. Regarding this upcoming second trial, they were all incomparably apprehensive, fearing that they would be eliminated. Don't be so nervous, relax. Lian Shou smiled faintly and swept around. Since you've all pretty much recovered, let me introduce you to the rules of the second trial. The crowd was instantly energized, and they all sat down with their knees crossed, looking at Lian Shou with unblinking eyes, fearing that they would miss a single detail. I think the purpose of everyone here who wants to join Longxia Academy is to become a void hunter. Lian Shou looked at the crowd and spoke leisurely, but you all should also know how high the danger factor of becoming a void hunter is. As a void hunter, not only do you have to go in and out of the major void realms, you also have to resist the attacks of void beasts and void demons. In the face of these dangers, what do you guys think is the one thing that can drastically increase your probability of surviving? A whisper immediately came from the crowd in front of them, as everyone pondered over the question Lian Shou had thrown out. Someone soon spoke up and replied, enough power? Lian Shou faintly shook his head. Speed? As long as you run fast enough, you will be able to avoid danger. Lian Shou still shook his head. Soon, the students threw in a variety of answers. Energy, wisdom, powerful Ju Bao. All sorts of answers came out of their mouths, but Lian Shou only shook his head faintly. A moment later, a cautious and incomparable voice came from the crowd, luck? The crowd followed the voice, but they saw a boy with a clean face but an incomparably lewd temperament, cautiously speaking. Xu Yuya immediately noticed that this was none other than Bai Tao, who had disappeared immediately after the first test had begun. It was unknown what means he had used, his body was unexpectedly unharmed, as if he had not experienced any battle at all. That's right, it's just luck. After Lian Shou heard this answer, the corners of his mouth instantly lifted and he spoke aloud. Under the same crisis, it's not only the strong who can survive. Many times, the one who survives is often the one who is lucky. As soon as his words fell, the mountain peak underneath the crowd's feet began to produce a violent tremor. In the next moment, the entire mountain actually began to descend by inches. A crowd of people looked around in panic, not understanding what was happening. Half a minute later, the mountain that had risen out of the ground unexpectedly kept getting shorter. The uneven top of the mountain also gradually became flat at this point. The entire mountain was like a rumbling piece of paper that was slowly being flattened. The trees that were originally located halfway up the mountain were all squeezed onto the same plane. Here, the mountain peak changed into a forest. The forest was about 200 meters long and wide, very vast, and was blocked by countless trees. The stone walls on both sides were slightly raised, wrapping the entire forest, turning it into 4 borders. Lianshou stood in place with his hands behind his back, an inexplicable smile on his face. This is the second test I'm giving you, and it's also the one that will test your luck. Its name is Ghost Grasping. Chapter 71, Ghosts are coming to arrest people. Ghosts catching people? Hearing the name of this test, quite a few people revealed astonished gazes. Wasn't this a game that children often played? Why would it appear here as a test? And this game, what did it have to do with luck? Lianshou smiled as he observed the expressions of the crowd, his eyes under his sunglasses flickering with a strange aura. Only after a moment did he continue. The rules of this test are very simple. In the next test, I will act as the ghost in the ghost catcher's game. You, on the other hand, will be the people who scatter and hide. I'll give you 5 minutes for hiding. As long as you are in the middle of this forest, it doesn't matter where or how you hide. After 5 minutes, I will start catching people. The corners of his mouth lifted into a bizarre smile, causing the bodies of the students present to inexplicably chill. Anyone who is caught by me and loses consciousness will be eliminated and lose their enrollment qualifications. The entire room was in an uproar when these words were uttered. The faces of the crowd changed slightly, and they looked ahead with shocked expressions on their faces. They all clearly remembered how that late student was sent flying. This instructor Lianshou was unfathomable, striking out with movements that were barely captured by anyone. And they actually had to dodge and survive in the midst of such an existence? Lianshou sensed the student's panic and immediately smiled faintly as a fluctuation of energy emanated from his body. This energy fluctuation was weak and strong, quickly stopping and permeating around his body. After sensing the intensity of this energy, the expressions of the people present varied, and they all sensed a faint pressure. I can assure you all that I will limit my own energy fluctuations to the rock realm when fighting you. Lianshou spoke calmly. Only after sensing this fluctuation did the group of students exhale a long breath. If it was only the rock realm, then it wasn't unbeatable. Although it was said that all of the people present were rock realm awakened. However, they had different abilities and extraordinary combat talents of their own. Even if they were unable to defeat the rock realm, the probability of surviving was still very high. Confidence returned to their faces, and a portion of them immediately jumped up a bit. Lianshou noticed the student's expressions, and the smile on his face became even more intense as he dispersed the energy fluctuations on his body. This test will last for a total of 10 minutes. As long as you guys can hold out for 10 minutes without being caught by me, you will be considered to have passed the test. Finally, I'll send you all a piece of advice. He stood in place with his hands in the air, his expression leisurely. Time is money. I hope that your luck will allow you to pass this test. He took out his pocket watch and silently waited for the second hand to turn. Just as it was about to turn to the whole point, he shouted aloud, "Instructor Songwei, please." As soon as the words fell, 4 walls of rock instantly rose under his feet, transforming into a closed rectangle that covered his body. At the same time, the pointer came to the whole point, and Lianshou's voice came out from within the rock walls in a dull and incomparable manner. Now, the test begins. The voice had only just come out, and the students who had already been poised for the test immediately burst into extreme speed, drilling towards the edge area of the forest without looking back. Under the effect of the receiving wind and dust, they had all returned to their full strength. And their thought process was very simple. The rule was that ghosts captured people, then Lianshou needed to start looking for people from where they were. Right now, Lianshou was located in the very center of the entire forest. As long as they hid at the edge of the forest, they would be able to minimize the probability of being caught. In a matter of seconds, the center of the forest was sparsely populated, and the 80 students had disappeared. Xu Yuya frowned slightly, gazing at the stone wall in the center of the field, narrowing his eyes slightly. The torn clothes on his body had long been restored to their original state by him using his repair hand. At this moment, he was pondering over the rules of this test. The rules seemed simple, and Lianshou had already limited his energy realm. But he always felt that there was something not quite right. If the rules were limited to this, then they would only need to hide at the edge of the forest to reduce the probability of being captured. But in that case, there was no need for Lianshou to mention the word luck at all. This was not related to luck at all. Thinking quickly, he no longer stayed where he was, but ran straight in one direction. By now, there were not many people left in the forest, and the rest of the students were scattered in all directions, in different parts of the forest. They all stayed as far away from the others as possible, fearing that they would be found by Lianshou, and along with them, they would be killed in one fell swoop. Xu Yuya silently observed the footprints on the ground, as well as the traces and energy fluctuations around, roughly deducing where all the other students had gone. 2 minutes later, he stopped by a tree and said to himself, "This is as good a place as any." This place was located between the edge of the forest and Lianshou. Neither did he hide in a corner like most people, nor did he keep his distance from Lianshou. In Xu Yuya's opinion, this position was just right. He casually picked up a branch on the ground and activated his repair hand. In the next second, under the pull of white light, he rose up and actually accompanied the branch to fly above the tree trunk. This ancient tree had many branches and leaves, enough to cover his entire body. What he didn't expect was that he had only just flown. He had only just flown to the tree, when the leaves behind him trembled, and a strange cry came out. Xu also turned his head violently, but he saw a silhouette climbing on top of the tree trunk in an extremely odd posture, his expression tense as he was preparing to jump down from the tree. His posture was very smooth, and it was as if he had done this set of escape maneuvers countless times. "Bai Tao?" Xu Yuya spoke with an odd expression on his face, actually recognizing this person who was preparing to escape. "Eh?" Hearing someone call his name, Bai Tao, who was about to leap off the tree trunk, stopped his movements and inclined his head. "It's you, little brother Xu Yuya." Maintaining a ready-to-run position, he cautiously kept his distance to look at Xu Yuya and smiled awkwardly. "I didn't expect that it would be you. Why are you here?" Xu Yuya frowned tightly and looked at Bai Tao in confusion. There's no trace of anyone passing through this neighborhood at all. He had checked the surroundings before choosing this place, and there were no traces of people passing by at all. "My ability is rather special, he. Bai Tao rubbed the back of his head and laughed heatedly, not revealing too much information. Xu also looked him up and down with a face full of suspicion. "Why didn't you go to the edge of the forest to hide? There are too many people at the edge of the forest, and even though it's the farthest from the instructor, I always feel that it's not too safe." Bai Tao squatted on a tree branch, rubbing the back of his head and giggling. "According to my years of experience, if you want to avoid pursuit, you must avoid common sense, and the more surprising you are, the better. What we can think of, that instructor can surely think of as well." Experience, pursuit? Xu Yuya heard two extremely interesting words from Bai Tao's mouth. He was just about to open his mouth to ask a follow-up question when a rock-shattering roar came from his ears, accompanied by Lianshou's loud laughter that spread in all directions. "Time's up. The ghosts are coming to arrest people." Chapter 72, I prefer to control my own destiny. Xu Yuya and Bai Tao stopped conversing almost simultaneously. They looked at each other and silently hid amongst the trees, waiting in a slightly nervous manner. The so-called ghosts catching people, was it really that simple? However, after only half a second, the two men's faces changed, and they looked up in unison. Violent energy fluctuations leapt past the two men's heads. However, Lianshou's figure actually flew through the air at an extremely fast speed, without hiding his energy fluctuations in the slightest, and rushed straight towards the edge of the mountain forest. In the next second, a violent roaring tremor rang out. The two of them looked far away, only to see that the edge of the forest was positioned as if it had been bombarded by a missile, oscillating a cloud of smoke and dust. At the same time, Songwei's calm voice came from the air. 3 people have been eliminated. As an assistant teacher, all he was responsible for at this moment was to notify every student of the number of people eliminated. 3 people eliminated in one go? Xu Yuya's face changed when he heard this news. This test was much more dangerous than he had imagined. Even after restricting his realm, the terror of Lianshou's strength was still far beyond his imagination. That kind of speed, is it really something that can be erupted from the rock realm? At the edge of the mountain forest, Lianshou stepped on the ground with both feet, and the ground under his feet cracked into countless pieces, like a spider web spreading continuously. The light in the forest was gloomy, and the few rays of sunlight that occasionally escaped shone on top of his sunglasses, refracting an eye-catching luster. The corner of his mouth rose high, revealing a strange smile. In the next moment, the tree located to the side of his right hand actually shattered out of thin air. A student fell from the tree, his face filled with horror. What happened? Before he could finish his words, his body looked like it had suffered an invisible attack, and he directly flew out backwards, falling unconscious to the ground. Lianshou's footsteps did not stop, and in the twinkling of an eye, he appeared next to the bushes 20 meters away. Another student flew out through the air and fell unconscious. He didn't stop moving forward, and with a forceful leap, he jumped another dozens of meters. With the crumbling of the trees, another student was eliminated on the spot. With a face full of relief, he sighted far away and said to himself, "It's good to go over there next." Only to see him squat down in place, as if he was doing a horse stance, and give a hard bounce. In the next moment, his entire body shot up into the sky, piercing out like a javelin, weaving towards the other side of the forest. After only 5 seconds had passed, accompanied by a roar, Songwei's ancient, wave-free voice once again spread throughout the forest. 2 people have been eliminated. Hey, this is a joke. Bai Tao maintained his position of jumping down from the tree at any time, listening to Songwei's report, his face turning pale. He looked up into the air, and every few seconds, Lian Shou would weave through the air, and with the help of that powerful explosive force, he would leap towards any part of the forest. Every time he landed, several students would be eliminated. In just 2 minutes, the number of people eliminated had already reached 10. He was able to jump from one end of the forest to the other with a gentle leap. Those who fled to the edge of the forest didn't have the advantage of hiding that they had imagined. Instead, due to the fact that a large portion of the people had gathered at the edge, the number of eliminations had increased greatly. Xu Yuya's expression wasn't much better, just staring blankly into the air, a touch of nervousness welling up in his heart. The direction is completely random, and the destination is completely random. Relying solely on his own thoughts and preferences, he randomly traveled through various parts of the forest, eliminating any person he perceived. Is this a test of luck? Lian Shou's behavior seemed to perfectly illustrate the concept of luck. He was like a hunter holding a shotgun, casually pulling the trigger and randomly killing the animals in front of him. Whether or not the students scattered all over the forest could survive depended entirely on luck. If their luck wasn't good enough and they happened to be hit by Lian Shou's attack, then they would definitely be eliminated. If this goes on like this, it's not safe to stay here at all. Bai Tao's face was anxious, his eyes constantly looking at the ground as if he was searching for a direction to escape. However, Xu Yuya on the side was frowning tightly, a shine in his eyes. But is this really just a mere luck test? Judging from Lian Shou's random jumping movements, it seemed as if he was really testing the student's luck. Anyone who was caught by him would be eliminated in almost the next second. Those who were not caught by him could be called lucky and survived. Does the so-called hiding really work? Why does he eliminate people at such a fast pace? Could it be that the others didn't hide properly? Xu Yuya placed his 10 fingers against each other, gently resting them on his eyebrows as countless words and clues flashed in his brain. Among them, every single word that Lian Shou had said during the introduction of the rules seemed to float before his eyes. Hide, ghost grabber, 10 minutes. In his ears, messages from the eliminated people came one after another. Another 2 minutes had passed, and the number of eliminated people had greatly increased, and was already as high as 20. Of the 80 people from earlier, only 60 people were left today. This appalling elimination rate caused those students hiding around to panic, fearing that they would be the next to be eliminated. Su also felt a sudden wave of annoyance, only feeling that the voice announcing the elimination was so ear-piercing. Wait, the number of eliminations? Suddenly, at this moment, he seemed to have caught something and snapped his eyes wide open. Could it be that this is the true purpose of this test? If that's the case, perhaps. His eyes flickered, and he even jumped directly from the tree, running towards the direction where Lian Shou was without looking back. Bai Tao, who had been poised to take action, saw Xu Yuya's action and almost simultaneously chased after him, asking in a sharp voice, "Have you thought of anything? Why are you running?" Although he didn't know what Xu Yuya wanted to do, he had a keen sense that it seemed like following him was the right thing to do. This isn't just a test of luck at all. Xu Yuya's face was grave, and his speed flew as if he was racing against time. What does this mean? Bai Tao's face was full of confusion, as if he didn't understand what Xu Yuya was talking about. We've been tricked by him. A blood mist erupted from Xu Yuya's body at this moment, and his entire speed increased by a few more points. Surprisingly, under this acceleration of his, Bai Tao was still able to follow him like a shadow, without any sense of strain. Su also didn't bother to pay attention to Bai Tao. Instead, he looked ahead with a gaze and blurted out the conclusion he had gotten. Remember that hint? Time is money. If you want to pass the test, how can you put all your hopes on luck? Between the conversations, in front of his eyes, Lian Shou's figure also finally appeared. At this moment, Lian Shou was poised and ready to rush to another place. In the middle of Xu Yuya's approach, he was still eliminating the students who were hiding. But suddenly, at this moment, his complexion moved slightly and he raised his head. Surprisingly, you found it so quickly? He smiled and looked ahead. Four silhouettes, almost simultaneously, drilled out from his three directions, forming horns and surrounding him. Xu also raised an eyebrow when he saw the other two rushing out. Sure enough, there were other people who had sensed the nature of this test and made the same choice as him. What, you four, aren't you going to see how lucky you are? Lianshou smiled and looked to his side with a relaxed expression. Though let's say I consider myself lucky. Xu also lifted his boiling blood, his chest heaving slightly while the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. But I wouldn't want to take the results of a test and hope on a nebulous concept like luck. When making a choice, I tend to only choose the answer with the highest success rate. As far as I'm concerned, I prefer to control my own destiny. He kicked the gravel in front of him and looked ahead. Wouldn't you say, Instructor Lianshou? Chapter 73, Your Luck Sucks. SH. What do you mean? Bai Tao was a bit confused. You came all the way over here just to fight the instructor head-on, are you crazy? Haven't you figured it out yet? We've been tricked. Xu Yuya spoke in a smooth tone, quickly explaining for Bai Tao. This test, it's simply unfair. Facing an instructor who is at least in the peak realm, whether you dodge or not is completely meaningless. Ha! Bai Tao's brain was a muddle, he simply couldn't understand what Xu Yuya was saying. Didn't he say that he wanted to suppress his realm to the rock realm? The instructor's exact words were, I can assure you that I will limit my own energy fluctuations to the rock realm when fighting you. A student with light blue hair and glasses calmly stepped out from the other direction and spoke faintly. This also means that this asshole instructor is playing word games with us. On the other side, the man with a naked upper body and an incomparably leaned over with a sardonic smile, his eyes full of wildness. As long as he doesn't fight us, his realm doesn't need to be suppressed, which is why he was able to travel through the forest so easily. Xu also calmly picked up the explanation as the three of them kept moving closer towards Lianshou. And sparring is a two-way act. As long as the others have no intention of striking out, he will be able to eliminate anyone with his original realm in a near-second manner. And because of that, no matter where we hide, we will be sensed by him as to our location and eliminated outright. The so-called hiding is actually a trap designed to spread our position out completely. It doesn't make any sense at all. The blue-haired spectacled man continued to pick up. As long as the students are all scattered and hiding, and their positions are completely spread out, he will be able to weave in and out at will, and randomly eliminate everyone. The speed at which he eliminates is stabilized at 5 people per minute, which means that at this speed, within 10 minutes, he expects to eliminate 50 people. The burly man opened his mouth with a fierce smile. Although incomparably robust, his mind was unusually good. Simply calculate the probability. Xu also said, if we really follow the rules for hiding, the probability of surviving is only 37.5%, but once we are unlucky enough to encounter him, 100% of us will be eliminated. Whether or not we can pass the test depends entirely on luck. The three of them spoke to each other, and in a matter of seconds, they completely wrapped Lianshou up, eyeing the instructor in front of them intently. Lianshou was unmoved. Instead, he let out a loud laugh and stood in place and applauded, clever, to have perceived the true rules so quickly. In the next moment, the energy fluctuations of the rock realm permeated his body, and the smile on his face disappeared. So, the four of you want to be the outcasts of this and fight me here? Instructor, the only ones who want to fight you are the three of them, don't count me out. A voice came from an extremely distant place. Lianshou looked at the voice, but he saw that Bai Tao had run far away at some point, hiding behind a huge tree, only peeking out ahead and shouting. Xu also twitched the corners of his mouth twice, silently giving a middle finger to the battle-shy and fleeing Bai Tao. But he didn't care. Might as well say that the fact that there were 2 other people besides him who were able to detect the trap within the rules was already beyond his expectations. Xu Yuya. Lianshou looked at Xu Yuya, then swept back to the blue-haired spectacled man as well as the burly man in succession, and Qin Zhe as well as Jolie. Are you guys sure you want to use your chances of passing the test as a bet to fight me here? Your behavior of stopping me here is equivalent to sticking up for those other students who are hiding around the forest. Even if you guys manage to stop me, the ones who will gain the most will be the other students, and you guys won't have any benefits at all. Not only that, you will also have to bear the risk of being defeated by me, and maybe directly out of the game and disqualified. He stretched out his thumb and pointed at Bai Tao, who was hiding behind a distant tree, and continued, just like that guy. He, as well as those students who are hiding, don't need to take any risks. They only need to be here to watch you guys fight, and they'll be able to gain benefits at no cost, increasing their probability of surviving. If you guys go out because of this, they won't feel any guilt, and will even blame you for not being strong enough. Instructor, don't smear me out of thin air, I can hear you. Bai Tao poked his head out and shouted. I'll be heartbroken and blame myself if they're eliminated. Lianshou twitched the corners of his mouth and continued to speak as if he hadn't heard. You guys can totally be like everyone else, betting that you can be the lucky 37.5% who passed the test without having to pay any price. Even if you are eliminated, you can still attribute the reason to bad luck. Even if I suppressed my realm at the rock realm, the gap in combat experience between us is like a heavenly rift. With all due respect, if you guys challenge me, perhaps the probability of being eliminated will be above 70%. His gaze under his sunglasses swept over the three of them and asked indifferently, I would like to ask you all, why are you here? Why did you choose to be at your own risk in the middle of such an important test? Didn't I say that I prefer to take the initiative and choose my own destiny? Xu Yuya smiled faintly, without the slightest thought of retreating or leaving. And according to my judgment, the probability of challenging you and sticking it out until the end of time is far greater than that 37.5%. I think that instructor you are trampling on their dreams by eliminating people at will based on your ego. Xinzhe calmly pushed down his own glasses and gave his answer. Every single person here is striding for Longxia Academy as their lifelong dream. Your test that is full of capriciousness and arbitrariness is unacceptable to me. Lianshou listened to the two men's reasoning with a calm face, then turned his eyes towards Jolie. Jolie grinned, old me hates being lied to. He looked Lianshou up and down without any respect, his eyes flickering with wariness, and I'm curious to know just how strong you are who has limited your realm to the rock realm. As for what the others think, and how our behavior is good and bad for them. The three of them bellowed out in unison, their thoughts and ideas actually reaching an agreement at this moment as they swung their fists in unison, blasting towards Lianshou's position. What does it have to do with me? None of my business. None of my business. They uttered slightly different words with almost the same meaning as their bodies erupted with energy, attacking Lianshou without mercy. A spray of blood mist covered Xu Yuya's body. Dazzling blood-colored energy wrapped around Jolie's fist. A furious storm spread around Xinzhe's body. However, the next moment. Dawn! The three silhouettes flew out backwards almost simultaneously, instantly smashing down several large trees. Lianshou had a cold smile on his face, a cold luster refracting above his sunglasses. However, his body stood in place as if it had never moved. As I said, this is a test of luck. It is unfortunate to inform the three of you. The fact that you all unselfishly chose to challenge me means your luck sucks. Chapter 74 Instructor, you really showed no mercy just now. Knock knock. Xu Yuya's body crashed through several large trees one after another, and the strong impact caused the qi and blood in his body to surge, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood. This power, it's too strong. Although he was prepared in his heart and had already covered his back with energy in advance. However, the impact caused by Lianshou's attack still surprised him a little. At the same time, in the remaining two directions, Xinzhe and Jolie's bodies had also stood up from the broken wood. Neither of them seemed to be in any great trouble, only that their complexion had changed a little. Obviously, Lianshou had just used his ability. However, none of the three people present had captured the trajectory of his attack. However, on the faces of the three people, they all unanimously revealed a slightly bizarre smile and looked towards Lianshou, as if they had confirmed something. Lianshou furrowed his brows, not understanding why these three students were still so calm in this situation. But the next moment, the three of them approached him sharply once again. However, it was as if they had rehearsed countless times, extremely tacitly staggering their figures and charging forward at different speeds. At the forefront was Jolie, his feet on the ground, his entire body resembling a humanoid beast, unstoppable. Located behind him on the side was Xinzhe, his body surging with wild winds, poised to strike, not directly approaching. On the other hand, at the very back was Xu Yuya, who was turned on with boiling blood, his feet pointing in succession, his figure blurred and uncertain. I've already said it. Lianshou's face did not change, the energy in his body surged rapidly, ready to unleash his ability again to strike the three people in front of him. Your behavior is a moth to the flame, and you don't know what you're doing. However, just at this moment, a cloud of fallen leaves suddenly rushed in front of him. Xinzhe maneuvered the gusts of wind and swept up the fallen leaves on the ground, covering Lianshou's form in a blanket. S-rank ability, Wind Whisperer, yet it's only used to roll up fallen leaves. It's a bit too much, isn't it? Lianshou coldly snorted, the energy in his body exuded, and in an instant, the fallen leaves in front of him were shaken apart and blown up into the sky. But immediately afterward, his pupils shrunk slightly. With the cover of the fallen leaves, Jolie had actually closed in on him, his right fist blazing like a flame as it rushed in. For some reason, Lian Shou's heart jumped, sensing a very dangerous fluctuation from this fist. He didn't dare to be careless. Immediately his eyes flashed and his energy surged. Thud! Jolie once again flew out backwards without warning, flying towards the jungle with a loud bang. His burly body was actually unable to put up any resistance against Lian Shou's ability. Luckily, as if he had foreseen it, he twisted his body in the air with force, and only then was able to stabilize his body with the help of a huge tree as a buffer. But even so, he was also sent flying more than 20 meters away. Lian Shou had just breathed a sigh of relief when two silhouettes rushed up diagonally. Xu Yuya and Qin Zhe came with a left and a right, clamping down, their punches fierce, both carrying the energy of their entire bodies. Qin Zhe looked like he had deliberately studied boxing. His punching stance was staccato and decent, each punch accelerated with wind pressure, and his speed was extremely fast. His punches were bright and righteous, as if he wanted to use his ability and speed to suppress Lian Shou. On the other side, Xu Yuya punched but completely like a street gangster. His punches and kicks were out of the ordinary, all attacking Lian Shou's weak parts. Eyes, neck, lower three ways. Each of its attacks caused his heart to beat wildly. Lian Shou's double fists danced wildly in front of his body as if they were phantoms, and he was forced to keep retreating by the two men's attacks. Especially Xu Yuya's tricky attacks made him quite nervous, fearing that he might hurt his fundamentals if he wasn't careful. But even so, he continued to wave his hands in a dense manner, and although he was constantly retreating, he caught all of the two men's attacks and did not receive half a bit of damage. Just as he had said, his combat experience in the three were like a moat, and in the face of the three's pincer attack, he still appeared to be at ease. At the same time, he was also silently calculating the time in his heart. 1 second left. Suddenly at this moment, Qin Zhe bullied his way up, actually attacking Lian Shou head-on. His right fist erupted with extreme wind pressure, and his speed increased by 3 points once again. Lian Shou's eyes were cold, and he made a prompt decision, directly launching his ability. Dang! Before Qin Zhe's fist landed, his body flew straight out. However, Lian Shou's line of sight slightly condensed, and behind Qin Zhe's flying backwards body, Xu Yuya's figure appeared. Just a second ago, he had actually used the cover of Qin Zhe's body to stop his pursuit, pulling away from Lian Shou. At this moment, he was located 3 meters away, looking towards Lian Shou with a smile on his face. I see, is this the full extent of your ability, instructor? Lian Shou's heart was shaken as he stood in place with slightly narrowed eyes, his expression uncertain. Boom! A mass of raging air currents appeared behind the backwards flying Qin Zhe, which acted as a cushion, catching his backwards flying body and quickly stabilizing it. Suspend the time of all objects within the field of view. Xu Yuya gasped slightly, spitting out a mist of blood from his mouth, his gaze fixed. This is your ability, instructor. He bullied his way up and slammed his right fist heavily into Lian Shou's face. Your ability cannot be activated consecutively, otherwise you wouldn't have given us the chance to pin you down at all. The cooldown time after the ability is activated is 5 seconds, while the time you can pause it is 3 seconds, and you can use the ability to inflict an attack that has a range of roughly 3 meters. He spoke out the effects of Lian Shou's ability with unparalleled precision, causing the latter's eyebrows to furiously jump. In just less than a minute of contact, this kid in front of him could tell so much? I've been puzzled since before the first test. Xu Yuya quickly read as he threw punches to attack Lian Shou. Why did you wear sunglasses all the time, and why was that late student knocked away without warning? Even in the middle of this incredibly dark forest, you didn't take off your sunglasses. The reason for all of this is because you needed to block your vision through the sunglasses. As for why I would judge that you can only pause the time within your field of vision. It's because of that fallen leaf, right? Lian Shou spoke calmly while enduring Xu Yuya's attack, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The fallen leaves located behind me all fell to the ground, but the fallen leaves in front of me are still floating. With the help of these falling leaves, it caused you to judge the exact effect of my ability. And the distance you staggered from each other was also to test out the attack range and release time of my ability. The three of you, without any communication, were actually able to manage to cooperate with each other and test out the effects of my ability, the range, distance, and time. Truly outstanding. He did not hide his admiration, but his eyes grew cold. In the next instant, he swung his palm rapidly, directly interrupting Xu Yuya's attack and instantly strangling his neck. The energy in Xu Yuya's body felt like it had been choked off, and the blood mist that filled his body immediately dissipated as his entire person was uncontrollably grabbed by Lian Shou. It's just that you guys seem to have misjudged one thing. He lifted Xu Yuya up high, energy surging in his palm. Even after seeing through my abilities, will you guys really be able to defeat me? He was about to launch his power and eliminate Xu Yuya. A thick and powerful hand, however, suddenly attacked from behind him and forcefully clasped Lian Shou's head. Instructor, that hit just now was really unforgiving. Chapter 75. This move is called Delayed Repair. Jolie laughed as he pressed Lian Shou's head into the dirt, leaving no mercy at all. Between the flying dust, Xu also felt his neck loosen up and hurriedly rolled on the ground, away from Lian Shou. He looked dumbfounded at Jolie's actions in front of him, and said in his heart, "This old brother, he is too domineering. Is he really not afraid of being opened up after the test is over?" Jolie was full of battle spirit, not caring in the slightest whether the person in front of him was an instructor or not. After smashing Lian Shou into the dirt, he flew to follow up with a punch. But before his fist could touch Lian Shou, his chest was kicked out by a huge force. Lian Shou propped up his hands on the ground and rolled over with a rabbit-stomping eagle. The whole person looked a bit lousy. "Little brat, how dare you sneak attack me? Young people nowadays, do they know how to respect the old and love the young?" He cursed and swung out his right palm, stopping Qinzhe, who was wrapped in a gust of wind, out of thin air, and pulled downward with force. Qinzhe landed on the ground uncontrollably and received a great shock. At this moment, Lian Shou looked like he was on fire and showed no mercy. His right foot stepped hard on Qinzhe's chest, directly blowing away the latter's accumulated gust of wind. Qinzhe's face turned white as he nearly lost consciousness from this kick, and his energy operation seemed to have been terminated. "And you!" After stomping Qinzhe, Lian Shou swung his fist towards the side without looking back. The speed of this punch caught Xu Yuya a little off guard. He pulled out a wooden stick from somewhere in his hand and stabbed it straight at Lian Shou. But in front of absolute strength and speed, his sneak attack became useless. Thud! The wooden stick in Xu Yuya's hand instantly broke and shattered. He covered his stomach and fell to his knees, only to feel his entire stomach convulsing, his entire body trembling as he crouched on the ground, temporarily losing his ability to fight. He finally intuitively felt the devil instructor's terrifying combat power. Even though he had suppressed his realm to the rock realm, his strong physical body and physical skills had brought him crushing battle power. "Finally, it's you, kid." After knocking over 2 people consecutively, Lian Shou was also slightly annoyed as he looked ahead. Jolie had just been kicked off by him, but he had rushed forward as if nothing had happened. His face was filled with excitement and he did not have any fear at all. Lian Shou's right fist continued at his waist, and his entire aura became incomparably deep, as if there was an extremely terrifying power converging at the end of his fist. "Let me open your kid's eyes." This move is the collapse and destroy, among the 5 arts. He swung his fist out, his right fist seemed to have struck out shadows, and the sound of sonic booms and vibrations came from the air as he blasted against Jolie, who had rushed towards him. Jolie's right fist was entwined with blood-red energy, and Lian Shou's fists were opposite each other. With their feet as the center, the ground was instantly sunken, making it difficult to withstand the aftershocks of their impact. Lian Shou's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, but he quickly calmed down and let out a low gulp. The energy in Jolie's body was instantly dispersed, and the terrifying fist wind surged through from behind him, actually directly blasting a few giant trees 30 meters away into pieces. The ground behind him looked like it had been blasted by a cannon, and fan-shaped crippling craters appeared. "Ha, but as..." He still kept a sardonic smile on his face, but his legs went limp and he fell straight to the ground. "Poof." Lian Shou sneered as he looked at Jolie, who was lying on the ground. "The power of the collapse is capable of hitting the inside of your body straight away. Now that all the energy in your body has been dispersed by me, it will be impossible for you to get up in a short period of time." However, deep shock flashed through the depths of his eyes. He hadn't expected that Jolie would be able to take one of his collapse shots hard and even remain conscious. Jolie's body continued to tremble as if he was trying to get up, but as Lian Shou said, the energy in his body was completely disorganized at this moment. It was as if his entire body had been electrocuted, losing control of his limbs. Bai Tao, who was extremely far away, looked ahead dazedly, only feeling his legs go weak. Those 3 guys, they were actually flattened and put down by the instructor in an instant. This devil instructor, was he really human? Su also, Qinzhe, as well as Jolie, were lying at the feet of Lian Shou, and were trembling and unable to move their bodies. But they all remained conscious, with some shock flickering in their eyes. Was this Lian Shou's true strength? After knocking down 3 people one after another, Lian Shou's mouth also began to slightly gasp for air. "It's been a long time since I've used a physical art, and it's surprisingly so tiring to move around once in a while." He rotated his arms and looked at the three people at the bottom of his feet with a cold smile. I've already said that the three of you chose the worst possible outcome. Since you all chose to strike out at me yourselves, then in order to honor the rules of this test, I'll come and eliminate you all personally. His gaze was calm, without the slightest bit of procrastination or hesitation as his right foot flew up and down, intending to start the elimination process with Qin Zhe. As long as the three people in front of him were knocked unconscious, they would lose their chance to join the Dragon Summer Academy and be eliminated by the second test. Snap! His left foot standing on the ground was grabbed by a muscular and lean arm. The force that wanted to yank him to the ground forced him to drop his right foot and stabilize himself. You actually recovered so quickly? Lian Shou unexpectedly looked at Jolie, who was able to regain his movement, but quickly regained his composure. So that's how it is, only one arm recovered. Did you think that you could stop me by relying on one arm? There's no need to stop you, as long as you have a 1-second pause. Jolie laughed coldly as he opened his mouth and yanked hard. Immediately, Lian Shou tensed his entire body, making his body smooth. However, just at this moment, a gust of wind blew from the back and swept towards his legs. He was originally being pulled by Jolie, and at this moment, he was subjected to a hedge of gale force winds, and he almost failed to stabilize his body. However, he only let out a muffled grunt as energy exploded between his legs, directly dispersing the gale and shaking Jolie's palm away. However, in the next moment, a strong wind attacked. Xu Yuya stood up at some point and forcefully grabbed the shattered half of the wooden stick in his hand and thrust it at Lian Shou. So that's how it is, by the two of them stalling for time to buy you the opportunity to attack this time. Lian Shou smiled disdainfully and kicked Xu Yuya back down to the ground. Even the wooden stick he was holding came out of his hand and rolled to the side. Is this your last struggle? Looking at the three who fell to the ground, no longer able to fight back, Lian Shou shook his head with slight disappointment. I thought you guys could bring me more surprises. After saying this, he raised his leg and prepared to kick the three out of elimination. However, he was shocked to realize that his legs were suddenly held with force. Looking down, he saw that Bai Tao, who should have escaped a long time ago, had appeared at the bottom of his feet at an unknown time. Half of his body was not in the soil, only the upper half of his body stretched out, holding Lian Shou's legs. As if he had made some sort of difficult decision, he desperately hugged and immobilized Lian Shou's body, shouting, Xu Yuya, I did what you said, you can't lie to me. In order to prevent Lian Shou from using his ability, he pressed himself hard against Lian Shou's back, not allowing his body to appear within its field of vision at all. Xu Yuya? A look of shock appeared on Lian Shou's face as he hurriedly looked down. Only after seeing that Xu Yuya was still lying on the ground did he let out a sigh of relief. The kick he had just made contained energy that Xu Yuya could not possibly neutralize in a short period of time. He should not be able to move at this time, much less use any abilities. But Xu Yuya, who was lying on his back on the ground, suddenly grinned and looked over with a crooked head. Instructor, try the move I just developed. This move is called Delayed Repair. Chapter 76. Is this all in your calculations? Delayed repairs? What's that? This query flashed rapidly through Lian Shou's mind, and then his pupils narrowed rapidly. Only to see that the half-broken wooden stick located beside Xu Yuya, which had previously detached from his palm, actually rose up in the air and was connected to a white energy thread from afar, rapidly flying towards the other end. At this moment, the other half of the broken wooden stick on the ground far away, connected to this half of the wooden stick, also under the traction of the energy thread constantly close to each other. Pure white energy threads, straight into Lian Shou's head, connecting the two sticks together in space. The pure energy threads could not cause any damage to Lian Shou, but what shocked him was that his head was located right between the two wooden sticks. Repair was unstoppable, and if they were allowed to finish repairing in the air, the wooden sticks might just plunge right through his head. Oh no! Lian Shou's heart tightened and he cried out. This kid actually arranged energy in the wooden sticks in advance and made them delay their release. He finally understood the true meaning of delayed repair. Long before Xu Yuya fell to the ground, he had stored the energy in the wooden stick. Even if he had fallen to the ground at the moment, the energy in his body was disorganized and unable to be used. The energy that had been placed in the wooden stick in advance would be able to be automatically released a few seconds later. The wooden stick flew at a high speed and pierced straight into Lian Shou's eyes. In the direction of the back of his head, the other half of the wooden stick also rushed straight at him. A sense of death crisis inexplicably surged into Lian Shou's heart. Without saying a word, his eyes under his sunglasses flashed with a strange aura, instantly opening his ability. S-rank ability, Silence of All Things. This was a super powerful ability that belonged to the time and space guidance type. Its effect was able to freeze everything in time. The ability possessor himself, although his body would also be frozen, his mind and consciousness would be able to move normally within the still time. Not only that, but he was also able to use his ability to perform an energy blast on things that were stationary within 3 meters. This was the key reason why he was able to send people flying despite seemingly not moving. Stop for me. With the ability turned on, everything in front of Lianshou seemed to be frozen in the moment. The fluttering fallen leaves stopped moving, the white clouds in the sky stopped fluttering, and even the blowing breeze was frozen in place as if it had been frozen in time. Everything in front of him seemed to be frozen as an old photo, motionless. The wooden stick that was only half a meter away from Lianshou, naturally, should also. Whoosh! The speed of the wooden stick did not decrease, and it was still rushing towards Lianshou under the traction of the white silk thread. Lianshou's pupils immediately tightened and his scalp went numb. How could it not be fixed? But after half a breath, he reacted. With his ability, he was able to freeze everything within his field of vision. However, the wooden sticks located at the back of his head were unable to stop their time because they were not within the field of view. These two wooden sticks appeared to be separate, but at this point, under the effect of Xu Yuya's repair hand, they had been viewed as one. Even if this half of the wooden stick was located within his field of view, he was unable to freeze its time. For objects that were not stationary, he was also unable to use his ability to impact them at all, and could only watch as the wooden stick rushed towards him. Seeing that the wooden stick was getting bigger and bigger in his pupils, Lianshou's heart beat frantically and he instantly disengaged his ability. Turning on the ability in this situation, he himself couldn't move and was undoubtedly looking for death. At the same time as he disengaged his ability, the leaves that were fixed in the air began to flutter, and the time that had been frozen once again flowed. Cold sweat broke out on Lianshou's forehead, and he quickly tilted his head away, trying to avoid the attack of the wooden stick. But the speed of the wooden stick was already too fast for him to dodge. Ding bell. The ear-piercing alarm bell rang in Lianshou's arms. This bell was the bell for the end of the second test. At the same time, Songwei's ancient, wave-free voice spread throughout the forest, "Time's up, the test is over." Under Xu Yuya's trio's delay, Lianshou didn't have the chance to eliminate the other students again, and was actually dragged hard to the end of the test time. Whoosh! The sound of breaking wind rang out. The two wooden sticks that flew rapidly, one after the other, stopped in front of Lianshou's eyes. At this time that half of the wooden stick, close to the lens of the sunglasses, was only less than 5 centimeters away from his eyes. The wooden stick at the back of his head has also been dead against his head. A drop of cold sweat involuntarily flowed down from the corner of Lianshou's forehead. In the next second, the energy thread between the two wooden sticks snapped. Losing the traction of the energy, the wooden stick crashed to the ground again and did not continue to be repaired. Lianshou's sunglasses lenses shattered with a loud bang. He looked down, but saw Xu Yuya's fingertips flashing with a dash of energy, a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as he spoke in a slightly weak manner. "Instructor, it looks like we've had some good luck, don't you think?" Previously, Lianshou's attack had caused the energy in his body to tumble, and being able to hold on until now was basically all about willpower. At this time, hearing the bell of the end of the test made his taut nerves violently loosen, and he even directly fainted. Located at the feet of Lianshou, Jolie and Qin Zhe, although not yet unconscious, but are a long sigh of relief, lying on his back on the ground, half a day cannot stand up. Lianshou's complex complexion, looking down at Xu Yuya, muttering in his mind, "This guy," he even took the initiative to dissipate the energy on the wooden stick. If Xu Yuya hadn't taken the initiative to remove the energy, perhaps he would have already been pierced through the head by the repaired wooden stick at this moment. This seemingly weak D-rank ability, repairing hands, under Xu Yuya's use, actually exerted a ghostly effect. Chang. Succeeded? A voice filled with surprise pierced through from behind Lianshou. That Bai Tao, who had hugged his thigh with all his strength, excitedly jumped out of the earth with a face full of disbelief. He jumped in place for a while like cheering, while under his breath, he muttered to himself excitedly, "It's thanks to the fact that I listened to him and never left." "What did you say?" Lianshou quickly turned back to Bai Tao. The very moment he turned his head, Bai Tao, who was still cheering, as if reacting instinctively, hurriedly jumped a large step backward, his face full of vigilance. "Did you just say that you listened to Xu Yuya's words?" The corner of Lianshou's mouth twitched, but he still looked at Bai Tao and asked after him, "What did he say to you?" Bai Tao smiled sarcastically and rubbed his head as he responded, "Just on our way here, he said to me that he hoped I wouldn't just walk away and observe from a safe distance as much as possible. If possible, let me seize the moment to hold back behind you. Lianshou's eyes twitched as he glanced at the unconscious Xu Yuya in slight shock. It turned out that this guy had already guessed the conditions for the use of his ability. Was this in your calculations as well? In the short 10 minutes of this test, Xu Yuya had managed to make multiple preparations so quickly. If Bai Tao hadn't made a move to stop him just now, could it be that this kid had other preparations and cards? For a moment, he was actually somewhat unable to imagine just how many backup plans Xu Yuya had in his hands. The corner of Lianshou's mouth slowly raised into a smile. Interesting, too interesting. The quality of this year's freshman, fantastic. Chapter 77, Not a Coincidence. The rock villain burrowed out of the earth, carried the 3 Xu Yuya people on his head, and quickly left the spot. Regarding these 3 guys who dared to challenge the instructor, the rest of the students who were hiding in the forest and had managed to pass the test were more or less aware of it. Although the vast majority of them did not witness the battle. However, they could see the intensity of the battle from Lianshou's slightly draped clothes and somewhat wretched figure. They held their gratitude to those 3 warriors and left to rest. Passing the 2 tests made them all officially become students of the Longxia Academy. This excitement was enough for the vast majority to stay awake all night. For the second test, Lianshou eliminated a total of 32 people, ultimately leaving 48 people remaining. Because of Xu Yuya's 3 people's outbursts, this number was a full 18 more than the 30 people he had planned for. Bai Tao quickly blended into the crowd and left, while Lianshou stood silently in place, quietly looking at the traces of the battle around him, a wry smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Instructor Lianshou. Song Wei walked out from the middle of the forest. As he appeared, this forest, which he had created out of thin air, was falling by inches. When he walked in front of Lianshou, the forest had already disappeared, reverting back to a testing ground with a vast plain. Why did you deliberately limit your ability? Song Wei stopped in his tracks and furrowed his brows in puzzlement. Your ability is S rank, there is no such thing as a limitation on the range of vision. Using yourself as the center, stopping the time of all objects in a 100-meter radius, this is the true effect of your ability, isn't it? Even if you limit your realm to the rock realm, the range that you can stop time is still 20 meters. With your ability, you wouldn't even put yourself in that kind of danger. He had witnessed the entire battle between Lianshou and the 3 Xu Yuya, and was incredibly confused by Lianshou's final woes. Because this is my test for them. Lianshou turned his head with a smile. In fact, that's the real reason I'm taking over this test. Do you think that I really want to eliminate these 3 powerful little guys? Song Wei froze for a moment. The real purpose? Observation, judgment, the ability to weigh pros and cons, combat prowess, and human nature. With his hands behind his back, Lianshou responded with a faint smile. This is the answer I wanted to get from amongst the tests. Is that why you purposely displayed your abilities from the beginning and restricted various conditions for them, just to see if they could find a way to break them? Song Wei was thoughtful and seemed to understand what Lianshou was doing. That's right, the sunglasses, the effect of the ability, and even the duration of the ability as well as the range of its release, were all deliberately maintained by me. Lianshou smiled and nodded. Even if I suppress my realm anymore, the combat experience that has almost become instinctive as well as the degree of development of my abilities far exceeds theirs. If I don't limit myself any further, how can they possibly last this long? Then did you get the answer you wanted? Song Wei asked seriously. That's natural. The smile on Lianshou's face grew stronger, and their performance far exceeded my expectations. You should have also sensed that the quality of this year's new students far exceeds that of the past. If they can be properly cultivated, these children will surely become the main fighting force against the void demons in the future. He glanced at the distance with deep meaning. Such test results will also be able to allow me to submit a perfect report to the principal. Song Wei nodded, revealing a bitter smile. The test proposal he had written out overnight was really a far cry from Instructor Lianshou. Then the wretchedness you showed in the middle of the battle, as well as the embarrassment at the end, was it all staged as well? Song Wei suddenly seemed to have thought of something and asked again. No. At the mention of this matter, Lianshou's expression actually became inexplicably serious for a few moments. That was not staged. Song Wei revealed an unexpected color. Could it be that the Lianshou from just now was truly pushed to the brink by the Xu Yuya trio? Although I have added many limitations to my abilities, the realm of that rocky realm and my physical skills are far superior to theirs. Lianshou's voice continued to ring out, recalling the situation just now. However, in this situation, not only did they test out the effects of my abilities with incomparable tacit understanding without any communication. They even restricted me very effectively and launched an attack. Yet you still managed to swim with ease and knock them all down, didn't you? Song Wei opened his mouth and asked, and why were you forced to that point by them? There are 3 things that surprised me. Lian Shou gently stretched out his fingers and explained. The first point is Jolie's almost overbearing ability as well as his strong power. The second point, on the other hand, was the sudden appearance of that brat called Bai Tao. And the third point is the one that surprised me the most. His expression became quite serious at this moment. It was Kid Shuya's layout for all of this. If it wasn't for the final termination of time, I would have definitely exploded my energy far beyond the rock realm for defense. But then, the one who violated the rules would be me, and there would be no need for this test to go on. Layout? Song Wei was a little confused, but the last trick he performed, wasn't it a coincidence of many factors stacked together? Coincidence? Lian Shou shook his head and smiled. If you think it's a coincidence, then you've underestimated him too much. But if Jolie didn't make a move in the end, or if Bai Tao chose to escape and didn't show up, he wouldn't have had the chance to complete his final attack at all. Song Wei frowned and spoke in puzzlement. If this isn't a coincidence, then... His voice came to an abrupt halt, a possibility actually flashing rapidly through his mind, and his face became odd. Could it be that you mean that he had already calculated all the possibilities long before he struck? That's right. Lian Shou's expression was very serious. Only this statement can explain this result. Perhaps before the battle began, he anticipated all the things that might happen. What happened in the end was just one of all the things he envisioned. Because of this, I am very curious as to how many preparations he made in order to defeat me. It was as if the image of that wooden stick flying rapidly appeared in front of his eyes once again. The timing, angle, and speed at which that wooden stick appeared were all precisely calculated. Even the energy he attached to the wooden stick was triggered just right, as if he had predicted my movements in advance. He unabashedly appreciated Xu Yuya and muttered exclamations. He's the only one who can take a D-rank ability and utilize it to such an extent that at one point, he pushed me to the brink. I have a hunch. This kid is the most terrifying existence amongst all the freshmen this time. Chapter 78 Spirit Drawing Weapon. The dense immortal mist caused Xu Yuya's consciousness to sink and float for a while. A moment later, he opened his eyes. Surrounded by birds and flowers, he was already in an earthly fairyland. This is... Su also looked around, his drowsy consciousness gradually cleared up. World in a pot? Yo, little friend, you're awake? Pot old man's voice came from behind him. Turning his head to look, the half of his body that revealed the mouth of the pot was leaning on top of the body of the pot, like an uncle in a bubble bath, full of laziness. Why am I here? Xu Yuya asked as soon as he opened his mouth. Little friend, the shock to your physical body was too great, and you forcefully urged the energy to cancel the attack, causing the energy to backfire, leading to your own unconsciousness. Old Pot leisurely explained. That's why the Jiu Li Pot put away your consciousness, one to protect you, and the other is warming up your spirit. The Jiu Li Pot still has this kind of function? Su also raised his eyebrows unexpectedly, finally clearing his thoughts. In the previous test, he had forcefully urged his energy-disordered body to dissipate the energy in those 2 wooden sticks. Because of this action, he failed to suppress the riotous energy and was directly shocked until he fainted. But now that he thought about it, this behavior was a bit redundant. Even if he didn't dissipate his energy, Instructor Lian Shou only needed to stop suppressing his realm and protect his body with his energy to be able to stop the wooden stick from being repaired. That's natural. Old Man Pot said smugly. Although the Jiu Li Pot is now in a crippled state, it was once a very powerful jade treasure. Not only is it able to warm your spirit, but it is also able to defend against unusual spiritual attacks. Oh? Xu Yuya nodded slightly. Looks like you're not useless. What do you mean by useless? The pot elder muttered in dissatisfaction, and suddenly shook his pot and flew in front of Xu Yuya. By the way, there's one more thing that I've been wanting to tell you, little friend. You've been very busy these past 2 days, not giving me a chance to communicate with you at all. What is it? Su also clearly sensed that his tired spirit seemed to have eased a lot. The successive battles and running around in the past 2 days had made him feel quite exhausted. However, under the warmth of the Jiu Li Pot, it was as if he had slept a very peaceful sleep, and most of his tiredness dissipated. You come with me. Old Man Pot floated ahead, leading Xu Yuya towards the forest. A moment later, they arrived at a clearing. Xu Yuya had a strange look on his face and immediately noticed what was in front of him. Only to see that above the clearing, there were 3 huge spheres that looked like hamster balls floating. It was suspended in the air with transparent shells. 3 illusory souls were currently sinking and floating in the balls. Seeing Xu Yuya and Pot Lao appear, they immediately hissed with open teeth and claws, their souls shifting as if they were mist, and their aura was aggressive. Above each of these 3 spheres, there was a thread attached to them, strung together into a cylindrical container next to them. This is... Xu also recognized at a glance that the 3 souls in front of him were none other than the Shadow Beast, the Gang Wolf, and that Night Lord. After their deaths, their souls were all absorbed by the 9 Dawn Pot. This is a device researched by the previous owner of the Jiu Li Pot, called the Spirit Drawing Device. The old man of the pot explained for Xu also, I refined it for several days, and only just succeeded 2 days ago. Its effects are also very simple. As long as the device is turned on, it will be able to extract the energy from the depths of the souls of these several void beasts. Soul deep energy? Xu Yuya's expression moved slightly, a little puzzled by this statement. Everything in this world is made up of energy. For his part, Old Man Pot explained calmly, including the souls of these void beasts, they all memorized the power they had in their lifetime. The spirit drawing artifact is able to extract these powers and convert them into energy. After these energies are extracted, they are able to be stored in the spirit drawer and used to a certain extent for the host. So at that time on the airplane, it was you who transmitted the energy? Xu also immediately recalled a wave of energy that had risen steeply within his body at that time when he was repairing the propeller. It was with the help of that energy that he was able to successfully finish repairing the propeller. That's right. Old Man Pot nodded. At that time, I had just refined the spirit drawing artifact, and when I saw that you, little friend, were experiencing difficulties, I forcibly extracted a portion of their energy and transmitted it to you. Xu Yuya nodded and looked ahead thoughtfully. How much of the energy absorbed by the spirit drawing artifact can be stored? If we disregard the soul loss, the most energy that can be absorbed is probably able to reach half of what these souls had in their lifetime. Elder Pot's answer caused Xu to be slightly surprised. Immediately afterward, he also spoke of the reason for bringing Xu Yuya here. Little friend, as the host of the Jiu Li Pot, you have the highest rights. What are you going to do with these souls? Xu Yuya scrutinized the 3 clusters of void beast souls before him, pondering. According to the old man of the pot, the souls of these void beasts were able to be refined into crippled Jubao along with things that had energy. But ancient objects with energy weren't that easy to come across. Therefore these 3 clusters of souls were quite a bit of a chicken rib for the current him. If the energy in their souls is absorbed with a spirit drawing artifact, can it be directly transferred to my body? Xu Yuya had a bright idea and suddenly opened his mouth to ask. The spirit drawing artifact is highly adaptable, so of course it is capable of directly transferring to you, little friend. Old Man Pot immediately responded, Only what? With your current physique, little friend, if you transfer a large amount of energy at once, you simply won't be able to withstand it. If all of this energy is injected into your body regardless of the losses, it can forcefully raise your realm to the mountain realm, little friend. But this state can't be maintained for too long, or else your fleshly body will quickly crumble. I see. Xu Yuya stroked his chin and muttered, if I can really do this to this extent, I'll be able to play one more card. I just said, this has a high risk factor, and should never be used as a last resort. Pot Old Man's complexion tightened as he hurriedly reminded. I know. Xu Yuya, on the other hand, was filled with indifference, not knowing whether he had listened in or not. Pot Elder was a little nervous and reminded once again, you must remember that the energy of the spirit drawing artifact belongs to an external object, and forcibly injecting it into your body will cause a great load. Never invoke it at will. It's all set, I know, cut the crap. Xu also waved his hand, only feeling that Pot Elder was too nagging. Is there anything else? I'll go back if there's nothing else. Pot Old Man scratched his head. There is also the fact that if possible, little friend, you'd better go and find more fragments of the Jiu Li Pot. If I can find the fragment for restoration, it will be able to restore a lot of my abilities. Where is this fragment that easy to find? Xu Yuya rubbed his nose in a good-natured manner. Besides, even if the fragment was placed in front of me, I wouldn't be able to perceive it. As long as a fragment appears within 100 feet of you, little friend, I'll be able to sense it first. Old Man Pot confidently patted his chest. Normally, you just pay more attention to similar information. Now that you've joined this academy, little friend, your chances of obtaining information will definitely increase greatly. Even a fragment of the Jiu Li Pot can definitely bring about very extraordinary visions. Got it. Xu Yuya casually waved his hand. If there is similar information, I will pay attention to it. That's it then, I'll go back first. After speaking, he then directly focused his thoughts and his consciousness disappeared into the world of the pot. Chapter 79 Physical Arts and Energy, Luxurious Dormitory Building. Xu also opened his eyes, and the environment in front of him was very unfamiliar. He rolled over and realized that he seemed to be in a rather luxurious ward. Under the warmth of the Jiu Li Pot, most of his exhausted spirit had already recovered, and it was as comfortable as if he had had a great sleep. The energy that had been fluttering haphazardly in his body earlier had also gradually calmed down, and the injuries on his body had disappeared. This is the medical building, with the best medical equipment in the country, including very advanced treatment techniques. A familiar voice came from outside the door, and when he looked up, it was none other than Bai Tao. He poked his head out with a thievish brow and looked around the room before walking in with a small hopping step. The instructor asked me to watch over the three of you and inform you of some follow-up arrangements. The three of us? Xu also turned his head to look and realized that there were two more beds next to his hospital bed. But at this moment, those two beds were empty, and there were no human figures at all. You've been unconscious for a full 4 hours, and it's already 6 o'clock at night. Bai Tao took out his cell phone and displayed the time. The two of them weren't seriously injured and were able to act normally after a little bit of conditioning, so they quickly left. As Bai Tao spoke, he had been standing at the front door, like a person ready to run away at any moment, always close to an escape route. He fumbled around on his body for a while, then tossed a light black card towards Xu Yuya. Xu Yuya took it in his hand, and felt a sudden coldness. Rather than a card, this was more like a miniature tablet that possessed the thickness of a card. This is your student card, be sure to keep it safe. It records your identity information and fingerprint authentication, which was recorded by the instructor when you were unconscious. In the future, when attending classes or carrying out missions within the school, as long as you have this student card, you will be able to pass through unhindered. In addition to that, there are also your credits recorded inside, as well as a locator device. Bai Tao relayed the instructor's words to Xu Yuya, and as if he had thought of something, he once again added, by the way, your dormitory has also been arranged, and the student card is your door card. The specific dormitory location and information should be able to be seen in the card. Xu also looked down at the card in his hand and gently touched it. The card face instantly flashed with a stream of light, quickly surfacing his personal information. Other than that, on the right side of the card face, there were many tiny categories. Maps, credits, and other options were arranged one by one on it. It was obvious that the card was manufactured using a very high-tech device, and the experience was quite smooth. The small student card had a wealth of functions comparable to a cell phone. Xu also nodded and took the card into his arms. Bai Tao smiled and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming out in admiration, I was able to pass the test this time, all thanks to your divine plan. The three of you who dared to take a shot at the instructor were simply fierce. He had witnessed the battle in its entirety and naturally knew how terrifying the three were. We were able to win, and you deserve a lot of credit. Xu Yuya nodded rather modestly. If Bai Tao hadn't made a move at that time, he would have had to retreat and adopt another plan. Only the other plan was more or less not convenient enough, and the success rate would be greatly reduced. Therefore, he was somewhat impressed with Bai Tao's courage to make a move. When you're all cleaned up, I'll treat you to dinner. Bai Tao's face burst into smiles when he was so complimented by Xu Yuya. He retreated into the hallway and poked his head out to shout, I still have a few things to do, so I'll leave first. There's an entrance examination 9 days from now, and there seems to be a very strict test at that time. Within these 9 days, we still have some basic theory classes to attend. The specific course schedule is also accessible in the student card. You remember to prepare well. According to the grapevine, our ranking in the entrance examination is closely related to our development within the school. After he said this, a card suddenly flew out from his fingertips, and then the person disappeared outside the door. In just half a second, his voice came from far away, this has my cell phone number on it, so you can contact me at any time if anything happens. Xu also caught the card and realized that it was actually a business card. There was a position written on it, General Manager of the Miracle Corporation, and it even had a picture of Bai Tao. Below that, Bai Tao's cell phone number was recorded. Xu also scrutinized the business card, and an odd look appeared on his face. Why does this company name look so much like a purse company? Does that kid look like a general manager? He pocketed the business card and easily leapt off the hospital bed, heading towards the door. Just now, he had already found the location of the dormitory the school had assigned him through the map information on his student card. Now that it was nearing nighttime, he also needed to go to the dormitory to take a look in advance and purchase some essentials. While walking on the road, the scene of his earlier battle with Lian Shou also flashed continuously in his mind. This battle is still too thrilling. Instructor Lian Shou's physical skills far exceeded my expectations. Were those movements really something a normal person could do? He frowned slightly and thought. Now that I think back on it, Fang Xin and Ruan Rui's physical skills also don't look like normal people at all. Although with the energy boost, they were able to increase the destructive power of their bodies. But their movements and physical qualities are far beyond those of normal people. There's also the 5 arts that instructor Lian Shou mentioned under his breath. It's also concerning Na. Countless clues flashed through his mind, slowly constructing a vague guess. Perhaps there is still some kind of special correlation between energy and the body. If energy can really drastically improve the quality of the body, perhaps physical arts can become my future direction of development. In this way, even if Fade to Mortality enters its cooling down period, I will still be able to have enough combat power. He pondered and summarized the previous battle, then his footsteps jerked to a halt and he looked ahead in slight surprise. Only to see a lush tree lined up across both sides, and right in front of the forested pathway, there was a slice of luxurious single-family villas situated. Each villa was 2 stories high, each story was about 200 square meters, and even had a small garden, which made it look elegant and rich. Placed in Jian City, such a villa with a garden would be worth at least $10 million or more. Glancing down at his student card, the electronic map on it guided him to the dormitory building he was heading to, which was clearly right in front of him. Is this the treatment of a void hunter? He squinted his eyes to look ahead and silently sighed a sentence in his heart. He then raised his steps forward and was about to go in to take a look. However, a silhouette suddenly stepped out from the side. This person was dressed in a suit, his hair was meticulously covered with hairspray, and he was carrying a briefcase in his hand, as if he had been waiting here for a long time. Seeing Xu Yuya appear, he immediately took a quick step and stopped in front of him. Excuse me, are you Mr. Xu Yuya? Chapter 80, this time, I won't let you run away again. Xu Yuya looked at this sudden appearance in front of him, revealing a wary expression. But on second thought, this place seemed to be within the Dragon Summer Academy, so there was no need to worry. Yes, who are you? The suited man in front of him first gave a very polite salute before responding. I am a subordinate officer of the Dragon Summer Academy's board of directors. I am specially waiting here for you, Mr. Xu Yuya, in order to personally distribute your reward to you. According to the report from Cao Sha, the captain of the Void Hunting Team 5, you saved hundreds of people at the hands of the Void Demons in Jian City, and made a huge contribution in the process of eliminating the Void Demons. In light of your excellent behavior, the school has specially prepared a hollow hunting reward for you and ordered me to personally distribute it to you. It was then that Xu Yuya realized, it seems like there is such a thing. At that time, Cao Sha had only mentioned it to him, and he hadn't bothered to ask how the rewards were going to be distributed. He didn't expect that Longxia Academy's service would be so considerate, and even sent someone to him specifically to deliver the rewards. Yes, but before receiving the rewards, let me also confirm your identity. The man in the suit took out an instrument from his side pocket and placed it in front of Xu Yuya. Please swipe your student card here. Xu Yuya picked up his student card and casually swiped it against the instrument in front of him. A moment later, his face was displayed on the screen of that instrument. Identity verification successful. The man in the suit confirmed that there was no mistake, and only then did he hand the suitcase in his hand across to Xu Yuya. Xu Yuya looked at the suitcase curiously and spoke with a faint smile. How much is this reward? Why do you still prepare a special case? Could it be that there's cash inside? How much money can there be? 100,000 dragon coins? 200,000 dragon coins? The man in the suit didn't have any mood swings, he just gently opened the suitcase and spoke back. There are 3 million dragon coins in cash in here. Before the words were finished, Xu Yuya's eyes were blinded by a red color. Inside the suitcase, it was full of money, and he had never seen so much cash in his life, or even in his last life. Dragon coins were piled up like a small mountain inside the suitcase, full to the brim, not leaving a single gap. He vaguely understood somewhat why there was a portion of people with impure minds that broke their heads wanting to become void hunters. As a profession with the highest coefficient of danger, void hunters enjoyed extremely high benefits while taking high risks. Clothing, food, housing and transportation were not only of the highest grade. The various benefits on weekdays were also almost pulled full circle. If one was able to kill void beasts and void demons, one would even be able to obtain a large amount of bonuses. Of course, all of this was based on the premise that the void hunters would fulfill their duties. If someone was greedy and afraid of death, or turned their back on the masses they were supposed to protect, they would also be punished in unimaginable ways. If you find cash too troublesome, we can also directly transfer the prize money into your student card. Student card? Shuya looked at the card in his hand. This thing can still be used as a bank card? The man in the suit responded in a very organized manner. The student card of the Dragon Summer Academy has the function of a bank card, and can be used throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. Then you can transfer money to me directly. Su also shrugged his shoulders and responded without thinking. He didn't want to carry so much cash around. Okay. The man in the suit nodded and put away the suitcase. Given that you are now a new student at Dragon Summer Academy, there are 2 credits among your rewards, which have been added to your identity information for you. Credits are a very important resource for you, so please use them wisely. By the way, in addition to this, the board of directors has decided, through discussion, to give you a chance to make conditions. If there is anything you want or something you want to do, please also let me know, and I will convey it to the board of directors and do as much as I can to fulfill it for you. Of course, if the value of what you need is too high, it is necessary for you to pay a corresponding price. Oh. Hearing this, Xu Yuya instantly brightened up. This reward, for the current him, was more important than the 3 million dragon coins. Because there were things that were hard to buy even by money. With little thought, he opened his mouth and said, Star Ocean Meteorite Iron, this special material, can you get it? Are you referring to the special material that was only born in the Void Realm, Star Ocean Meteorite Iron? The man in the suit immediately responded. That's the one. Alright, I will relay your request to the board of directors. The man in the suit bowed and retreated. Unsurprisingly, within a month, this material will be delivered for you. He politely turned his head away with the suitcase. Just seconds after his figure disappeared, the student card in Shuya's hand had a faint flash of light. He looked down, only to see a transfer message flashing rapidly above the card's surface. Quickly clicking on the personal information, a balance of 3 million dragon coins appeared. In terms of money, Su also did not have any excessive pursuit. However, upgrading his skills in the future would definitely require extremely precious materials. At that time, a large amount of money would definitely be needed. Unexpectedly, the Star Ocean Meteorite Iron that had plagued him for so long was able to be searched for in such a way. For a moment, Su was also in a much better mood. He organized his thoughts for a moment and walked towards the front, arriving at the door of his dormitory. He used his student card to gently touch the sensor area at the entrance, and the door of the villa slowly opened. In a flash, the interior of the villa appeared in his eyes. Clean and tidy floor, all the furniture. The interior of the villa was even more luxurious than he had imagined. He changed into slippers at the entrance foyer, but when he opened the shoe cabinet, his vision slightly condensed. But he saw that in the shoe cabinet, there was a pair of shoes. Just to make him a little surprised. This pair of shoes, no matter the size or style, looked like a pair of women's shoes. Pata pata. The sound of slippers stepping on the ground resounded from within the room. Huh, are you my roommate? A clear and pleasant voice came from upstairs. Only to see a girl in pajamas, who was walking down the stairs, seemingly attracted by the sound of the door opening, looking in his direction with a face full of novelty. Shuya's movement of putting his shoes on slightly stagnated, a wisp of incredulity and disbelief surging through his heart. This school's dormitory, it's actually mixed gender? Wait, why does this voice sound so familiar? He stiffly turned his head, but the moment he saw the other person, both of them were fixed in place, their pupils dilated. Suya? Tang Xiaowan's vermilion lips lightly opened, her face full of surprise. I'm ing. The corners of Shuya's mouth twitched madly, flipping his hand over and grabbing the door handle behind him. I must have gone to the wrong dormitory. How could you go to the wrong dormitory? Tang Xiaowan's voice came from the stairs. Your student card can only be scratched for the dormitory you live in. Shuya. Her beautiful eyes flashed as her feet flew down the stairs, quickly approaching Shuya. This time, I won't let you get away again. Chapter 81, I hope it protects you. In a few breaths of effort, Tang Xiaowan hurriedly rushed to the side of the entrance hall, staring intently at Shuya. Xu Yuya's scalp tingled as he cursed the outrageous level of the school in his heart, and then he quickly grabbed his hand on the doorknob, ready to snatch the door out. However, when he pushed the door hard, he found that the door did not move at all. Faint energy enveloped the door lock. The doorknobs he was gripping tightly turned into 5 large locks, firmly sealing the door. This guy, even using his ability. Xu Yuya was forced to let go of these 5 large locks, and was forced backward by Tang Xiaowen, clinging to the gate. Snap! Tang Xiaowen's right hand went forward and pressed hard against the door. His entire body was close to Xu Yuya. Under this distance, Xu Yuya was even able to smell the faint scent of shower gel on her body. Her nearly flawless face was flushed red, and she seemed to be in a very emotional state. I said. Xu Yuya twitched the corners of his mouth in slight embarrassment. This posture of ours, is it reversed? He hadn't expected that he would be pressed against the door by Tang Xiaowen in a wall-to-wall fashion. Being told this by Xu Yuya, Tang Xiaowen's ears instantly reddened. She had never had this kind of contact with the opposite sex before, and felt a bit shy all of a sudden. However, she still stared at Su Yi and asked word for word, "You do know your sister, right? The person who went to the art exhibition with sister that day, it was you, right? I've told you many times, I don't know the sister you're talking about." With a helpless face, Xu Yuya threw his hands up in the air and responded with a sincere face. "All those things you said are just your speculations as well as coincidences. I know you've probably been starstruck since you were a child, and it's normal for you to be a bit narcissistic, but you can't slander my innocence." He was tongue-tied, trying to steer the topic away. However, Tang Xiaowen wasn't the least bit diverted away from the topic by his words, and instead used his free left hand to grab towards Xu Yuya's chest. "Hey, I can warn you, I'm not that kind of casual person. If you move me around I'll yell molestation." Xu Yuya shielded his body and tried to dodge. But Tang Xiaowen's left hand was extremely fast, instantly grabbing the lapel of his shirt and tearing it away with force. The buttons of his blouse were yanked open, and between his open chest, a light red thread hung around his neck, and a light green scented capsule dangled near his chest. "If you don't recognize your sister," Tang Xiaowen breathed in sharply, pinching the light green scented capsule, but it was like caring for some treasure, not daring to exert the slightest bit of force. "On your body, why do you have this?" "This is just an amulet sold in the temple fair. What's so special about it?" Xu Yuya squeezed Tang Xiaowen's wrist hard, as if he was worried that she would rip this amulet off. He secretly cried out in carelessness. In the midst of the earlier battle with the stone giant, his clothes were scratched by the attack, and it must have been at that time that Tang Xiaowen discovered this amulet. "How could this be a temple amulet?" Tang Xiaowen's voice suddenly rose a few points higher, her tone becoming excited. She retracted her hands and suddenly yanked her hands as if she was trying to rip her pajamas off. "If you have something to say, don't take off your clothes." Xu Yuya quickly covered his eyes, glancing forward through his fingers, and shouted. But the next second he was stunned. But he saw that Tang Xiaowen's collarbone was exposed, and in the middle of her neck, there was a light green scent bag that was exactly the same as the one he was wearing. The corners of Tang Xiaowen's eyes seemed to have teardrops welling up, and her voice became very excited at this moment. "The scent bag is hand-sewn by my sister. The vanilla inside, she bought it with the money she earned from her part-time job. The amulet stored in the center, she carved it by hand for a whole month. These two amulets, unique in this world, absolutely impossible to have imitations." She quickly flipped the scented pouch around her neck to the back, and then reached out to grab Xu Yuya's scented pouch. On the back of both scented pouches, there was a pattern of a flower. The flower was extremely gorgeous, with clear patterns, and it actually looked exactly the same. "This is the blip flower, its sister's favorite flower." Tang Xiaowen's voice had begun to tremble slightly. Everything she ever made, she would leave this pattern behind. Xu Yuya was silent for a long time, and was about to open his mouth. Tang Xiaowen's voice came again. "My sister once told me that she put all her good fortune into these two amulets. One of the amulets was given to me, while the other was given to the pretending cool kid. She hoped that putting her blessings and good luck in the amulets would always protect us." She stared tightly into Xu Yuya's eyes, her eyes filled with obsession. "Xu Yuya, do you dare to look me in the eyes and tell me again that you don't know your sister?" When Xu Yuya heard these words, his pupils suddenly trembled slightly. "Nah, Xu Yuya, a little gift for you." The young girl smiled like a flower, but the depths of her eyes were tinged with deep fatigue, and there were faint dark circles around the corners of her eyes. "What's this?" Su also looked at the object in the young girl's palm and realized that it was a light green scented capsule. "This is an amulet. Oh." The young girl blinked her eyes and recited with a smile, "I purposely went to the temple to beg for it. You know, the fairies there are very spiritual, and it's said that the amulets from there have the effect of eliminating disasters, avoiding calamities, and blessing peace. I don't believe in such things." Su also shook his head. "Compared to praying to the gods and Buddha, I believe that man will prevail over God. You'd better keep this kind of thing for yourself." "Don't say that." The young girl smiled and picked up the amulet, ignoring Xu Yuya's struggles, and directly put it on his neck. There are times when fate is very elusive. Maybe this amulet can really protect you in the dark. Oh. And in case one day we can't see each other because of something, you'll be able to remember me when you see it, right? Xu Yuya frowned, but after seeing the young girl's innocent expression, he could only sigh helplessly and did not remove the amulet from his neck. Hey, if you feel embarrassed, you can hide it in your clothes. The young girl smiled wryly and hopped ahead with her hands behind her back. Let's go, you promised to accompany me to an art exhibition. This is the price you pay for losing a bet to me. Xu Yuya shrugged his shoulders and slowly followed her. It was just a coincidence that I lost to you. That's not a coincidence, it's the power of trust. You have to be willing to bet. Why don't you drag your sister with you? You know I don't know anything about art. She has something going on today and can't accompany me, otherwise I wouldn't have come to you. I think it's because she also thinks viewing these so-called artworks is a waste of time. Cut the crap. The young girl crossed her arms in some annoyance, but after turning around, she thought of something and reappeared with a smile. By the way, that amulet, you must take good care of it. Oh, absolutely don't lose it. She turned her head quickly, and her tone even became slightly flustered for some reason. Let's go, I must teach you how to savor art. Xu Yuya took a deep breath and silently placed that scented bag back into his clothes. He was silent for a moment. Only then did he look into Tang Shouwan's eyes and slowly spoke. That day. It was indeed Tang Tan and I, who went to the art exhibition in Haichang. Chapter 82 An extremely dangerous double-edged sword. Headmaster. Lian Shou stepped into the principal's office with the lights on, holding an organized piece of information in his hands. He placed this information on the desk and knocked on it. Xiao Wu, who was sitting at the table and sleeping with his eyes closed, jolted awake and looked around with sleepy eyes. Dinner's started? It's already nighttime, where will there be rice for you to eat? Lian Shou sighed helplessly. Headmaster, your state has really gotten worse and worse these past 2 years. Ah, it's you, Lian Shou. Only then did Xiao Wu see the person in front of him and rubbed his face vigorously to clear his head for a few moments. Why are you here? Haven't you already retired and gone home? It was you who called me back, have you forgotten? Lian Shou was unexpectedly patient in front of the principal. At this time, the sunglasses on his face had been removed long ago, and the eyes under the sunglasses were incomparably deep, rather like a middle-aged melancholic department uncle's feeling. Oh yes, there seems to be such a thing. Xiao Wu nodded in sudden realization, seemingly recalling something. Alas. Lian Shou sighed lightly and pushed the report in his hand in front of Xiao Wu. This is my analysis report on this new student, it's all here. The 4 students that you focused on asking me to pay attention to, I have also tested them accordingly. Oh? Well done. Xiao Wu revealed a smile and grabbed the report in front of him and flipped through it. Tell me about it, what are your conclusions? Yes. Lian Shou respectfully stood firmly and began to speak calmly. According to my observations and comparisons, the quality of the new students this time should be the best in 15 years. After my screening, the number of new students who have passed the test today total 48, all of whom have strong potential. Among them, the most concerning ones, and the ones you asked me to focus on, total 4. He cleared his throat and began to tell the highlights. First of all, among this freshman class, the one with the highest ability level, and Lan, who possesses SS-class abilities. My evaluation of him is helpless. He is extremely talented in his own right, has special abilities, and is very good at developing his own abilities. In the first trial I set up, he climbed to the top of the mountain in only half a minute. His strength is outstanding. Judging from the development of his abilities alone, he will definitely be able to become an extraordinary void hunter in the future. But there seems to be some problems with his personality. He is extremely withdrawn and seems to be very averse to fighting. In the middle of the second trial, he recognized my intentions very early on, but had no intention of striking out at me, and only silently waited for the test to end. The conclusion I came to was that it was necessary to conduct psychological counseling as early as possible, and investigate the reason for his aversion to fighting before he could be guided to become a void hunter. But once he can resolve this point, he will definitely be incomparably powerful in the future. Xiao Wu nodded slightly and picked up the information about Lan in his hand and put it aside. Lian Shou, on the other hand, continued his narration. Next is the son from the Lin City Qin family, Qin Zhe. My evaluation of him is perfect. In the middle of the first test, he repeatedly helped his companions around him despite energy loss. In terms of being a person, he is good at uniting people and is an excellent leader. And his heart is so good that he was willing to stand up for others and try to stop me in the middle of the second test. His strategy and intelligence are very high, and his mastery of abilities is also very good, so if we go by the overall score, he should be the top-ranked existence amongst this freshman class. But an overly kind character might make it difficult for him to go and make trade-offs in the face of threats. He paused for a moment, and his expression became a bit more serious. Next, are what I consider to be the two most unstable people amongst this test. One of them is Jolie. My evaluation of him is uncontrollable. According to the information data, the ability he possesses is extremely dangerous, and for some reason, he awakened his ability early when he was 4 years old. That is to say, from a young age, his personality was affected by his ability and was very twisted, and once even destroyed an entire kindergarten because of a sudden outburst of his ability. Although it didn't cause any casualties, its dangerousness also caused him to be noticed by the government, and from a young age, he was sent to a prison for education and supervision. In the process, he caused quite a bit of trouble, but he was also released by virtue of his extremely high academic performance as well as his rating of being able to return to society. The reason why he came to the academy this time is also because of the request from the side of the ring prison, as well as the invitation from you, the principal. This child has a chaotic personality, there is no distinction between good and evil in his eyes, and if left unchecked, he might pose a danger to society. Xiao Wu looked at the information in his hands and spoke with a faint smile. You know, if those guys from the Void Demon Council were to find him, the consequences would be unimaginable. That's why that old friend asked me to accept this child and properly guide him. If he can be guided wisely, he will definitely be able to become a very good void hunter in the future. Yes. Lianshou nodded, that's why I conducted some tests on him. My evaluation of him is that he has a flawed character, has difficulty distinguishing between good and evil, and does things solely based on his preferences. But his IQ and battle power are both top-notch, so it would be too much of a pity to give up on him. That's why I didn't eliminate him and kept him. I believe that if I want to reasonably guide him or use this sword, I must have a scabbard to limit it. Well, I will seriously consider this child's matter. Xiao Wu nodded slightly. After speaking about Jolie, Lianshou's expression also became slightly more serious for a few moments. The one person left who was unstable is that D-rank little guy, Xu Yuya. With all due respect, his IQ as well as his mind is an existence that can be ranked at least in the top 3 amongst all the people I've seen. With only D-rank abilities, he was able to push me to the brink several times. If the abilities he possessed were a rank or above, I can hardly imagine the waves he would have turned. But that's not a problem. Even if the ability level isn't high, he can completely go in the direction of physical arts and use it to make up for the gap in his battle power. In the middle of the test, he had cooperated with others or sacrificed his body to save me on several occasions, and even cancelled his energy in the final battle to prevent injuring me. Though in terms of actions, each of his kindnesses were purposeful. But judging from the results, he also did help or save people. Compared to Qin Zhe, he's not indecisive, he's not imprisoned by kindness, and he's more able to see things for what they are. Isn't this good? Xiao Wu smiled faintly and spoke, in terms of nature, this child has a sense of justice that is uniquely his. Yes, from these circumstances, he does have his own gentleness and kindness. Lianshou nodded slightly, but he frowned slightly and spoke of the wisp of uneasiness he perceived in his heart. I can vaguely sense it. There seems to be a large piece of the dark side in this child's heart. I'm worried that there will be a day in the future when he will be stimulated by something and thus fall into darkness. That's why my evaluation of him is an extremely dangerous double-edged sword. Chapter 83, As Long as I'm Around. A double-edged sword? Xiao Wu revealed an interested look. That's right. Lianshou spoke his judgment bluntly, I'll be honest. Suppose one day in the future, when he becomes very strong, this dark side is stimulated. With his power, it is possible to destroy the world. Yet you still let him pass the test. Xiao Wu looked straight at Lianshou. This means that you still believe in him. Yes. Lianshou nodded. Since 3 years ago, the frequency of invasions by the void demons has increased. The number of dead void hunters has multiplied in the last 2 years. For the Dragon Kingdom, a strong battle force is what we need more than that uncertainty. And he hesitated for a moment, but still spoke calmly, in terms of my personal selfishness. I think there is a light in this child's heart. Perhaps in the future, this light will become his limiter, suppressing his dark side in his heart. Very good. Xiao Wu nodded slightly. At this time he had already finished reading all 48 reports in his hands. I trust your judgment, Instructor Lien. He gently raised his head and looked towards Lianshou. Regarding the guidance of this group of children, I will fully teach it to you and you will be in charge of it now. He placed the report in his hand to the side, his expression becoming slightly serious at this moment, a bit of the principal's aura finally surfacing on his body. Then next, we can talk about personal matters. Regarding that matter, Cao Sha should have mentioned it when he picked you up. What was your answer? Lianshou's expression was also solemn for a few moments. He looked straight into Xiao Wu's eyes and calmly said, "You are referring to this matter of letting me succeed the identity of the city guardian of Jin City?" Ever since the Void Devil was driven out of the Dragon Kingdom by Tao Tai, because of the many years of battles and disasters, the pattern within the Dragon Kingdom had changed drastically. After merging a large number of cities, there were ultimately only 50 large cities left within the Dragon Kingdom. In each of these cities, there was a peak realm and above, city guardian, in existence. They were the highest combatants amongst the cities, taking on the duty of guarding an entire city. Not bad. Xiao Wu nodded. Since the death of the previous city guardian, White Face, of Jin City 3 years ago, this position has been vacant for a long time. The screening of the city guardian is very strict, and so far, there are not many qualified void hunters left. Although you have retired for a few years, no one can question your strength and qualifications. If it's you, serving as the city guard, the others will definitely not have any opinions. Moreover, the identity of a city guardian is also very suitable for your life after retirement. I refuse. Lianshou interrupted Xiao Wu's words with almost no hesitation. His gaze stared blankly, he shook his head with a bitter smile, and forcefully ripped his blouse open. Only to see a huge scar that penetrated deep into his bones and nearly tore his entire body, extending from his abdomen all the way to his shoulder position. The depth of that wound made it hard to imagine how he had survived. I'm the one who picked up half a life from the edge of hell. He spoke calmly, his eyes carrying a touch of desolation. Since that day, my realm has stagnated and has even continued to decline. The current me is on the verge of not even being able to maintain the peak realm. You are asking me to shoulder the safety of a city, I simply cannot afford it. Coming back to coach this time is also the last remaining enthusiasm I can utilize. The treatment in recent years has made me see my condition clearly. His expression dimmed. Ghost Doctor told me that it is impossible for me to recover. Xiao Wu quietly looked at Lianshou, a touch of lamentation flickering in his eyes. That's why after this coaching, I will head to the Void Realm and seek to die in battle. Lianshou raised his head again, incomparably calm, as if he had already made his decision a long time ago. I'm sorry, Headmaster, you know my character, I am unable to accept to go as a city guardian and live the rest of my life by chance. All right. Xiao Wu gently closed his eyes and spoke faintly. He was silent for a moment before he waved his hand. You can retreat first. From the depths of his eyes, Lianshou saw a ray of sadness. He sighed lightly in his heart, but he couldn't help but understand how much Xiao Wu had endured. Lianshou bowed solemnly towards Xiao Wu and turned to leave. But before he took 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and turned his head. Headmaster, your 2 years, was it because of suppressing that thing that caused you to become like this? Xiao Wu's eyes flashed with essence, but quickly subsided. It seems that you have already guessed it. He quietly looked out the window and calmly said, that thing has been rioting since these 2 years. In recent times, it has been rioting more and more frequently, and it has indeed consumed a lot of my energy. But... He suddenly stood up and walked over to the window, quietly overlooking Longxia Academy from within this principal's room. An inexplicable aura actually permeated out from his body. At this moment, he gently opened his eyes as if he was a dragon that had been sleeping for a long time. With a low voice, he faintly recited in an incomparably domineering tone, as long as there is a day that I am around. It will not be able to come out, and will be suppressed by me for the rest of its life, unable to make the slightest wave. A smile appeared on Lianshou's face, his expression once again respectful. He saluted and turned around, exiting the door. Only when he reached the door did he open his mouth and read, by the way. Regarding the entrance examination in 9 days, I've already chosen the location. If it's possible, I'd also like to ask the principal to go and say hello to the city guard over there in advance. Xu Yuya couldn't help but fall silent as he looked at Tang Xiaowan, who was crying uncontrollably in front of him. Tang Tuan had told him more than once how much she valued her sister. If she had learned of Tang Tuan's true cause of death, how disappointed would she be in the Void Hunters? That was why in his narration, he only mentioned Tang Tuan's death due to saving others, and did not mention the few Void Hunters who had used her. I did promise your sister to take care of you a little. It's just a promise, you don't have to be too concerned. He looked at the pearly Tang Xiaowan and hesitated for a moment before comforting her. You should know, the person she cares about the most is you. Until just before she died, she was still worried about you. But me, I didn't even get to see my sister's remains. Tang Xiaowan sobbed as she read, her mood extremely low. Su also fell silent. Perhaps because the scene was too brutal, and because it was related to the void beast, the hospital chose to directly cremate the body and did not leave it behind. He was about to say something else, when Tang Xiaowan's words caused him to be struck by lightning and freeze in place. I asked the hospital, and they told me that my sister's remains were not searched for. The only thing I was finally notified of was a death report. Wait. Xu Yuya stood up violently, his expression becoming incomparably agitated. What did you say? Chapter 84, this has nothing to do with you. Did you just say that the hospital didn't find your sister's body? Xu Yuya's always calm expression was actually slightly out of control at this moment. He grabbed Tang Xiaowan's shoulders with force, causing the latter to feel a wave of pain and let out a soft cry. Seemingly noticing his own outburst, Xu Yuya loosened his hands and looked straight at Tang Xiaowan. As if frightened, Tang Xiaowan timidly nodded. Yes, they told me that my sister's remains were not sent to the hospital. Their explanation was that the building of the fine arts exhibition collapsed, killing and injuring countless people, and quite a few people other than my sister died there. It wasn't just my sister, there were a lot of people whose remains disappeared. It's just that I thought it might not be that simple, so I've been investigating the matter all these years as well. No, that's not right. Xu Yuya rubbed his chin, and his entire body became very violent. Those whose remains had disappeared were almost all swallowed directly into their bellies by that void beast from back then, failing to preserve their corpses. But Tang Tang was different. Although she had been bitten off half of her body and quickly lost her life, at least the remains existed. The most important point was that Xu Yuya, at the time, had watched the medical staff show up and consign Tang Tuan's remains away. If that was the case, as Tang Tuan's own sister, it was impossible for Tang Xiaowan not to see her remains. There's definitely something wrong with this. Sweat broke out on Xu Yuya's forehead, the memory palace in his mind spinning rapidly, the scene that he remembered so well from 3 years ago transforming into a rapidly spinning film that crossed in front of his eyes scene by scene. This matter had dealt a great blow to him, so he had been unwilling to recall it. Coupled with the fact that his emotions were in an extremely uncontrollable state at the time, many details of the scene seemed to have been overlooked by him. He had originally thought that Tang Tuan's remains had been taken away by the hospital and would be cremated and buried normally. But now it seemed that something had gone terribly wrong somewhere in there. Why would an ambulance appear in such a short period of time after the battle? Why was there only one ambulance, when there were clearly so many injured and dead? Tang Tuan's remains were moved by them. In the middle of Xu Yuya's recollection screen, several people dressed in white medical uniforms flashed by. Wearing masks, they descended from the ambulance and briefly treated the injured at the scene before beginning to move the remains. Su also watched as they took Tang Tuan's remains away. According to those few paramedics, they belonged to the ambulance that arrived first, and the rest of the ambulances were still behind. But in retrospect, this was completely out of character. The location of the art exhibition was on the outskirts of High City, and the nearest hospital was at least 20 minutes away by car. But after the group of void hunters had killed the void beasts, this ambulance had appeared there after less than 10 minutes. If someone had called the hospital, then how could only one vehicle come with so many injured people? Drops of sweat traced across Xu Yuya's cheeks, his expression so gloomy that it looked like it was about to drip, his entire body breathing heavily, his eyes seeming as if they were about to spit out flames. Countless clues were quickly pieced together in his mind. A few moments later, a conclusion that made him incredulous jumped out. That emergency vehicle at that time was not sent by the hospital. How could that be? Who were they, what was their purpose, and why did they take Tang Duan's body away? Xu Yuya clenched his lips, countless questions and confusions tumbling through his mind. He desperately wanted to know the answers, and his entire being seemed to be on the verge of losing control. Xu Yuya, what happened to you? Tang Xiaowan was startled by the expression on Xu Yuya's face and couldn't help but take a few steps back, looking at him nervously. Are you really sure that the hospital told you at the time that they hadn't seen your sister's remains? Xu Yuya suddenly opened his mouth, looking straight at Tang Xiaowan. The aura on him was a feeling Tang Xiaowan had never seen before. This cold, domineering and indifferent temperament made her feel a little scared. Yes. Yes. Tang Xiaowan answered in a small voice. At that time, I was notified by the hospital of my sister's death and quickly rushed to Haicheng. They told me that there was a building collapse at the fine arts exhibition where my sister was, and that my sister was buried in the building, and that she wasn't able to find her remains. I see. The aura on Xu Yuya's body suddenly withdrew, and his entire face was expressionless, making people unable to guess what he was thinking. This matter, I will definitely investigate clearly. He calmly and incomparably brought this topic to an end, not knowing what he was pondering, only his clenched fists seemed to still speak of a messy heart. Did something happen to my sister before she died? Tang Xiaowen wasn't stupid, she quickly caught the hidden meaning in Xu Yuya's words. Involving her sister, she immediately became a little anxious. Is it that there was something else going on back then, Sister Shi? This matter has nothing to do with you. Su also domineeringly and incomparably interrupted Tang Xiaowen's words. How could it have nothing to do with me? That's my sister. The always gentle Tang Xiaowen's emotions were agitated at this time. You should tell me what's going on in this. Is there something you're not telling me? Tang Xiaowen. Xu Yuya instantly closed in on Tang Xiaowen, their gazes facing each other with a distance of just 10 centimeters. His gaze was filled with coldness at this moment, and he said word for word, the reason I will go and help you with something is because of your sister's request before she died. The reason why I don't want to tell you these things is also because she didn't want you to do something meaningless because of her. She didn't want you to be in danger, and even more so, she didn't want you to live on her behalf by carrying on her dying wish. It is your personal will for you to enter the Dragon Summer Academy to carry out your studies, it is out of my hands. But I will remind you of one thing. If it's because your sister wants to become a void hunter, so you want to fulfill her dream for her, I advise you to think about whether or not this is something you want to do. As for your sister's matter, I will look into it. I don't have the responsibility, nor do I have the obligation to speak to you about what really happened. You just need to be your good student here and study hard, do you hear me? Tang Xiaowen pursed her lips tightly, teardrops swirling in her eyes, seemingly shocked by Xu Yuya's attitude. However, her gaze was full of stubbornness, staring at Xu Yuya with a bit of aggression. Xu Yuya took a step back, faintly swept a glance at Tang Xiaowen, and walked towards the house without looking back. He walked straight to the door of a bedroom on the first floor, ready to push the door in. Tang Xiaowen's voice, however, came from behind him, that's my bedroom. Xu Yuya's movements jolted, his body trembled a little, and he let go of the door handle, seemingly a little embarrassed. Without looking back, he said, don't you live on the second floor? I just went up to take a look. The awkwardness spread slightly, Xu also retracted his hand and walked up to the second floor without looking back. I'll just live on the second floor then. Eyes calmly pushed open the bedroom and walked in, his mind also quickly flashed a thought. Well. It seems a bit awkward. Chapter 85, well done, don't do it next time. Early morning. Xu Yuya yawned as he walked out of his room, his entire body carrying a sense of exhaustion. After simply washing up, he walked down the stairs, and at a glance, he saw Tang Xiaowen, who was neatly dressed and was walking out of the kitchen on the first floor. The two men's lines of sight were opposite each other, and they immediately staggered sharply apart. Last night's quarrel had made the atmosphere between them slightly awkward. Tang Xiaowen carried 2 plates and placed them in front of herself. There were 2 slices of bread on the plates, which seemed to be her breakfast. She gently glanced at Xu Yuya, who had come down from upstairs, and silently pushed the plates to the other end of the table, reciting in a waveless voice, this is yours. Xu also understood in his heart that the two were now like roommates sharing a room together. It was always a case of looking up and seeing down, and if the relationship was too rigid, the two of them would also be very uncomfortable. So he took the opportunity to sit at the other end of the table, picked up the bread, and asked in a tone like he had no words, did you make this? Aha! Tang Xiaowen replied indifferently and began to eat the bread in front of her. Xu Yuya shrugged his shoulders, anyone would be a bit grumpy if he had spoken to her in that tone last night. He picked up the bread on the plate with no concern and casually took a bite. In the next second, his expression froze in place, his entire face turning a little green. This feeling was as sour as eating ginger in potato fried rice. Xu Yuya swallowed the bread in his mouth with immense difficulty, and opened his mouth to say, you poisoned the bread? Tang Xiaowen frowned slightly, instantly a little angry, I kindly made you a breakfast, and you even suspect me of poisoning? Xu Yuya observed her expression, and it didn't seem like she was deliberately trying to screw him over. He twitched the corner of his mouth and continued to ask, your bread is the same as mine? What else? It's not like I know what flavor you like to eat. Tang Xiaowen puffed up her mouth in response. Xu Yuya had an odd expression as he looked at her from afar and tried, I'll take the liberty of asking you, what did you add to the bread? Tang Xiaowen frowned and pondered for a moment before replying, I added cucumber, bitter melon, beef, and chile. To season the flavor, I also added some vinegar and soy sauce along the way. As she spoke, she gorged herself on the bread on her plate, not feeling the slightest bit that there was anything strange about her cooking. Xu Yuya was silent for a long time, but finally he couldn't hold back. In the past when you were at home, was it that your sister never let you into the kitchen? How do you know? Tang Xiaowan was a bit surprised. My sister said she was afraid of affecting my studies, so she never let me cook. Xu Yuya looked at the remaining bread on his plate, like a warrior running to the battlefield, closed his eyes tightly, and swallowed it hard almost without chewing. Afterward, he stood up directly and looked at Tang Xiaowan with a serious face. If possible, I hope you won't enter the kitchen again. At this moment, he wanted to say to Tang Xiaowan, good job, don't do it next time. His entire face was a little green at the moment, and the unspeakable flavor was washing over his mouth and taste buds. I have a theory class today, so I'm going to class first. He endured that strange feeling and walked straight towards the villa's front door, pushing it out. Just as he was about to leave, Tang Xiaowan suddenly stood up and shouted towards him, about sister. Even if you're not willing to tell me, I'll still investigate it clearly in my own way. That's my sister, I must learn the truth, you can't stop me. Her gaze was firm, and she was not struck by Xu Yuya's words from yesterday. Xu Yuya's footsteps lurched, and he immediately stepped out of the door and disappeared. As you wish. Yo, Mr. Lianshou, long time no see. Inside the Dragon Summer Academy, a middle-aged man with a back-combed head lit up in front of his eyes and saw Lianshou walking from the other end. Oh. It's you, Mr. Qi. Lianshou lightly raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. Several years ago, when he was still serving at Longxia Academy, he had also gotten to know quite a few teachers. The one in front of him was one of his acquaintances. Although his realm was not high, he held very profound knowledge of energy theories, and his research on abilities was also very in-depth. We haven't seen each other since you suddenly left your job and retired a few years ago. Teacher Chi's eyes flashed with excitement that hadn't been seen for a long time. When I heard that you had returned 2 days ago, I thought they were joking with me. Why, did something happen in the past few years? Nothing, it's just that something happened to my body. Lianshou shook his head bashfully and did not mention his condition. He sized up Teacher Qi in front of him and suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, are you going to teach? Yes, it's the batch of new students that you only finished testing yesterday. Teacher Qi smilingly responded, I'm going to give them their first theory lesson now. Teaching them some basic energy theory knowledge along the way. Lianshou's expression instantly became odd. He hadn't expected that this batch of new students would be this old friend going ahead to teach them. Could it be that you're still planning to use the same set of lessons as before? Right. Teacher Qi nodded, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. These little fellows who have just enrolled in school, each and every one of them has a heart higher than the sky. Only this set of ways will be able to set them up, causing them to develop a sense of awe and not become arrogant. Lianshou looked strange and fumbled in his pocket for half a day before pulling out an object and shoving it into Teacher Qi's hands. Then I think that you might need this. What is this? Teacher Qi froze for a moment and looked down. Mirror of stress? He recognized the name of this disposable Jiu Bao and revealed a confused expression. What are you giving me this for? Lianshou patted him on the shoulder and read meaningfully, let me remind you beforehand that there's a big difference between this group of students and the previous classes. According to my judgment, it should be the most outstanding group of students in the last 15 years. Just a bunch of little guys from the Stone Realm. Teacher Qi smiled disdainfully. Which one of the students who were able to enter Longxia Academy is not a genius? If I have to take the mirror of stress to protect myself when dealing with them, then you have not looked down on me too much. Although my combat power is definitely not as good as you, Teacher Lianshou, my combat experience is definitely much better than that group of freshly enrolled pups. Don't say that. Lianshou held back his laughter and shrugged his shoulders. Consider it a gift for our reunion. That's it then, class is about to start, go to the classroom quickly, I'll leave first. Teacher Qi held this square mirror in his hands and watched Lianshou leave with a face full of confusion, unable to help but scratch his head. Mr. Lianshou, it's true that he's still as eccentric as before. He shook his head with a faint smile and smoothly tucked the mirror of stress into his bosom. Let me just see what level the freshmen who were evaluated as excellent by Lianshou-sensei are at. Chapter 86 The Division of Abilities. In the middle of the spacious classroom, Su also sat casually on a chair, yawning as he looked around. At this moment, the classroom was already filled with a large portion of students, all of whom had successfully passed the second test yesterday. They exchanged words with each other with excited faces, their expressions incomparably excited. still thrilled that they were able to join the Dragon Summer Academy. Not long after, the rest of the students also came through the door one after another. Tang Xiaowan was also amongst the crowd. She quickly noticed Xu Yuya's position after entering the classroom. However, she just turned her head away in an awkward manner and casually found a seat that was farther away. "Hey, Xu Yuya." Bai Tao's voice came from the side. He appeared out of nowhere and sat directly next to Xu Yuya. "I checked for you what you asked me yesterday." Over the years, the records of all the missions completed by Void Hunters as well as the Void Beasts and Void Demons they hunted have been stored in paper form within the confidential archive room of the school's intelligence section. Of course, the Void Hunters or Void Hunting Squads from other academies, their detailed records are also stored in their respective academies. In addition to this, abbreviated information about this intelligence is also uploaded into the database in the form of indexes and profiles. The database is interconnected by the 10 schools, and the connection is stored in the country's special database. To call up this information, one must have an extremely high status and qualifications to do so. He spoke rapidly, not knowing where he had gotten the information from, and said it with a sense of humor. Although he did not understand why Xu Yuya contacted him in the middle of the night yesterday to ask these questions, he quickly found the answer for Xu Yuya. Xu Yuya nodded calmly, a tired look on his brow. He suddenly thought of something and opened his mouth to ask again, the special database of the country, is there usually a real person doing the maintenance? Yes. Bai Tao nodded, because of the 10 schools interconnection, it can't open an intranet or LAN, so it can only use the most top-notch firewalls, along with specialized maintenance personnel to prevent intelligence leaks. Tisk, no wonder, Xu Yuya muttered to himself and let out an unhappy sigh. Bai Tao immediately revealed a curious expression and lowered his voice to ask, why are you suddenly interested in this? Could it be that there is some incident that you want to investigate? Xu also didn't want to answer this question of his and was just about to find a reason to change the topic when the door of the classroom was pushed open. A middle-aged man with a back-combed hair leisurely walked in, and judging from his clothes and nameplate, this was none other than the teacher of their Energy and Ability Development class. Seeing the teacher appear, the students in the classroom who were talking to each other stopped communicating and quieted down. Earlier in the entrance test, Lian Shou had given them an extremely deep impression. Therefore, almost no one was late for the theory class this time, and all of them were seated within the classroom. Bai Tao also stopped his inquiries and scratched his head as he sat upright. Today, in this Energy and Ability Development theory class, I will be the one to teach you. My name is Chi Reply, I hope we can get along well. Chi Reply looked around the group of new students in the classroom, grinned, and made a simple self-introduction. He then didn't talk nonsense and went straight to the point, writing on the blackboard behind him. Everyone should know that since the day of the calamity 300 years ago, the newborn babies amongst the human race have begun to give birth to awakened ones. According to the Dragon Kingdom's database, so far, about 48% of the people were able to awaken their abilities on the day of awakening and become awakened. He drew a circle on the 48% and then drew out several lines. Among those 48% of awakened people, about 80% of them were only born with D-rank abilities, most of which had no direct combat power. They are like ordinary people with some kind of extra special ability, basically without any combat talent, not to mention they can't understand how energy works, and it's difficult to break through the stone realm throughout their lives. Most of them are engaged in ordinary jobs or doing some intelligence analysis type of occupations. Only a very few of some D-ranked ability users are able to develop their abilities and make up for them in other ways, becoming void hunters with some of their combat power. The other 20% of the awakened, on the other hand, have awakened C-rank or higher abilities, and as long as they develop their abilities wisely and have enough conviction, they have a chance to become void hunters. But once one becomes a void hunter, they have to take a great risk of death. Not only do they have to go in and out of the major void realms, but they also have to block some void beasts and void demons that have escaped from the void realms and attempted to wreak havoc. Therefore, the number of void hunters in the country has always been in a relatively short supply. The major void hunting teams and void hunters have to run around almost all year round, dealing with various incidents, as well as void realms that randomly appear in various parts of the country. He stopped his slate and turned his head to look at the crowd. The vast majority of you who have joined Longxia Academy should be aiming to become void hunters. So I would like to ask you all a question. What do you guys think is the most important condition in the midst of our battles with the void beasts and void demons? The red-haired Han Hao immediately raised his hand, his face full of triumph. Teacher, I think it relies on high-level abilities. Xu Reply shook his head and smiled, continuing to turn his head to the board. Since the day of calamity, abilities have continued to be born, and we humans, in the midst of resisting the void demons, have begun to focus on researching the abilities that have been born and those who have been awakened. During this process, the government not only classified all the abilities born, but also made new notes for these abilities and divided the types of abilities. He melted 6 lines on the blackboard one after another and introduced them. For all the abilities so far, there are 6 types. Space-time guidance, rule destruction, domain laws, material increase, spiritual influence, and energy transformation. That is to say, the abilities you have mastered are all able to be categorized into these 6 types based on the nature of the ability. And the names of your abilities are all named by the first holder who once possessed this ability. According to the information and data, apart from D-rank abilities, all A rank and above abilities will only have one holder at a time. Unless the previous holder dies, there will almost never be a second identical ability. He paused for a moment, looked around at the freshmen in the classroom, and spoke again. The grade of an ability is able to be divided to a certain extent using ability stones. The higher the rank, the rarer the ability is, and correspondingly the stronger it is from an objective point of view. But he lengthened his coda and swept a slightly deeper glance at Han Hao. The first lesson I'm going to teach you all today is to never judge the strength of an awakened person's strength by their ability rank. If you don't keep this matter in the back of your minds, you'll definitely suffer in the future. Chapter 87. For the next lesson, let's go to the training ground. Han Hao furrowed his brows in some displeasure. He felt a bit unconvinced by Xu Reply's words. The higher the rank of the ability, whether it was power or effect, it was far greater than lower ranked abilities. He could never forget the way the others looked at him after he awakened his S-rank ability on the awakening day. Some of you may not be able to understand what I mean by this. Xu Reply noticed Han Hao's look and just smiled bashfully as he continued to read. But I'll give you all an example and you'll know. He quickly wrote down a few words on the blackboard. Class C ability, Line of Broken Spirit. This is an ability that was once mastered by a void hunter, and its effect is very simple. It is the ability to use both hands to pull out a transparent silk thread that cannot be worn out or broken. This thread can be connected anywhere and has the effect of being able to break energy. Judging by the effect alone, the power of this ability is definitely not bad, and its characteristics are also very unique. But the reason why it's only a C rank ability is also very simple. It has a lot of limitations when it's cast. He drew 3 circles at the back of the ability, connecting them with a line. One of them is length. When that void hunter once was still in the rock realm, the longest line he could pull out could only be 1 meter. The second is the method of release. When casting the ability, he had to create the spirit-breaking thread through his hands, and couldn't generate it out of thin air in any location. The third is the duration. The spirit-breaking threads that he arranges, when he's in the rock realm, each thread will last for a maximum of half an hour before it loses its characteristics and disappears. Then wouldn't this ability be completely useless? Han Hao let out a light laugh, expressing his skepticism. Even if his threads are able to break through energy, in the middle of a battle, this ability can't even touch anyone else. Compared to the S-rank ability he had mastered, this C-rank ability was simply weak. Xu Reply, however, only smiled faintly and calmly said, but this void hunter, through his ability, killed a peak realm void demon in the rock realm alone. What? How is this possible? Han Hao exclaimed in shock. Not only him, but quite a few students in the classroom stirred in some disbelief. Can anyone guess how he did it? Xu Reply smiled without answering and just threw out a question. The effect of his ability is able to break through energy, which means that it possesses the effect of ignoring energy protection. A warm and elegant voice sounded from one side. Qin Zhe gave his guess almost at the same time Chi Overlay threw down his question. He gently pushed his frames and continued, even a peak realm void demon would find it difficult to resist the damage caused by some abilities if they don't have their energy bodyguard. As long as the spirit-breaking thread is arranged in advance at the right location during the duration of the ability, and with the help of some inducements, along with its transparent nature, there is a good chance that it can cause fatal damage to the void demon. That's right. Xu Reply's eyes lit up as he threw an approving glance towards Qin Zhe. That void hunter's intelligence was very high, and he predicted in advance where the void demon might appear. So before the void devil appeared, he set up the spirit-breaking line beforehand and managed to ambush the high-speed moving void devil with the help of the conditions of poor vision at night. Even though that void devil possessed the strength of the peak realm, he touched the spirit-breaking line in the midst of his high-speed movement. His protective energy was broken by the thread, and his body and head were separated on the spot, decapitated by an opponent far weaker than himself. This real-life case caused the students present to light up and suck in a breath of cool air. Han Hao even froze slightly and rubbed his head. He hadn't thought at all that an ability that seemed so weak could be so effective. It was just that he was still a bit unconvinced, believing that this case was overwhelmingly coincidental. The higher the rank of the ability, it means that the power of the ability is stronger, but that doesn't mean that the awakened person himself is powerful. Xu Reply looked at the thoughtful expressions of the crowd and smiled slightly. That's why, in the future, amongst your battles, you mustn't underestimate any of the awakened. Combat experience, level of physical arts, development of abilities, and the level of intelligence. Once it comes to battle, there will be many factors involved, and one must never judge a person's strength through a certain factor. And your development of your abilities, as well as the elevation of your own energy realm, will also cause your abilities to change drastically. He quickly wrote down the energy realms of stone, rock, mountain, peak, and ridge on the blackboard. Every time the energy realm is raised, it is capable of allowing your abilities to gain changes. Let's still use the spirit-breaking thread just now as an example. When this ability was in the rock realm, it was only 1 meter in length and only lasted for half an hour. But when he raises it to the mountain realm, the length can reach 3 meters, and the sustaining time will also increase to 1 hour. Xu Yuya listened attentively to Xu Reply's introduction, and was instantly somewhat puzzled. Between ability level and ability realm, it could basically be understood as innate talent and acquired effort. For example, the boiling blood that he had mastered could only enhance the quality of his entire body twice as much when it was a D rank ability. However, when he had raised his boiling blood to SS rank through fading vanity, this effect became 5 times as much, and he had also mastered the ability of blood face. If his realm was the rock realm at that time, perhaps the magnitude of the enhancement that SS grade boiling blood could achieve could reach 10 times. Whereas a D rank boiling blood might only be able to reach 4 times. Although in comparison, the increase gained from SS rank abilities was far greater than those of lower ranks. However, the D rank ability's energy depletion when using it, as well as its low consumption nature, could also make up for some of the gap in strength. Combined with acquired effort, and the elevation of one's own realm, low-grade abilities were not necessarily inferior to higher-grade abilities. The good thing was that above a rank, there would not be 2 of the same ability. And the effect of Xu also being able to utilize the race of things to force a skill level up was also unique. That Void Hunter unfortunately died in battle when he was in the mountain realm. Xu Reply's voice continued. But based on the technical department's analysis of his abilities, it can be roughly deduced that when he breaks through to the peak realm, that range and distance can be even longer. And the peak realm and the ridge realm are a hurdle that is extremely difficult for all ability users to cross. He drew a circle between peak and ridge. According to current data and information, once an awakened person steps into the ridge realm, the nature of his abilities will change drastically. For example, in the case of the spirit-breaking thread, the technical department had a rough prediction of the abilities possessed by its ridge realm. Perhaps when its possessor reaches the ridge realm, each spirit-breaking thread will produce the nature to cut off all things. By the time that time comes, the gap between ability levels will be much narrower. His few simple words instantly caused a group of students to think freely, fantasizing about the changes that would arise in their abilities when they reached the ridge realm. Xu Reply looked at the students under the podium, the corners of his mouth slightly outlined in an arc, and he suddenly spoke, after the narration just now, I think you should already have a deeper understanding of abilities. But many students, perhaps, still hold the idea that the stronger their ability level is, the stronger they are. So in order for you all to be able to experience the content of this lesson more directly, in the second half of the next lesson, I will personally let you all experience why it is impossible to use ability levels to determine strength. Everyone rise and come with me. For the rest of the lesson's content, we will take place in the training grounds. Chapter 88. Are you sure you want me to make the first move? The large training ground. Under Chi Overlay's leadership, a group of students stood in place in a whimpering manner, curiously surveying the surroundings. Here is not only very broad, the ground is a kind of light blue stone cobbled together, it seems to be worth a lot of money. There were many targets and training dummies placed around the ground, allowing people to conduct various combat training. At the other end of the training ground, there were also 2 teachers that were conducting combat training. For a while, the students were all very curious as to how this Xu Reply wanted to give them an experience. Xiyin smiled faintly as he came to the front of the crowd and suddenly waved his right hand. Faint energy surged in his palm, and his voice came out, I'm not going to lie to you guys, but the rank of the abilities that I've mastered is actually not very high. The C rank ability, Secondary Punch, belongs to the material increase type of ability. Its effect is that each of my attacks will deal damage twice, very simple and straightforward. As he spoke, he swung a punch at the training dummy beside him. The energy fluctuation smashed out with a loud bang, and the training dummy's entire body violently fell backwards. Its feet were firmly fixed to the ground, and its bent body popped back up like a tilting doll. But before it could fully bounce back up, another inexplicable force erupted within its body. The strong impulse caused the dummy to fly out with a bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. This commotion immediately caught the attention of the two teachers in the distance. They stopped their movements and looked over from a distance of several hundred meters. Isn't that old Chi? Is he bringing in new students? One of the teachers wearing glasses raised his eyebrows, recognizing Chi overlay. Yeah, haven't you heard, this batch of students were just enrolled yesterday, and Instructor Lianshou, who disappeared for a few years, personally came back to conduct the test. The teacher beside him nodded and said, "Haha, old Chi, this guy, he's trying to use that old method to give the new students a hard time again." The teacher with the glasses burst out laughing, thinking of Chi Reply's tried and true tactic. That old method of his does work as well, at least after every time it's over, it makes the freshmen fear him. The teacher next to him also smiled and responded, "But I heard that the level of the new students this time is good, so nothing should go wrong, right? Don't worry, although that old Chi guy doesn't have a high ability level, his strength is obvious to all, he's a top-notch combat genius and theory genius." Teacher Glasses smiled and shook his head, "That group of freshmen are nothing more than newborn calves, what waves can they make? Alright, let's withdraw, at night I guess old Chi is going to blow awesome with us again." That's the effect. Chi Reply retracted his fist, and energy fluctuations began to surface on his body. "My realm today is the mountain realm. But next, I will firmly limit my energy to the stone realm, just like you guys." As he spoke, his energy fluctuations descended by inches. Then, with his hands behind his back, he recited with a confident expression on his face, "I think that all of you who are able to enter the Dragon Summer Academy should have an ability level of B rank or above. There are even not a few A ranks and S ranks. But I'm going to confirm my previous theory for you all today. Even if I'm in the same realm as you guys, with a lower ability level than you guys, and informing you of the effects of my abilities. If we were to fight, you guys would never be my match." The moment these words came out, there was an outcry amongst the crowd. The people present were all the pride of heaven, an existence far beyond their peers. Their ability levels were all higher than C rank as well. Now this teacher Chi dared to speak out of turn, believing that under the same realm, they were not his opponents? For a moment, a group of students were filled with wariness, rubbing their fists together and eager to give it a try. These looks were caught in Chi Overlay's eyes, but he had long since become accustomed to them. Almost every year, the new students he taught had similar looks to the ones he was seeing now. However, after the lesson was over, all of them would be left with nothing but awe in their eyes. "It looks like you guys don't believe it." Chi Overlay lightly chanted, walking directly towards the middle of the crowd. "Since that's the case, I'll just find a few random people to demonstrate." His gaze brightened slightly, and he quickly found the tallest person amongst the crowd. The so-called knocking the mountain to shake the tiger. Defeating the strongest-looking person amongst this group of students would definitely give them a great shock. He stopped in front of a tall, incredibly strong but shirtless student and smiled bashfully, "You look like you can fight. Just you do well, please feel free to play, let's have a brief sparring session." After saying this, he turned to the center of the field. "You want to fight me?" Jolie, who was named, instantly grinned and looked at Chi Reply in front of him with a strange expression on his face. Chi Reply inclined his head and looked, "What, you don't have the confidence? Don't worry, I'll keep my hands appropriately and won't let you get hurt." "Of course not." Jolie pushed through the crowd and walked straight towards the center of the field. A few seconds later, he arrived in front of Chi Overlay, looking down condescendingly, "I'm just afraid that if I'm not careful, I'll beat you to death." There was no respect in his eyes, as if he didn't care in the slightest if Chi Reply was a teacher or not. "The old man has threatened me that I can't just beat anyone to death. Or else he'll have to lock me back up in that dark, damp, bird-don't hole. You say you are afraid of beating me to death?" Chi Reply seemed to have heard some heavenly joke, and laughed back in anger. He had taught so many students, but it was the first time he had seen such an unaware and arrogant student. "Feel free to fight, I will let you know the gap between us." He threw down these words with a cold smile and waved his palm down towards Jolie, signaling for him to strike. However, Jolie was unmoved and only rubbed his nose in disinterest. "You'd better raise your realm to the rock realm, with your current realm you're not a match for me." Xi Reply instantly felt like he was being underestimated, and his words were even slightly irritated, outspoken. You are not worthy of making me raise my realm. Jolie gazed at Xi overlay and grinned. Anger, indeed, is the most easily aroused emotion in a human being. Are you really sure about letting me strike first? Hoof. Xi Tua lifted his chin, already determined to give this freshman some color. Feel free to make your move. Fine. Jolie stopped talking nonsense and blasted out his right fist like a cannonball. Old me is also most annoyed with thinking so much. The fist that came flying and instantly made Xi Overwatch's hairs stand on end. With his perception, he actually smelled an extremely dangerous aura from this fist. He took a violent step back, and just as he was about to react, he realized that the speed of that fist had actually surged several times again, arriving in front of him in an instant. Boom! A terrifying roar resounded from the training ground. The 4 training dummies located more than 10 meters behind Qiyin were instantly shattered by the wind of the fist, leaving behind only a few shaking feet. In the blink of an eye, the entire arena was silent. Chapter 89 Escape. Clang. There was a roaring sound. The crowd looked in unison. However, they saw that a hanging mirror had appeared in front of Chikai's body, blocking Jolie's fist straight in front of him. Chikai's hair was being blown backwards by the wind of his fist as his fist similarly struck Jolie's body. Thud. Jolie let out a muffled grunt as his figure trembled slightly. But immediately after, another shock surged up from within him, causing him to frown and take a step backward to dislodge the force. He shook out his fist, sticking his hands in his pockets as if he were nothing, and walked towards the group without looking back. I don't think we have to continue fighting anymore. Click. A crisp ringing sound rang out from the front. Xi Reply watched dumbfounded as the mirror in front of him turned into countless pieces and scattered all over the place, and he could not help but gulp. He hadn't expected that the mirror of stress given to him by Lianshou would automatically trigger and protect him. If it wasn't for the activation of this Jubao, I'm afraid he would have to take a punch from last week's Li head-on. Even though the punch couldn't kill him, but as a teacher, if he was knocked off by a student in front of him, what face would he have to teach? The power of that punch he had just perceived was incomparably clear. It did not look like the destructive power that a student of the Stone Realm could produce in any case. What was even more shocking to him was that the counterattack he had made in his haste had only caused Jolie to take a step back. The atmosphere of the scene was suddenly a bit silent. A group of students looked at Jolie as if they were looking at a monster, shocked by his terrifying strength. Some others, on the other hand, were looking at Xi Reply with odd faces, wanting to laugh a little. This teacher Xi had only just said that he would clean them up, but he didn't expect to be directly defeated. It was as if his so-called theories were just empty words. Xi Reply. His face was a little green, and aside from the aftermath, his heart was filled with embarrassment. He seemed to somewhat understand what Lianshou's words actually meant. Among this group of freshmen, there are actually such perverted people. He gritted his teeth and looked slightly annoyed at the group of students who were holding back their laughter. This was his first class, and he must not lose face here. At this time, he desperately needed a big win to save face. His eyes darted over the crowd. He darted a finger and coldly read, "You, come here for me." Me? Bai Tao, who was standing next to Xu Yuya and laughing his ass off, froze and pointed at his nose. Yes, that's right. Shi nodded. I think you're the one laughing the most. Stop it, teacher, I just thought of something happy. Bai Tao took a step back in a vigilant and incomparable manner, his mouth full of excuses. If you don't come up here, you'll be docked a little credit. Facing Qi Yin's threat, Bai Tao's face changed drastically. He looked around for a week in an incredibly lewd manner before he gritted his teeth and walked forward rather helplessly. Teacher, I think that perhaps other people are more suitable to spar with you than me. Bai Tao's face was full of smiles, still trying to avoid this sparring session. But Qi Overlay was as if he had identified him, faintly reading, my current realm and yours are both at the Stone Realm, what are you afraid of? I see you smiling so cheerfully, surely you are just as strong as that classmate just now? After saying this, he looked at Bai Tao. What's your ability level? Bai Tao rubbed the back of his head and laughed dryly. It's not worth mentioning, but it's just AB rank ability. Very good. Qiyin secretly sighed in relief in his heart and looked to all the freshmen. All of you students should watch carefully. His ability is rank B, while I'm only rank C. Both of us are in the Stone Realm. But I'm going to demonstrate for you guys why I would say that ability level can't determine the winner of a battle. He looked forward again. Go ahead and make your move, use your ability or make your move however you want. Bai Tao still seemed to be trying to escape, his face full of supplication. Teacher, please let me go, there are so many people here, you have to find. In the middle of his sentence, he suddenly crouched down and struck Chi Reply with a sweeping leg. This sudden attack left the crowd of students behind him dumbfounded. Bai Tao had simply taken shamelessness and obscenity to the extreme, clearly piling on the smiles and trying to escape 1 second, but the next second he actually launched an attack. Xi Reply also did not expect in the slightest that Bai Tao would be so insidious. Fortunately, he was experienced in combat and reacted almost instantly, directly shifting his center of gravity and crouching his body down, slapping his palm at Bai Tao. But at the same time he struck, Bai Tao's movement was incomparably smooth, twisting his body in a Thomas pirouette-like maneuver, and then his legs popped out sharply, coming towards Chi Overlay's chest with a rabbit stomping on the eagle. Feint? Xi Reply immediately reacted, but it was too late to dodge. His chest was hit by Bai Tao's kick and he let out a muffled grunt, but he quickly swung his right palm in an attempt to grab Bai Tao. According to his speed and reflexes, Bai Tao would definitely not be able to retract his leg in time and would be caught by him. As long as he was able to touch the body, he had 100 ways to deal with this lewd to the core freshman. However, his right palm hit an empty space. Fixing his eyes, Bai Tao actually appeared several meters away, his face full of vigilance. Teacher Chi is really powerful, my whirlwind invincible thunderbolt kick was even dissolved by you. What whirlwind invincible thunderbolt kick? It's clearly a sneak attack and even has a stance name. Chi Tuo was shocked on the spot, and it was as if 10,000 horses were running through his heart. He laughed out coldly out of annoyance and grabbed towards Bai Tao with a stomp of his feet. You kid is really good. I'd like to see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. His speed was extremely fast, and in an instant, he rushed in front of Bai Tao, his right fist running like thunder, blasting out violently. However, just when his fist was about to touch Bai Tao, the latter's figure blurred and at some point, he retreated 3 meters, narrowly avoiding Chi Kai's attack. Chi Tuo was slightly stunned, his face full of strangeness. How did you dodge it? Can it possibly be a coincidence? Bai Tao blinked his eyes, his vision sweeping back and forth as if he was always looking for a direction to retreat. Thud. Xi Reply approached with another crashing fist, which was so fast that it made a wind-breaking sound, but once again landed in the air. Bai Tao cautiously stood to the side, blinking at him with a face full of innocence. Shi Tuo did not believe in evil, and the fire of namelessness instantly raced up to his heart, directly pointing his feet, as if he were a phantom, chasing after Bai Tao and continuously throwing punches. Boom 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 boom. The speed of his punches became faster and faster, almost creating shadows in the air, and the sound of breaking wind rang out one after another. But Bai Tao was just like a leaf floating in the air. Every time he faced Qi Yin's attacks, he was able to dodge his attacks and evade them with incomparable precision. The two of them moved in a circular path, one chasing the other, and in a few moments, they made a big circle back to the center of the field. Half a minute later, Xi Reply was out of breath and gave up his attack, holding his knees and panting heavily. With so many attacks, he hadn't even managed to touch the corner of Bai Tao's coat. His face was filled with shock as he stared intently at Bai Tao. Your ability, it's IB rank ability, escape? Chapter 90 Teacher, let's get to the point? Worthy of being a teacher, I can't believe you saw it. Bai Tao pretended to be surprised and showed an expression of admiration. However, when this expression fell into Xi Reply's eyes, it looked like mockery. He gritted his teeth and spoke, you've even managed to develop your ability to this point. Give me back. Alright. Bai Tao bumbled his way towards the middle of the crowd. When he passed by Chi Overlay, the latter's eyes turned cold and suddenly threw a jab towards Bai Tao's back. However, as if Bai Tao's back had eyes, almost at the same time Chi Tuo threw his punch, his entire body moved down half a meter. Half of his body disappeared into the earth, dodging Chi Kai's punch with unparalleled precision. Afterwards, he turned his head, his expression highlighting his innocence. Teacher, is there anything else? No. Nothing. Xi Ying closed his eyes, his face full of hopelessness. This student, together with his ability, together with his own development of the ability, had almost become one with the ability. With his own restricted realm, he couldn't even touch his body. In a head-on battle, as long as he wasn't a pervert like Jolie, he would be confident in defeating even ANS-ranked abilities. But for a guy like Bai Tao who only knew how to run, he rather had the feeling of his fist hitting cotton. The crowd of students exchanged words, the smiles on their faces growing stronger. Sensing the atmosphere around them, Xi Reply's face twitched. This was the first class. His worldly reputation must not be ruined here. Even if the quality of this group of freshmen was high, they couldn't all be oddballs and perverts. No way, it was imperative to get back as soon as possible. He took a hard, deep breath, and his gaze ferociously observed every single face. The ones that were too fierce were not considered first, and the ones that were too lewd could not work either. In the end, he rested his eyes on a teenager's body. This teenager looked very ordinary, his face was full of fatigue and had dark circles under his eyes, and his body wasn't very strong. It was decided that it was him. "You, come here." Xu Yuya walked towards the front with a strange face, not expecting in the slightest that he would be named by Qi reply. "Is the destructive power of your ability as strong as his?" Qi reply pointed at Jolie. "Far inferior. Then is your ability to just run like him?" He pointed at Bai Tao again. "Absolutely not." She reply breathed a sigh of relief for no reason. It seemed that this time he was able to show his true strength. He didn't even bother to ask Xu Yuya about his ability level. Because in his opinion, every freshman here couldn't have an ability level lower than his. "Very well, let's begin." Xu reply's gaze was grave as he assumed a fighting stance. With his previous experience, he no longer dared to be careless with this group of freshmen. Xu Yuya shrugged his shoulders as a blood mist blossomed on his body and swung his fist towards Qi reply. At the same time he saw this blood mist, Qi reply froze slightly, confusion appearing in his eyes. Is there this kind of ability among the C rank and above? Although he was quite knowledgeable, D rank abilities accounted for the vast majority of awakened people, and there were thousands of D rank abilities recorded in the database. A D rank ability like boiling blood was something he couldn't even recognize at first glance. He didn't think twice about it and flipped his palm to slap. Xu Yuya's fist smashed into his palm and was caught steadily. Qi reply was also relieved in his heart. Judging from the strength of this, it seemed that this was only a material increase type of ability. The magnitude of the increase was also extremely limited and not very strong. With a bashful smile, he pulled Xu Yuya's body down with force and slammed his right fist. However, just as his attack was about to hit Xu Yuya looked up with a smile, and with his left hand, he threw out a slate from his arms and smashed it across the air at Qi Overlay's fist. A terrifying impact erupted out, blowing the brick to smithereens. Taking advantage of this gap, Xu also raised his knee and slammed it, aiming straight at Chikai's crotch. Chikai's face turned white, not expecting Xu Yuya to be so insidious. He immediately retracted his palm to block. He immediately retracted his hand to block. Taking advantage of the situation, Xu Yuya pulled his hand away, retracted his knee-raising leg and stepped forward, his left palm coming to his face. "You little fellow, your methods are too sinister." Qi Tuo's expression became somewhat serious, moving to fire. He didn't expect Xu Yuya to be so unscrupulous in order to win over him. In the middle of a frontal battle, to do so with nothing to lose, this kind of fighting style was simply despicable in his opinion, and there was no way to talk about justice. What he disliked the most in his life was this kind of fighting style. Shi Yin was determined to give Xu Yuya some color and educate this student properly. However, he had only just raised his eyes when a piece of white dust was ushered in from Xu Yuya's left hand. Shi reply finally failed to hold back and broke into a curse. Who would have thought that Xu Yuya would carry something as sinister as lime powder with him? As the dust hit his face instantly turned white, and his eyes were drenched in lime powder, which instantly caused him unbearable pain, so he closed his eyes tightly and couldn't see anything. However, even in this unexpected situation, Xi reply's mind still maintained a calmness. Although he could not see, he quickly focused his energy on his ears, listening to the movements around him. Even if he couldn't see, as long as he could hear the sound, he would still be able to take the lead. However, Qi Overlay did not expect that under the dumbfounded gaze of a group of students, Xu also calmly took out a gong from his arms. This guy, is he Doraemon? He can fit so many things in that bosom? Xu Yi's eyes were filled with incredulity, and his heart's appraisal of Xu Yuya rose to another level. On the other side, Bai Tao's eyes were flickering as he muttered, "Little brother Xu Yuya, you're much more sinister than even I am." All of these things were naturally stored by Xu Yuya in the world in a pot. The fact that he had placed his hand into his bosom was actually just to slightly conceal it. As for why he had these things, it could only be said that it was a defense that he had prepared long ago during his 3 years in high school in order to prevent sneak attacks from various forces such as the Jiu Li Alliance. After having the Jiu Li Pot, he had also put them in by the way, just in case. He had long been familiar with this set of moves, and he didn't know how many people he had pitted with this. At this moment, he calmly raised the gong and gently stretched it forward, slightly closer to Qi Overlay's ear. Just wait for the moment he strikes and launch an attack on him. Qi reply concentrated fully on gathering energy in his ears, multiplying his hearing. He kept moving his body with his eyes closed to prevent Xu Yuya from rushing in from other angles to launch a sneak attack. Clang! Xu Yuya struck the gong in his hand with force. The deafening sound suddenly rang out, and Chi Reply, whose hearing had been multiplied, immediately screamed miserably, his ears ringing directly to the point where it seemed as if he was going to be deafened. At this moment, his head was buzzing, not to mention listening to Xu Yuya's movements. Even to stabilize his stance was already incomparably difficult. He was barely able to stabilize his stance, and with his perception, a wave of energy seemed to be rushing in from in front of him. He's here. Chi Reply couldn't hide the anger in his heart and fought to unleash his ability to swing his fist in front of him. The terrifying explosive force seemed to shatter something. But at that moment, a cold object also clung to the back of his head. Xu Yuya held half a slate in his hand, not even looking at the other half of the slate that had been blasted to pieces, and spoke with a smile. Before the second impact burst, "You shouldn't be able to continuously unleash your abilities, right? Mr. Chi, we point to the end?" Chapter 91, turns out it's not that I'm too weak. The tinnitus slightly dispersed, and although Xu Yuya's voice sounded small, it was still heard by Chi Reply. He covered his head, wiped away the lime powder in front of his eyes, and stood still for half a day before he finally regained his hearing. The tinnitus still seemed to linger in his ears, but Chi Yu finally saw everything in front of him. In front of him, half a slate was blasted to pieces by him, scattering powder all over the place. Behind him, Xu Yuya was holding half a slate, gently touching the back of his head. This behavior seemed to be saying that if he was willing just now, this slate had already smashed up. And from Xu Yuya's mouth, that analysis of his ability also secretly surprised him. Yin was silent for a long time before he sighed, "It's me who lost." It was only when he heard these words that Xu Yuya smiled faintly and flipped his hand. The powder located on the ground quickly gathered and condensed, turning into a half slab, which flew back rapidly, connecting with the half slab in his hand. This was the backhand he had prepared. If Chi Reply did not choose to surrender, he could only use this method to directly knock him out. Chi Reply only looked shocked and turned around, looking at Xu Yuya with a complex face. "What kind of ability are you?" Xu Yuya shrugged his shoulders and easily answered, "D-rank ability Boiling Blood." His body flickered with blood mist, which quickly dissipated again. As well as the D-rank ability Repair Hand. He displayed the slate in his hand. "I have a dual life ability." He patted Chi Reply's shoulder and intoned, "You're right, teacher, the rank of the ability is indeed not the only criterion to determine whether a battle is won or lost." Chi Reply? He looked at Xu Yuya with a face full of confusion and shock. Wasn't this what he wanted to show to this group of students? Why was he still being educated by a student in reverse? And why did he possess a D-rank ability? This was the first D-rank ability awakened person that Longxia Academy had recruited since its founding, right? An expletive coalesced in his mouth, not knowing whether to spit or not. After a long period of silence, he mumbled his lips and spoke, "This fighting style of yours, it's too venomous." Su also calmly put away the gongs and slates in his hands and calmly said, "Teacher, didn't you also say that there should be many kinds of factors that determine whether a battle is won or lost? But I think that the process of the battle is not important, just consider the result or not. The winner is the king." After saying this, he returned to the team under the gaze of a crowd of eyes. Snap! A few moments later, the crowd of students were awed by the hand he had put up and stood in place to applaud. Compared to Jolie's unrivaled power and Bai Tao's obscene to the core escape technique, Xu Yuya had defeated Chi Reply almost purely by relying on his own brain. Although the battle was not that honorable, this result was enough to make them admire it. Hiss! Yin was fixed in place, sucking in a mouthful of cool air, suddenly feeling that Xu Yuya, this student, was actually a little bit scary. Although he had hardened the fighting match into a prop match. But in the middle of the fight, every action seems to be with the purpose of guidance, the whole fight in their own layout. The initial punch with the boiling blood was meant to lower his guard and thus make his mind careless. This was followed by a slam and a knee kick to the crotch to divert one's attention. After he had shifted his focus to defense, Xu Yuya took the opportunity to fling lime powder again, anticipating that he would focus on his sense of hearing over his limited vision. He then used the gong to affect his sense of hearing, causing his body to become unbalanced and his mind to panic. And it was at this point that Co also utilized the energy attached to half of the slate again to entice him to unleash his ability to attack. However, long before the battle began, Xu Yuya had already sensed the characteristics of his ability. Before the second impact burst, he was unable to use his ability continuously. Even in the end, the reason why Su also purposely stuck the brick to his head was to activate his ability at all times to repair the remaining half of the brick. Every step of the process was interlocked, and almost all of it was within his grasp. If you think about it, instead of saying that you lost to Xu Yuya's various insidious props, it would be better to say that as early as the beginning of the battle, the victory or defeat had already been predetermined. Obviously, they were only 2D rank abilities, but in Xu Yuya's hands, they were utilized to an exceptionally horrifying effect. At Xu Yuya's reminder, Xi Reply had already recalled the effects of Boiling Blood and Repair Hand. In terms of Repair Hand alone, it was a rule-breaking type of ability. It was able to use energy to repair inanimate objects, and it was also able to utilize energy to patch up the broken parts of an object to achieve the effect of repair. In terms of effect, this ability could not be utilized in combat at all. This is because the limitations of its ability are very large. One is that the distance it can be released is very short, and it also requires pieces of the object itself to be repaired. The second was that if you used energy to repair it out of thin air, the energy consumed would be enormous. However, Xu Yu also relied on his subtle calculations to utilize this seemingly weak ability to the extreme. A drop of cold sweat dripped from Qi Reply's forehead. Once again, he deeply perceived what Lian Shou's words really meant. Where is this a big gap? This is clearly a bunch of monsters. Xi Reply laughed dryly twice and looked at the students in front of him. Now it was no longer him giving this group of freshmen a standing ovation. Rather, it was him being dismounted by this group of freshmen. Right now, no matter who he looked at, he felt that the other party was some kind of demonic genius. As you all can see, student Xu Yuya utilized a D rank ability to defeat me, who possesses a C rank ability. That's what I wanted to tell you guys, don't judge strength and victory or defeat based on ability level. Xi Reply was full of seriousness as he talked to the students about his reasoning. However, the students below all had smiles on their faces and did not take this seriously in the slightest. Xi Reply's consecutive failures had already caused them to somewhat underestimate this teacher. Teacher, I think there's a possibility that you're too weak. Han Hao raised his hand with a big smile, no longer having the respect for his teacher in his eyes. I'm an S-rank ability, why don't you let me challenge the teacher and listen to your reasoning? There was a burst of laughter amongst the crowd. Facing the student's provocation, Xi Reply's face sank, but he couldn't refuse. He signaled Han Hao to come forward, his entire body a bit tense and unsure of itself. Could it really be that I've gotten weaker? With the 3 battles in front of him, he was filled with a sense of caution about this group of freshmen. He had already made up his mind that if he lost again, he would immediately resign from his job and go back to being a solitary walker, for good. You make your move. Xi Overlay looked at Han Hao cautiously, signaling him to make a move. Han Hao's face was full of confidence, his red hair fluttering, and a confidently smug smile at the corner of his mouth, as he immediately charged forward and unleashed his ability. 2 minutes later. Xi Reply stomped on Han Hao's chest with his foot, keeping him firmly on the bottom of his foot, unable to move. He looked down at the disbelieving Han Hao, who was filled with disbelief and constantly struggling, but to no avail, and his eyes lit up as he finally let out a long breath. So, it's not that I'm too weak. It's those guys just now that are too perverted. Chapter 92 Are you crazy? This is against the law. For the next half of the class, Xi Reply didn't continue to explain any other knowledge points either. It was as if he wanted to vent out the grievances he had just suffered, and he continuously ordered several disobedient students to spar. The students who had originally despised Xi Reply because of his successive defeats finally realized the terror of this teacher. The abilities they were so proud of did not even last 5 moves in Qi Yin's hands, and they were all defeated and subdued by Qi Yin. Among them, there were even several students with the rank abilities and even S-rank abilities, but they were not able to fight back at all. It was only at this moment that the students finally understood the meaning of Qi Reply's words. Even though Qi Yin's ability level was lower than theirs, and his realm was exactly the same. However, his rich combat experience and extremely sharp judgment allowed him to take the lead in battle. Their abilities were barely able to utilize even 40% of their power before they were overpowered by Qi Reply. However, because of this, they were amazed and shocked that the 3 of them were able to defeat Qi Reply head-on. The fact that their ability level could not determine whether they would win or lose the battle was also firmly memorized in their minds. Soon after, along with the alarm clock ringing in Qi Kai's arms, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't wait to announce the end of the class, turning his head and leaving. The theory class for the new students this time had simply worn him out. If it wasn't for the fact that he got some face back in the end, he might have planned to just quit. This group of freshmen, they are simply perverts. When he recalled the incomparably tyrannical Jolie and the calculating Xu Yuya just now, he felt a pang of fear. However, the quality of this group of freshmen also surprised him immensely. But if they can be properly cultivated, in the future, this group of children will definitely be able to become a stalwart amongst the Void Hunters. After Chi Overlay's lesson, there were no other lessons for the day. Therefore, the students left the training ground in 2s and 3s, and started to tour the campus or travel in groups. In a few moments, there were no more people on the training ground. Xu Yuya walked alone on the boulevard, casually came to an unoccupied pavilion, and took out his cell phone. He searched through the address book for a while and dialed a number. Da! The phone rang 3 times and finally connected. Soon after, a sharp and swift female voice rang out from the other end of the phone. Hello, who is it? Violent explosions and booms came from within the phone, as if the other party was in the middle of a battlefield. Xu also touched his nose, always feeling that the timing of this call was not quite right. Fang Xin, it's me. You are. Fang Xin's voice came from the middle of the phone, actually recognized Xu Also's voice. Xu Also? How did you get my number? Boom. Bursts of sound muffled her voice. The sounds of battle came, and faintly the hissing of wild beasts could be heard. Excuse me for a moment. The sound on the phone continued, and soon accompanied by a violent roar, everything returned to calm. A few seconds later, Fang Xin panted and picked up the phone, speaking grumpily. Excuse me, a small virtual realm opened up over here, and 2 rock realm virtual beasts and a mountain realm virtual beast ran out. Senior and I and the others just finished dealing with it. Shuya was silent for a moment, but still politely inquired, your injuries have healed? It's healed by a large margin. Fang Xin's voice seemed to still be a bit weak, but as usual, he was still grinning broadly, not taking his injuries seriously in the slightest. It just so happened that Senior and the others received a mission, so I went out on a mission with them. By the way, you still haven't answered my question. Why do you have my cell phone number? Earlier, you told me the unlock code of my cell phone, and I saved your cell phone number by the way. Shuya touched his nose and calmly returned. It was the time when you were lying unconscious after being knocked away by the shadow beast. Fang Xin was silent for a moment. Do you usually mess around with girls' cell phones like this? Don't worry, I definitely didn't see the underwear photos in your album. Shuya hurriedly responded, I'm just saving a number for insurance purposes just in case. Do you believe that I will blow your hair out next time I see you? Fang Xin gritted her teeth and spoke, her entire face red with shame. She held back her shame and anger as she continued, I heard the senior say that it seems like you've agreed to join Longxia Academy. But this year's instructor seems to be that legendary devil instructor. Calling me now, does that mean you've already passed the entrance test? Barely passed it. Shuya rubbed his nose and returned, calling you, there's something I want to ask you. You guys even have a question to ask? Fang Xin smiled and opened her mouth, casually sitting on a rock. Go ahead and ask, I'll see if I can answer your question. With a face full of fatigue, she took out a bottle of water from her bag and tilted her head back to pour it down, relieving the fatigue caused by the battle. It's like this, I want to ask you, has anyone ever managed to break through the firewall of the country's special database? What are the conditions required if you want to check it out? But Shuya's words had only just fallen, when Fang Xin was shocked and sprayed all the water in her mouth. She coughed violently, as if she had heard something extremely dangerous, and exclaimed out in shock, Hey, what do you want to do? Why are you asking this kind of question? Is it hard to believe that you want to hack into the country's special database? She froze for a moment, her mind recalling a thing her brother had mentioned when she was on the phone with him this morning. Soon, Fang Xin's eyes widened and she sat up from the stone with a mischievous sound. No, the guy who invaded the special database last night was you? Xu also didn't expect that Fang Xin would know about this. How did you know? It's really you. Fang Xin's entire voice sharpened a few points. My younger brother serves in the school's technology department, and yesterday it happened to be him who was in charge of supervising the special database's defense system. It was only this morning that he told me that there was actually a hacker who tried to invade the firewall and was highly skilled, but was stopped by him. I didn't realize you were the hacker? With shock and excitement in her voice, she grabbed the phone and said sharply, Are you crazy? This is something that is against the law. I just want to investigate something. Xu also responded with an ancient well, not taking Fang Xin's words seriously in the slightest. Since you already know, then I won't beat around the bush and simply ask you directly. He paused for a moment and then whirled around to speak bluntly, You should have investigated me in the first place. I want to know, can you send me a copy of that information? Chapter 93 The Faulty Report. You guys, you're not listening to what I'm saying at all, ah. Fang Xin looked around. After seeing Cao Sha and several people were still dealing with the void beast corpses. That's when he lowered his voice and quickly said into his cell phone. Do you know that it's illegal for you to invade the country's special database without authorization? At first, I did ask my brother to call up your information. But that information was rather sketchy and not particularly detailed at all. Sending it to you was no problem, but what exactly do you want? There are some questions and details that I'm curious to know. Xu Yuya calmly responded. In the midst of that incident that I encountered 3 years ago, I detected some suspicions. Doubts? Fang Xin had once read the report of the Hai Chang Rebellion and was very impressed by that event. In the report, it was clearly recorded that the original Void Hunting Team 31, in order to kill the Void Beasts, used the people as bait, committing a major taboo for Void Hunters. Due to the numerous deaths and injuries, that Void Hunting Team was forcibly disbanded after this matter was over. Its captain and team members filed many times to try to explain, but their explanations were too ridiculous and no one believed them at all. Even after that, those few Void Hunters were all stripped of their Void Hunter status and given extremely severe punishments. For them, these punishments were undoubtedly worse than killing them. It was just that for those dead masses, this punishment alone was still too light, and would not be able to make up for the transgressions they had committed at all. I am able to send this report to you, Law. Fang Xin continued, but I have to remind you beforehand. These reports were called out by my brother from the intelligence section, and only briefly recounted the content of the incident you encountered at that time. The specific and more detailed information was uploaded to the country's special database, while the most complete information data was placed in the classified archive room of the intelligence section of South Plains Academy. Although I don't know exactly what you want to investigate, I must remind you that you must never try to invade the country's special database again. As far as I know, the firewall of the special database was created by a former hacker genius with the help of his own abilities. So far, no one has ever been able to successfully invade inside the database. Coupled with the fact that the database is maintained by specialized personnel on weekdays, you would never be able to invade inside. If you were backtracked to your location, perhaps the country would directly send someone to arrest you. She was already a warm-hearted person, and with the fact that Xu Yuya had saved her many times, she was quite grateful to him, and naturally she was not willing for him to risk his life. I know in my heart. Xu Yuya faintly answered. You. Fang Xin heard this attitude, immediately a little anxious. Alas. Count me convinced you. You had saved my life before, I owe you a favor. It's better this way. If you really want to investigate the contents of something, perhaps my brother can help you. He's a senior in the school's technical department and has acquaintances within the intelligence section. If you want to ask something, it might be more efficient to ask him in person. It's just that he happened to be performing maintenance within the capital city government for the past 2 days, and it might take a few days before he can return. But judging from the time, it should be possible to return to the school before your entrance examination. At that time, I'll have him meet you, and you can just ask him face to face if you have anything. Su also looked slightly moved, not expecting Fang Xin to be so eager to help him. He also understood that Fang Xin was worried about him, but there were things that he had to know the truth and the answers to. He was silent for a moment and said rather seriously, "Many thanks. You must not try to invade the national database again." Fang Xin rubbed his eyebrows with an incomparable headache, feeling very tired of this schoolmate. This is something I won't say to others, you must pay more attention yourself. The information you want to see, I will also send it to you later. That's all for now then, we have other tasks to get out of here. Fang Xin exhorted Xu Yuya some more before hanging up the phone. 2 minutes later, a friend request popped up on Xu Yuya's social software. Soon after, Fang Xin sent over all the information that he had once investigated Su also. Su also quickly opened the zip package. There were a total of 2 files within the zip package. He skimmed over the one of his own personal information and directly opened the file titled Hai Chang's Rebellion. Within this document, it very briefly recounted the events that occurred 3 years ago within the Hai Chang art exhibition. On that day, a certain void beast at the peak of the mountain realm, with half a foot in the peak realm, appeared in Hai Chang without any warning. Before its appearance, there were no fluctuations of any void realm in a 100-mile radius, and no one knew where it had appeared from. After it appeared, it immediately barged into the fine arts exhibition and launched a massacre. The most coincidental thing was that when the void beast appeared, the Void Hunting Team 31 happened to be located within the fine arts exhibition. The strongest captain among them was only at the mountain realm, and thought that it would be difficult to fight against this void beast, so they brought their team members to hide their aura and did not make a move. They watched as the crowd continued to perish under the void beast's attacks, but took advantage of the gap between the void beast being stopped by people and pausing to strike and kill the void beast. By now, in the midst of this sea city chaos, the total number of deaths was more than 200, and the value of the fine arts and buildings that were destroyed were extremely incomparable and severely damaged. The contents on the report were probably just such a brief introduction. These contents, and Xu also saw the situation at that time as not bad. Although there were several points that he cared about in this introduction. However, he was not in the mood to care about those things at the moment. Instead, he quickly slid the document and pulled it to the end. Here was a record of the handling of the subsequent events of this Sea City rebellion. After decapitating the void beasts, Zhang Tianhua, the leader of Void Hunting Team 31, notified the 3rd Hospital of Haichang, which was closest to the Fine Arts exhibition, at 15:29 in the afternoon. Upon receiving the call, the 3rd Hospital immediately dispatched 10 ambulances and 30 paramedics to rescue the injured and treat the dead. At 15:50, 5 ambulances arrived at the exhibition and began rescue operations. The number of casualties is 230, according to the records of tickets and the number of people at the scene. 36 of them were swallowed by the beasts, 51 were mutilated, and 30 were slightly injured. For the 36 people who couldn't save their bodies due to the void beast, the state will give their families the highest level of compensation. The list is as follows. Xu also quickly skimmed through this list of deaths, but his face grew more and more somber. He was suddenly looking for the word, Tang Tuan, from amongst the names of these 36 people. 5 ambulances arrived at the same time. There's no such thing as the so-called first to dispatch. That ambulances did indeed take Tang Tuan's remains away, but in the record of the report, it was written that her body had not been found. He was already 100% certain that the ambulance in the first place was by no means sent by the hospital. Then Tang Tuan's body, who had taken it away and where had it gone? No, the content of this information is still too brief. I must find a more detailed record of the report. Chapter 94, The 5 Arts. Due to the reason that the National Special Database could not be invaded successfully, it was also difficult for Xu to obtain more useful information in a short period of time. Therefore, he could also only wait quietly for the younger brother Fang Xin spoke of to return to school. And in the 2 days that followed, he also took several different theory classes one after another. Among them were a history lesson on the history of void hunters, and a sociological structure lesson on the relationship between void hunters and civilians. There was even a teaching on how to run energy, as well as some content on the direction of ability development. Of course, due to the fact that this was only a pre-entry theory class, all of this content was only superficial and not in-depth. The specific detailed courses would need to be broken down into more detailed schedules only after they completed the entrance examination. For these courses, Xu also quite attentive. After all, the content of this knowledge is very visual and specific to his knowledge and understanding of the awakened society. A few days passed by in a hurry. There was only one short day left before the entrance examination. The course to be taken on this day was the last of the theoretical classes in the past few days, and it was also the one that Xu was most looking forward to in the schedule. On the familiar training ground, 48 new students stood in an orderly fashion, looking nervous with a little bit of anticipation. This class was an outdoor class, and the person who was going to teach them was none other than the assistant teacher who had been in the middle of the test earlier, that teacher Songwei who could create mountains out of thin air. Very good, it seems that you all are time observant. Songwei stepped onto the training ground and looked at the students in front of him with an approving smile. He was dressed very properly, his clothes were clean and tidy, rather like an obsessive-compulsive disorder coupled with a sense of cleanliness. He walked straight to the front of the crowd and looked at them with a light smile. For this physical art theory class today, I will be the one to teach you. After entering the Longxia Academy, there was one thing that Xu Yuya felt quite satisfied with. That was the teaching level of the teachers here. No matter what the course was, the teachers here almost never spoke half a word of nonsense, and what they taught was all related to the course, never speaking half a word of nonsense. And according to Bai Tao's broken mouth, Xu also had an understanding of the identity of the teachers here. Dragon's Summer Academy was different from other awakened institutes in that the enrollment conditions for teachers were extremely strict. There were 3 conditions that had to be met if one wanted to become a teacher at the Dragon's Summer Academy. One was that every void hunter must have performed 100 or more void hunting missions before applying to become a teacher, with at least 10 or more records of blocking the void realm. The second was that the void hunter's own theoretical knowledge was qualified, and possessed a sufficiently rich amount of knowledge in order not to mislead others. Thirdly, he or she must have been involved in battles with void devils above the mountain realm and have suffered from a dark disease or a major injury. Only those who could fulfill at least one of the three conditions could apply to become a teacher. Generally speaking, those who could only fulfill the second condition were generally those who were at a lower realm due to the limitations of their own abilities and talents. They were unable to make much of an impact on the front battlefield and could only function by spreading knowledge. However, these three conditions also meant that the status of a teacher was not a haven for void hunters at all. And guiding and cultivating fresh blood was also a very important thing in the fight against the void demons. Don't look at the fact that within just 1 month, Xu Yuya had encountered the Mountain Realm's Nightmare and the Peak Realm's Nightlord one after another. However, when looking at the whole country, the number of void hunters above the Mountain Realm was still very rare, accounting for less than 2% of the overall number of void hunters. But Song Wei in front of him was clearly fulfilling the first two conditions before he was invited by the Longxia Academy to become a teacher. He looked young, but he had a lot of combat experience, especially in terms of his abilities and physical skills, both of which were among the best of the void hunters. I don't think I should need to introduce myself to you guys. Song Wei opened his mouth indifferently, and then he began to go straight to the point. The first point of knowledge I'm going to give you today is the relationship between energy and physical arts. All of you present should be people who are able to utilize their abilities normally and are familiar with the laws of energy operation. As you all know, energy is one of the most basic conditions for the operation of abilities. The moment you awaken your abilities, energy will be produced within your bodies. Now I would like to ask you, do you think that energy comes out of nowhere? His question had only just dropped when a girl quickly raised her hand. Teacher, we learned about it in the energy class 2 days ago. Energy itself exists within everyone, it's just that we usually can't perceive it. The appearance of energy after the day of awakening is actually just because we have established a connection with the energies in our body and are able to perceive their existence. That's right. Song Wei nodded. The energies have always existed within us, and when we awakened, we were able to perceive them. And our use of our abilities, as well as the cultivation of our realm, is the process of constantly raising the energy in our body. And when we run the energy also causes our body to gain an increase. But there is another situation. As he spoke, he swung his fist and hammered it hard on the training dummy beside him. The sturdy and incomparable dummy instantly exploded apart as if it had endured a terrifying force. This scene caused the crowd of students to be surprised, revealing shocked expressions. Although they were also able to increase their physical abilities by attaching energy, they were definitely unable to cause such destructive power. While some attentive people realized that there was not even the slightest fluctuation of energy on the punch that Song Wei had just thrown. This punch that I just swung, without utilizing any energy, was able to cause a destructive force of this magnitude. Song Wei continued, this is because after years of cultivation, I have drastically increased my physical quality by releasing energy and warming my body. The presence of energy is able to make our physical bodies break through the limits of what was originally human. And under deliberate cultivation, even without the use of energy, my physical quality, which is several times that of a normal human, possesses superhuman strength and speed. And this way of cultivating the body through energy and increasing its strength is called body arts. A person who cultivates physical arts to the extreme can possess an extremely powerful fighting force even without relying on any abilities. Most of you, perhaps, are more reliant on your abilities. But many times, your abilities are not invincible. Once you encounter an enemy that restrains your abilities, or encounter some Jubao that can block your abilities, this is the time when you'll be helpless and at the mercy of others. This situation has been played out countless times in the past history. And just 150 years ago, a void hunter who had only awakened his D-rank abilities, in order to be able to fight against the void demons, continued to study the way of physical arts and developed it to the extreme. That void hunter senior was able to kill void beasts above the mountain realm by relying on his physical skills even without utilizing any of his abilities. And under his continuous research, as well as the joint research of several void hunters who practiced physical arts, they created 5 high-level techniques for using energy derived from physical arts. Each of these 5 techniques can utilize the human body's own power to the extreme, and even without using their abilities, they can produce destructive power comparable to a class abilities. Song Wei's words caused a rush of excitement and awe to fill the student's eyes. He observed the crowd's reactions and also smiled slightly as he calmly recited. These 5 techniques are also known as 5 techniques. Chapter 95 Third Art, Shifting Flowers. 5 arts. After hearing those 2 words, Xu Yuya's eyes instantly flashed with a refined aura. For the current him, when he was unable to use the fated vanity, the ability's boost to his battle power was very small. Compared to other people's abilities that could be released at will and were full of destructive power, his abilities had to be laid out in advance to anticipate the enemy. However, many times battles would arise very suddenly. At that time, the low level of his ability would be utilized, and a crisis would most likely arise. Therefore, he was quite attached to the study of physical arts, believing that it was an important factor that could increase his combat power. Of course, not everyone has the talent to learn physical arts. Songwei continued to read. Only those who have a sufficient understanding of energy and whose bodies are strong enough will have the opportunity to learn these 5 arts. For most people, being able to comprehend and become proficient in 1 or 2 of the 5 arts is already not easy. But even so, you still need to hone your bodies as much as possible and learn the most basic physical arts in case of emergency. And you all need to have a rudimentary understanding of the concept of the 5 arts. He walked to a spacious open space and said aloud, "Next, I will show you all what exactly these 5 arts are." All of the students looked at Songwei with unblinking eyes, feeling immensely curious about this miraculous physical art technique. Could the so-called 5 arts really compare to the power brought about by abilities? First is the first art. Songwei's voice fell in place, but his figure suddenly blurred and disappeared in front of everyone. The next moment, his voice actually came from behind the crowd. Its name is Flying Shadow. A commotion and shock came from amongst the crowd, who turned their heads to look at Songwei with surprise on their faces. None of the people were able to see Songwei's high-speed movement just now. If they were to encounter such an opponent in the middle of a battle, I'm afraid they wouldn't even know how they died. But when the crowd of students looked behind them, Songwei's figure had even disappeared once again. His voice drifted as if coming from all directions. The principle is to touch the energy with the ground and air like a blast, and with the recoil caused by this, thus achieving the effect of high-speed movement. As the words fell, he re-entered the open space in front of the crowd and stood with his hands behind his back. The principle seems simple, but if you want to fully master it, you need to have a very deep understanding of how energy works. In addition to this, the strength of one's physical body also determines the speed and distance that the flying shadow can move. Xu Yuya nodded slightly. If he could learn the flying shadow, with the increase produced by the boiling blood, his speed might be able to reach a very astonishing level. Followed by the second art. Songwei calmly walked over to a training dummy. This dummy was a special dummy within the training ground, its entire body made of alloy that was incredibly hard. He swung out a fist without warning, the wind of the fist carrying the sound of wind and thunder, and the speed was extremely fast and incomparable. Thud! The training dummy's body produced a violent buzz, and the alloy in its chest area was immediately dented with a fist mark. The dummy continuously shook its body as if it was unloading its strength. After a moment, it gradually smoothed out and stopped shaking. Just this? A student touched his head and cocked his head in some confusion. Judging from the results, this training dummy was nothing more than an extra fist mark on its chest. Although being able to make fist marks on an alloy body was not bad. But if it was just at this level, there were at least a dozen people present who could do it. Songwei smiled as he looked at the confused expressions of the crowd, raised his palm, and gently patted the dummy. Along with his patting, the dummy's solid and incomparable alloy body collapsed, scattering pieces of iron all over the place as if it was disintegrating from within. Its name is disintegration. It can transfer the body's strength and energy and directly transfer it to hit the enemy's body, launching an attack from within. Songwei faintly recited the effects of this technique under a crowd of shocked gazes. The students sucked in a breath of cool air. Even if the exterior was no longer hard and able to protect the body with energy. However, the inside of each person's body could be incomparably fragile. If one were to eat this move head-on in the midst of a battle, all 5 organs and 6 bowels might directly collapse, receiving an extremely powerful shock. After watching 2 of the 5 arts consecutively, everyone looked at Songwei with admiration and respect in their eyes. The might contained in the 5 arts had caused them all to be somewhat shocked. This third art. Songwei looked at the expressions of the crowd with satisfaction, and suddenly looked around the room at Jolie. "Student Jolie, please also cooperate with me." "Me?" Jolie lifted his chin disdainfully. "You teachers, do each and every one of you want to seek death?" He let out a sardonic laugh as his rough and domineering figure stepped forward. Songwei's face remained unchanged, only saying calmly, "I think all of you should also know how powerful student Jolie's power is. Next, I will fight him head-on with a hard punch without utilizing my abilities." After he finished speaking, he then looked at Jolie. "Please make your move, Jolie-san. You don't look like you're lying." Jolie looked down and stared intently at Songwei, grinning. His right fist was like thunder as he slammed it out. Song Wei didn't hide or dodge, he just stood still with his hands behind his back, calmly looking at Jolie. A gasp came from the crowd. A few days ago, they were deeply impressed by the punch that Jolie had swung at Xiyin. That terrifying power was unforgettable to them now. But at this moment, teacher Song Wei even wanted to fight against that punch? Dang! Jolie's fist hit Song Wei, and in just an instant, the stones on the ground located behind Song Wei crumbled to pieces, and several training dummies, unable to withstand the force, exploded. The wind of the fist whistled, spreading out nearly 10 meters before stopping. The ground behind Song Wei looked like it had been plowed through, and it was a mess. However, his face was calm, as if he was standing in place as if nothing had happened. I see, is that the effect? Jolie put away his fist and glanced at Song Wei with slight surprise, but instantly analyzed the reason. It seems that if I have time, I'll have to learn these 5 arts as well. He smiled broadly as he turned around and returned to the crowd, without the slightest hint of displeasure or embarrassment. What happened? But the crowd of students were looking at each other in disbelief, most of them failing to see how exactly Song Wei had managed to take this punch hard but remain unharmed. Su also pondered, vaguely guessing the effect of the technique. Phew! Song Wei exhaled a mouthful of turbid air from his mouth and looked at the crowd blandly. This is the 3rd technique. Its name is Flower Shift. It is also the most difficult technique to master among the 5 arts. Chapter 96, An Examination Not Within the School. Its effect is to conduct the next attack received behind you by resonating your body with energy. Song Wei explained for the crowd, I think everyone has studied physics in high school. The effect of moving flowers is similar to hitting a bull across a mountain, which can also be understood as the conservation of momentum. When using this technique, you can use your energy to resonate with the ground and air behind you, using them as a medium to deflect the impact you receive. Although it can't completely dislodge the attack it receives, it is able to transfer nearly 90% of the force out, making it an extremely strong defensive technique. Of course, due to the fact that it is difficult for the body to withstand, if one encounters an extremely powerful attack, shifting flower cannot be used continuously. Under his explanation, the crowd came to a realization, but in their hearts, they became more and more interested in this 5 arts. Even a terrifying force like Jolie's was able to carry it off with his physical body. The effect of the shifting flower was simply equivalent to an additional means of preserving one's life. Next is the 4th art. Song Wei was very satisfied with the crowd's reaction. As one of the few who could master the complete 5 arts, he was also looking forward to someone being able to comprehend these 5 physical arts and carry them forward. He stood silently in place and suddenly inhaled hard, and immediately wisps of white smoke actually emerged from his body. Xu Yuya's eyes flickered, immediately noticing that these white smoke seemed to contain a very strong energy fluctuation. This kind of feeling, as if the energy is rapidly compressed to produce a similar effect like steam. Song Wei slowly raised his right hand and pointed it at a training dummy 30 meters away. In the next second, 3 explosive white smoke rings appeared in front of his palm. As if it was the impact of a rocket igniting, Song Wei took a huge step back violently. From the center of his palm, a cloud of gas cannons visible to the naked eye actually erupted. The gas cannon hit the dummy 30 meters away in a hurry. In an instant, the dummy was like it had been hit by an artillery shell, directly exploding. Even the hard ground underneath its feet was shattered. Its power was terrifying. Song Wei also ignored the stagnant gazes of the crowd and simply explained lightly, in order to make up for the problem of insufficient distance in physical arts, those seniors researched a means of attacking from a long distance. That is, this 4th art, breaking sky. Its principle is through the rapid compression of energy, and then utilizing the strength of the physical body to explode it out. In order to acquire this art, one must have a strong enough body, or else they will not be able to contain that extremely fast compressed energy. As for the final 5th art, he said here, but stopped moving and his expression became serious, it belongs to the forbidden art among the body arts, and I cannot demonstrate it to you for the time being. Because once this art is opened, the load on the body will be extreme, and may even cause irreversible effects. Generally speaking, it should never be used as a last resort. Only when you have a future where the strength of your physical body reaches a qualified standard can you apply to the academy and study it. But its name, I can tell you all about it. This 5th technique, it's called Unlimited. He clapped his hands, pulling back the attention of the crowd in front of him who were awestruck by the 5 arts. Since this is a theory class before formal study, learning about the 5 arts will not be taught to you in this class. After you have finished the entrance examination, you can select a class among the courses before you can start formally learning the 5 arts. But before that, the fusion and utilization between energy and the body is the focus of your learning. Next, I will teach you all how to start learning to cultivate physical arts, as well as the utilization of some basic physical arts. In the second half of the course content, Sangwei introduced in detail the way to exercise in physical arts for the crowd, as well as a few simple physical arts moves. The crowd of students listened with rapt attention, becoming more and more interested in physical arts. They were all geniuses, and soon associated how to utilize physical arts to match their abilities in combat. The class made them excited and their learning was extremely efficient. Xu Yuya even gained a lot from the course. Not to mention, after he turned on his boiling blood, his physical abilities were enhanced. Under such circumstances, physical arts could naturally be utilized more effectively in his hands. Unconsciously, the alarm bell for the end of class rang from Songwei's arms. He stopped his narration, put away the alarm bell, and nodded towards the crowd. That's all for this class. This is also the end of the theory class you all have been studying for the past few days. I think you all should know that tomorrow is the entrance examination that belongs to you all. I hope you all have a good night's rest tonight and prepare well in advance. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, all of you will gather at the school plaza, and at that time, I will accompany you to the venue of the entrance examination together with instructor Lianshou. What? Sangwei's words caused quite a few people to be a bit surprised, and immediately, someone spoke up and asked, could it be that we aren't conducting the examination in the school? Of course not. Sangwei smiled faintly. The venue for your assessment has been set in the middle of a certain city. The content and arrangement of the assessment has basically been completed as well. I also hope that you guys are psychologically prepared and use your best efforts to complete the assessment. During the test, your results will be ranked, and this will be used to create a ranking for you. The rankings will be very helpful for your future studies, so I hope that you will do your best. This extremely unexpected announcement immediately caused many students to be caught off guard. There was a murmur in the crowd, and the people had different expressions. Once rankings were involved, it would lead to competition. For this group of prideful sons of heaven who viewed themselves highly, the importance of the entrance examination was self-evident. All right then. Sangwei turned his head and left. We'll see you tomorrow. Seeing Sangwei leave, the students suddenly looked anxious and scattered in all directions. Most of them had assumed that the entrance examination would be conducted right in the school, just like the entrance test. This sudden announcement caused them to be quite anxious, and a lot of things needed to be prepared a bit in advance. Most of them rushed towards the school's comprehensive service building that sold all sorts of things. Suya, however, headed in the opposite direction, arriving at a luxurious cafe within Longxia Academy. He stepped inside the cafe, walked straight to the corner, sat his butt on a chair, casually grabbed the water cup on the table, and drank a mouthful of water. Seeing Xuya appear, the teenager who was originally located across the table, tapping away on his computer, immediately raised his head and revealed a clean and refreshing smile. He casually arranged his hair, incomparably politely stood up, and extended his right hand towards Xuya. You're my brother-in-law, aren't you, Xuya brother? But before Xuya could swallow a mouthful of water, he sprayed it all out. Chapter 97, Two Ways. What are you shouting at me for? The water that Xuya sprayed out, as if it had touched some kind of barrier, all landed in the middle of the table. That teenager, however, was filled with confusion. Aren't you my brother-in-law? Then why is it that my sister is always saying your name under her breath, and even specifically asked me for your personal information? This time, she even instructed me to come to you and help you with all my might. That woman, Xuya breathlessly sighed as he held his forehead. Don't misunderstand anything, she and I are just friends. She thinks she owes me a favor, that's all. Oh, really? The teenager stroked his chin, revealing an expression of pity. I thought that my sister she had finally found a brother-in-law. What a pity. But you're still good-looking. If you set up a match, it might not be. Stop. Xuya only felt that this teenager in front of him was getting more and more outrageous as he hurriedly interrupted him. Let's just talk about business. Okay. The teenager was interrupted and could only rub the back of his head, reappearing with a smile and stretching out his hand. Introduce yourself, my name is Fang Tianyu. Fang Xin is my own sister. Su also shook his hand briefly before sitting back in his seat with a sigh of relief. Fang Tianyu revealed a harmless expression, and the first thing he said after sitting down was, I heard from my sister that you, brother Xuya, are the guy who tried to break through the firewall and view the National Special Database some time ago? Xuya froze for a moment, not expecting Fang Xin to tell the other party about this. Don't worry, my sister warned me that this will never be told to anyone else. Fang Tianyu patted his chest. "I'm just interested in you." His eyes seemed to be flashing with starlight. He was very excited. "I was the one who was doing the firewall maintenance that day, and I was also the one who took the initiative to stop you from invading. But I didn't realize that your skills were so strong that you were actually stopping me while launching an attack on the firewall. Although it is said that your intrusion was stopped by the firewall, but in terms of that round of exchange alone, it was me who lost to you. Brother Xu Yuya, where on earth did you learn these techniques from?" Xu Yuya had a bit of a headache. The hardest thing for him to deal with was a guy like Fang Tianyu who was bursting with curiosity, plus asking questions. He gently pressed his brow and casually prevaricated, "It should be counted as something I learned on my own. Your technique wasn't bad. At that time, you intercepted almost all of my attacks, and the part of the data that escaped in the end was just my luck." "It wasn't any luck, if you ask me, Brother Xu Yuya. You were simply a genius." Fang Tianyu chattered on, continuing to read. "Is there any interest in coming to work in the technical department? I can introduce you." "There's no interest at the moment." Su also knocked on the table, once again redirecting the topic back. "Let's get down to business." "All right." Fang Tianyu scratched his head, finally suppressing his excitement. He tilted his head and thought for a moment before he directly said, "If I remember correctly, Brother Xu Yuya, you want to investigate some of the former void hunting incidents, right?" "That's right. What I want to see is the detailed report of the Haichang Rebellion, 3 years ago. Then you should also know that the complete information of this report should be stored in the classified archive room of the South Plains Academy, while the slightly more detailed information is in the government's special database. That's why Fang Xin asked me to find you." Xu Yuya looked straight at Fang Tianyu and calmly asked, "Do you have any way to let me see this information?" "How could I possibly have a way?" Fang Tianyu let out a bitter smile and shrugged his shoulders. "This information must be viewed by entering within the special database. But even if I have maintained the firewall of the special database, I simply cannot help you crack it. The strength of that firewall is far beyond your imagination." Su also immediately frowned. Since there was no way, then his trip was simply a waste of time. But immediately after, Fang Tianyu's voice came again. "But if you really want to view this information, there is a more legitimate method than invading the database." "Oh?" Xu Yuya's movements as he was about to get up stopped and he looked across the room again. "What method?" "If I remember correctly, tomorrow is the time for you to take the entrance examination, Suya brother, right?" "That's right." "Well, this first method is for you to obtain the first place ranking amongst the entrance examination." Fang Tianyu smiled faintly and spoke. Suya immediately revealed an expression of, "You're kidding me." The previous entrance test that he was able to pass had already consumed a considerable amount of his effort. With just the 2D rank abilities he had mastered, he did not have any advantage over the other freshmen. Even though he had mastered the ability of objective selection, this ability belonged to the ability of strong growth, and in a short period of time, it did not have much of an increase for him at all. This time, the entrance examination would be divided into rankings, and the rest of the freshmen would surely be riveted to compete for the rankings. Under these conditions, it would be as difficult as hell for him to achieve first place in the entrance examination. In particular, the two people Jolie and Qin Zhe, who had joined him in pinning down Lian Shou, would be even less certain if they competed with each other. Su also frowned, gritting his teeth and asked, "What is the purpose of obtaining the first place?" The first place in this entrance examination, besides being rewarded with an additional 5 credits, will also have a chance to raise conditions with the academy. Fang Tianyu calmly explained for Xu Yuya. This condition includes and is not limited to finding any rare material or a limited range of jubo for you. As long as the condition you raise is legitimate and reasonable enough, the academy will be able to fulfill your request. At that time, if you propose to invoke a void hunting record, it will all be an incomparably easy thing to do. Even going to the Southern Plains Academy to directly call up the original record would not be a big problem. Xu Ya's complexion moved slightly. This reward, it could not be said to be unattractive. One must know that the reward he had previously obtained, although he also had a chance to make conditions, he had already consumed the chance and it was now irrevocable. Moreover, at that time, that subordinate member of the board of directors had specifically reminded him that that opportunity of his would require him to pay extra dragon coins if it was of excessive value, and the range of conditions that could be fulfilled was also very limited. Whether or not it could fulfill the requirements for him to call up the records was not certain. Compared to this condition for the top place in the entrance examination, it was a world of difference. He frowned as he pondered, feeling in his heart that this condition was simply too harsh. Fang Tianyu seemed to have sensed Xu Ya's worries and immediately smiled faintly, adding a sentence once again. "Of course, if Brother Xu Ya you feel that this condition is too difficult, I still have a way here." Chapter 98, Special Effect 1, Evolution. What method? Xu Yuya stared closely at Fang Tianyu. Fang Tianyu on the other hand smiled faintly, that is to join the technical department. With Brother Shuya's level, passing the interview of the technical department is a very easy thing. All you need to do is to produce some results in a short period of time, and you'll have the chance to travel with us to South Plains Academy at the exchange meeting in a few months. Xiao also frowned. Could it be that the technical department is able to randomly apply to call up the South Plains Academy's confidential archive room documents? Of course it can't. If you want to call up the confidential archive room, you can only get approval after a person of extremely high status sends out a special application. Fang Tianyu responded rightfully. Then what kind of method is this? But we can go steal it. Fang Tianyu's words caused Shuya's eyes to almost glaze over. However, the former stroked his chin in a serious manner and said, at that time, we belong to the special invitees, and South Plains Academy will definitely not be wary of us. We only need to find a dark and windy time of night, quietly enter the confidential archive room, lift the doorbell, and then we'll be able to go and directly steal the original case documents. You kid, more criminal than me. Shuya's entire body was shocked and spat loudly in his mind. He rubbed his eyebrows with an iron face. As far as he was concerned, both methods were very difficult. Even compared to the second method, the first method might be a bit more legitimate. I'll think about the methods you mentioned. Su also sighed and patted Fang Tianyu's shoulder, thanks a lot. Having gotten the information he wanted, there was no reason for him to continue staying here. Brother Shuya, are you really not considering the second method? Looking at Shuya who was preparing to leave, Fang Tianyu immediately stood up and called out. At that time if you want to go steal the documents take me one I can help you. The corners of Shuya's mouth twitched as he pretended that he hadn't heard and quickened his own pace. But Fang Tianyu was still shouting behind him, you must think about it. You're always welcome to join the technical department. Su also pushed out the door and left the cafe, gently rubbing his eyebrows. The technology department? Would be able to make an alternative program. The technology department played a very important role in the development of the entire human race. They not only researched and studied the conditions and effects of using various abilities. They even conducted in-depth research on energy and Jakubo, and created artificial Jakubo. Artificial Jakubo like the Mirror World and the Mirror of Stress were all developed by the technical department of the Dragon Summer Academy. If he had the opportunity in the future, he could consider going in to take a look. But for the current him, he didn't have the time to bother with the technical department. Since the only thing in front of us right now is this method of achieving first place, we need to start making preparations in advance. Xu Yuya mused as he walked towards the direction of the dormitory, pondering over the plan. If he wanted to come out on top amongst the more than 40 talented peers, he would have to make advanced layouts and preparations. The current priority was to raise his strength as much as possible. As he pondered, he returned to the entrance of the dormitory villa. He had only just entered the front yard when a sound of brakes was heard in his ears. Turning his head to look, he only saw an electric scooter parked at the front entrance of the villa, while on top of it sat a clean and refreshing little brother dressed in the clothes of Longxia Academy. His gaze rested on Xu Yuya's body, his eyes revealing delight as he immediately took out two complete and exquisite packages from the frame at the back of the car seat. You are Mr. Shuya, aren't you? He handed the packages to Shuya and handed over another identity verification machine. These are the 2 express deliveries that the school has sent for you, please sign for them. Oh. After Shuya saw the packages, a smile appeared on his face. These 2 items had unexpectedly been sent to him at the same time. This way, his odds of winning in the middle of the entrance examination could be another step higher. He took out his student card and casually scratched it on the machine. Accompanied by a crisp beep, this courier boy also handed over the 2 parcels to Xu Yuya. He put away the machine in his hand and added an explanation, these 2 couriers, one is from the Academy Board of Trustees for you, and the other is the material obtained from the online purchases you made using your student card. If there are any problems, you can always use your student card to complain and apply for after-sales service. After saying this, he remounted his electric bike and left the place in a puff of smoke. Su also pressed down the excitement in his heart, copied the 2 packages, and quickly walked back into the villa. Tang Shaowan had not returned, and seemed to be adding all sorts of things for tomorrow's examination. Su also quickly walked back to his bedroom, unsealing and opening the left parcel. Only to see a delicate and incomparable jade box resting inside the express box. After opening the jade box, a sea blue gemstone was placed inside. The internal light of the gemstone flowed, and under the illumination of the sun, it released an eye-catching luster. Rich energy was contained within the gemstone, constantly flowing, and it was of extraordinary quality and value. This is the Star Ocean Meteorite Iron. Xu Yuya held the gem in his hands with slight excitement, a cold touch flowing throughout his body. As long as he used it up, he would be able to open the first ability evolution of the E objective, and raise his repair tote to C rank. Replacing the Star Ocean Meteorite Iron back into the jade box, he unwrapped the courier on the right side. A large wooden box was placed in the middle of this courier. After opening the wooden box, a blood-red-colored lotus flower floated silently in the water, constantly sinking and floating. It's worthy of being the blood lotus that I spent 250,000 dragon coins to buy at a high price. Shuya's eyes flickered with light, and the corners of his mouth overflowed with a smile. Within the student card, it possessed the function of an exchange. One only needed to have enough dragon coins to be able to apply for a trade on it and purchase all sorts of things. On the first night that he received the void hunting reward, Xu Yuya attempted to trade the blood lotus within the exchange. 3 days ago, someone had sold him this blood lotus at a price of 250,000 dragon coins. And he managed to fetch these two materials in time for the eve of the entrance examination. Very good, so next, which skill to evolve? Xu also sat on the chair, stroking his chin as he looked at the two materials in front of him. The special effect 1 evolution of material race would have a 1-week cooldown after each use. That is to say, at least during the course of the entrance examination, he could only choose one skill to complete the evolution. But there was good news beyond that. Whether it was after using evolution or wizards, he was able to refresh the cooldown time of fading vanity. No matter which skill he evolved, it was equivalent to having the ability to save his life one more time. However, in order to deal with the upcoming examination, he had to be more careful when choosing. Sure enough, it's better to evolve this skill, it will be more useful for the examination. Soon Shuya made his decision. He slowly extended his hand towards the same material in front of him. The material ability was activated. Special Effect 1, Evolution. Chapter 99, The New Counselor. Somewhere inside an incredibly dark room, a sexily dressed woman, frowning, walked in through the door, looking at the two men at the table with a face full of disgust. Are you two out of your minds? There are so many rooms and conference rooms in the building, did you guys have to pick a dark and damp basement? When villains are talking about things, don't they usually pick this kind of atmospheric environment? A man located at the table responded with a melancholy voice. He had neck-length hair, thin bangs covering his right eye, and his entire body exuded a cold and weak aura. As members of the Void Demon Council, we're already among the country's most wanted villains, so it's only fitting for us to chat about things in a place like this, isn't it? Ha 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 ha. The man located opposite this grim man laughed out loud. He had a stout figure, with burly muscles as if they were the size of rocks, and the entire table trembled slightly when he laughed. Be Stinger, if Sickness Disaster has said so, I can only accompany him to wait for you here. Is that funny? The woman known as Be Stinger looked at the two men with eyes filled with disgust. Ba Din, you laugh like an elementary school student. And you, Disease Plague, why is your entire being so disgusting, just like those dead wastrels who are self-absorbed at home and don't go to school? The two who were pointed at and scolded by her suddenly blushed. Ba Ding was filled with confusion and cocked his head. Isn't that funny? The Sickness Disaster on the side, however, directly lifted his legs up to sit on the chair and buried his head in it. I'm sorry, being born as a human, I shouldn't be alive. Why are my teammates such idiots? Be Stinger covered his face with an immense headache and sat helplessly on the table. The dim candle flame kept flickering, reflecting the faces of the three. After a moment of silence, Be Stinger suddenly slapped the candle away, slammed the table and shouted, "The basement is the basement, can you guys turn on the lights for me?" A few minutes later, inside the brightly lit room, Sickness Disaster's entire body was cowering in the corner in horror, seemingly unable to tolerate the bright lights. Be Stinger didn't bother to pay attention to him and slapped the table to get straight to the point. Just now, Lord Polaris told me all the details of this mission. This mission, our main goal, is to retrieve the special material, Boundary Separation Stone, that Counselor 15 buried well before his death from Hai Chang. It's just a matter of fetching a boundary separating stone. Why do we need to make a big fuss and have the three of us go together? Ba Ding opened his mouth in disbelief, placing his feet heavily overlapping on the table. One reason is because the time for the seal arranged on the boundary separating stone is about to come to an end, and once the seal disappears, the void hunters in the city will immediately sense it. Be Stinger explained calmly and incomparably. The second is because According to reliable information, the new students of the Dragon Summer Academy will soon be heading to High City for the entrance examination. Oh? Ba Din revealed an interested expression. You mean, the academy where that student who caused the tragic deaths of Nightmare and Counselor 17 and was named by Lord Bright Day to be killed? Why do you have to add so many qualifiers? B. Stinger silently spat out a sentence and nodded as well. That's the guy. Counselor 17 died because of him, and he took the opportunity to join the Dragon Summer Academy and get asylum. But it was Lord Akatsuki's order to kill him, and even Lord Aurora was very interested in that guy. So this time, our secondary mission objective is to take the opportunity to kill that guy or bring him back to the council alive. I see. Baiting nodded. It is highly likely that we will encounter those accompanying teachers, which is why the three of us were sent there. But you should also know that there are many strong teachers in the Dragon Summer Academy. The three of us can hardly deal with those teachers at the same time. There's no need to worry about that. The Stinger let out a cold smile. Our helpers will lead him to an unsheltered place as much as possible. It's even possible to capture him alive without alerting those void hunters. This mission is 9 out of 10, there shouldn't be any major problems. Although Counselor 17 and Nightmare died because of him, his true strength is only the Stone Realm, and he can't afford to make any big waves. Then, what is that, City Guard, going to do? In the corner, Sickness Disaster, who had been shrinking his head, suddenly raised his head and asked in a small voice. The strength of the City Guard was enough to shelter an entire city. Once they fought in the city, they would definitely attract the attention of the city guardians. At that time, with their strength, they might not be able to escape from the city guardians. Don't worry. The Stinger smiled faintly. In order to obtain this boundary separation stone, we sacrificed a peak realm counselor. When we recover the boundary separating stone this time, one of the top 10 counselors will appear and stop that high city's defender, Tianyin, for us. We just need to follow the plan and complete the mission. Very well, one last question. Ba Ding looked towards B. Stinger and slightly raised his chin. This helper you speak of, is he reliable? His ability is special, no one can detect his identity, there is no one more reliable than him. A confident smile appeared on B. Stinger's face. Because he is an elite seed personally cultivated by the 6th counselor. In the future, there will be a place for him among the top 10 counselors. Early in the morning, at 7:50. Above the sunny school square, a group of students looked serious, with some nervousness, and stood silently in place. They looked around, seemingly searching for traces of their teacher. Soon, 3 silhouettes came side by side from the distance, and in no time, they arrived in the middle of the square. Very good, everyone is really getting more and more punctual. Lian Shou smiled as he looked at the crowd, revealing a satisfied expression. Within the next few days, you will all be heading to High City with me, where you will participate in your entrance examination this time. As for the specifics of the examination, I will narrate them to you when we arrive at our destination. After briefly explaining, he looked to his side, and this time, the entrance examination will be under the sole responsibility of teacher Songwei, whom you are all familiar with, and I. In addition to this, the school has also arranged for a teacher of notable strength to accompany us, and join us in grading your assessment process. This teacher should be the first time you have met him, so let him introduce himself first. Lian Shou tilted his head and signaled the handsome-looking teacher beside him. That teacher smiled slightly, a slightly frivolous and casual smile spreading across his entire face as he smiled and waved with the crowd. Hello everyone. My name is Yang Yuan, one of the teachers you are accompanying this time. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I hope we can get along well during these few days of the entrance examination. I also hope that everyone can take care of us more. Yang Yuan's face was overflowing with smiles, but the depths of his eyes revealed a smile less calmness. Chapter 100 Pre-Exam Team Up, by Xiaoling. Hai Chang? After hearing the destination of the entrance examination, Xu Yuya's expression slightly stagnated. This city, to him, had a very deep impression. His expression quickly calmed down as he quietly stood in the middle of the group, sizing up that new teacher Yang Yuan, and there was some confusion in his heart. Logically speaking, with the strength of both Lian Shou and Song Wei, they were sufficient to manage the 48 students present. Why did the school purposely waste another manpower and send in another teacher? Very well, there is still some time before we depart. Lian Shou's voice interrupted Xu Yuya's thoughts. I can reveal one thing to you in advance. That is, in the examination that follows, the relationship between you guys is in a state of competition with each other. That is to say, you may fight with each other. Given that amongst you, there are a few people whose abilities are too powerful, it may be difficult for other students to deal with them. So in this examination, I will allow you to team up with each other, but the maximum number of team members may not exceed 3. Of course, if students who believe in their own abilities, they can also choose to act on their own. The moment these words came out, there was a commotion in the crowd. Many people's eyes lit up, and they hurriedly looked at the friends they had come into contact with within the past few days. Obviously, this rule was specifically set up to target Jolie and Shinzei's people. If they were to fight alone, the few of them had a combat power that was difficult for others to reach. The grouping conditions given by Lianshou, on the other hand, were able to greatly make up for the gap between them, and were able to give each and every one of them a chance to compete for the first place ranking. Forming a team? When Xu Yuya heard this condition, he immediately brightened up. For him, because of his ability level, his battle power was actually very low. To win against the strong with the weak required not only a multi-handed layout, but also a certain element of luck. He didn't have the confidence to be able to defeat his opponents in every battle. Therefore, teaming up might be a good choice for him. But the candidate for this teaming up, he would need to. Little brother Shuya. Bai Tao's familiar voice came from behind Shuya, reading with slight excitement, the two of us, should we team up together? Don't. Shuya turned his head and rejected Bai Tao without hesitation. Why? Bai Tao immediately revealed a bitter face. You don't have any combat power, and if I team up with you in case I meet someone else, you'll definitely just throw me away and bugger off. Xu Yuya opened his mouth with false eyes, demolishing Bai Tao without mercy. How is this possible? Bai Tao, on the other hand, patted his chest and righteously assured, the two of us brothers share the same life and death, how could I possibly do something like that to sell out my friends? Be careful. Xu Yuya's face suddenly changed drastically, looking behind Bai Tao with a face full of panic. What happened? Bai Tao's voice came from behind Suya, and his entire body hid behind him, revealing only a pair of eyes as he cautiously looked ahead. With this, I can still count on you? Shuya looked at Bai Tao, who had almost instantly moved behind him, and rolled his eyes. His gaze swept ahead, ignoring the embarrassed Bai Tao as he prepared to identify targets he could team up with. A timid voice, however, came from one side, hello you. Su also turned his head to look, only to see a slightly shy girl, standing in front of him. She was quite good-looking, wearing a double ponytail, her expression was restrained, and her hands were unnaturally placed in front of her body and rubbed. The moment he saw this girl, Shuya's mind flew through countless portraits and quickly recalled her name. Bai Shaoling? Only after recalling this name, Shuya's brows were unnaturally furrowed and he looked at this girl with a face full of oddities. You're looking for me for something? Shuya, Bai Shaoling raised her head as if gathering courage and looked towards Shuya. Can I team up with you? You want to team up with me? The strangeness on Shuya's face grew thicker as he looked Bai Shaoling up and down. Can you tell me why? I think you're very strong, and if I team up with you, my score in the entrance examination will definitely not be too low. Bai Shaoling responded seriously. Then you should also know that what I possess is only a D rank ability, right? Xu Yuya continued to ask as he looked straight into her eyes. I know. Bai Shaoling nodded, but I've also seen your performance in the middle of the second test, as well as your previous performance in class. You were able to utilize your D rank ability to a level far beyond its rank, so I feel that if I were to team up with you, my ability would definitely be able to be put to a much higher level of use. Speaking in terms of explicit battle power, I think your mind is more important. You are quite discerning. Su also laughed out loud for some reason. Then tell me about it, what is your ability? Grade B ability, Upside Down World. Bai Shaoling didn't hide anything and directly reported his ability. It's a mental influence type of ability. Those who are affected by my ability will have their perception of their body completely turned upside down. Up becomes down, left becomes right, front becomes back. She listed the specific effects of her ability and raised her hand to aim it at Suya. For specific effects, it's probably like this. Shuya instantly felt something change in his body. He frowned and tried to take a step forward. Instead of moving forward, his body instead took a step backward. Bai Shaoling withdrew his ability, and Shuya regained proper perception of his body, an interested look flashing in his eyes. A very good ability, exerting influence on the enemy in the middle of a real battle will surely cause a great sense of disorientation. Thanks. Bai Shaoling lowered her head somewhat sheepishly, then quietly looked towards Shuya. So, can we team up? I'll use my abilities to fully cooperate with you, while you utilize your mind to think of the best method, and we'll pass this test together. There was a slight hint of anticipation in her eyes. This time, she would take the initiative to go and team up with Xu Yuya, and she had sort of summoned up enough courage. Yes. A smile appeared on Xu Yuya's face as he agreed to Bai Xiaoling's request without any hesitation. I was worried about who to find to go as a teammate. You were able to take the initiative to invite me, so of course I have little reason to refuse. Bai Xiaoling instantly revealed a joyful expression and said excitedly, I'll definitely work hard. Then next, we might need to find another teammate. Xu Yuya nodded and was about to search for his next teammate candidate. However, a hand suddenly poked out from the side and clung hard to his thigh. Looking down, it was none other than Bai Tao, who had just begged around for a teammate after being politely rejected by him. Little brother Xu Yuya. Brother Yuya. He showed a look of grief and cried out from the bottom of his heart, please take me in. None of them want to team up with me. If you don't help me, I'll be alone. Chapter 101, This is a flag, can't be inserted indiscriminately. Xu Yuya's head was filled with black lines as he looked down at Bai Tao, who had no boundaries and was hugging his thighs hard. Bai Tao, on the other hand, put on a pitiful face and spoke rather sincerely, although it's true that I probably won't be able to help in a frontal battle. But if our test is about robbing things or something like that, my ability can definitely come in handy. Don't worry, I absolutely, positively won't run away at the critical moment. You must believe in me, our little brother Xu Yuya. His eyes opened wide, highlighting a sincere. The corners of Xu Yuya's mouth twitched as his eyes looked around. In these few days of classes, most of the students had already formed their own social circles. Within just a few minutes, those who were willing to form a team had already divided themselves into camps. Either two people from a single dormitory teamed up, or a few people who were usually good friends teamed up. There was also a large portion of people who fought alone, not willing to team up with others at all. Even Tang Xiaowan had found two girls to form a team with. Bai Tao had just asked around for half a day, but no one was willing to accept him, so he had no choice but to find Xu Yuya. But looking at this situation, even if Xu Yuya wanted to find another reliable teammate, most likely there is no chance. Looking down at the pitiful Bai Tao, his mind moved slightly and he finally nodded, teaming up with you, it's not impossible. He stroked his chin and mused, but Bai Tao jumped up with a carp after hearing this, his face full of excitement, really? But you have to promise me one condition. Xu also revealed a weird smile and looked straight at Bai Tao. What? Condition? Bai Tao's instincts made him perceive a wave of danger, and he couldn't help but take half a step backward. That is, in the middle of the examination, you must listen to my orders once. Xu Yuya smiled and responded, even if that order might be unreasonable, you have to go ahead and fulfill it with all your might. This. Bai Tao's face changed slightly, his eyes darting around as if he was very hesitant. This kind of condition was just too insecure for him. In case Xu Yuya asked him to go forward to do something strange, wouldn't that be dangerous? Don't worry, as long as you promise me, I can make sure that your ranking amongst the examinations will at least be above the middle of the pack. Although he did not have absolute certainty about competing for first place, but a middle ranking, Xu was still quite confident. Good, Bai Tao did a long mental struggle and finally made up his mind, gritting his teeth with incomparable difficulty, I promise you. Very well. Xu also revealed a smile as he wrapped his arms around Bai Tao and tugged him towards himself, and looked at Bai Xiaoling next to him, then the three of us, we are now a squad. Please teach us more. The corners of Bai Tao's mouth tugged, completely unable to laugh. Please teach me more. Bai Xiaoling, on the other hand, covered her mouth and laughed lightly, as if she found the two amusing, and that nervousness in her heart disappeared for a few moments. Rumble. The sound of a car's engine came from the distance, only to see that a bus was actually driving from afar. Lian Shou immediately clapped his hands and read aloud, I think everyone should have already formed their teams. We are ready to depart. The bus stopped in front of the crowd, and a driver with sunglasses and wearing a suit sat in the driver's seat and opened the door for the crowd. The students all got on the bus with their own gifts and backpacks and took their respective seats. Xu Yuya and Bai Tao sat in the more rearward seats, and the entire group relaxed slightly. Longxia Academy's location was much closer to High City. It would only take about 3 to 4 hours to drive there. As long as nothing unexpected happened, one would be able to take a good rest in the car. Nope, this seems to be a flag that can't be plugged in. Xu Yuya shook his head, lay down against the window, and silently read in his mind, with 3 teachers accompanying us, it shouldn't be possible for anything to go wrong. He nodded his head vigorously, but his line of sight smoothly looked at the driver's position in front of him. These drivers, they are some awakened ones employed by the school. Bai Tao seemed to have sensed Xu Yuya's line of sight and suddenly spoke. They don't have any combat ability, nor do they have any academic level to enter the technical department or the intelligence department. So their usual job is to be responsible for handling the post-battle traces for the Void Hunters, as well as recycling the Void Beast corpses, or working as a driver for the Void Hunters as they are now. Like the enrollment teachers of other academies, most of them are also this type of awakened. They are also known as auxiliaries. Su also nodded, having some understanding of this. Although there were many awakened in the Dragon Kingdom, the vast majority of them were in a state where they could only feel the presence of energy. It was extremely difficult for these people to understand how to operate energy, or to enhance their own abilities in order to utilize the effects of their abilities. They were like people who could only do elementary school arithmetic problems, whereas the Void Hunters were like mathematical geniuses who had mastered higher mathematics and were even ready to develop new theorems. Even if one went to talk to these ordinary awakened ones about the principles and methods of how energy operated, they simply wouldn't be able to understand them. In a sense, this was also considered a talent. Because of this, with the overall number of Void Hunters on the low side, the existence of these auxiliaries was necessary. After all, every Void Hunter was busy with all kinds of battles, and simply didn't have the time to deal with non-combat events. After everyone was seated, the bus quickly started and set off towards High City. Through the window, Su also watched as the various buildings of the Longxia Academy continued to move away. The entire Dragon Summer Academy was immense, and it took close to 30 minutes just to drive away from the plaza. Due to the remoteness of Longxia Academy, the outside of the academy was desolate, sparsely populated, and far away from the city. There was only a specially repaired road that continuously connected from the outside of the academy to the main highway. It was not known whether it was because this bus was too smooth and comfortable, or because most of the people were so nervous last night that they stayed up all night. Not long after boarding the bus, snoring soon came. This snoring was like contagious, spreading to the entire bus at an extremely fast speed. For a while, the students collapsed with their heads askew, snoring loudly. Su similarly yawned, creating a slight drowsiness. His eyelids fought up and down as he kept nodding his head in a trance of consciousness. Bai Tao, who was located beside him, was still in high spirits, his eyes constantly sweeping, as if he was in a state of perpetual vigilance. The low chirping sound of the engine faintly came from his ears, and among Xu Yuya's dazed eyes, he seemed to see a certain light enlarging through the window. The light is getting bigger and bigger. Bigger and bigger. Bigger and bigger. Xu Yuya's drowsiness instantly dissipated, and his entire body widened its eyes and looked out of the window furiously. No, what is that? At the same time, sitting beside him, Bai Tao had already changed his face drastically and jumped off his chair with a rub. There's an enemy attack. He let out a loud howl at the top of his voice, like an alarm tone, directly causing many sleepy and dozing students to sit up in alarm. The next moment, the beam of light that came from far away was like a meteor, directly impacting in front of the bus. Boom! Deafening explosions resounded through the heavens and earth. Chapter 102. Is this warm-up training? Countless pieces of debris grazed the sides of the bus and passed through sharply. Several pieces of glass shattered in response, causing quite a few shrieks and screams. The bus braked violently, directly shaking the students inside the bus to the ground and causing them to fall down. Long before the explosion, Su also quickly raised his feet against the backrest of the chair in front of him, and used both hands to forcefully clasp the back of his chair. The strong impact was counteracted by him in this position, and he did not fall to the ground like the others. We're being attacked by something. No, rather than an attack, it's more like an ambush. Who is the other party? Su also slowed down the impact on his body for a while, and smoothly looked towards the front. However, he saw that directly in front of the bus, it was wrapped up by a piece of uprooted stone wall. The rocks that were splashing around were precisely the result of the stone wall after it had been disintegrated by the impact. Song Wei had unleashed his abilities at the first sign of the attack, protecting the students inside the bus. Everyone, get off the bus quickly. Lian Shou's voice came from the front with a strong middle voice. Immediately afterward, the front and back doors of the bus were opened. With panicked faces, the crowd of students climbed up from the ground, not caring about the luggage scattered all over the place, and all of them jumped off the bus. Su also flew away from the bus, and before he could stand still, he heard a deafening roar. The rock wall that wrapped around the bus was shattered by a huge force, and a huge claw poked in from outside, followed by a pair of eyes filled with killing intent. It's the Void Beast. I recognize it, it's the Avalanche Tiger. The 3-meter-tall, tiger-like Void Beast slapped the rock wall in front of it with force and began to show its teeth towards the crowd in front of it. It fought to leap into the rock wall and roared, a terrifying wave of sound spreading out, shattering all the rock walls in all directions. The students covered their ears, feeling like they were going to be deafened by the sound wave. Right at this moment, however, a silhouette suddenly blocked in front of the crowd, a layer of light blue barrier swinging open on his body. Under the protection of this barrier, the pain of the crowd was eased. Xu also endured his headache and looked forward. The person protecting them was none other than the new teacher who always wore a smile, Yang Yuan. The avalanche tiger's body was permeated with the fluctuations of the peak realm, revealing its white fangs. It was ready to attack the crowd in front of it. It swung its thick right paw and slapped horizontally, but a figure appeared under its palm as if it had moved instantly, blocking his paw with a punch. Songwei's face was expressionless, his eyes flickered, revealing extreme killing intent as he stared intently at the collapsing tiger, saying word for word, "A mere beast, how dare you attack a student of my Longxia Academy, looking for death?" He forcefully grabbed the paw of the collapsing tiger, and the energy of his entire body erupted, and he even directly threw the collapsing tiger's huge body flying out. Immediately after that, his eyes were cold, leaving a residual shadow in the original place, speedily catching up with the collapsing tiger that flew out backwards, lifting up his right foot, and smashing it from high to low. The avalanche tiger was kicked into the ground, instantly smashing out a deep pit, his body sinking into the ground. Seeing Songwei sending the virtual beast that attacked the crowd flying, Yang Yuan also lowered his hands and lifted the barrier. At the same time, Lian Shou's figure suddenly appeared next to him. This avalanche tiger was thrown out by being sealed in the stash void sphere. There are other enemies in this neighborhood. You protect this group of students, I'll go investigate. He spoke quickly, but his expression was so grave that it seemed as if he was about to drip water. This was an ambush. The enemy had already known when they appeared here and released a peak realm void beast to attack. I'd like to see who dares to strike at my students. As his words fell, he left a residual shadow in place, but he had already used flying shadow to head in the direction of the source of the attack. Behind Yang Yuan, a portion of the students were still feeling very confused, and had completely failed to rationalize the current situation. Why would they be suddenly attacked by a virtual beast when they were sitting properly in the car? The killing intent released from that avalanche tiger drew them all to feel a chill. If it wasn't for the presence of several peak realm instructors who happened to be in the car and protected them in time, they were afraid that they would have already been bitten to pieces by that avalanche tiger altogether. Roar! Without waiting for them to think further, the hissing roar of the collapsing tiger was once again heard from the distance. You! Songwei's alarming roar came from the distance, but it failed to stop the avalanche tiger from releasing its ability. After that roar, a black pillar of light that rose up into the sky almost became the brightest existence between this heaven and earth. Within the pillar of light, nearly 100 black ghostly shadows emerged, and they directly pounced towards the direction of the crowd from the distance. Grade A ability, Devour for Tiger. While looking at the roiling ghostly shadows, there was a student whose face changed slightly, recognizing the name of this ability and shouting out its effects. The ability to enslave decapitated living beings with the ability and transform those beings into ghosts to fight for oneself. That avalanche tiger is an existence of the peak realm, and each of these devils it unleashed has the power of at least the stone realm. Among the ghostly shadows in this roiling sky, a crimson-colored stern ghost was the most conspicuous. It was clearly a mountain realm ghost, and its body emitted a raging killing intent as it lunged directly towards the crowd from midair. Above the plains in the distance, fluctuations of energy collisions rose and fell. However, it was Songwei who was engaged in a fierce battle with the collapsing tiger. The flesh of the virtual beast was incredibly powerful, and even without using its abilities, it still had an extremely destructive power. Within a short period of time, Songwei was unable to draw back to his defense, and could only focus his full attention on the immediate area, wanting to kill this avalanche tiger as soon as possible. Surprisingly, there are so many devils, this is really a headache. The teacher Yang Yuan, who was guarding the front of the crowd, looked up at the dozens of devils and still had a smile on his face, without any sense of crisis. He slightly inclined his head, looked at the group of students behind him, and said with a smile, "That mountain realm devourer, teacher will hold them off for you. For the rest of these little ghosts, I'll trouble the students to fend them off a little. Once I destroy that ghost of the devourer, I'll be the first to come back and help you all. Attention everyone, be sure to protect yourself as your highest priority." After saying this, he actually pulled himself up, blue light wrapped around his body, and brought that reddish-colored devourer directly into the distance. "Teacher, actually leaving us behind and running away?" Xu Yuya looked at Yang Yuan who was carrying the ghost far away, his face full of incredulity. But he couldn't think too much about it at this moment, but looked ahead with incomparable solemnity and caution. In the midst of an ear-piercing ghost whistle, nearly 100 ghosts finally swooped down from the air and rushed towards the students. In a flash, screams and shouts rose and fell. Where had the students seen such a battle before? They panicked a bit. But just at this moment, a rough figure with excitement pounced out from the crowd, and with a single punch, he dispersed the devourer that rushed at the very front with a hard punch. He looked ahead with a fierce smile, his eyes filled with wariness. What is this? Warm-up training before the test? Chapter 103, We're a Squad. Jolie's domineering movements broke up the panic of many students. Soon enough, some calmed down. They were all the pride of the heavens, and these devils in front of them were all at the stone realm, so what was there to be afraid of? Several ghosts whistled and pounced on the crowd. A fierce wind pierced through from the side like a tornado, instantly dispersing the ghosts. Shinzei pushed down his glasses and his voice swung in all directions along with the sound of the wind. Everyone, don't panic. Follow our respective organized teams and fight against these ghosts together. Remember, always protect yourself as the highest priority. His voice was warm and powerful, immediately dissipating the tension in the hearts of the crowd. Right, but it's just some stone realm devils, same realm as us, what's there to be afraid of? Soon, everyone stood side by side with their teammates, taking up a fighting stance, their gazes looking straight at the ghosts and shadows roaming the sky. The lone wolves who were not teamed up also shook their heads, energy surging from their bodies. Ghost whistles in the sky, the ghosts of the army also finally at this time swooped over. Nearly 100 ghosts of the ghosts in an instant will be the crowd formation division, constantly shuttling in the crowd. In a flash of energy, the students each displayed their own abilities and fought with these ghosts. Hey, Xu Yuya! Bai Tao's head suddenly burrowed out of the earth, looking around in a ghostly manner. These ghosts, can we deal with them? Us? Su also let out a laugh. In his hand he copied out a steel pipe from somewhere and threw it hard at one of the ghosts around him. These ghosts appeared to be erratic and had no substance, but after injecting energy into their attacks, they were able to actually hit their bodies. It was a pity that Xu Yuya's attack wasn't strong, and this strike only knocked the ghost to the ground, who quickly climbed up and pounced on Xu Yuya once again. Why do I feel like I'm the only one dealing with these ghosts? Xu Yuya held the steel pipe in front of his body and ate the ghost's claw, but he sarcastically criticized Bai Tao without mercy. At this moment, the ghost that pounced on Xu Yuya was suddenly grabbed by a pair of hands and dragged into the ground. Don't say that, I was just observing the situation, so I didn't run away. Bai Tao forcefully shoved the devourer's head into the earth, and the latter was immediately like a drowning person, frantically waving its claws and legs. After a few seconds of pressing like this, the energy on the ghost of the devourer surged, and then the entire body dissipated like an exploding black mist. We're a squad now, I won't do anything to sell out my friends. Having successfully dispersed the ghost of the devourer, Bai Tao also revealed a look of righteousness and patted his chest to assure him. As the wind came, another ghost quietly approached Bai Tao and grabbed him with all its might. But Bai Tao was like having eyes behind his head. Before the attack touched him, he disappeared in place. The ghost was surprised when it missed, and a look of surprise appeared in its eyes. Before it could stabilize its body, a steel pipe was thrown from the front, knocking it to the ground. Immediately afterward, a hand immediately reached out from under the ground, grabbing the ghost's head in the process and ripping it into the ground. The solid ground seemed to have turned into a pool, allowing the devourer's head to pass through with ease, but his swinging arms and legs smashed against the hard dirt, unable to make the head break free from the earth. After a few seconds passed, its struggling body once again exploded into a black mist and dissipated into thin air. Bai Tao re-exposed his head. See, our coordination is seamless. The corner of Xu Yuya's mouth twitched, and he was just about to say something when he saw Bai Tao's face change drastically as he exclaimed, "Be careful behind you." As the shadowy wind attacked, Xu Yuya immediately felt goosebumps on his back, and a sense of crisis directly surged through his entire body. A devourer was actually lurking in the shadows, suddenly rising up and pouncing on him. Oh no, it's too late to dodge at this distance. Xu Yuya's face changed slightly. At this distance, even if he turned on his boiling blood, he wouldn't be able to dodge the attack in time. Bai Tao, who was located in front of him, could not help him at all. In desperation, he could only cover his back with energy at full strength, preparing to eat the ghost's attack. Bang! However, in the next moment, the imagined pain did not appear. The ghost that had attacked Xu Yuya, as if it had tripped, actually fell to the ground from his side, as if it had lost its balance and fell through the air. Xu Yuya's quick eyes and hands, a sprinting step forward, thrusting the steel pipe into the ghost's head, directly breaking it up completely. Turning his head to look, he raised his eyebrows lightly. Thanks for the help. Bai Shaoling lowered his hands from his chest and nodded somewhat embarrassedly. We're a team, we should help each other. The three of them were located in the crowd near the corner team. After disposing of these few devils, they were also safe for the time being. Su also took the opportunity to look towards the crowd. The ghosts and shadows in the sky were constantly weaving and launching attacks. However, the students had also stabilized their emotions, and each of them used their abilities to fight with the ghosts. Everyone was at the same stone realm, and they cooperated with each other in small teams. Within a short period of time, only a few people suffered minor injuries, barely stabilizing the situation. Tang Xiaowan and the two girls were in the same team, and they didn't encounter any dangers at this time, but managed to break up several ghosts. But the strength of these ghosts varied, some were so weak that a simple attack could break them up. But some of the ghosts were not bad, and between a few waves of swooping, they brought tremendous pressure to several squads. Even amongst the ghosts, there were 3 rock realm existences. Su also moved his pupils slightly, and with a glance, he saw the 2 rock realm ghosts that were fighting Jolie in the far distance. At this moment, Jolie was like a god of war, and between the swings of his fists, he was actually pressuring the 2 rock realm ghosts to retreat. His strength and speed were even more powerful than when he had pinned Lian Shou earlier, as if he had received some sort of increase. Is this the effect of his ability? Such a thought flashed through Xu Yuya's mind, and his sight turned to the other side. The 3rd rock realm devourer was desperately chasing after a boy. That boy was alone, with overbrow bangs, his hair behind him casually falling over his shoulders, not very tall, and his entire face expressionless as he casually dodged the ghost's attacks towards the back. His eyes were empty, as if his attention was not in the battle in front of him at all. The pace of dodging also seemed to rely on instinct, and his whole body exuded an air of indifference. However, from beginning to end, he seemed to have no intention of striking, and just kept dodging the attacks. And Lun. With SS-class abilities, Su also recognized the boy's name, his expression slightly austere. As an extremely rare and uncommon SS-class ability person, all the freshmen knew this super genius. However, the latter's character was extremely withdrawn. Even if he went to strike up a conversation with him, he simply ignored people, and his character was one of the oddballs among all the freshmen. And he had never unleashed his abilities, so no one knew exactly what the SS rank abilities he had mastered were. Ah! Suddenly at this moment, a scream rang out abruptly from the side. Chapter 104. This guy, is he coming for me? Su also looked around at the sound. He only saw a slightly larger devouring ghost that was slapping at a girl. Next to the girl, both boys flew out a long way, seemingly knocked away by the ghost. The girl's face was filled with terror as she sat paralyzed on the ground, screaming in despair beyond measure. Although this devourer hadn't reached the rock realm, it was still stronger than most of the stone realms. A bloodthirsty killing intent flashed in its eyes as its terrifying attack fell rapidly. Dang! A beam of airflow condensed from the gusts of wind seemed to transform into a shockwave that hurriedly penetrated from afar, instantly hitting this ghost of a devourer. The ghost screamed miserably as half of its body was instantly broken apart and its entire body rolled to the ground. A long way away, Xinzai silently lowered the fingers of his right hand, his eyes under his glasses filled with calmness. Everyone, if you're able, please try to help the other students. Even in this situation where everyone was in danger, he actually had the spare energy to pay attention to others. The ghost rolled up from the ground, grimacing as it prepared to attack again. But right at this moment, the 2 boys he had sent flying earlier finally rushed over and unleashed their abilities on the ghost. The ghost screamed miserably as its body exploded apart and was annihilated in its place. The crisis was temporarily lifted, and the crowd became more and more cautious. Xinzai sat in the crowd, and from time to time, he would step in to help the students who were in danger. Vaguely, he was actually being defended by the crowd, as if he had turned into a commander. This guy, he has some leadership style. Xu Yuya stroked his chin, observing every single move. In just over 10 seconds, he made a meticulous assessment of the people with extraordinary strength in the arena. Sure enough, these 2 fellows, Xinzai and Jolie, are the toughest opponents to handle in this examination. Although Lan has SS-class abilities, he himself seems to dislike fighting, and doesn't pose much of a threat at all. Under such a tense situation, he actually began to analyze how he would handle the examination afterwards. The number of ghosts in the arena was already getting smaller and smaller, and after the students stabilized, their cooperation with each other also became more and more tacit. Although there were a large number of ghosts, their spiritual intelligence was not high, and the abilities of the students were extraordinary. In just a few minutes, the situation had been completely stabilized. Thud! Xu Yuya knocked over the off-balance devils with another steel rod, thrusting their heads to explode. He looked ahead. Yang Yuan had taken the ghosts of that mountain realm with him and was nowhere to be found. Lian Shou had also long gone away in order to investigate the origins of the person who had ambushed him. The avalanche tiger that released the ghosts was still fighting with Songdi in the distance. All they needed now was to completely eliminate these ghosts and just wait for a few teachers to triumph. At this rate, there shouldn't be any accidents. Su also subconsciously muttered. But before he could finish his words, a roar resounded from the front. Jolie leapt down from the air, each of his hands grabbing the head of a rock realm devourer and smashing them into the ground. He was 1 against 2, and he even had the absolute upper hand. However, his upper body was also covered in wounds at this point, but he laughed unconcernedly as if he couldn't perceive the pain. Using this as a warm-up is just right. This domineering scene instantly caused the hearts of the students to jump again. Hiss. Seemingly seeing his companion being seriously injured, the rock realm ghost that had been chasing Inlan immediately stopped attacking and turned its head to let out a shrill whistle. What, are you next? Jolie forcefully clasped the 2 devils in his palm, suppressing their struggles. Don't be in a hurry, once I've dealt with the 2 of them, it'll be your turn soon. Before his words fell, he looked downwards with some surprise. However, he saw that the 2 devils that he had pressed to the ground had actually turned into black energy at this moment, like fine sand drifting out from his palm. It wasn't that they were dispersed by him, but that they dissipated of their own accord. The ghosts in the distance whistled repeatedly, their bodies flying high. In a flash, not only the 2 rock realm devils, but also the rest of the devils that were still entangled with the students, also dissipated into black energy. These energies seemed to turn into countless rivers in the air, continuously surging towards the bodies of the rock realm ghosts in the air. In a matter of seconds, only this ghost was left on the field. However, his body grew larger and larger after absorbing the energy of the remaining ghosts. Soon, it fell to the ground from the air, as if it had a materialized body, and within its humanoid body of nearly 2 meters, an energy fluctuation far beyond the rock realm erupted. Although this fluctuation had not yet reached the mountain realm, the pressure on its body had already caused the faces of the crowd to change drastically. Surprisingly, there's still this move. Xin Zhe, who was located in the middle of the crowd, his face became incredibly grave. This is bad. After absorbing all the devourer energy, it has become too strong. How dare you absorb my prey? Jolie stood up as if he didn't know what fear was, squinting askance at the devourer that was almost as tall as him. He swiveled his neck and a fierce smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Looks like you want to come and be my new sandbag. His right fist broke through the air, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, blood-red energy wrapping his right arm with force. Dang! But the devourer only looked at him faintly, his right palm barreled out horizontally. Jolie instantly felt as if his attack had been swallowed up, as if he had hit on top of a ball of cotton. Immediately afterward, his fist was grabbed by the ghost and thrown out towards the distance. Jolie was thrown away by this strange force. The whole person uncontrollably flew out towards the distance, in a short period of time was unable to unload the force, can only not quickly tisk on the sound, let the body fly out. But the ghost didn't chase Jolie, instead, he was staring at the group of students in front of him, and then he even moved his feet and rushed towards him. Quickly stop him. Xin Zhe's face changed drastically and he shouted loudly, then he struck 2 wild winds with both hands in an attempt to block the ghost's onslaught. In all the remaining directions, the students also activated their abilities and struck towards the ghost of the ghost in an overwhelming manner. However, a ball of black energy exploded from the ghost's body, and it actually directly dispersed all the attacks that tried to stop him. Look at me! Han Hao roared as he slapped his hands on the ground. In a flash, the ground in front of the ghost collapsed, turning into gravel and scattering. However, the ghost's legs suddenly turned into a ball of residual shadows and floated out of thin air. Han Hao was instantly dumbfounded, and it occurred to him that the thing in front of him could be considered a ghost, and its body was constructed from energy. Even if it didn't touch the ground, it was still able to freely travel through the air. Whoosh! The ghost quickly rushed into the crowd, startling them into scattering. However, its purpose was very clear, and it did not strike at all at the people around it, but instead headed straight towards the edge of the crowd. Su also pupils tightened, some incredulous to look at the front constantly approaching ghost shadow. How to feel this guy? How does it feel that this guy is rushing towards himself? Chapter 105 Class C Boiling Blood. No, this is coming at me. Xu Dao's pupils shrunk slightly, and he had almost confirmed the direction in which this devourer would pounce. He barely hesitated for a second as he jumped up and ran towards the side. The ghost's terrifying speed caused a gloomy wind to blow around him. Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling, who were originally located on Xu Yuya's side, were instantly sent flying by these two ghastly winds. Oi oi oi, this is a joke. With the gusts of wind behind them, the ghost of the devourer flew at breakneck speed, desperately chasing after Xu Yuya. Xu Yuya gritted his teeth and ran rapidly, but his brain was spinning rapidly, thinking of ways to break the situation. At this moment, the crowd on both sides of him had already been blown by the wind, all of them falling to the ground. Whoosh! Dark-colored energy blasts flew past his sides, blowing the ground apart and sending debris flying. Xu Yuya's heart jumped as his sense of crisis spiked, and he hurriedly leapt up with force. Just as he jumped up, the huge figure of the devourer passed underneath his feet with a pouncing momentum. If he had reacted a beat slower, he was afraid that he would have already been embraced by the ghost. Su was located in mid-air, his body was in a state of imbalance, and he had nowhere to utilize his strength. After the ghost pounced on the air, it immediately turned around at a very fast speed, and immediately reached out and grabbed towards Xu Yuya in the air. Its speed was so fast that it could not be avoided. Xu Yuya's pupils tightened, looking at the ghost shadow that was rapidly approaching him, but his eyes instantly became extremely calm. In this situation, no one could help him. He could only choose to save himself. Try it, my newly evolved ability. A surging blood mist exploded from within Xu Yuya's body. A blood-colored trail flashed through the air, and the devourer grabbed an empty hand. Xu Yuya, who was originally located in the air, actually disappeared in place at this moment. Barely. Above the ground, Su also feet on the ground, with the help of inertia sliding backward, the ground immediately rubbed out two long traces. After the ghost grabbed the air is not angry, the whole body into a ghost shadow, also does not land, just like this in the air to turn around, once again to kill Su also. But Su also this time but did not choose to dodge, the body exploded blood fog rapidly collect, actually all converged to his right arm above, a fist toward the front smash out. Boom! Xu Yuya's entire right arm was like it was fitted with a jet device, spraying out a sky of blood mist from behind his entire shoulder, spreading in a cone shape. With the help of this recoil, he actually stiffly knocked that ghost back a step. Surprise flickered in Xu Yuya's eyes, the newly evolved boiling blood had indeed become stronger by more than one level. The blood mist that erupted from his body seemed to have a restraining effect on the ghost, making it unable to absorb its own energy like it did with Jolie. A day ago, he had weighed the pros and cons and finally chose to take the lead in evolving the boiling blood ability. After successfully evolving boiling blood, it was now a C-rank ability. With his Stone Realm, he was now not only able to increase his entire body's ability to 2.5 times. It had also generated completely new characteristics and ways of using it. This was the same punch that Xu Yuya had just utilized. The current him was able to converge all of the blood mist that originally covered his entire body onto his arm in exchange for an explosive attack. Although the principle was similar to the SS-class Boiling Blood's blood face, the power was far different. Dum. Xu Yuya's face changed slightly, and he was similarly carried back 3 steps by the force of the recoil. The right arm that had just been used for the attack was currently in unbearable pain, trembling slightly. In terms of his current physical quality, the load brought about by forcibly gathering energy to launch an attack was indeed still too great. This move, simply call it Blood Rush. Such thoughts flew through Xu Yuya's mind, going so far as to name his move on the spot. Just once again, his attention was pulled back quickly, and he looked ahead with a grave expression on his face. The devourer that had been repelled by Blood Rush had its entire right arm broken apart by Xu Yuya. However, its body surged with energy, and it quickly reassembled a brand new arm with the help of the energy in its body. It was originally a pure energy body created by its ability, and the mutilation of its body had no effect on it at all. The ghost's mouth let out a furious whine, its eyes flashing red, and once again, it looked like a hungry tiger pouncing on a tiger as it came towards Xu Yuya to kill. Xu Yuya's expression was already so heavy that it looked like it was about to drip water. He kept retreating with the help of the short gap, but his heart was also a little anxious. All of this had happened too quickly, and even if the others had noticed the situation on his side, they were simply too late to rush to his aid. His repairing hand could at most only cause physical damage with the help of repaired objects, and had no effect on the ghost in front of him. The powerful blow exchanged for boiling blood could only make it take a step back. For a time, he actually had quite a feeling of being powerless. Should I use out Ancient Knight or Faded Fan here? Xu Yuya's eyes stared blankly, agonizing over whether or not to pull out his bottom card in front of the crowd. While pondering, the devourer had already rushed in front of him once again with great speed. There's no way out, this is the only way. Xu also put his hand into his bosom, no longer entangled, ready to pull out the ancient lantern and chop this ghost of a devourer directly into pieces. But just at this moment, his movements suddenly stopped. A light blue curtain of light suddenly rose in front of Xu Yuya. The attack that the ghost pounced on hit the light curtain and was instantly blocked. Barely. Xu Yuya staggered to the ground, looking ahead with a face full of amazement, his tightly furrowed brows stretching down. Barely caught up. A voice filled with frivolous casualness rang out from the air. Yang Yuan, who had previously disappeared with the Mountain Realm Devourer, had returned here at an unknown time. With his hands in his pockets and his entire face still maintaining a smiling expression, he lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and landed behind the curtain of light. Roar! A hissing and roaring sound came out from the mouth of the humanoid devourer, sending out an intimidating sound for Yang Yuan, who had suddenly appeared in front of him. I am the teacher who accompanied the examination this time, how can I let you harm my students? Yang Yuan smiled and opened his mouth with a relaxed tone. In the next second, he actually took a step and flew to the ghost of the devourer. The ghost of the devourer revealed a look of terror, not seeing how the man in front of him appeared in the slightest. He let out a low roar and swung his fist. However, Yang Yuan faintly stretched up a finger and lightly tapped on the end of the ghost's fist, hard stopping the punch in place. In order to do my duty, just please disappear. The ghost of the devourer's expression was fixed at this moment. Immediately afterward, its large body suddenly exploded into a piece of black gas and dissipated into the air. At the same time, several people who had rushed over to try to deal with the ghost of the devourer stopped in their tracks, looking at the teacher with astonished faces, amazed by his methods. All right, classmates. Yang Yuan turned his head and clapped his palms with a smile. Thanks to your efforts, the crisis has been lifted. Next, let's wait for the other two teachers to return. Roar! Deafening hissing sounds came from the distance. However, a mountain peak that rose up into the sky was seen pulling out of the ground from the distance. The peak seemed like a sharp sword, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, rushing up hundreds of meters before suddenly dissipating. The beast's roar came to an abrupt end, and Yang Yuan also swept a glance at the distance with his eyes streaming, and picked up with a smile, it seems that the battle is already over. Chapter 106. Among us, there is an insider. Almost everyone looked into the distance filled with shock. Even though they were far away from each other, the peak that had just risen out of the ground still gave them a great shock. For most people, this was the first time they had seen a peak realm powerhouse fight. Many of them sat on their asses on the ground, revealing expressions of relief after the robbery, finally relaxing. The devourer just now had caused them to consume greatly. Although only a very small number of them had suffered some minor injuries. But it was still their first time experiencing a battle like this. Many thoughts emerged in the hearts of many people. The battles that the Void Hunters had to go through every day were 100 times more dangerous than them. For a moment, their perception of the Void Hunters became clearer and clearer, and the original sense of superiority and excitement generated by their enrollment was now gone. Compared to these nebulous things, it was still the hard truth to improve one's strength as soon as possible. Tisk, has that bastard been wiped out already? At the same time, Jolie, who had been sent flying far away earlier, walked back from the distance with a face full of displeasure. Those wounds on his body caused by the battle had actually faded to almost invisible at this moment. This kind of terrifying physical recovery power made many people very sweaty as well. He was a little upset that his prey had been killed, and sat down with his butt on the ground, silently recovering his physical strength. Xu Yuya, thanks to you being fine, you really scared me to death just now. Bai Tao drilled out from nowhere, looking at Xu Yuya with a face full of worry. Just now, he was swept away by the fierce wind around the ghost of the devourer in the first place. By the time he stabilized his body, it was too late to do anything. I'm sorry, just now I was also blown away, the distance was too far for the ability to affect that guy at all. Bai Shaoling also walked over with apologies. However, her eyes were full of astonishment as she looked at Xu Yuya with a slight curiosity. The ability that you performed just now, it was the D-rank ability Boiling Blood, right? Why does it always feel like the power of boiling blood in your hands is much stronger than what is recorded in textbooks? The power of that previous punch of blood rush was not at all like the power that could be unleashed by a D-rank ability. It's probably because my development of the ability is stronger. Xu Yuya casually excused himself and did not explain too much. If it was known that he was able to raise his ability level, he would definitely be pulled into the technical department for some meticulous research. At that time, if the news was known by the Void Demon, The other party would also definitely use countless means to find ways to kill him. In order to save his life, he absolutely could not reveal his other SSS rank talent. Things fall apart. But the good thing was that every ability was capable of development. And abilities could be developed in very different directions in different hands. Thus this explanation of his was quickly accepted by Xiaoling and by Tao. Just as everyone was chatting about what they had just experienced in the battle, and incidentally recovering their strength. However, their feet were suddenly covered by shadows. Immediately afterward, amidst a shout of shock, a huge body actually fell from the air and slammed into the ground. A cloud of smoke and dust rose up into the sky, and only then did the crowd, filled with shock, see that it was actually the corpse of that peak realm void beast, the avalanche tiger. This virtual beast's appearance at the moment was incomparably tragic. A large hole was penetrated in its chest, and countless wounds on its body. Obviously it had suffered an extremely horrific blow. Light blue light flew out from the top of his head, instantly disappearing into the Jiu Li Pot in Su Also's arms. His expression moved slightly. This soul light that only he could see seemed to possess the ability to absorb the souls of all the dead void beasts around him. And the souls of these void beasts were also able to be placed into the spirit drawing artifact by the old man of the pot, always ready to extract their energy. Pot tap. Song Wei fell from the air and stepped on the ground. His body was clean and tidy, and there were no scars. Although this avalanche tiger was also in the peak realm, it did not pose much of a threat to Song Wei other than its thick skin. And the fact that it had applied its ability to the students in the distance had completely taken away his ability to fight Song Wei, and could only take a one-sided beating. Who the hell is it that dares to send out a void beast to attack us? Song Wei's face was grave, confused beyond belief at this sudden ambush. Whoosh! A silhouette suddenly appeared, and it was none other than Lian Shou who had previously tracked the source of the void beast. After he appeared, the first thing he did was to look at the students who were sitting on the ground and resting, and he could not help but furrow his brows. Teacher Yang Yuan, why would anyone be injured? Didn't you stay behind to protect them? Yang Yuan helplessly shrugged his shoulders. That avalanche tiger's ability is, for the tiger, it released its ability to attack the students. One of them was a mountain realm devourer. I went to stop it and decapitated it, but I couldn't look after the kids one by one. You know, I'm only in the mountain realm as well, and it was already a struggle to stop that same mountain realm devourer. His explanation sounded reasonable. Lian Shou frowned and did not pursue the matter. The few people who were injured were only lightly injured and were not seriously hurt. He hadn't thought that Avalanche Tiger would use his ability to attack the students. On second thought, this level of battle might be a kind of training for this group of children. Mr. Lian Shou, did you find anything? Song Wei looked towards Lian Shou, revealing a grave expression. Lian Shou's expression came down solemnly as he pulled out a ball broken in half from his pocket. This is the stash void ball, capable of storing void beasts within it, a kind of Jiu ball unique to void devils. Just now I tracked the direction the void stealing ball came from, and saw some traces on top of the mountain over there. Traces? That's right, there were footprints and fluctuations of energy remnants there. Lian Shou frowned. It's just a pity that by the time I arrived there, the person who was originally located on that hilltop had already left in some special way. I searched for a long time, but I couldn't find any traces of them. Could it be that we were ambushed by void demons? Song Wei's expression became a little unnatural, and a wisp of crisis flickered in his eyes. No, what I'm able to ascertain is that the person who released this stash of void spheres is not a void demon. Lian Shou shook his head. If my deduction is correct, they might be people from the Void Demon Council. Only, what concerns me the most right now is not their identity. His expression gradually turned cold, and a murderous aura permeated his eyes. The place that this entrance examination is traveling to is High City, and there is only this one road to reach the destination. But the only people who know the destination of the examination are the principal as well as these people present now. But the other party was able to ambush here with precision and release the Avalanche Tiger to launch an ambush against us. Wait, could it be that you mean, Mr. Lian Shou? Song Wei's face changed rapidly, vaguely sensing the point that Lian Shou intended. Why was the Void Demon Council able to know our route in advance and set up an ambush in advance? Lian Shou's murderous intent was full of vigor. His sight quickly swept through the surroundings. This means that among us, there might be an insider from the Void Demon Council. Chapter 107 Entrance Examination, Finding a Needle in a Haystack. There is an insider. Song Wei's expression sank. He looked around and lowered his voice. If that's really the case, who is the insider? Could it be that some students have joined the Void Demon Council? The three of them were at a certain distance from the crowd, and this discussion was not overheard by the students. It was also impossible for them to say such things, otherwise it would only add to the panic. I don't know. Lian Shou shook his head. Every student here, I don't want to doubt them. Before they enroll, the academy does assess their qualifications. If someone might be related to the Void Demon Council, or if their background identity is unknown, none of them will be given a dragon jade. Then who else could the insider be? Song Wei frowned. Other than the students, the only people who know about this are the principal, and a few of us. Could it be that you mean? As if he had thought of something, he suddenly turned his eyes towards the smiling Yang Yuan on the side. Don't look at me like that. Could it be that you guys think that I'm an insider of the Void Demon Council? That's too hurtful. Yang Yuan's expression did not change half a bit at all, he just shrugged his shoulders and responded very easily. Teacher Yang Yuan, since you joined the board a few years ago, it has been a long time since you conducted a lecture at the academy. Song Wei looked straight at Yang Yuan and said word by word. This morning, the principal suddenly asked you to accompany us for this entrance examination. It's hard not to think about it in detail. And just now, your behavior of leaving the students behind and leaving on your own also made me feel very uncomfortable. If I am an insider, then the principal who agreed for me to come here, his old man, is also an accomplice. Yang Yuan still smiled and responded. And I've already said that I was just forced to leave in order to intercept that mountain realm devourer. In the end, didn't I also make a move to save that student called Xu Yuya? Song Wei's brows furrowed, feeling a bit offended by his flippant attitude. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Lian Shou suddenly stretched out his hand to interrupt the two. Alright, this is just speculation on my part. Haphazardly suspecting without evidence will only cause us to distrust each other. The insider is just a guess on my part. Perhaps the Void Demon Council used some other method and learned of our direction of travel in advance. What we need to do now is not to be suspicious of each other, but to make preparations and precautions in advance. With him opening his mouth, Song Wei and Yang Yuan also stopped arguing and shrugged their shoulders to the side. Su also sat in the middle of the crowd, his sight looking far into the direction where the three teachers were, revealing a thoughtful gaze. Is there an insider? Although they were far apart, it was impossible to hear what the three teachers were saying. However, after years of practicing, Su also had long since mastered the skill of lip reading, and roughly understood what the three teachers were arguing about through their mouths as well. This ambush had indeed caused him a lot of confusion and puzzlement. It was more like a trial run than saying it was an ambush. Alright class. Lian Shou rejoined the crowd and read aloud, all of you students have just fought hard and performed well. This outburst was probably just an accident. Everyone get back on the bus, let's continue our journey to High City. Under his guidance, the crowd re-entered the bus. They collected all the scattered traveling gifts on the floor and sat back in their seats. At the same time, the driver, who had previously been protected in the middle of the battle, also returned to the driver's seat and started the car. There was no special fear on his face. The day they became auxiliaries, they were prepared for all sorts of encounters with danger. This was also a kind of trust in the Void Hunters. They trusted the Void Hunters to be able to protect them in the midst of danger. And they would also do their best to assist the Void Hunters in their actions. The bus started up again and soon got onto the highway, heading towards Haichang. However, after the previous situation, most of the people were not in the mood to rest at all, and they were all sitting upright, cautiously observing their surroundings. Lian Shou, the three of them who were located at the front of the bus, were also constantly sensing the energy fluctuations around them, preventing any unforeseen circumstances from happening again. 4 hours later, they finally arrived at High City and stopped at the entrance of a hotel. It was just surprising. This hotel did not have a name, and its location was also very remote, seemingly in the outskirts of High City. It was very secluded and the nearest residential buildings were located 200 meters away. This is a hotel in the middle of the city, specifically for Void Hunters. Lian Shou stood up from his seat and looked at a portion of the bewildered students behind him, explaining for them. In the future, if you guys have the chance to become Void Hunters and travel to the major cities to carry out missions, you can all come here to rest and reside. Each hotel has very complete services, as well as special jubo for protection. All you guys need to do later is to register with your student cards, and you'll be able to go in and rest. He coughed dryly, and his gaze suddenly became a bit sharper. Next, I will give you the detailed rules of this examination, so please listen carefully. The moment these words came out, there was a sudden silence in the car. Everyone looked forward nervously, waiting for Lian Shou to recount the rules. First of all, the time of the examination starts at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Lian Su began to narrate the rules. By the time 6 o'clock passes, you will naturally be able to perceive the start of the examination. And the name of this test is called Finding a Needle in a Haystack. Finding a needle in a haystack? Hearing this name, Xu Yuya's eyes instantly flashed. Judging from the name, this seemed to be some sort of test content for finding something. Lian Shou's voice continued, as early as a few days ago, I arranged for a portion of my auxiliaries to bury 100 spirit beads in this sea city, scattering them in different locations within the city. Your goal is to think of any way you can to collect these 100 spirit beads and preserve them until the end. The examination lasts for a total of 1 day, and it will end at the boundary of 6 o'clock in the morning of the day after tomorrow, for a total of 24 hours. From the moment the examination ends, the spirit beads you have saved in your hands will be used to calculate points for you according to their number and color. Ultimately, these points will also become an important basis for dividing your rankings. Next to each spirit bead, there is a jaded treasure, world in a mirror, that has been set up in advance, which will allow you to fight for the spirit beads in a battle style. Next, I will show you the 4 types of spirit beads that will appear in this examination. Chapter 108. Are you free tonight? There are a total of 4 types of spirit beads in this examination. 3 beads of different colors appeared in Lian Shou's palm. Each bead was only the size of a palm and glowed with a different luster. The first type, called the red bead, counts as 1 point when obtained, and accounts for a total of 70 out of the 100 spirit beads. The second kind, called the blue bead, counts as 5 points after obtaining it, and accounts for a total of 20 out of the 100 spirit beads. The third kind, called the yellow bead, counts as 10 points after obtaining it, accounting for a total of 9 out of the 100 spirit beads. And this final 4th kind. As he spoke, he took out a spirit bead with white light from his bosom. Within this spirit bead, there was actually a faint energy fluctuation. This white bead is from within the void realm, crafted from an extremely special material, warm heartstone. It contains an abundance of energy, which can not only help you boost your own energy, but also clear your mind and condense your spirit, with many effects. This bead alone is worth up to 5 million dragon coins on the market. In the middle of this city, a white bead is similarly placed. If you are fortunate enough to obtain it and preserve it until the end, this white bead will be given to you as your reward. Hearing Lian Shou introduce the effects of the white bead, everyone's eyes flashed with excitement. A spirit bead worth 5 million dragon coins would make anyone's heart flutter when they looked at it. And the mysterious effects it contained also made everyone's hearts itch. And this white bead, which only accounts for 1 out of 100 spirit beads, will be counted as points for you after obtaining it. 500 points. What? The moment these words came out, the people present were almost dumbfounded. The points represented by just this one white bead was as high as 500 points. Even if all the other 3 colors of spirit beads were collected, they wouldn't even be able to catch up with the points brought by this one white bead. Wouldn't this mean that whoever could obtain the white bead would be the unsurprising first-place winner? Next is the second rule. Lian Shou didn't care about the shocked crowd, he just continued narrating the rules on his own. You have now formed your own individual teams. You are also able to choose to compete for the spirit beads together. But the spirit pearls you obtain can only be counted as individual points, there is no such thing as team points. That is to say, you guys need to divide the ownership of the spirit beads in advance before you compete for them. This rule immediately caused many people's faces to turn white again. The spirit beads that were fought over could still only be owned by individuals? Then wouldn't those of them who formed a squad need to obtain more spirit beads before they could be distributed to each member? If they encountered spirit beads with high points, how to distribute them would become a big problem as well. Next is the last rule. Speaking here, Lian Shou's expression also became a bit more serious. During the examination, you may not use your abilities to fight outside of the mirror world to avoid causing panic. All battles can only be restricted to the mirror world. And the spirit beads in your hands will only be saved until the moment the examination ends, and then they will be calculated for you as final points. After recounting all the rules, Lian Shou also pressed the switch at the front of the bus. The front and back doors of the bus opened in unison, and he also smiled as he gave his expulsion order. That's all the rules, so please have a good night's rest. The examination will not officially begin until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Under his urging, everyone walked off the bus with their own salutes, looking differently. Almost everyone was in deep contemplation, thinking about how they would allocate their time and energy to search for the spirit beads tomorrow. And after sending the crowd off the bus also took off with the 3 teachers. They didn't seem to intend to stay at this hotel, but instead went somewhere else. When the crowd of students walked into the hotel, two waiters in formal attire immediately walked over. "You all should be the students of Longxia Academy. Please go this way, your rooms are all ready, you only need to register with your student cards to be able to move in." The crowd of students lined up to the front desk, and after registering one by one, they left with their room cards. "Hello, this is your room card, please keep it." The sweet-looking front desk lady smilingly handed Xu Yuya a room card. Xu Yuya looked down, and on the back of the card, his room number this time was written. 401? Just as he was pondering, Bai Tao once again appeared behind him silently. "Little brother Xu Yuya, what room number are you in?" Xu Yuya casually waved the room card in his hand, displaying his room number. "Oh, this is too coincidental." Bai Tao immediately revealed a look of excitement and displayed his room card as well. "I'm 402, right next door to you. Looks like we can take care of each other." He put away his room card and nervously looked at Xu Yuya. "How about it, do you have any thoughts about this examination?" After hearing the second rule just now, there were several squads that all directly disbanded in place. If there were no team points, the efficiency of combining and acting together was just too low, and there was also the issue of spirit pearl distribution to consider. It would be better for them to each search for spirit beads single-handedly and compete for points for themselves. Bai Tao's eyes flickered, fearing that Xu Yuya would disband the squad and prepare to act alone. "Don't worry, I don't plan to act alone." Xu Yuya saw through Bai Tao's small mind at a glance, and with a slight smile, he opened his mouth and said, "There were no squad points, but in this examination, whether or not one could be strong enough to compete for the spirit pearl was the most crucial place." He. After receiving Xu Yuya's affirmative reply, Bai Tao was relieved and laughed nervously twice. On the other hand, Xu Yuya searched amongst the crowd for a while and soon found Bai Xiaoling's location. He quickly stepped forward, directly stopped her, and opened his mouth to say, "Bai Xiaoling, are you free tonight?" "Ah? At night? Me?" Bai Xiaoling's entire body froze in place, and the CPU of her brain instantly went up in smoke. Her face abruptly became red beyond recognition, her eyes nervously swept back and forth, and her speech suddenly became stuttering. We just met, this isn't too good." She tightly pinched the corner of her coat, her voice was so tiny and weak that she didn't even know what she was saying. "If it's possible, how about you and Bai Tao come to my room at night and we have a pre-test preparation meeting?" Xu Yuya spoke to himself, not noticing Bai Xiaoling's expression in the slightest. "I'm sorry, what did you just say? That wasn't very nice." He looked at Bai Xiaoling in confusion, completely missing what she had just muttered. Bai Xiaoling blinked, only then realizing what she had misunderstood, and her entire face reddened to the point of dripping. "It's nothing. I'll be there in the evening, I'll go put my bags away first." She covered her face and flew away, disappearing in a puff of smoke. Confused, Xu Yuya rubbed his head and muttered to himself, "Isn't it just a pre-war meeting, is there a need to be so nervous?" Chapter 109 Guardian of the City, Tianyin. High City, somewhere in an old bungalow. Lian Shou stepped on the fallen leaves on the ground, traveled to the door, and gently knocked on the door. "Come in." A slightly vicissitude voice came out. Lian Shou pushed the door in, and saw a middle-aged man, sitting at the table, quietly sipping tea. He had a vicissitude of color, clearly only in his 30s, but he looked like he was generally in his 40s. His temples were graying, and there was a deep color in his eyes. "Long time no see, Yin Yuan." Lian Shou smiled faintly and greeted him, and without being polite, he directly took his seat. "Or should I call you, the Honorable City Guardian, Lord Tianyin, now?" "I can't afford to be called that by you, Lian Shou." Yin Yuan put down the teacup in his hand and spoke indifferently. The two of them looked at each other and both revealed smiles. "I didn't expect you to survive after being injured so badly." Yin Yuan looked Lian Shou up and down, and a slight look of surprise appeared in his eyes as well. "Mr. Ghost Doctor's wonderful hands saved my life." Lian Shou also just casually responded, "But my current strength has fallen too much too far. The current me is not a match for you guys at all. Don't tease me." Yin Yuan let out a bitter laugh, "Whether it's in the past or now, I'm too far behind you." He rubbed his brow, seemingly soothing a hint of exhaustion. "You guy." Lian Shou seemed to have also noticed the difference in Yin Yuan's body, and could not help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. "It's hard to believe that you haven't slept at all in these 3 years?" "Yes." Yin Yuan calmly responded, 3 years ago, because of my negligence, a full 200 or so populace died due to the void beasts, yet I was completely unaware of this matter." This was a major mistake on my part, and it would be difficult to restore those fresh lives after exhausting my entire life. So you let yourself go without resting, constantly supervising all energy fluctuations within the city? Lianshou's expression froze, even if you are able to recover from physical exhaustion with energy. But this is too much of a drain on your spirit. If you don't rest properly, there will come a day when you won't be able to strain yourself. This is my sin, and I deserve to atone for it. Yin Yuan seemed unwilling to mention this matter again and just waved his hand, forcefully changing the topic away. Why, did you come to pay me a special visit this time? Is there something important? This batch of new students I brought to High City for an examination, so naturally, I have to properly report to you, the city guard lord, in advance. Humph, you're not the polite type. Yin Yuan snorted coldly and sipped his tea disdainfully. This time around, you must have something else going on. Ah, I really can't hide it from you. Lianshou laughed a few times, then his smile tightened and he went straight to the point. This time, on our way here, we were ambushed. Ambushed? Yin Yuan's movement stalled and his expression turned serious. The other party was not a void demon, and knew our route of advance in advance and used the void-stealing orb to release a peak realm avalanche tiger. Lianshou quickly palletized out what he encountered on the road. According to my deduction, the person who released the avalanche tiger is most likely from the Void Demon Council. And as there are only a handful of people who know that our destination is Sea City, I suspect that someone has leaked our trail. Thud. Yin Yuan slammed his teacup heavily on the table, his expression sinking. You're doubting me? How could I possibly suspect you? Lianshou shook his head calmly. A city guardian, it is absolutely impossible to betray. It's just that the person who buried the props used for the test in the first place was the auxiliary under you. Don't worry, it couldn't have been them. Yin Yuan faintly returned. When I instructed those auxiliaries to bury the props you needed, I did not tell them the truth. And there's no way they could have known what those spirit beads were used for. That is to say, if there is a mole, it could only have appeared in your Longxia Academy. Well, it seems like you're thinking the same as me. Lianshou shrugged his shoulders and easily responded, but I currently don't have a clue. So that's actually what I came here for, the main purpose. He looked straight at Yin Yuan and calmly stated his intention. If possible, I hope you can help me in tomorrow's examination. Hai Chang, within a hotel. How's the result? The stinger asked quietly through the floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the night scenery of High City without looking back. What else could it be? That avalanche tiger didn't even last long enough for 15 minutes before it died. Ba Ding walked in through the door and shrugged his shoulders. If I hadn't withdrawn fast enough, I might have even been stopped. I really don't understand why we have to do such a pointless thing. You should know how valuable a peak realm void beast is, right? A peak realm void beast that is forcefully infused with energy like this is really far less powerful than a normal peak realm? The stinger mused as she turned her head and chanted to herself. She stretched her eyebrows and said lightly, this matter is not pointless. At least through this trial, we figured out the exact strength of that group of teachers and students. And another purpose was requested by that helper of ours. He needed to evaluate the target we wanted to capture through this attack. Humph, wasting a void beast for just such a purpose, that's simply too low of a price-performance ratio. Ba Ding snorted coldly, expressing strong disdain. Think more with your soybean-sized brain and don't always say such stupid things. The stinger scolded him coldly. Sickness Plague has already gone to the city to investigate, and the location of where the boundary separating stone is located has almost been mapped out. As long as we wait until noon tomorrow, the seals placed on the boundary separating stone will loosen and emerge from the hidden space. At that time, we can successfully recover it. But tomorrow, that group of Longxia Academy students will also scatter throughout the city and begin searching for some sort of assessment target. So we still need to stay as far away from them as possible before we capture the boundary separating stone. Then what are we going to do about that fellow we're going to capture? Ba Ding asked. Don't worry, our helpers will guide him as far away as possible to no man's land on the second day. After we retrieve the boundary separation stone, we'll just capture that kid and bring him back to Lord Extreme Bliss. The stinger stood up and twisted her delicate body, walking straight towards the middle of the room. Both you and Sickness Disaster pay attention. Wait until you retrieve the boundary separating stone before you absolutely cannot release half of your energy. This city is supervised 24 hours a day by the city guards. Once our energy is exposed, it will definitely be discovered by them in the first place. At that time, our lives will be completely in the hands of others. Especially you, be sure to remember that for me. Chapter 110. The goal this time is to be number 1. 8 o'clock in the evening. When Bai Shaoling entered Xu Yuya's room, Bai Tao had already sat cross-legged on top of a chair. This hotel was quite luxurious. Not only was it one room for one person, the interior of the room was also large, comparable to some star hotels. "You're here." Su also seemed to have waited for a long time, and at the same time he saw Bai Shaoling come in, he pulled a huge whiteboard from the side. "Feel free to sit." Bai Shaoling sat down next to Bai Tao in a formal manner. She had only just sat down when Xu Yuya cleared his throat and went straight to the point. "This time, I called the two of you over in order to discuss tactics with you in advance. Now that we are already a squad, do you guys have any specific plans regarding tomorrow's test?" "What plan can there be?" Bai Tao muttered in a small voice. "If we can beat it, we'll beat it. If we can't, we'll just run." Su also rolled his eyes and ignored Bai Tao, looking towards Bai Shaoling. Bai Shaoling instantly tensed up, like she was being called by the teacher in class, and with her neck raised, she said, I think we should rationally go about planning our points and be selective about seizing spirit beads." "Oh, well said." Su also nodded his head and smiled, turning his head and quickly writing and drawing on the whiteboard. "You should have all heard today's rules. In tomorrow's test, there are 4 different colored balls, each of which also represents different points. There are a total of 3 of us, so we must have a reasonable goal of how to compete for the spirit balls, and what color to compete for." "Teacher Xu Yuya." Bai Tao raised his hand like a student conducting a question in class. "But we don't even know where the spirit pearls are. How are we going to plan for them?" "Good question." Xu Yuya yanked a city map of High City out of his arms and pasted it on the whiteboard behind him. Instructor Lian Shou said earlier that he sent people to scatter and bury these 100 spirit beads in 4 parts of the city. And with the different points of the spirit beads, the location of the burial is very specific. With Instructor Lian Shou's level of rigor, these spirit beads would definitely not be placed randomly. As he spoke, he picked up a pen and kept drawing lines on the map. Within a short time, the entire city map of High City was divided into countless grids with his pen, like a table. "We divided the city into 100 cells by dividing the city map. If I were an instructor, these 100 spirit beads would definitely be evenly distributed within the space where these 100 cell grids are located. Although there will definitely be deviations in this range, the overall view is still not far off. If we take the points into consideration as well, and want to make this examination even fairer, then the distribution of these high-point spirit beads will be able to be roughly analyzed by us in the way of building a mathematical model." As he spoke, he wrote formulas and various function models on this huge whiteboard. Several minutes later, Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling were already filled with stagnation, their mouths slightly open as they stared blankly at the whiteboard in front of them. "To summarize, I think that the distribution of spirit pearls is probably the above 3 scenarios." Su also finished writing and casually threw the pen aside. "As for which of these 3 situations it is, we'll know tomorrow when we try to find 3 spirit beads. And the best way for us to gain points will be well on our way to deciding by then." He turned his head to look at the two and opened his mouth to ask, "Do you understand?" His voice pulled back the two, who had long ago wandered out of their minds. Bai Tao blinked and gulped. "From the moment you wrote the first formula, I already couldn't understand it." Bai Shaoling clenched his fists. "I just blinked my eyes. Why is this whiteboard being written all over?" "Didn't understand?" Su also frowned in confusion. "It's obviously very simple. In order to make it easier for you guys to understand, most of the points I used are from high school." "Alright, then I'll explain it to you guys again." No need." Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling shouted in unison, standing up from their chairs in unison. "I think what you said, little brother Xu Yuya, is very good, and if we act according to this strategy of yours tomorrow, we'll definitely be able to gain a large amount of points." Bai Tao spoke in an urgent voice. "Aha!" Bai Shaoling, on the other hand, nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. "We'll listen to you all." The two killed themselves and didn't want to continue being jailed here. "Alright, since you all said so, then I'll be the one to arrange the route tomorrow." Xu Yuya nodded and similarly stood up. "Do you guys have any other questions?" "I do have a small problem." Bai Shaoling hesitated for a moment and raised his hand. "Why is it that amongst this analysis of yours, there is no analysis of the location of that white pearl? The points that the person who obtains the white bead can get already exceeds the sum of all the remaining spirit beads." Xu Yuya then calmly explained. "So the white bead itself is an unfair product, and naturally, it's impossible to reason where it would be hidden through logic. Therefore whether or not you can find the white pearl basically all depends on luck. But according to my speculation, once the white pearl appears, it will definitely cause a great sensation. Instructor Lian shows purpose in purposely placing such a white pearl was also to make us scramble for it. But since you mentioned this. He looked towards Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling and slowly spoke, there is one thing that I would like to ask of you. If we really have a chance and are able to encounter that white pearl in the middle of the examination, I hope that the two of you will be able to assist me with all your might and go for it. 5:50 in the morning. Being the most crucial day of the examination, only at 5 o'clock there were quite a few students coming out of the hotel, ready to go. When Xu Yuya yawned and lazily walked out of his room, he saw the spirited Bai Tao at a glance. The two of them came side by side to the entrance of the hotel and happened to meet Bai Shaoling, who had been waiting at the entrance for a long time. There's still a minute to go until 6 o'clock. She glanced at her watch slightly nervously when she saw the two appear. Instructor Lian Shou said that when it's time we'll know that the assessment has begun. Could it be that there will be some special signal when it starts? Her words had only just fallen. Abruptly, the bodies of the group of students standing at the entrance of the hotel all began to shine with a dazzling light. The crowd hurriedly looked down, only to realize that the light was coming from their student cards. Countless rays of light were projected out from the hotel, and it was as if the rays were being pulled in half, all of them rising up to the sky, converging in the air, and merging to form 4 big words. Examination begins. So it is. A strange expression appeared on Xu Ya's face, the student card even has this kind of usage. He smiled faintly and took a step towards the front. Departure. My goal this time is first place. Chapter 111, the first spirit bead. With the hotel as the center. The students, who had already been poised for a long time ago, burst out. Their speeds were extremely fast, and each of them gathered their energies on top of their feet and disappeared into thin air. Why did you stop? Bai Tao was about to set off when he realized that Xu Ya had stopped in his tracks and was standing on the side of the road. Xu Ya, however, calmly held his cell phone and looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. This is in the outskirts of High City, and it's at least close to 5 kilometers into the city. Are we really going to use our energy to run in? Then what do you mean? A black sedan came from the distance and stopped in front of the hotel. Su also directly pulled open the door and walked up to the car, waving his hand towards the two people who were frozen on the roadside. What are you waiting for? Get in the car. Early on when he woke up, he had already used the taxi software to call a car. After receiving the 3 people, the sedan immediately drove on top of the road and sped towards Haichang. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed several figures that were running with their energies catalyzed. Several students stopped in their tracks, staring dumbfounded at the 3 of them who were leaving in the car, feeling like idiots all of a sudden. In the middle of the car, Xu Ya sat in the passenger seat and calmly explained to the 2 of them, this suburb we live in happens to be located at the edge of High City. If I were an instructor, I definitely wouldn't have buried the spirit pearl in the starting location. So our main direction of exploration is still the area within those 100 unit cells. Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling, however, had a lifeless look on their faces. In front of Xu Ya, they would only feel that their brains were not enough. The car traveled at a fast speed. After more than 10 minutes, they entered the city and arrived next to the destination that Xu Yuya had set in advance. The 3 of them got down from the car, and at this moment, even though it was early in the morning, there were already quite a few pedestrians on the street. Some people were buying breakfast, others were running in the morning, and there were even some young people with dark circles under their eyes coming out of the internet cafes. It was because of the existence of the void hunters that this peaceful scene could be maintained. Actually, I still have a question. Bai Tao followed behind Xu Yuya, walking along the street, but his eyes swept around, observing the surrounding situation. Even according to your analysis, the spirit pearls might be buried in the so-called 100 areas. But the entire High City is this big, and one of the areas you've divided is close to 50 to 60 square kilometers. In such a large area, wouldn't we be looking for a needle in a haystack if we were to search for such a small piece of spirit pearl? Yes, is it hard to believe that we really have to search inch by inch to find the spirit bead? Bai Shaoling also furrowed his brows, his face full of puzzlement. They deeply realized why this examinations test was called this. To search for 100 spirit beads in the middle of the entire High City, a city that was close to 6,000 square kilometers, it was really no different from finding a needle in a haystack. Who told you guys that we have to search inch by inch? Xu Yuya walked at the front, his destination seemingly very clear. Weren't the hints about this examination given to us a long time ago? Hints? Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling both froze for a moment, their faces full of confusion. How could they not remember any hints? The world in the mirror. Xu Yuya briefly reminded the two, there is a rule in this examination that we can only use our abilities when we are within the coverage of the mirror world. And the place where the spirit pearl is hidden also has a mirror world arranged nearby. This is actually the biggest hint for us. Oh. I see. At Xu Yao's reminder, Bai Tao's eyes lit up, instantly understanding the clue given by Lianshou. In order to avoid involving civilians in this, the mirror world setup will definitely be placed in no man's land. And with the large number of people in the city, there are only a handful of places that are sparsely populated. All we need to do is find these places on the map and step from one to the other, and we'll definitely be able to find the location of the spirit pearl. As he spoke, he pulled out his own cell phone and was ready to look through the map. No need to look. Xu Yuya calmly interrupted him, the closest place to this place is the abandoned lumberyard to the northeast. This place is located at the edge of the city. That lumberyard has already been demolished due to the reason that it's going to be remodeled, and there is no one in the vicinity. How did you? You know so well? Bai Tao froze slightly, his eyes flashing with surprise. Didn't I analyze the map for you once yesterday? Xu Yuya slightly tilted his head sideways and explained with a face full of ease. He gently tapped his head with his index finger. Generally speaking, wouldn't what you've seen once be automatically memorized in your brain? With just a little recollection, every point on the map is naturally quickly reflected. This should be very simple, right? Bai Tao. Bai Shaoling. The two of them twitched the corners of their mouths and rolled their eyes, and in their hearts, they spat out in unison, only perverts like you would think it's simple, right? After entering the city, the few people did not dare to use their energy at will for rushing. The reason why Su also chose to walk instead of taking a taxi was also to prevent missing some abandoned houses and buildings like this. After all, what was on the map wasn't real time. He did not rule out the possibility that the spirit pearl was buried on these floors. Fortunately, the place where several people got off the bus was not very far from the lumberyard, and after only walking for more than 10 minutes, they saw a deserted lumberyard from afar. This was already on the fringe of the city, and there were no pedestrians in sight as early as a few minutes ago. In the distance was a forest, and a pile of felled stakes came into view. Xu Yuya walked at the front, heading towards the interior of the lumberyard with little hesitation. Just as the three of them approached the lumberyard by about 30 meters, the environment beneath their feet suddenly rippled. The air in front of them rippled away as if it was flooded with water. Although the lumberyard was still in front of them, they were all able to perceive that they seemed to have entered a completely new space. Sure enough, it's just like I guessed. A smile appeared on Xu Ya's face. It hadn't occurred to him that the first place they came to was the location of the spirit pearl. Now all we need to do is look at the color of this spirit bead, and we'll be able to substitute it into the mathematical model I listed yesterday to determine the rough distribution of the spirit beads. He smiled faintly, already able to sense a faint energy fluctuation from within this mirror world. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, it was highly likely that the spirit beads were within the lumberyard. However, right at this moment, a few people side front, the air suddenly rippled. Han, it's really just like you said, eh? The world in the mirror, it's really arranged in this kind of uninhabited place. Three silhouettes suddenly appeared directly in front of them. In an instant, 6 gazes locked eyes in the air, instantly discovering each other. No way. Su also recognized these 3 silhouettes, and his face turned a little strange. It looks like this spirit bead, isn't that good to get it? Chapter 112 S-Class Ability, River of Heavenly Sand. The 3 people who stood opposite Xu Yuya were clearly a squad as well. The person at its head was none other than the red-haired Han Hao. And the people located to the left and right of him Xu Yuya similarly recognized. To his left was an ordinary-looking boy with freckles on his face called Lu Tian. His ability Su had also seen before in the test, when he had used his ability to bounce away the stone giant's attack. The one leaning to the right was plainly dressed with glasses and a nerdy look, called Sun Mao, and it was him who had just been bragging about Han Hao. Surprisingly, someone came in ahead of us. Han Hao narrowed his eyes and looked over, noticing Xu Yuya with a glance. It's you, Xu Yuya. For some reason, after seeing Xu Yuya, his entire expression sank. Xu Yuya frowned, still in between thoughts. Bai Tao squeezed a smile and greeted him. 3 students, we discovered this spirit bead first. Now that the examination has only just begun, there is absolutely no need for us to clash here, right? How about you guys go look for other spirit beads? Seeing this smile on his face, Lu Tian and Sun Mao both froze, then looked at Han Hao in unison. Brother Han, are we leaving? Go? Han Hao sneered and took a step forward. Why should we leave? Everyone in this examination is fighting for points, and besides, the spirit pearl hasn't been obtained by them yet. Why should we give up this spirit pearl? And Xu also. His eyes stared straight at Xu also. I've long wanted to beat you up. Mr. Han, I don't think we're familiar with each other, right? Xu Yuya cocked his head and looked at Han Hao in confusion. He didn't remember having any contact with this redhead. You beast. Han Hao clenched his fists tightly, his eyes glowing with rage. I don't know what kind of Thai tactics he used, but he's even living in a dormitory with fellow student Xin Wan. The moment these words came out, everyone present was shocked. The remaining 3 males were suddenly filled with envy and jealousy in their eyes as they looked at Xu Yuya. Tang Xiuwan's face was recognized as good-looking, and for Xu Yuya to be able to live in the same dormitory as her, this was too lucky. Bai Shaoling, on the other hand, was slightly stunned. Her roommate was also a girl, so she hadn't even thought that student dormitories actually allowed mixed-sex living. Oh? Xu also came to a sudden realization, finally understanding why Han Hao was so hostile towards himself. He looked at the other party with a slightly playful expression. The news that Tang Xiuwan and I are in a dormitory has never been told to anyone else. Even we stagger when we go out, it's even more unlikely that she would tell anyone about this. Why would you know about this? Is it hard to believe you're a stalker? Han Hao's face suddenly looked a little unnatural. How I know is none of your business. Anyway, I definitely won't let you have this spirit pearl today. Unless you can promise me that you'll apply to switch dormitories with the school when you get back. That's not possible. Xu Yuya shook his head with a slight headache. The first day I entered the dormitory, I was kept awake all night by Tang Xiuwan. If I just walk away like this, she will definitely be unhappy. His words were not false. After all, on the first day he entered the dormitory, the things Tang Xiuwan mentioned under her breath had caused him to investigate the information all night and stay awake all night. But those words fell on Han Hao's ears, but they completely changed their meaning. What did you say? What happened between you and Xinwen's classmate? What is your relationship? Han Hao was struck by lightning, and his voice became a bit stuttered as he spoke. Alas, it's hard to talk about our relationship. I've promised her that I can't tell anyone else. Xu Yuya deliberately said this and shook his head helplessly. His words were not false. For the reason of feeling very embarrassed, Tang Xiuwan had warned him many times not to say anything about the two being roommates. You. Han Hao's voice trembled for a few moments. Impossible, classmate Xinwan is definitely not that kind of person. Xu Yuya's 3 or 2 words caused his anger to surge, and he could not suppress his temper a bit at once. I'm going to kill you. Han Hao shouted, energy surging from his body as he instantly unleashed his abilities. The rules of this examination were originally encouraging the crowd to fight for the spirit pearl. Han Hao himself didn't intend to give up this spirit pearl to Xu Yuya. Now that he had been provoked by Xu Yuya, he couldn't control himself and struck out. Coming. The taunt Xu Yuya had just made was naturally not without purpose. Based on his contact over the past few days, he already had a rough judgment of Han Hao's character traits. Xu Yuya jumped backward as if he had foreseen it in advance. The instant he leapt, the ground located under his feet suddenly changed into sand and dispersed. Hold them down. At the same time, he shouted in a loud voice, and Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling also instantly looked startled and began to move. Bai Tao disappeared into thin air in just a moment's lapse of concentration. As for Lu Tian and Sun Mao, who were located on either side of Han Hao, they also moved at a rapid pace and rushed towards the Xu Yuya. In order to compete for the spirit pearl that was in this mirror world, the several people were putting their best foot forward. The first thing is to transform the ground under the enemy's feet into sand, thus causing them to lose their balance. Xu Yuya silently whispered in his mind, analyzing Han Hao's battle path. If the enemy dodges this attack, he will manipulate the sand to launch a pursuit. As if he had foreseen it in advance, he twisted his body in the air and veered to one side. The very next second he twisted his body, a mass of sand actually coalesced into a huge fist that grazed his body. After successfully dodging the attack, Xu Yuya re-landed on the ground. His footsteps were light, and he continuously leapt towards the back. After each of his leaps, the place he stepped on earlier would turn into sand. It was as if Han Hao's series of attacks had been foreseen by him in advance, all of them dodging away. Originally, there was some distance between the two of them, and now, under Xu Yuya's continuous dodging, this distance suddenly widened by nearly 15 meters. Right after Xu Yuya's last jump, he also noticed that the place where he had just stood had not been transformed into sand. So that's how it is. He raised his head and looked at the shocked Han Hao with a slight smile. 18 meters, is that the range limit of your ability? Han Hao only felt absurd. His ability was an S-class, River of Heavenly Sand, which could transform substances within the range of his ability into sand and manipulate them at will. It was an extremely powerful type of energy transformation. This series of attacks was even more rapid and fierce, except for the time when he was violently beaten by Chi Reply in class. He had never missed a beat. But Xu Yuya, this weak D-ranked ability, had actually neutralized all of his attacks without even releasing his ability, and had even judged the limit range of his ability. You guy, you're looking down on me. Han Hao gritted his teeth and let out a low growl as he began to run towards Xu Yuya. I'm going to show you today. How great is the gap between ability levels? Chapter 113, this is what it means to have the victory and defeat already decided. Han Hao took the lead and quickly approached towards Xu Yuya. Bai Shaoling was just about to make a move to block him when the figures of Lu Tian and Sun Mao appeared on both sides of her body. How can I let you obstruct Han? This is a fair duel, don't even think about fighting more against less. Right now, it's clearly you two who are fighting more against less. Hey. Bai Shaoling's eyes widened and she couldn't help but shout. And for you two big boys to bully a weak girl like me, that's what's really unfair, isn't it? Her vision was obstructed, and she couldn't apply her abilities to Han Hao for a while, so she could only grit her teeth and dodge backward to avoid being sandwiched by the two. I'd like to see who can come to your aid. Han Hao let out a fierce laugh, hurriedly approaching Xu Yuya and unleashing his ability. The ground located on both sides of him instantly transformed into a piece of sand, which rose up under his control, as if it were a sea wave slapping towards Xu Yuya. Sand wave. The roiling sand brought about a great sense of oppression, as if blocking Xu Yuya's path of retreat. Xu Yuya's face slightly flinched as the blood mist on his body drifted away, and his entire speed surged as he hardened and drilled his way out of the slice of sand waves. The violent sand slapped on the ground, rolling up dust all over the sky. In the midst of the smoke and dust, before Xu Yuya could stabilize his stance, the ground under his feet turned into sand and rose up to the sky, as if it had turned into a cage to cover him. Dang! Xu Yuya hit on top of this cage made of sand, and realized that the walls of this cage were incomparably hard, not at all like soft sand. Sand prison! Han Hao clenched his fist hard, and the top of Xu Yuya's head and feet were also covered in sand, completely locked in a prison. Oof! He smiled confidently and arrived beside Xu Yuya in 3 or 2 steps. Why don't you keep running? He clenched his right fist, and the sand levitated and flowed continuously in his palm. This is the gap between you and me. My ability is a height that you cannot reach. Didn't we learn in class that you can't judge strength based on ability level alone? Xu Yuya was not the least bit flustered even when he was locked in the cage. Instead he let out a light laugh. As for why I'm not running anymore, it's naturally because I don't think it's necessary. He looked Han Hao up and down and couldn't help but speak. Actually, I think that you should carry another gourd behind you. A gourd? Han Hao froze slightly, somewhat confused. Xu Yuya, however, stifled his laughter and thought of a certain anime character from his previous life. Seeing this expression on Xu Yuya's face, Han Hao only felt a nameless fire rising. He looked at Xu Yuya with a cold smile and snorted lightly. There's no need for that? I think it's because you're at your wit's end. Ah! Not far away, Bai Shaoling cried out in shock and fell to the ground. Under the siege of the two, she was also double-fisted and was completely surrounded by the two. Sun Mao slapped her wrist and the ground once each. Her wrists were instantly connected to the ground, as if they were glued together, and she couldn't break free. See, your companion has also been suppressed. Han Hao inclined his head and swept a glance at Bai Shaoling, letting out a cold smile as he looked toward Xu Yuya. You've already lost, Xu Yuya. Really? An inexplicable smile hung on Xu Yuya's face. Aren't you forgetting something? My group, but there are 3 of them. You mean that Bai Tao guy? Han Hao snorted disdainfully. He's so good at escaping, he would have already left you guys behind and fled. And what's the point even if he's here? Don't you think he possesses the ability to defeat the 3 of us head-on? You're right, his frontal fighting ability is indeed average. Xu Yuya nodded deeply, the smile still hanging on his face. That's why I've arranged for him to do other things. Other things? Han Hao was stunned at first, then immediately reacted. His face changed drastically as he turned his head violently. Quickly go to the lumberyard. That guy went to look for the spirit pearl. The main reason for their 2 squads to start a conflict was still to fight for the spirit bead. Now, even if they knocked Xu Yuya and Bai Shaoling down, if the spirit pearl was snatched, they would just be wasting their efforts for nothing. I'm sorry, that spirit pearl was hidden deeper, so I searched a little longer. Bai Tao's voice suddenly sounded from behind Han Hao. He turned his head back quickly, only to find that half of Bai Tao's body had burrowed out of the earth and actually appeared in the middle of the cage. Grinning, Bai Tao grabbed Xu Yuya and dragged him toward the ground. "Wanna go?" Han Hao's anger surged, and with a wave of his right fist, the sand prison instantly transformed into countless sand blades that shot towards the two. But Bai Tao's movements were extremely fast and incomparable, and in the blink of an eye, he dragged Xu Yuya into the ground and disappeared. "Come back quickly, they're trying to save the others." Han Hao's face instantly sank, and he immediately shouted at the front. He quickly judged what Xu Yuya and Bai Tao might have done. However, it was already too late. Just under his shout, Lu Tian and Sun Mao had already left Bai Shaoling behind and rushed towards the lumberyard. When they heard Han Hao's shout, they stopped in unison and turned around, wanting to run back to Bai Shaoling's side. However, a hand suddenly reached out from the earth and grabbed Bai Shaoling into the ground as well. "Three loaches, I'll see where you can hide." Han Hao was incomparably angry, only feeling like he had been half-teased and on fire. He no longer considered the damage to his energy, and even directly slapped his hands on the ground. Quicksand river. Energy surged madly through his body. In an instant, the ground within a radius of 15 meters, with the soles of his feet as the center, all began to turn into sand and stones, continuously falling downwards. He actually wanted to force the three Shuya out of the ground in such a way. "Who told you that my ability can only hide from the ground?" However, Bai Tao's voice suddenly sounded from the side. He grabbed Xu Yuya and Bai Shaoling with both hands and burrowed out of a wall, appearing in front of Han Hao's side. Han Hao's face changed slightly, and he quickly waved his palm. Above the ground, sand and dust flew as he maneuvered the sand toward the front and smashed it. However, something unexpected happened to him. The sand he swung was actually rushing in the diametrically opposite direction. In an instant, Lu Tian and Sun Mao, who had only just prepared to rush over to help, were instantly hit by this wave of sand and drowned in it. Bai Shaoling stretched out his hands, aiming them remotely at Han Hao, having long since unleashed his ability. "So?" Xu Yuya's voice was in the distance 1 second, but the next, it arrived beside Han Hao. The smell of blood rushed into his nostrils, and in the midst of his clenched pupils, a fist rushed toward his face with a breakneck momentum. "With this punch, I'll die." Han Hao's heart was beating violently, his entire body racked with fear. Dang! The fist wrapped in bloodlight suddenly stopped in front of Han Hao's face. The wind from the fist blew his hair backward, and behind him, sand and dust exploded as if they were ocean waves, rising up into the sky, and his eyes reflected Xu Yuya's face, which was wearing a bashful smile. Teacher said a long time ago that ability level doesn't determine strength or weakness at all. Han Hao, this is what is called victory and defeat already. Chapter 114, Where's my right hand? Snap. Xu Yuya's fist closed, gently clasping his middle finger with his thumb, he flicked Han Hao's head. The force wasn't large, but Han Hao directly sat on his butt on the ground, his face full of emptiness. The sand located hovering around his body crashed down with a loud bang, smashing up sand and dust all over the sky. Han! Amidst the dust in the distance, the two of them, Lu Tian and Sun Mao, managed to climb out of the sand with great difficulty, and were soon smashed back into the earth by the sand falling from the air. How about it, still continue to fight? Xu Yuya squatted down and stared calmly and incomparably into Han Hao's eyes, looking harmless as a human animal. Han Hao looked at Xu Yuya in front of him, then at Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling who were probing not far away, as well as his own two companions who were buried in the sand, and finally chose to give up. No more fighting, this spirit pearl is yours. He opened his mouth somewhat unconvincingly, his heart was unwilling, but he could only accept the status quo. Then I am relieved. Xu Yuya exhaled, stuffing the slate he had hidden behind his back into his clothes. Han Hao's eyebrows jumped as he watched this scene, his entire being startled as he shouted in his heart, if I don't give up, this guy is planning to hit me with a slate. On the surface, he seems to be incredibly peaceful, but behind the scenes, he's actually preparing to use this kind of underhanded tactic. The look in his eyes as he looked at Xu Yuya was filled with vigilance, and his entire being was like an enemy. This will lose to you this time is just me being careless. He gritted his teeth and barely managed to stand up from the ground. Although his whole body was a bit limp, his mouth was still as hard as a diamond. If it's just you and I fighting head-on, the winner is still unknown. He. Xu Yuya only smiled faintly at this. In the middle of a real battle, no one will fight you head-on in a fair duel. At the same time, Lu Tian and Sun Mao finally crawled out of the sand. They coughed out the sand that had been eaten into their mouths while leaning over with pale faces. Han, sorry. Both of them wore ashamed faces and were quite self-conscious. In the battle just now, they hadn't done much at all other than restricting by Shaoling at the beginning. Since the spirit beads have been obtained, we'll take our leave. The three of them, Xu Yuya, also gathered together. Bai Tao walked forward, smilingly tapped Han Hao on the shoulder and extended his right hand. We're all classmates, there's no need to make relations so stiff. This is just a test. If we were actually on the battlefield, the results might be completely different. Come on, shake hands, and this will be turned over. He was smooth in his dealings, and this speech was considered to give Han Hao a step down. Han Hao's expression eased a bit and slowly extended his left hand. Next time we meet, I won't lose again. Bai Tao looked down at Han Hao's outstretched left hand and read with a serious face, if you want to shake hands, you should extend your right hand. Eh? Han Hao seemed a bit flabbergasted as well, looking at his outstretched left hand with confusion in his eyes. Bai Shaoling, are you still using your ability on him? Bai Tao turned his head and looked at Bai Shaoling in puzzlement. After my ability stops releasing, it may still last for a little while, and this time may vary from person to person. Bai Shaoling also froze for a moment and quickly opened her mouth to explain. All right. Bai Tao scratched his head, then your current perception should be the opposite. If you want to reach for your right hand, you should go for your left hand. He taught Han Hao in a serious manner. Han Hao blinked, but once again, he extended his left hand out. But after he extended his hand, the confusion in his eyes grew stronger. Xu Yuya's eyes flickered as he glanced at Han Hao thoughtfully, deep meaning in his eyes. Bai Tao was a smooth person and didn't dwell on this, instead stretching out his left hand and shaking Han Hao's. The three of them then turned around and stepped on the ground. Immediately, the three of them turned around directly, and after stepping out of the border, they quickly disappeared into the mirror world. Next to the lumberyard, Han Hao looked at his left hand with a face full of confusion. Right hand. He murmured and waved his arm, but still only his left hand was moving. Left hand. In his mind, he thought it was the left hand, but it was still the left hand that was extended. Wait, this isn't right? Han Hao shook his left hand hard and looked at his drooping right arm with an anxious face. Where's my right hand? Only just after Xu Yuya's three had left from the world in the mirror, Bai Tao pulled out a spirit bead from his bosom with a face full of excitement. Look guys, the spirit bead stored here is actually a blue bead. The light blue spirit bead flickered continuously in his palm. This was precisely a blue spirit bead worth 5 points. Oh? Xu Yuya raised his eyebrows as he looked at the blue spirit bead in Bai Tao's palm. If this is a blue spirit bead, we only need to line up 2 more areas to be able to determine the distribution trend of the spirit beads this time. He glanced at Bai Tao and faintly said, this spirit bead will be yours to keep first. That way even if others want to snatch the spirit bead from us, they'll have to be capable of catching you. When the examination is almost over, we will then distribute these spirit beads. Don't worry, this is my strong point. Bai Tao's face was touched as he patted his chest. I will definitely protect these spirit beads well if you are able to trust me so much. If you try to escape with the spirit beads, I have at least 100 means to make your life worse than death. Xu Yuya, however, only laughed and patted Bai Tao's shoulder as if he was joking. Afterward, he took a big step and headed directly in another direction. Very well, then let's head to the next area now. A group of students, all relying on their senses and strategies, spread out in various parts of High City in order to search for spirit beads. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Many students generated battles amongst themselves, and most of them managed to come into contact with the first spirit bead. Energy surged all around the city as battles raged. And at this moment, within the hotel where they were staying, a rough figure, which was yawning, walked out from within the front door. I didn't expect to sleep until now. Jolie languidly and incomparably stretched his muscles, not looking flustered in the slightest because he woke up 2 hours late. The test of looking for something or something, it really doesn't suit me. He muttered to himself as he turned his head and looked in a certain direction of High City. If you want spirit beads, just grab them directly. Judging by this time, there should already be quite a few people obtaining spirit beads. Well, let's start with the 3 people over here. He nodded slightly and suddenly crouched in place. Crimson energy surged at the soles of his feet. In the next second, only a roar could be heard. The ground under his feet instantly dented and shattered. As for his body, it was as if he had leapt high up like a cannonball, soaring towards the middle of the sea city at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 115 The Old Place, the Buried Place of the Yellow Spirit Bead. Xinwan, what are you looking at? The young girl with short pink hair came from behind and patted Tang Xiaowen, who was staring off into the distance. "Ah, nothing." Tang Xiaowen came back to her senses, squeezing out a smile and shaking her head. A hint of complexity flashed through her eyes. In order to search for the spirit pearl, she had come to the edge area of High City with the two girls in her squad. And the direction she had just gazed into was exactly where the Sea City Art Museum had once been. 3 years ago, the art museum was destroyed by the Void Beast, and her sister was buried in the art museum in order to save others. That side was also turned into a piece of rubble and has not been rebuilt to this day. Just looking in that direction, her heart seized with pain, recalling her sister's once smiling face. Just now, little boy said that he has already found the location where the next spirit pearl might be, so let's get ready to go. The short pink-haired girl patted Tang Xiaowen's head, pulling her hand and heading in the other direction. Tang Xiaowen was about to leave, but suddenly her complexion moved slightly, her sight suddenly sweeping to a spot. "What's wrong?" The pink-haired girl turned around and asked. "Nothing, it's probably an illusion." Tang Xiaowen frowned slightly and turned her head. "Let's go." The two of them, one after the other, quickly left the place. Right after they left, 3 silhouettes slowly stepped out from within the shadows of the location Tang Xinhuan had been gazing at earlier. These Longxia Academy students, their senses are really sharp. The stinger hummed softly, his eyes gazing at the backs of Tang Xiaowen's several people. Right now, almost everywhere in the entire High City is filled with this group of students. If it weren't for the fact that we had to completely suppress our energy in order to prevent being detected by the city guards, where would we need to be so careful? Ba Ding grunted in displeasure. Their energy fluctuations were very strong and had to be fully suppressed within their bodies, not leaking half a bit. Otherwise, they would be detected by the city guards in the first place. The 10 great counselors mentioned before, when exactly will they come? Ba Ding once again opened his mouth and asked. How should I know? The stinger picked up in an unfavorable manner. Those lords are godforsaken. Maybe they've already arrived, or maybe they haven't moved yet. In order to avoid accidents, we absolutely cannot be discovered by the city guards before we recover the boundary separating stone. No one cares about our lives, it would be too much of a loss if we lose them here. The location of the boundary separating stone is just over there. Sickness Plague was wearing a hood, and his entire body was sickly, hiding in the shadows, seemingly rejecting the sunlight. He pointed to the distance and said indifferently, there used to be an art museum there, but now it's half in ruins. According to my survey yesterday, Counselor 15 hid the boundary separation stone in there. Very well, then the job of recovering the boundary separation stone is in your hands, Barding. The stinger nodded and turned his head to Barding. Remember, only until 12 noon will the boundary separating stone appear from within the hidden space. At that time, you will recover the boundary separating stone in time, and we will be able to gather. This kind of dirty work, why does it all have to be me? Ba Ding muttered, then as if he thought of something, by the way, what about that target we're going to capture? We'll start preparing for the operation as soon as we finish recovering it, and lure that brat to a deserted place. If things go well, we'll only need one move to either restrain or kill that kid. As long as the boundary separating stone is in our hands, it won't matter even if we are discovered by the city guards and those few teachers from Longxia Academy at that time. Got it. Ba Ding walked towards the front without looking back. I will retrieve the boundary separating stone smoothly. That makes it the third one. Inside a certain building that was in the process of being demolished, Xu Yuya stepped into the mirror world and picked up a red spirit bead from the middle of the ground. It was already 11 o'clock at noon. After several hours of running and searching, they had found a total of 3 more mirror worlds. The spirit bead of one of the mirror worlds had already been taken first and was empty. Fortunately, the other 2 mirror worlds hadn't encountered anyone else and managed to fetch 2 red spirit beads. So far, we have 3 spirit beads. Su also looked at Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling next to him and threw the red beads in his hand to Bai Tao. 2 of them are red and 1 is blue, which is 7 points when counted as points. Now I've been able to determine the distribution of the spirit beads. Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling were filled with seriousness and nodded frequently. They didn't have any opinions about Xu Yuya's analysis. They had only used a few hours to search for the location of the 3 spirit pearls in the huge high city. The other students, on the other hand, were probably still searching for the location inch by inch at this moment, based on their senses. Even if they were able to reason out the possible locations of the world in the mirror, it would be difficult for them to search in the same way as Xu Yuya, by dividing the city in a cellular fashion. As I said before, my goal this time is to be number 1. Xu Yuya spoke seriously, not as if he was joking. Since you guys followed me, I won't treat you poorly either. The next place I'm going to has a close to 70% chance of being yellow spirit beads, each of which is worth 10 points. I'm not sure how many people have discovered the distribution pattern. So there is a great possibility that we will encounter others in the process of searching for spirit beads. I hope that you guys will be ready to fight in advance. I am always prepared. Bai Shaoling nodded his head vigorously and said, "Don't worry, when the time comes that you can't fight, I'll take you guys to escape at the first opportunity." Bai Tao, on the other hand, used the most resolute tone to say the most abject words. "If you leave a green mountain behind, you're not afraid of having no firewood to burn." Seeing the strange looks projected by the two, he immediately added with an awkward smile, "Very well, according to my analysis, the closest area to here is." Su also faintly recalled the map, as well as the distribution he had analyzed yesterday, but suddenly froze. The area closest to here where the yellow spirit beads existed caused him to have an extremely deep memory. Why would it be there? Su also muttered in his heart, only feeling that everything was so created. In that unit cell that he had delineated, it was clearly the same suburban area where the High City Rebellion had occurred 3 years ago. "Xu Yuya, what's wrong with you?" Bai Shaoling revealed a worried gaze towards Xu Yuya. "Nothing." Xu Yuya returned to his senses, his face expressionless. It was just a ruin though, and for the current him, points were the first priority. And come to think of it, there was no more suitable location to bury the spirit bead in this cell than that ruin. Let's set off. Perhaps I already know the location where the yellow spirit bead might appear. On the way here, we might also pass by the area where a red spirit bead is located, so let's take it along with us. Chapter 116. The weak, never dominated by the strong. Where to go? Somewhere in the world of mirrors, Han Hao droned loudly, his left hand dancing with wild sand, covering towards the 3 people in front of him. Those 3 people's faces changed slightly, and one of them immediately unleashed his ability towards Han Hao. A vine flew out of his palm in a hurry, the end of which cracked and gave rise to countless more branches and vines, as if they were constantly growing wildly, spreading out toward Han Hao, trying to stop his movements. "I'll do it." Right at this moment, Lu Tian suddenly drilled out from one side and crossed his arms, blocking Han Hao's front. The rattan bar hit his body with force, and while he didn't move, the rattan bar bounced off as if it had been hit by the force of recoil and blew apart in the air. Bad. Bad. The 3 people in the distance let out a low cry, but it was already too late to stop the rapidly falling wild sand. Half a minute later, the 3 people's bodies were all enveloped in sand and bound in place. Damn, Han Hao was panting at the moment, and his entire body was in a bit of a mess. If it wasn't for the fact that my right hand couldn't be used, how could it be so troublesome? He didn't even look at the 3 people who were bound in place, and walked straight to the front, gouging out a red spirit bead from amongst the walls. This way, we have 3 red spirit beads as well. After separating from Xu Yuya, they were lucky enough to find 3 spirit beads as well and collected them. As for the 3 of you, he suddenly smiled back and looked the 3 up and down. Why don't we just lock you up here like this? That way, the number of people who can compete with me can immediately be reduced by 3. Hey, Han Hao, you're going overboard like this. The faces of the 3 who were bound in place suddenly changed. It's true that we lost to you guys, but we're all classmates, so it's too unkind of you to do this. That's right. Let us out, we won't fight with you for the spirit pearl. Oomph, joke. Han Hao snorted coldly and loudly interrupted the 3. This is a field test, a competition. You guys lost to me, so I'm naturally qualified to dispose of you. I didn't hurt your lives on the one hand, and didn't snatch your spirit beads on the other. I've already given you enough face. Furthermore, he lightly lifted his chin, his expression condescending. The weak are never dominated by the strong. Well said. A domineering voice came from the edge of the mirror world. Han Hao shuddered and turned his head violently. Could it be that someone else had set their sights on this world of mirrors? But when he saw the visitor, his pupils unnaturally shrank. Zhou. Jolie? Sun Mao's voice trembled for a few moments. For this ruthless man, there was no one in their group of freshmen who didn't recognize him. I'm thinking the same thing as you. Jolie was shirtless and grinning, his footsteps not stopping at all as he walked towards the few people. The strong are able to dominate the weak. So you few weaklings, take out all the spirit beads you've collected and hand them over to me. Jolie. Hearing this, Han Hao's face instantly turned white. No matter how arrogant he was, he definitely didn't want to come into head-on contact with a monster like Jolie. We're all classmates, it's too unkind of you to do this. Oomph, joke. Jolie let out a fierce laugh. I didn't intend to beat you all to death on the one hand, and I didn't intend to disqualify you from the competition on the other. That's already enough to give you face. Now, pull out the spirit pearls yourselves, and I'll still be able to give you guys some decency. Han how? Why did this line feel so familiar? With an iron face, he jerked his head up, trying to get me to tie my hands? You two don't make a move. He waved his hand to stop the two beside him, Lu Tian and Sun Mao, his face full of anger. I'd like to see for myself how strong this guy of yours can be. In the next moment, the sky of sand and dust pounced on Jolie like a tsunami. Ha! Jolie grinned. I feel your fear and anger. Since you chose to strike out at me, you should be ready for it as well. He swung his fist out, and the entire mirror world began to tremble madly. Alright, you've lost. Xu Yuya stood behind a girl, gently pulling on a rope. The other end of the rope turned into a circle and tied her body. It was just that the posture and position that the rope was tied in was how strange it looked. You even used a broken rope to trick me. The girl shook her body vigorously. Her figure was extremely good, and it undulated for a while under the outline of the rope. Don't say that, it's just one of the tactics. I advise you not to move. The more you move, the tighter the rope strangles. Xu Yuya coughed dryly and tied the other end of the rope to the pillar. The girl, on the other hand, was blushing, but she was not choosing to struggle, only looking at Xu Yuya angrily. Xu Yuya, I'll remember you. You'd better not remember me. Xu Yuya's face was calm, even though you lost to me in a one-on-one duel. But if I fall in love with me over this, I'll be troubled as well. Don't you dare come over, watch me bite you to death. The girl opened her teeth and claws, her entire body reddened with shame and anger. But as she struggled, the rope on her body tightened a few more points. Su also looked the girl up and down, holding back from looking at the raging waves, and asked with slight curiosity, but you actually dared to act alone instead of choosing to form a team, could it be because the squad was temporarily disbanded? For you to care. The girl skimmed her head, not intending to answer Xu Yuya's question. Ha, I was just asking casually. Xu Yuya shrugged his shoulders and turned his head away. Bai Tao came from the side, in his hand was a red spirit bead. This place really is a red spirit bead. Very well, let's continue our journey. Xu Yuya nodded, greeting Bai Shaoling who was fidgeting on the side, and together they walked towards the outside of the mirror world. Only when he reached the border did he turn his head and look at the girl with a smile. Don't worry Heezy-san, this rope will break in 2 minutes, I didn't fix it completely. I hope you have better luck and don't run into me again oh. He waved his hand and stepped away from the mirror world. We've taken the spirit beads here as well, next is the last area. Bai Tao excitedly put away the spirit bead, his face full of exhilaration. He was glad that he had made the move to hug Xu Yuya and form a team. It was true that with such a smart person, no matter what you did, you would get twice the result with half the effort. Where are we going next? Are we going directly to fetch the yellow spirit bead? Yes, the area over there isn't that far from here, just follow me. Xu Yuya nodded, casually responding to Bai Tao, but his voice suddenly stopped. In his line of sight, a slightly familiar figure actually appeared, passing through the shadows. That was... just now. Xu Yuya instantly recognized the figure's origin. Teacher Yang Yuan? Chapter 117 The Identity of the Mole. Mr. Yang Yuan? Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling seemed to have noticed the figure as well. All three of them revealed a look of surprise. Xu Yuya, on the other hand, had a slight movement in his expression, and actually immediately headed towards the direction where that figure had disappeared. He turned the corner and only saw Yang Yuan's figure appearing at the end of the alley, which happened to turn into the shadows. He quickly stepped to catch up, only to find that the front was empty, and there was no figure left long ago. What's wrong? What's wrong? Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling also caught up, looking at the frowning and contemplative Xu Yuya. They both revealed puzzled looks. Strange thing. Xu Yuya stroked his chin and muttered to himself, in this examination, we are completely disconnected from a few teachers. It's impossible for us to contact them, and it's only right that they wouldn't appear in the city. But why would teacher Yang Yuan appear here? He pointed his gaze straight ahead. This direction that Yang Yuan had disappeared in was exactly the direction they were heading to. Could it be that teacher Yang Yuan he came out for a walk? Bai Tao blinked his eyes and spoke. There are still traces in this direction, maybe he's just ahead. Xu Yuya, on the other hand, looked down at the ground. Although the traces were not obvious, there were still some traces of people moving above the ground. He thought for a short half-second, and then he chased after them without hesitation. Are we really going to chase after them? Bai Shaoling followed Xu Yuya's pace closely, revealing a worried look. I'm a little curious as to why Mr. Yang Yuan appeared here. Xu Yuya advanced calmly, but his expression was somewhat puzzled and leisurely. And since our destination is also in this direction, it's not a big deal to go and take a look. The several people followed the traces and kept moving forward, and after about 15 minutes of walking, a series of ruins suddenly appeared in the distance. This was the Sea City Art Museum. 3 years ago, under the attack of the Void Beast, half of the building had collapsed into rubble and had yet to be rebuilt. At the same time as he saw the ruins, Xu Yuya's expression suddenly froze. Countless memories rushed to his mind, but were quickly suppressed by him. Just as he was about to move forward, right in front of him in the extreme distance, Yang Yuan's figure actually appeared like a ghost once again. This time, he even directly drilled into the ruins and disappeared. He went in. Bai Tao stared with wide eyes, his face full of confusion. Why would Yang Yuan, who was a teacher, appear here? Wasn't that the place where the spirit beads were stored? Let's go and take a look. Xu Yuya looked calm and actually walked directly towards the ruins. Wait. Bai Shaoling suddenly pulled him back, her face somewhat tense and anxious. This is too strange. Don't you guys think that this matter is very strange? That teacher Yang Yuan, how could he appear here? Oh. Xu Yuya stopped his pace and revealed a confused expression. Is there anything fishy about this? Maybe there was an overly intense battle going on in here, so it's possible that Mr. Yang Yuan came here to stop it. Think about it, guys. Bai Shaoling looked slightly agitated and tugged hard on Xu Yuya's sleeve to prevent him from advancing. On our way here, we were attacked by a void beast. The person who attacked us not only knew our route, but was also able to set up an ambush and draw away in advance. This means that our whereabouts have, most likely, been exposed. That teacher Yang Yuan was suddenly arranged to come here. Don't you guys think he's strange? Surprisingly? Su also put on a surprised look and looked at Bai Shaoling rather unexpectedly. Could it be that you mean that Mr. Yang Yuan is the one who revealed our whereabouts? Is he a mole that the enemy has arranged for us? This is highly probable, right? Bai Shaoling nervously nodded her head repeatedly. Besides, we were almost guided here by him just now. This is just too weird. Why don't we go ahead and try to find the location of the other spirit beads, and stay away from this place for now? What you said makes sense. Xu Yuya nodded deeply, but quickly picked up. But we can't contact a few teachers right now. If we leave like this, won't the other students be in danger when they get here? He righteously patted his chest and put on a righteous demeanor. We are all here in order to become void hunters. If that Mr. Yang Yuan is really a mole, we are obligated to dismantle him. Are you crazy? Bai Shaoling's eyes went wide, not expecting the always intelligent Xu Yuya to say something like this. Teacher Yang Yuan is an existence of the mountain realm. How can just the three of us be his opponent? Then what do you think we should do? Xu Yuya looked straight into Bai Shaoling's eyes and asked such a question with a smile on his face. We can't contact a few teachers right now. Is it hard to stand here and stop other students from approaching? The matter of Mr. Yang Yuan being a mole is nothing more than a speculation on your part. There is no evidence that can confirm this matter. If he's not a mole, aren't we equivalent to giving up on this examination? Bai Shaoling's face changed, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. Void hunters, they have never made protection their first priority. Xu Yuya's smile did not change as he spoke righteous words. Since there is a danger ahead, and we perceive it, then we are obligated to investigate clearly and stop these things from happening. Don't worry, the several teachers should be able to perceive our behavior in the city. In case we do encounter any danger, I think Instructor Lianshou and Teacher Songwei will also be the first to notice. But you're also right, if we go forward rashly, it indeed might not be too safe. He suddenly swept Bai Tao over with one hand and lowered his head to say a few words into the latter's ear. Bai Tao's eyes gradually dilated, as if he had heard something incredible. What did you say? He exclaimed out in shock, his entire body jumping back a step. That's it, please. Xu Yuya's face was bland, a smile at the corner of his mouth. This. Bai Tao's face was complicated, his eyes constantly turning over the two of them, before he finally nodded. Alright, I'll listen to you. After saying this, his entire body shrank into the ground and disappeared. Bai Shaoling was filled with confusion. What did you say to him? Nothing, just a guarantee for our safety. Xu also smiled and turned around, actually heading towards the ruins of the art museum without looking back. Bai Shaoling hurriedly jogged after him, still speaking urgently, Xuya, let's really reconsider. Although we don't have any evidence to show that Mr. Yang Yuan is the mole. But we shouldn't let ourselves go deeper into danger like this. Why don't we just observe here for an hour and see what happens? There's absolutely no need to do that. Xuya spoke in a relaxed tone, his footsteps not stopping as he walked forward. There's no way that Mr. Yang Yuan is a mole. With a smile on his face, he laughed very calmly, because that mole has always been Yua, Bai Shaoling. Chapter 118 3 breaks. What did you say? Bai Shaoling's expression snapped, then her expression became agitated and shocked. How could you doubt me, Xuya? We're classmates who've been carrying on together since the entrance test. Xuya's footsteps were unceasing as he approached towards the ruins with a calm demeanor. In the face of the incredibly agitated Bai Shaoling, but he only smiled, there are 3 points to your brokenness. The first point is that you shouldn't have taken the initiative to come to me for a climb. The second point is that your disguise of your ability is not enough. And this third point. He shrugged his shoulders, is that you were too eager to stop me from approaching this ruin, it was just too revealing. What are you saying? Why can't I understand a single word? Bai Shaoling still maintained a shocked and puzzled expression. Xuya, could it be that you've had your memory twisted? Yes, I have indeed had my memory twisted. Xuya nodded calmly, that person is you. So much for boring acting. I have to say, your acting skills are really not that great. He scratched his nose and read in a rather casual tone, let me help you illuminate the breaks you've made. First of all, the first point. When you took the initiative to climb up to me yesterday and offered to team up with me, I was already suspicious of you. The reason is simple. Long before the examination began, I had already investigated the 47 freshmen other than me. With the exception of Enlan, who had never used her abilities, I had done enough to analyze the personality and the effects of the abilities of each of the rest. But when you appeared in front of me, I realized that I had absolutely no memory points for your abilities and personality. But surprisingly, my memory holds memories of you taking the entrance test, as well as taking classes with me. That's really strange, isn't it? I just haven't utilized my abilities much, it's only normal that you don't remember my abilities. Bai Shaoling opened her mouth to respond, her tone still seeming agitated. That's impossible. Xuya, however, responded decisively, as I said, other than Enlan, I've used various methods to prompt each and every one of them to use their abilities. I have a deep memory of every single one of their abilities, and there is no way I could be half wrong. And since Enlan is burdened with SS-class abilities, it's impossible for his identity to be forged, plus he doesn't like to fight by nature, so I'm not that concerned about what his abilities are. But under that premise, I was completely ignorant of your ability. So when you appeared, I immediately judged one thing. He paused for a moment and continued, you're not the real Bai Shaoling. Or, Bai Shaoling, this person, didn't exist from the very beginning. What are you talking about? Bai Shaoling barely managed to squeeze out a smile, if I don't exist, then who is the person standing in front of you? This is also the second break you revealed. Xuya smiled indifferently and leisurely said, your disguise for your ability is just too inept. When I inquired about your ability, you said that your ability was a B-class ability, upside down world. And your biggest mistake was that you even presumptuously used your ability on me once in order to prove that you weren't lying. But you did get hit by my ability at that time. That's right, I did get hit by your ability. Xuya nodded, but that wasn't some B-rank ability, upside down world. Because at the first moment I was hit, I tested my body. At that time, I did try to move forward, but the action that changed was a step backward. But at the first moment of my action, I did something else. I broke the fingers of my left hand. If your ability is truly upside down world, then the act of breaking the fingers of my left hand would definitely appear on top of my right hand. But in fact, I still managed to break the fingers of my left hand. He exhaled lightly and slowly said, the true effect of your ability should be cognitive alteration. When you demonstrated your ability to me, you deliberately guided me with words, top becomes bottom, left becomes right, front becomes back, dot. With such words, you went about guiding me to perform forward and backward movements. But in reality, you simply reversed my perception while observing my movements. I did initially want to move forward, but after having my cognition reversed by you, the cognition of moving forward was replaced with moving backward, so it became moving toward the back. But you apparently didn't notice my quiet finger snapping, so it backfired and revealed a huge break. He grinned and swept a glance at Bai Xiaoling with his afterglow, and what really made me sure of your ability was when I came into contact with Han Hao and the three of them earlier. Han Hao, at that time, was affected by you with your ability, causing him to only be able to extend his left hand. In response to this behavior, your explanation was that depending on the individual's physique, the ability might remain for a period of time. But in reality, you only replaced his concept of right with left. And the original left is still left, because you only replaced the concept, not his understanding of the existence of right. So no matter how much he changes his movements and thoughts, he can only use his left hand. If I'm not mistaken, you were able to lurk among us without being suspected, and also modified our memories of you through this method of cognitive replacement, right? Xu Yuya's words caused the expression on Bai Xiaoling's face to solidify slightly. Her expression continued to tighten, the once shy and well-behaved look gone, instead becoming somewhat cloudy and uncertain. Xu Yuya, on the other hand, looked as if he hadn't noticed her expression as he continued to walk forward. The reason we were attacked this time was because you were the mole who revealed our movement route in advance. And the people who attacked us this time, there is a great possibility that they are from the Void Demon Council. Next is the third mistake you made. Since just now, you've been doing your best to prevent me from getting close to this place, and have been trying to get me to think of Mr. Yan Yuan as that mole. Let me guess. Perhaps there is some sort of thing that you guys want to get within that ruin? And you guys wanted to avoid the guards of High City and get the item. As for the reason why you are close to me, it is because your second purpose is to kill me. He stopped violently and turned his head to look at Bai Xiaoling. Tell me about it, did I guess correctly? Bai Xiaoling's expression kept changing, finally giving up on continuing the show. The moment Xu Yuya turned around, her entire body was like a melted picture scroll that kept falling off. After a few seconds, the original Bai Xiaoling disappeared, and instead, she turned into a youthful and pretty girl, wearing extremely sexy jean shorts and a navel-bearing top. Her face was exactly the same as Bai Xiaoling's, but it was a little more charming, and her expression was also very different, not the least bit well-behaved. She revealed a strange smile as she looked Xu Yuya up and down, worthy of being the person that Lord Extreme Bliss inspired to praise. To think that with reasoning, I was able to break through my ability hard. Xu Yuya, you have truly opened my eyes. Chapter 119. Do you think I'm here to seek death? Oh? Is this your true appearance? Xu Yuya wasn't the least bit flustered, his sight sweeping back and forth over Bai Xiaoling's body without avoidance. At the same time, he also realized that the memories of Bai Xiaoling in his mind were rapidly fading, and eventually slowly dissipating. Her figure, which had originally appeared in the tests and examinations, had disappeared from his memory, as if this person had never existed. I see, once your ability is removed, it will dissipate on its own. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and smiled slightly. S-rank ability, cognitive replacement. Bai Xiaoling shrugged his shoulders, and even though he was constantly swept around by Xu Yuya, he didn't feel any shyness. Instead, he smiled and explained. After the ability is cast, I am able to insert my existence directly into your memories. This has nothing to do with realms. As long as I have inserted my memories, even teachers whose realms are far stronger than mine won't be able to detect my presence. It's just a pity that the details of these memories need to be filled in by myself. It's fine to deal with other people, but a smart person like you, it's true that you'll be able to detect deviations in the details. She puffed out her mouth and sighed, pouting helplessly, and once my ability is seen through, the abilities imposed on the others will be ineffective as well. But you're such a pervert that you've managed to recognize everyone's abilities in just a few days. She blinked lightly and looked at Xu Yuya with a smile. Reintroduce yourself. Void Demon Council, 6th Counselor Candidate, Lin Quan. So even the name is a forgery. Xu Yuya let out a light laugh. Then what do you want to do after being dismantled by me? Kill me here or capture me? I'm not going to do such a death-seeking thing. Lin Quan laughed coquettishly and shook his head. Now that my ability has bin broken, once I use my energy here, the first thing that happens will be noticed by the city guards. Besides, capturing you is not a task that belongs to me. Sure enough, it's just as I thought. Xu Yuya turned his head and didn't make a move on Lin Quan. Instead, he walked quickly towards the ruins in front of him. After realizing that I can't use my abilities, you actually don't make a move against me? Lin Quan asked as he followed Xu Yuya in slight surprise, bouncing around with his hands behind his back. A candidate's status is high even in the Void Demon Council, right? Xu Yuya faintly swept her a glance. There's a huge probability that you have something in your body that protects you. I don't want to ask for trouble. Oh? The smile on Lin Quan's face intensified. can't see that you're quite cautious. Since you're so cautious, why must you get into this mess and force your way in here? I stopped you from coming here, but I did it to protect you, fearing that you would lose your little life." Between the two of them talking, Xu Yuya had already stepped into the ruins. However, the mirror world he had expected was not triggered. Just as he was skeptical, his gaze narrowed slightly, and with a glance, he saw a yellow talisman that had been half torn off above a certain ruined wall in the distance. This also meant that the mirror world that was originally set up here had been artificially destroyed. "I said how it feels like the neighborhood has been so noisy since just now." A voice as dull as thunder came from within the ruins. Immediately afterward, a large silhouette, stepping hard on the ground, walked out from the side. Ba Ding's ferocious eyes swept around, instantly locking onto Xu Yuya in front of him. So a bug snuck in. Immediately afterward, his sight also noticed Lin Quan, who was following Xu Yuya, revealing an unexpected look, "The helper that Bestinger was talking about, it's you, little girl. If I remember correctly, you should be a candidate for the 6th Counselor Lord. The time hasn't even arrived yet, and you're sending your prey to the door. Why isn't it quite the same as what Bestinger had promised?" "I can't help it, there was a small accident." Lin Quan gently laughed, and even lightly leapt up and sat on top of a broken ruined wall, gently shaking her small feet. "He had to come over to find death, and I wasn't able to stop him." "Is that so?" Ba Ding grinned and began to rub his fists. "Also, since the prey was sent to the door, there is naturally no reason not to take it. There are still 30 minutes until that thing breaks the seal. Just within these 30 minutes, just finish off you little brat first." "Finish me off?" Xu Yuya, on the other hand, let out a loud laugh as if he had heard some heavenly joke. In the next second, his eyes grew cold and his voice lowered. "Do you think that I dared to enter this place alone and really came here to seek death?" Cough ah. Han Hao's pupils dilated as he arched his body and was kicked to the ground by Jolie. He spat out blood from his mouth, and his entire body seemed to be fractured as pain filled his entire body. Han! Han! Lu Tian and Sun Mao's faces changed slightly and immediately wanted to rush forward. However, Jolie only swept a faint glance at them. The domineering and fury that filled those eyes caused the two to shudder, and their footsteps involuntarily stopped. The 3 people in the distance who had been bound by Han Hao with a sand prison were also freed from their bonds at this moment due to Han Hao's serious injury. However, they didn't dare to escape in the slightest, and all of them cowered to the side, looking at Jolie with horror on their faces. "With this amount of strength, you dare to come alone to challenge me?" Jolie laughed sarcastically as he stepped on Han Hao's chest, looking relaxed, as if suppressing the other party didn't take much effort at all. "You?" Han Hao struggled to open his mouth, but he couldn't say complete words in pain. Despair was evident in his eyes, not expecting Jolie to be so terrifying. From the beginning to the end, he had exerted all his strength, but he hadn't been able to inflict even half a bit of damage on him. And with just a plain and simple punch and kick, Jolie had beaten him into his current state. "If you don't want to die, hand over the spirit pearl." Jolie calmly stepped on Han Hao's chest and faintly read. Han Hao trembled as he raised his right hand and aimed it at Jolie. Whoosh! A ball of sand shuttled out sharply, as if it was a sharp arrow rushing towards Jolie's body. However, Jolie did not dodge and allowed the sand arrow to plunge into his chest. Blood flowed out along the arrow, but the sand arrow only missed a centimeter before stopping. "Is this your answer?" As if Jolie was unaware of the pain, he casually pinched the sand arrow and gently held it. The wound on his chest was actually also healing and recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. "In that case, I'll take it myself." Jolie's smile did not change as he raised his right foot high, and then it was about to fall. But at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked Jolie's foot. Dang! A terrifying impact recoiled, and Jolie was heartened by his own attack. He quickly stabilized his stance and looked at Lu Tian, who was trembling his arms and blocking Han Hao. "Are you next?" "Our spirit beads, all of them are here, Masterly, please spare us." On the other side, Sun Mao fell to his knees with a sliding shovel, his hands cupping the spirit beads the 3 of them had gotten, fear spreading in his heart. They were afraid that if they resisted any longer, Jolie would really kick Han Hao to death. Our spirit bead, there is only one, give it to you as well." The 3 people not far away, also tremblingly pulled out a red spirit bead from their arms and handed it to Jolie. He, it's not a lie." Jolie grinned and obediently collected the 4 red beads. After obtaining what he wanted, he turned around and left without the slightest bit of procrastination. But suddenly, at this moment, a silhouette suddenly drilled out from the ground and stood in front of Jolie. "Oh! Another one? Jolie narrowed his eyes and let out a sardonic smile. Are you here to seek death as well? Chapter 120, unless you fix this wall with steel bars. Whoosh! Bang! Ba Din's fist came crashing in sharply like a bullet, hitting a ruined wall. In just a breath of effort, the wall blew apart as if it had been blasted. Oh? This kind of power with just the strength of your physical body? Xu Yuya narrowly dodged the punch and leisurely stood to the side. The Ba Ding in front of him had muscles all over his body, and even without using any energy, his fists and feet alone carried a great oppressive force. Kid, I don't know what you have to rely on to dare appear here. If you think I can't deal with you without using my abilities, you're too stupid. A punch swung empty, and Ba Ding was not annoyed, but only sneered as he approached Xu Yuya. His footsteps were light and his punches were extremely fast. Between the 3 punches and 2 kicks, he forced Xu Yuya to keep retreating. Boom! The sound of breaking air rang out, and Ba Ding suddenly crashed into Xu Yuya's face with an accelerating fist. Blood mist drifted out. Xu Yuya was forced to turn on boiling blood, which barely managed to dodge the punch. At this moment, his expression was solemn, only his eyes were filled with calmness. Even if your physical body is no matter how strong, you won't be able to utilize your full power without the addition of energy. After turning on the boiling blood, Xu Yuya's speed surged, arriving behind Ba Ding in an instant, and stabbing out with a fist. Bang! His fist was cupped by Ba Ding's backhand. The latter coldly laughed and turned around, his right arm exerted force, and Xu Yuya was suddenly in the air, his body flying up uncontrollably. In the next moment, he was heavily smashed onto the ground. The debris on the ground crumbled, and the powerful recoil caused him to nearly faint. Ba Ding laughed as he raised his right foot and stomped towards his body. But Xu Yuya's consciousness quickly returned, and he kicked his feet heavily on the ground, using the acceleration of his boiling blood to pan out a meter and dodge the kick. He rose from the ground in a slight mess, his eyes glittering. Sure enough, relying on boiling blood alone, it's still not enough to deal with you guys? Without waiting for him to think for too long, the heading ding bullied his way up once again. But Xu Yuya gave up on colliding head-on with it. Instead, he directly urged the boiling blood and ran towards the distance. Want to run? Dream on! Seeing this scene, Ba Ding immediately let out a fierce laugh and stepped on the ground to chase after him. The inside of his 1,000-hammered body unleashed a great potential. In a single arrow step, he caught up with Xu Yuya. Xu Yuya was quite a bit flustered, and was actually forced hard to a more intact wall, his back pressed against the wall, and there was already no way to escape. Is this your strength? I thought, how strong was it? Ba Ding smiled disdainfully and swung his fist to smash. Bang! The enclosure wall was like fragile tofu, shattering at the slightest touch. The entire fence was actually unable to withstand Ba Ding's punch that relied purely on physical strength and collapsed. He frowned as he looked at his feet. Xu Yuya, who was originally close to the wall, was like a loach, slipping away from his crotch the first time he swung his fist. Just when Ba Ding wanted to draw his fist back to smash, a hand gently rested on his swinging right arm. Xu Yuya gasped slightly, blood-colored mist exhaling from his mouth as it continued to rise and fall. The test is almost over, let's call it a day. He cupped a piece of broken stone in his palm and pressed it tightly against Ba Ding's right arm. Repair hand seal. Spitting out the name of the move softly. The rubble scattered on the ground around them actually seemed to be pulled by countless threads, rising up from the ground one after another. These broken rocks were like assembled blocks that quickly merged together. Half a second later, Ba Ding only felt his right arm sink, being pulled down by gravity. He looked at his right arm in slight surprise. He only saw countless bricks and stones wrapping his arm and fitting it together tightly. The image was as if his hand was laid within the masonry. If I can break it once, I can break it twice. Unless you seal both of my arms, this little trick alone won't stop me. Ba Ding sneered and swung his left fist towards his right arm, attempting to shatter this half wall and free his right arm. However, a tugging force pulled him steeply. Looking back, a piece of rubble had fallen on his left arm at some point as well. Under the traction of this rubble, countless stones converged and similarly transformed into a half wall, sealing his left arm as well. For a moment, he only felt that his arms were incomparably heavy, being pulled by the weight of the two walls. Only 2 thuds and thuds could be heard. His hands were directly torn by the weight of the masonry and smashed to the ground with 2 booms. The current appearance of Ba Ding was like a half-assembled robot. His arms were built into the masonry, forming 2 brick arms. Xu also dispersed his boiling blood at this moment, a hint of fatigue flashing in his eyes. He jumped back a step and sat directly on the ground, faintly saying, "Don't struggle, although my ability is not strong in frontal combat. But it is still very practical in Furniture City and this kind of environmentally complex terrain. It's just 2 walls." Ba Ding's entire face was suffocated in red, and he actually relied on his strength to raise his arms along with the wall. He actually wanted to utilize the power of his arms punching to smash these 2 walls that sealed his hands. "Unless you use steel bars to hold this wall in place, I'll smash as many faces as I can." His words had only just fallen. White threads of silk suddenly poked out from among the masonry on his arms. A few moments later, several steel bars flew from 3 meters away, quickly inserting themselves into the ground and connecting amongst these bricks. Thud! Ba Ding's strength was ultimately hard to beat this force, and he fell to one knee, his arms smashing back down to the ground. His 2 arms were covered by the masonry and fixed to the ground by the steel connection, and for a while he couldn't move. At this time, his face was red for a while and white for a while, and he only wanted to give himself 2 slaps. Why is it so foul-mouthed? Even though he possessed the strength of the peak realm. But without utilizing a single bit of energy, he was firmly controlled by Xu Yuya. Xu Yuya's level of utilization of his abilities was also far beyond his imagination. "Kid, you're looking for death." Ba Ding's arms were fixed at the moment, and even though he couldn't move, he still raised his head in a domineering manner and stared at him viciously. "When I can use my energy, I'll be the first to tear you apart." Even though he was fixed in place, he didn't think for a second that Xu Yuya could do anything to him. "You, a defeated man, still dare to threaten me?" Xu Yuya was filled with amazement, not understanding that Ba Ding could still be so hardened in this situation. He copied half a brick in his hand and came straight to Ba Ding, who was half kneeling on the ground. Along with his advance, white light flashed above this half brick, and it was soon repaired back to its full form. Ba Ding raised his head, his face grimacing, and was just about to open his mouth to say something. The brick in Xu Yuya's hand then mercilessly glued itself onto his face. "Do you know what the situation is now? You're still really crazy, aren't you?" Chapter 121 The Two of Us, Who's the Villain, Anyway? The brick smashed into Ba Ding's face and instantly slapped it. The force was not large, but it made Ba Ding feel like he was being humiliated. UTM. Before he could finish his words, the shattered brick quickly closed and recovered, and was slapped onto his face again. "I'm warning you." He had just opened his mouth when half of the brick was shoved into his mouth. Immediately after that, Xu Yuya slapped him on the head without mercy. "What's the warning? A member of the Void Demon Council is great, huh? You think I haven't killed any? You're a guy who can't even move his energy, what are you so godly about?" This set of consecutive moves was average in power, but extremely insulting. Ba Ding's entire face turned red from anger. Only hearing a click sound, he actually bit the brick in his mouth with his teeth and spat it aside. "I'm warning you, kid, don't get too wild for me." He spoke through gritted teeth, his eyes flickering with flames of anger. "With this painless attack of yours, even if I don't use my energy, you won't be able to hurt me. Lord Extreme Bliss is interested in you and is going to let us bring you back. But he didn't say that he must bring back you alive. If you dare to humiliate me like that again, I will definitely make you suffer and beg on your knees. You say that as if you don't want to kill me if I don't go crazy." In the face of Ba Ding's threat, Xu Yuya was calm and unperturbed. He copied a brick in his hand, and once again, he pasted it on Ba Ding's face and slapped it. "You bastard." As if he had been set on fire, Ba Ding tried to exert his strength to break the wall on his arm free. However, his posture at the moment was incomparably awkward, and he couldn't exert any strength. "I've said it all before, unless you change something fancy, this amount of power won't even be able to tickle me." Seeing that he couldn't break free from his bonds, Ba Ding could only growl lowly with red eyes. "What you said makes sense." Xu Yuya nodded thoughtfully, and suddenly probed his hand into his bosom for a while. A moment later, a bottle of chili oil was held in his hands. What kind of person carries chili oil around with them? Ba Ding's entire body was dumbfounded, and he cursed in his heart. "Let me try my new move. Chili oil hand for you." Xu also violently grabbed a handful of chili oil in a swift and furious manner and quickly slapped at Ba Ding's eyes. Ba Ding violently closed his eyes, while under his breath he exclaimed, "What new move, isn't it just smearing chili oil on his hands?" But he waited for a few moments with his eyes closed, and there was no sign of movement in front of him. After a few seconds passed, Ba Ding quietly opened his eyes a slit. Xu Yuya's chili oil-coated fingertips had already been waiting for a long time and instantly inserted themselves into his eyes. Ba Ding frantically threw his head, and his eyes were smeared by the chili oil, so he immediately screamed out in misery and let out a mournful cry. His arms that were fixed to the ground shook madly, and even the two walls let out a gurgling buzz. "You bastard!" Ba Ding cursed once, shaking his body madly in pain all over again. Ha 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 ha. Not far away, above the half-completed wall, a silver bell-like laughter came from above. Lin Quan laughed his ass off. Not only did he not have any intention of going up to help, he was instead amused by the picture in front of him. "Shut the hell up!" Ba Ding hissed with a trembling body, his anger having almost surged habitually through his entire body. He opened his incomparably red eyes and stared at Xu Yuya with a deadly glare, roaring lowly in a voice filled with a murderous aura, "Bastard, you've angered me." Xu Yuya's attack was not very powerful, but it was extremely insulting. The already short-tempered Ba Ding was instantly enraged. He turned his head, angrily staring at Lin Quan on the wall, and bellowed, "Are you still not going to make a move? Are you just going to watch me be humiliated by this bastard? You know, if we use even the slightest bit of energy right now, it'll all be detected by that city guard." Lin Quan smiled and shrugged, without any intention of making a move. "I haven't cultivated my body, how could I be a match for this guy?" She wiggled her little feet, not caring in the slightest about Ba Ding's miserable condition. Instead, she was staring closely at Xu Yuya, becoming more and more interested in him. On the other side, Xu Yuya, however, did not stop attacking either. As if he had found some kind of fun, he kept pulling out all sorts of strange things from his arms. Secret skill, garlic impact technique. Secret skill, durian paste nose technique. Old Buster's secret sauce. He didn't dare to push too hard, and could only use such painless attacks to keep bouncing back and forth on the edge of Ba Ding's anger. After all, Ba Ding had only intentionally suppressed his energy fluctuations to prevent being discovered by the city guards. If he really did something that could jeopardize Ba Ding's life, such as pulling out the ancient knight, I'm afraid that the Barding would explode its energy at the first opportunity in order to save its life. At that time, under this distance, Xu Yuya was not confident that that city guard would be able to protect his life from a great distance. Aha! Ba Ding's face was now coated with strange sauces, and all sorts of fishy and pungent odors constantly washed over his nasal passages. He could no longer suppress his anger and his entire body trembled. "I can't stand it anymore. You bastard, I'm going to kill you here." A wisp of fluctuation seemed to be brewing within him, as if the next moment he was about to break through the restriction and explode with his own energy. Sensing the aura within Ba Ding's body, Lin Quan, who had originally been smiling wryly, changed her face slightly. Her expression turned cold as she said in a low voice, "Ba Ding, have you forgotten the mission? If the item isn't recovered successfully, you know how Lord Extreme Bliss will punish you, right? It's not like his attacks can injure you, so what if you let him toy with you for a little while longer?" As soon as these words came out, Ba Ding's brain, which was wrapped in anger, was like being poured with a pot of cold water, barely calming down. Even though Lin Quan's words were full of ambiguity, he clenched his teeth and suppressed his emotions. The fluctuations that had already been undulating within his body slowly calmed down, and a resigned expression appeared on his face, "Asshole." There were still 15 minutes to go before 12 o'clock. As long as he persevered through this period of time and successfully recovered the boundary separating stone, he would definitely use the cruelest means he knew of to torture Xu Yuya. At that time, even if he was discovered by the city guards, he would definitely not let Xu Yuya off the hook. I see. However, after Xu Yuya heard this conversation, a smile filled with deep meaning appeared on his face. You guys are really waiting for something. His test was to ascertain the suspicion in his heart. That is to say, you guys are just waiting for something very important, and even if you are humiliated by me like this, you will never use your energy. A wicked smile appeared on Xu Yuya's face as he grabbed Ba Ding's clothes and wiped his hands, once again probing his hands into his arms. This time, however, the thing he took out caused Ba Ding's eyebrows to furiously jump. It was a pair of scissors. Xu Yuya laughed strangely as he moved the scissors towards Ba Ding's lower body, while his mouth was chanting. In other words, as long as I don't hurt your life, no matter what I do, you'll hold back. When Ba Ding saw this scene, his face changed drastically, and his entire human sky lid looked like it was about to be flipped halfway over, his scalp tingling. The two of us, who the hell is the villain? What the hell do you bastards want? Chapter 122, 5 minutes is enough. What for? Xu Yuya smiled and handed the scissors forward, helping you clean up your worry roots. Why don't you go and remove it for yourself first? Ba Din roared out in shock and tried to retreat towards the back. But the wall that wrapped around his arms just kept trembling, still firmly fixed to the ground. Xu also did not move, and the scissors had already touched Ba Ding's pants. Ah! Ba Ding growled, finally unable to hold back any longer. I can't, I'm going to slaughter this bastard. His body rippled again. If he caused himself to lose something important in order to carry out a mission, then he might as well just die. Ba Din! Lin Quan let out a low cry, her complexion changing continuously. In the end, she pursed her lips fiercely and threw out an object from her bosom. It was an exquisitely crafted jade pendant that was gently affixed to Ba Ding's neck. A cold touch flowed over the surface of Ba Ding's body. He barely managed to calm down, and Lin Quan's voice came from his ears. This is a jaded treasure imitated by Lord, Craftsman, the small covering spirit jade. Within 10 minutes, as long as you utilize no more energy than the stone realm or above, the battle fluctuations won't spread out and be detected. Good. Ba Ding was delighted at his words, his eyes flashing with excitement. In the next moment, he no longer suppressed his energy and instantly burst it out and wrapped it around his body. Not good. The smile on Xu Yuya's face withdrew, and he jumped backward almost without hesitation. Before he could hit the ground, the scissors still cupped in his hands were instantly destroyed by a terrifying force. It was only because he let go of his hand in time that he was not affected by this force to himself. Boom! However, he heard a roar, and Ba Ding roared angrily as he stood up. The wall that covered his arms turned into countless pieces of debris and exploded. He reared up from the ground, his eyes fierce and his body emanating extreme killing intent. You bastard! A low roar came from Ba Ding as he wore the small piece of spirit-covering jade around his neck, glaring straight at Xu Yuya. I'm going to twist your limbs off. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped on both of his feet and erupted with a terrifying sound, instantly closing in on Xu Yuya. Even if he only utilized the energy of the stone realm, the sound power he could erupt was also extremely terrifying. After years of tempering his body, even if he only used a little bit of energy, the power he erupted was far beyond the stone realm. This is bad. Xu Yuya's pupils shrunk, only to see the hegemonic cauldron appear in front of him in the twinkling of an eye. He didn't dare to be careless as his boiling blood opened and dodged towards the back. Poof! Ba Ding swung his fist in the air, but a look of disdain appeared in his eyes. Before Xu Yuya could react, his chest felt like it was hit by an invisible wave, and his entire body flew out uncontrollably. Dang! His body smashed through half a wall, his chi and blood churning with pain. Before he could slow down, Ba Ding charged once again and smashed his fist on the ground. With a wisp of consciousness, Xu Yuya kicked the ground with both feet and hardened and leveled 2 meters out. Ba Ding's fist landed on the ground, and a crater appeared on the ground. But Xu Yuya, who was 2 meters away, his body once again seemed to be impacted by an invisible force, and he was knocked into several consecutive rolls, spitting out blood. So that's it. He coughed up blood and stood up shakily. Your ability, even if it doesn't directly hit me, can it still cause damage to me? Grade B ability, Resonance Impact, Matter Increase type ability. Every swing of Ba Ding's fist was able to resonate with the air and ripple to the nearest target. Little bastard, why aren't you as wild now as you were earlier? Ba Ding sneered as he appeared in front of Xu Yuya, and his thick palm headed forward to grab him. But right at this moment, half of the wall was suddenly kicked to pieces, and 2 figures walked in. What kind of Thai place is this? There isn't even a road. Jolie was naked and full of disdain as he stepped on the rubble towards the interior of the art museum. Behind him, Bai Tao ghostly tapped the ground with his toes. I wanted to tell you just now, the door is at that end. Oh? Ba Ding stopped moving and turned his head to look at the 2 people who had suddenly appeared. Did 2 more bugs come? Is this the enemy you were talking about? Jolie similarly stopped in his tracks and grinned as he looked at the Ba Ding, whose block was even bigger than his own. Bai Tao was the one whose face changed after seeing the Ba Ding. His eyes swept back and forth, and he immediately noticed Lin Quan sitting on the short wall as well as Xu Yuya in the distance. Xu Yuya, I got the helpers here as you requested. Just in time. Xu Yuya wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and some delight appeared in his eyes. It had to be said that the strength of the helpers Bai Tao had found this time far exceeded his imagination. He didn't say any more nonsense to explain. Instead, he looked straight at Jolie and said in the most concise words, Jolie, this guy is a member of the Void Demon Council. Finish him off and I'll give you a 10-point yellow spirit bead. 1 is not enough. Jolie began to move his arms and legs, the smile on his face unchanged. I'll give you 2 more locations where yellow spirit beads may appear. Xu also added, if you don't find any, I'll personally replenish the spirit beads for you. Although I can choose to go and grab them directly from you. Jolie finished moving his arms and legs and stretched, but this guy of yours is indeed a bit tricky to deal with, a bit more trouble than it's worth. Alright, I agree to your conditions, deal. The words fell, but the red shadows drifted away. Jolie laughed as he appeared in front of Ba Ding, his right fist wrapped in red light and crashed out with a loud bang. Dang! Ba Ding did not seem to have expected Jolie to be so fast, and could only quickly set up his arms as a form of resistance. But even so, he was still knocked back 2 steps by the punch, and his arms were a little numb. Gently lowering his arms, Ba Ding's face revealed a frenzied wariness. Interesting, to think that someone can be indistinguishable from me in terms of strength. Indistinguishable? Jolie let out a fierce laugh and raised his knee to slam into him. Ba Ding caught this knee, but his face changed slightly. This power was even stronger than the punch just now. Thud. At the same time, Jolie hit his chest with another punch. This time, without any defense, Ba Ding was actually directly sent flying. Xu Yuya's eyes flickered as he opened his mouth and shouted, he can only utilize the energy of the stone realm right now. Within 10 minutes, finish him off as much as possible. 10 minutes? Jolie snorted disdainfully as he flew to catch up with the Ba Ding. Ba Ding's flesh was extremely tough, and the few punches he had just thrown did not cause any substantial damage to him. However, he had only just gotten up from the ground when Jolie reappeared, his 2 fists smashing in as if it was a raging wind and rain. At the same time, his calm and confident voice also came over. With the same realm, to deal with this kind of trash, what's the need for 10 minutes? Killing intent descended, the end of his fist was wrapped in red light, and once again, he blasted Ba Ding back. 5 minutes is enough for me to kill him. Chapter 123, You Stupid Bastard. What did you say? Ba Ding staggered 2 steps and stabilized himself, as if he had heard some kind of joke, raising his head to look at Jolie. You, a mere brat of the stone realm, spouting nonsense, wanting to put me down in 5 minutes? There's a limit to dreaming. He roared and his right fist jabbed out, striking Jolie. His ability, Resonance Impact, besides being able to attack 2 targets at the same time. It was also able to concentrate its power at the end of its fist, unleashing a double attack. The power of this punch was so fierce that even the air was hit with a sonic boom. However, instead of dodging, Jolie used his own body to harden this punch. Dang! His chest was instantly sunken, and it seemed as though his bones had been broken. A mouthful of blood was sprayed out by him, directly spitting onto Ba Ding's face. However, his expression was as if he couldn't feel the pain at all, and a sardonic smile still hung on his face. His action of spitting out blood was as casual as if he had spit. Is this your strongest destructive power? Jolie wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face showing a wild expression. It's simply nothing more than that. You? Ba Ding was momentarily dumbfounded, looking ahead incredulously. Even though he could only use the power of the stone realm right now, his physical quality and development of his abilities was a solid peak realm. The power of this punch was enough to punch through a giant rock. However, instead of dodging, Jolie looked as if nothing was wrong after taking his attack hard. For a moment, a sense of absurdity welled up in his heart, as if he was looking at a monster. Being in the peak realm, it is surprising that you would feel fear towards me. Jolie grinned, directly puncturing the flickering emotions in Ba Ding's heart. His words had only just fallen, and his chest, which was originally sunken down, even bulged up quickly, the injuries after eating this punch head-on healing quickly. What did you say? Ba Ding laughed back in anger and roared out in a low voice, You're saying that I would be afraid of a brat like you? He roared angrily and swung his fist again. This time, the power was a few points stronger than the previous punch. Snap! Jolie spread out his palms and caught Ba Ding's attack solidly. The ground underneath his feet instantly cracked, but he looked straight at Ba Ding as if nothing had happened, followed by the anger of being dismantled. He squeezed Ba Ding's fist tightly with his left hand and stabbed out with his right fist as if it was lightning. Thud! The terrifying impact caused Ba Ding's 1,000-hammered body to produce a sharp pain, and he couldn't help but lean back. However, Jolie pinched his left fist with force and swung him up high, smashing him on top of the ground. It was as if his attack and destructive power had been somehow energized, and it was even more violent than before. Impossible, what kind of ability is this? Ba Ding's combat experience was quite sufficient as he gritted his teeth and trembled as he flew to his feet, but Jolie's fists forced their way in once again. For a moment, he was actually forced to retreat back and forth, unable to fight. How could a mere stone realm possess such terrifying combat power? On the other side, Bai Tao carefully came to Xu Yuya's side, looking at the two people fighting fiercely in front of him, and then swept a glance at Lin Quan on the stone wall. So that guy, is he really the mole you're talking about? At this time, the memories of Bai Shaoling in his mind were all dispersed, and he realized his identity. Although Su had already reminded him of it before, but seeing it with his own eyes at this moment, he still felt a burst of incredulity. The other party had actually sneaked into the students without a sound, becoming their classmates with whom they had been spending time, and they were even unaware of the several teachers. Yes, they're all from the Void Demon Council. Xu Yuya endured the pain and sat on the ground, constantly wrapping energy around the injured area to suppress his pain. Their mission this time seems to be to recover something. So before they recover it, they won't use their abilities in order to prevent being detected by the defenders of the city. You guessed it long ago, so why did you still have to get into this mess? Bai Tao's heart skipped a beat as he asked the same question as Lin Quan earlier. We could obviously just leave, or find a way to find a few teachers and let them deal with these Void Demon Council members instead. With your brain, there must be a way to contact the teachers. I do have a way to contact a few teachers. Xu Yuya looked calmly at the battle ahead, but there's not enough time. The thing that this group of counselors wants to recover might appear at 12 o'clock. Although I don't know what that thing is used for, they are so cautious, it's definitely some kind of important thing. Other than that, there's another reason. What reason? Bai Tao froze for a moment. They want to kill me, so how can I sit back and wait for them to die? Killing intent flashed in Xu Yuya's eyes as he calmly swept a glance at the Baoding in the midst of the beating, as well as Lin Quan on top of that short wall. Of course, the reason why I dared to enter here, I naturally have some leverage. Dang! Baoding's figure was blasted away like a cannonball, and he even directly broke half of the pillar. He staggered to his feet, panic in his eyes. Under Jolie's incomparably overbearing continuous attacks, his unparalleled fleshly body had even suffered an injury. The feeling of pain spread throughout his body, causing him to perceive a danger that could endanger his life. In the midst of the battle, his attacks also hit Jolie several times in a row. However, Jolie seemed to be unaware of the pain, and each time, he used his body to resist the damage, and then launched another fierce attack. After a few exchanges, Baoding was almost defenseless. The so-called counselor, is this the only strength he has? Jolie laughed as he came forward, a look of disdain in his eyes. You bastard, Baoding had never felt so underestimated before and climbed to his feet, furious. If he hadn't restricted his realm, an existence like Jolie could have killed 10 of them with one fist. His eyes glowed red, and all the muscles on his body tensed up, each one of them the size of a stone. In the next moment, he swung his fist vigorously and charged towards Jolie. The air rippled as if it was resonating with his fist. However, Jolie also threw a punch at the same moment. The end of his fist flashed with blood-colored energy, hitting the Baoding first with a force that was faster and fiercer than that of the Baoding. But Baoding's solid physical body finally couldn't support it and spat out a large mouthful of blood as his entire body fell to his knees uncontrollably, covering his struck abdomen. His body trembled like sifting chaff, as if he had been electrocuted, and for a moment he was unable to run his energy. Bad. Bad. The strange change in his body caught Baoding a little off guard. He didn't know what Jolie had done to him. But the current him, even if he wanted to liberate his energy, he seemed unable to do so. A snicker flashed across Jolie's eyes as his right foot landed heavily. Like I said, 5 minutes is enough. Clang! His right foot kicked on top of a small arm-length dagger and was stopped hard. A sexily dressed woman, holding the dagger in reverse, appeared next to Baoding and steadily blocked the kick. At this moment, whether it was Jolie or Su Yi and Bai Tao who were not far away, their pupils all shrank. They actually did not even notice how this woman appeared in the slightest. Baoding, you stupid bastard. The stinger swung his dagger and knocked Jolie back, frowning and cursing lowly. I told you a long time ago, your physical body cultivation is futile, nothing but solid, not useful at all. If you had bowed your head and asked me for advice, would you be in such a sorry state as you are now? Chapter 124 Canopy, Absolute Rest. Are you a counselor as well? Jolie stabilized his stance and looked ahead with a fierce smile. Dare to get in the way of my old man's killing, do you want to die in front of him? He took a step forward and blasted out with an avalanche of fists. But Stinger didn't even look at him. The dagger in her hand fluttered like a butterfly, instantly pointing at every major acupoint on Jolie's body. Jolie's face changed slightly, and he even fell straight to the ground, unable to move. What have you done? He opened his mouth in a deep voice, but realized that the energy within his body also seemed to be blocked. Blocking acupoints, using high-speed attacks to hit the acupoints of your body, is a type of physical art. The stinger faintly responded, sweeping a glance at Jolie. It was only during the gap between her strikes that Barding finally slowed down and regained his footing from the ground. How could I possibly stoop so low as to ask a woman for advice? He grinned and looked towards the stinger. Besides, if I don't cultivate my flesh to such a toughness, how can I protect you all? Stupid. The stinger cursed coldly, but his eyes looked ahead to Xu Yuya and Bai Tao, who were filled with nervousness. The stinger's sudden appearance had caught them all a little off guard. This woman was as fast as a ghost, not utilizing any energy at all, yet she was able to instantly put Jolie down. Obviously, this was a counselor who was proficient in physical arts. Suya and Bai Tao were like enemies, their entire bodies sweating. How did you get here? Ba Ding shook his arms, and his body, which was originally injured by Jolie, was recovering quickly. I heard a noise over here and felt that you might be in trouble, so I came over to take a look. The stinger said indifferently, turning around and gripping his dagger to look at Shuya, and swept a glance at Lin Quan on the short wall. So that's how it is, a deviation from the plan that allowed the mission target to show up early. She murmured a half sentence, but a cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Since that's the case, let's take care of him early. Move. Just as her words fell, Xu Yuya's pupils clenched and he shouted in an urgent voice. He instantly turned on boiling blood and dodged towards the side. Bai Tao reacted even faster and disappeared in a blink of an eye long ago. However, the stinger's body transformed into a residual shadow, as if it had appeared in two positions at the same time. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds were heard. Xu Yuya and Bai Tao were each blown away in different directions. Xu Yuya rolled to the ground, and before he had time to stabilize himself, before his eyes, he saw a half-cut dagger with an icy killing intent stabbing towards his neck. This has met an expert. Without utilizing any energy, this woman is able to compare to the mountain realm with her physical skills alone. His heart trembled slightly, his eyes staring. Can only use that thing here? Countless thoughts crossed Shuya's mind as if they were lightning, and he was forced to do so, having already decided to pull out his bottom card. But at that moment, a blue light was suddenly reflected in his eyes. But the stinger looked ahead with some surprise. That light blue curtain of light blocked Shuya's body, smoothly receiving his attack. She didn't get involved in the battle in the slightest, and with only an instantaneous effort, she leapt to several meters away, her face cold. Who is it? Shuya exhaled a long breath and rolled over to sit up. Teacher Yang Yuan, you finally appeared. A figure stepped out from the shadows. Yang Yuan was still wearing a smiling expression as he looked around at the crowd present. It's been hard on a few students. Surprisingly, you were able to fight the two counselors to a scoreless draw, worthy of being the most talented class of students in the principal's mouth. He gently clapped his palm as a flash of blue light enveloped Jolie's body. Jolie jumped up from the ground, his eyes sweeping as he glanced at Yang Yuan. So you've been watching from behind? What an asshole teacher. He lightly cursed, then directly walked to the side, holding his chest. Yang Yuan's smile did not change, he just shrugged helplessly. I couldn't be sure how many counselors would show up this time. That's why in the event that you guys don't encounter any life-threatening situations, I would like to eliminate them all in one go. Bai Tao rubbed his aching body and burrowed out of Shuya's side. Under the pursuit of the bee stinger at that speed, he hadn't even managed to dodge the attack by his ability and took a hard kick. What exactly is the origin of this teacher Yang Yuan? Just now could it be that he deliberately led us here? That's right, he probably already noticed the existence of these few counselors, but wanted to use our hands to go and seduce them out. Su also faintly returned. If I'm not wrong, he would have been arranged to travel with us this time, just to stop this matter. His identity is most likely from the school board. But just a mountain realm, how dare he set an ambush on us? The stinger spoke coldly, his gaze looking straight at Yang Yuan with killing intent. Don't say that, it's not like you two dare to use your abilities right now. Yang Yuan smiled and said, even if I only have the mountain realm, it is still more than enough to deal with you guys. Even if I don't utilize my abilities, it's still enough to kill you. The stinger's gaze turned cold and she instantly disappeared in place. In the next second, she appeared behind Yang Yuan and with a dagger in her hand, she chopped towards his neck. But the light blue light screen unfolded, blocking her attack once again. Unbelieving, the bee stinger's entire body almost turned into countless residual shadows, appearing on all sides of Yang Yuan. Her speed was so fast that she almost caused these residual shadows to launch attacks on Yang Yuan's four sides at the same time. However, every attack would be blocked by the plain and simple light screen. Grade A ability, Sky Curtain. Yang Yuan just stood still, enduring the continuous attacks from the bee stingers, not moving even for a second, and even explained his ability. I can create any piece of heavenly curtain around me, isolating everything. As you can see, without using energy, with your destructive power, you can't even break my ability. Bee stinger thrust another dagger, only to have it blocked by the canopy once again. She jumped back a step to pull away, panting slightly, but her face wasn't looking so good. With her physical skill level, she was enough to suppress the majority of mountain realm existences. But this time, she had encountered such a defense-oriented ability as Yang Yuan. Every one of her attacks felt like it landed on top of a defensive barrier that was full of elasticity and suppleness. With just her physical skills, she was simply unable to break through this barrier. This was very pure ability restraint. It seems that you have already recognized the current situation. Yang Yuan narrowed his eyes and smiled, gently extending his hand towards the bee stinger. Then next, it's my turn to strike. A trace of indifference flickered in his smile-less eyes, forming a drastic contrast with the smile on his face. In the next moment, bee stinger was shocked to realize that a spherical curtain of light had appeared around her body, covering her in it. Heavenly curtain. Yang Yuan gently transformed his right hand from a palm into a fist and squeezed it into a fist. Absolute breath. Chapter 125 Sixth Counselor, Star Shift. The blue curtain of light seemed to isolate all air. Bee stinger's face turned ironic as she was shocked to realize that she was unable to breathe through this curtain of light. The feeling of suffocation gradually wrapped around her. That delicate and incomparable face became glowing in blue. Bee stinger. Seeing that bee stinger was trapped, Ba Ding roared in shock and instantly pounced. He slapped both of his palms hard on top of the canopy, but he was cut off by an invisible force, unable to touch the bee stinger within. You bastard! He turned around fiercely, glaring at Yang Yuan angrily and swung his fist to smash. However, Yang Yuan only gently jumped towards the back and smiled. With this weak physical skill of yours, it is better not to try to attack me. As soon as his words fell, his body trembled slightly, eating the resonance impact of the hegemonic cauldron hard, yet he looked like he was fine. Immediately, Yang Yuan's figure disappeared and appeared behind Ba Ding, kicking out. The heading immediately slumped to the ground, having received a great shock. He was about to get up when Yang Yuan's foot stepped on his back, pinning him to the ground. Two counselors. After suppressing the two of them with a swift and thunderous force, Yang Yuan also smiled unchanged. If you don't liberate your realms again, you will really die, hero. What he did at this moment was actually just to force the two to liberate their realms. One after another, there's really no end to it. Ba Ding roared lowly and straightened up with force. In order to wait for that boundary-breaking stone to appear, he had already suppressed it for too long. Right now, he only wanted to liberate all of his energy and tear apart all of the people in his way. Terrifying energy built up within him, as if it was about to explode out the next moment. Hegemony tripod. Bee stinger's voice, dull and incomparable, came out from within the light curtain. She was breathing hard at the moment, but her gaze was still firm and incomparable, signaling with her eyes, wait. A little longer. That Sea City's guardian was able to launch an ultra-long-range strike against them the moment their energy leaked out. Once they exposed their energy at this moment, their mission would definitely fail, and there would be no difference between that and death. Ba Ding noticed Bee Stinger's gaze and instantly understood what she was trying to say. Damn it! He clenched his fists hard as the energy in his body was suppressed once again, while his body continued to tremble from anger. Still not going to use your abilities? Yang Yuan spoke in a deep voice, a disappointed look in his eyes. Alright, I'd like to see how much longer you guys can hold out. The canopy encasing the bee stinger contracted once again, almost clinging to her body. Bee stinger, who was already in a state of suffocation, suddenly felt more and more uncomfortable. Her entire face was nearly distorted, and she was in excruciating pain from suffocation. 12 o'clock, recover the boundary separating stone. Suddenly at this moment, Yang Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and looked at the two of them with a smile. This is your mission this time, right? What? Bee stinger was like being in an ice cellar, the blood in his entire body seemed to be frozen. Why was it that this man in front of them not only knew the exact time, but also the objective of their mission? Don't presume to wait any longer, I won't give you guys the chance to drag yourselves to 12 o'clock. Yang Yuan pulled out his cell phone from his pocket and displayed it in front of Stinger. Do you know that the time used by a normal person to suffocate is 4 minutes on average? And according to my experiments, suffocation is divided into 3 stages. The current you has already entered the 3rd stage. Even if your physical quality is exceptional, it would only take 2 minutes for your brain to pass out due to the lack of oxygen. But I'm sorry, the time now is 11:57 minutes. This also means that if you don't liberate your ability yet, it will never last until 12 o'clock. Stinger's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle's eye, and his already suffocating face instantly turned a few more shades of green. But just then, a delicate voice suddenly rang out. Okay, got it. Lin Quan, who had been sitting on the short wall, smiled sweetly and seemed to be having a conversation with someone. Even after Yang Yuan appeared, he did not launch any attack on her. She leisurely leapt down from the short wall as if she was pronouncing some kind of order, and looked towards the immobile Sting and Ba Ding. There's no need to worry about the defender's side anymore. Now, liberate the realm with all your might and suppress everyone on the scene within 2 minutes. Oh? Yang Yuan was attracted by Lin Quan's words and slightly inclined his head. However, in the next moment, his face changed slightly. Boom! Boom! 2 booms rang out from in front of him. In just a split-second's effort, the hegemonic cauldron that had originally been stepped on by him flew up, and the canopy that had been transformed into a sphere also turned into countless fragments in an instant, dissipating into the air. The energy fluctuations of the 2 peak realms rose up in unison, seeming to overwhelm and collapse everything around them. The Stinger wiped the corners of his mouth and breathed heavily, the iron blueness on his face receding rapidly. Barding, on the other hand, let out a growl, and under the surge of energy, the muscles on his entire body seemed to have grown a few more points stronger. Roger that. A cold smile appeared on both of their faces as they answered in a deep voice. Lin Quan's words meant that the counselor who could thwart the city guards had arrived in High City. Their killing intent boiled over, and with their realms liberated at full strength, they had long been poised to strike. Ha, you guys are finally liberated after all. Yang Yuan's face did not have any fear at all, instead, it was equally filled with excitement. In his body, the same energy fluctuations of the mountain realm burst out. Let me see just how good the 2 counselors are. High City, inside a certain old bungalow. Yin Yuan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes almost at the same time that the energies of the Bee Stinger and the hegemonic cauldron erupted. His eyes flickered as he murmured out, is it really the same as what he said? The next moment, he gently opened his mouth, and an invisible fluctuation soared out. Clang! A loud rumble resounded from within the courtyard. The small courtyard that was originally littered with fallen leaves instantly seemed like it had been bombarded by some kind of missile, and it even directly exploded. Yin Yuan's eyes flashed as he appeared in the center of the courtyard, looking straight at a figure in the dust. Hello, Sir Tian Yin. An elegant voice came out from the figure's mouth. However, he saw a man in a tuxedo with his hands behind his back slowly emerge from the dust. His body was wrapped in a faint layer of energy, stopping the attack that Tian Yin was preparing to strike far away. You are. Yin Yuan murmured, his eyes gradually turning cold. Void Demon Council, 6th Counselor, Star Shift. To be able to defuse his attack so easily, that was the only identity he could think of in his mind. I won't let you interfere in the battle over there. Starshift smiled and spoke. How about Your Excellency Tianyin invites me into the house and we sip tea for a while. Chapter 126 Noon, Boundary Separation Stone. Ba Ding. The Stinger's gaze was cold as he spoke softly, within a minute, suppress him. Wrap it up on me. A confident smile appeared on Ba Ding's face as he stepped on the ground and instantly approached Yang Yuan. The energy fluctuations of the peak realm flowed through his body as he swung his fist down. Ka-ching. The canopy that Yang Yuan was holding up in front of him instantly shattered, and he was actually unable to support the power of a fist. However, his expression did not change, and he only nodded his feet on the ground and leapt towards the back. The Ba Ding caught up with him and landed another punch. This time, Yang Yuan did not directly block Ba Ding, instead, he crouched down and dodged the punch. However, he had only just crouched down when his back was hit by an invisible impact, and his entire body staggered forward, his body shaking violently. Just then, a residual shadow appeared on his side, a dagger in his hand slashing at his neck. A light blue light screen bloomed and blocked the side. The dagger chopped the light screen to pieces, but Yang Yuan used this momentary gap to stabilize his body and dodged to the side. Cough cough cough, he rubbed his aching chest and laughed helplessly. Sure enough, is it still a bit difficult to stop two peak realm counselors at the same time? Don't delude yourself into thinking that city guard will come to your rescue. Ba Ding laughed and rushed forward, trying to grab Yang Yuan. However, Yang Yuan nimbly dodged away and then immediately held up the canopy to block an impact. He is now struggling to protect himself. Where would he have the spare energy to come and take care of you guys? Our academy's matters naturally don't need that honorable city guardian to interfere. Yang Yuan continuously retreated, constantly pulling away from Ba Ding, his expression becoming breezy again. In that case, then please die here. The Stinger's icy and incomparable voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Her figure was like a ghost, the dagger in her hand cut through the air and chopped towards Yang Yuan's neck. At this distance, under the speed, Yang Yuan could not avoid it. However, thud! The Stinger's figure was knocked away without warning and crashed into the ruins in the distance. Ba Ding looked over in slight surprise and concern, but he also rushed to Yang Yuan's side at that moment and swung his fist. Bang! Stones exploded in the sky, and in front of Ba Ding, a stone pillar that rose out of the ground suddenly appeared, blocking his attack. Instructor Lian Shou. Teacher Song Wei. Not far away, Bai Tao stared at the entrance of the art museum with wide eyes and a face full of joy. Only to see Lian Shou and Song Wei, who had disappeared since yesterday, actually walking towards the side with light footsteps that were smooth and unrivaled. Xu Yuya's tightly furrowed brows instantly eased, and in his heart, he seemed to have some anticipation for the current situation. I see, is this what you guys are relying on? The Stinger reappeared from the pile of ruined rocks, his gaze extremely cold and incomparable as he swept over Lian Shou and Song Wei, the time control, Lian Shou who disappeared for several years, as well as the landlord, Song Wei. There is no need to mention the names of the past. Lian Shou smiled and waved his hand with a relaxed expression. If you dare to address me by that name again, I will slaughter you all. Song Wei, who had always been calm, had a gloomy expression at this moment. Part of the reason why he was serving as a teacher of the Dragon Summer Academy was because of this unlucky title that was widely circulated. During their missions, Void Hunters were often given various nicknames due to the characteristics of their abilities as well as the results of their missions. Once these nicknames were known, they would easily spread. Along with the extent of their spread, they would most likely become the exclusive titles of the Void Hunters. When Song Wei was on his first mission, he was called Landlord by a superstitious member of the public because of his overbearing abilities. He became famous for this, and the nickname became more and more widespread, so he couldn't even change it if he wanted to. You guys are finally here. Yang Yuan dashed quickly and came to the side of Lian Shou and Song Wei, still wearing a smiling expression on his face. You obviously could have directly told us your reason for coming. Why did you purposely hide it again? Lian Shou swept a glance at him and spoke indifferently. If it wasn't for me troubling that guy Yin Yuan and leaving a voice imprint on your body, I wouldn't even know that you would appear here. Of course I can't tell you guys directly. Yang Yuan smiled and responded, because I knew from the very beginning that there was the existence of a mole amongst us. What if that mole is one of the two of you? You even suspect us in return? Song Wei's face was filled with surprise, and he grunted in exasperation. However, he quickly still looked towards Lin Quan in the distance, his gaze fixed. Surprisingly, it's an ability like cognitive replacement. But it's just a rock realm. It's amazing that she can silently conceal herself from us and lurk around us. The credit for breaking her ability should all lie with that Xu Yuya student. Yang Yuan glanced at Xu Yuya with deep meaning. It was also because he managed to find the mole that I was able to strike with confidence and take the initiative to activate the sound seal placed on me to call the two of you over. That kid has always been good. Lian Shou smiled faintly and gently stretched his arms and legs. Alright, enough nonsense. The priority right now is still to suppress these counselors. He eyed the front, and the three of them, the Stinger, Ba Ding, as well as Lin Quan, all stood with incomparably grave faces, facing away from the three teachers. Although there was no communication between them, an invisible aura was spreading. Lin Quan, who had been showing a playful heart earlier, didn't even have a good look on his face at the moment. The development of things seemed to have gone a little beyond her expectations. However, for some reason, several people did not take the lead and instead waited in silence. The Xu Yuya few had already retreated to the corner of the art gallery long ago. They were simply unable to intervene in a battle of this level. What are they waiting for? Bai Tao asked in a low voice as he looked ahead nervously. The time is coming, Xu Yuya replied softly as he observed the battle without looking away. His words had only just fallen, when the sound of an alarm bell ringing suddenly rang out from Bao Ding's arms. Almost at the instant the alarm bell rang, the air that happened to be located in the middle of the 6 people was suddenly distorted. An object filled with energy fluctuations unexpectedly drilled out of the void just like that, shining with a dazzling black light. It was a plain black stone that had long been sealed in another dimension, and it was only at this moment that the seal was lifted and reappeared in the world. Boundary separating stone. Almost the instant they saw the stone, all 6 of them had a flash of light in their eyes and their hearts were shaken. The baiting few were so careful, all for this boundary separating stone. As for Lian Shou and Song Wei, they also ran through all the clues in an instant, knowing exactly what the most important thing they needed to do right now was. This boundary separation stone, we absolutely cannot let them take it. Chapter 127 Don't attack my companions again. So the boundary separating stone that was lost from Mountain City a month ago is actually here. Song Wei's heart shook as if he had caught some clue. Yin Yuan only told me yesterday that he had just beheaded a Void Demon Council member a few weeks ago. Lian Shou's eyes also flashed, so it was that counselor who stole the boundary separating stone. The 2 of them had a sharp turn of mind, and their original idea of suppressing the Stinger and the others was immediately replaced with recovering the boundary separation stone. The boundary separation stone was an extremely rare and special material that was created out of thin air after the Calamity Sun descended. Its effect is very domineering, that is, after injecting spiritual energy, can be centered on the boundary separating stone. Out of thin air appeared a field of isolation of all substances. This field was much stronger than Yang Yuan's sky curtain. Not only was it able to isolate everything, it even possessed rules that were absolutely unbreakable. Even a peak realm or ridge realm powerhouse could not force their way into the domain. Although the energy required to maintain the use of the boundary separation stone was quite high. However, its overbearing nature was already enough to compare to some powerful jade treasures. So far, a total of 3 boundary separation stones had appeared in the Dragon Kingdom, all of which had been recovered by the government and used to protect certain extremely important things. A month ago, a void hunter in Mountain City stumbled upon a boundary separation stone. But less than 10 hours after the news was reported to the government, the stone was stolen. A certain void hunter who went to retrieve it quickly launched a search, but only had time to launch an attack before losing all trace of the boundary separating stone. A few weeks ago, there was an energy fluctuation in the Sea City, which was immediately detected by Tianyin, who had been listening to the entire city. He launched a strike at the first opportunity and successfully killed the 15th member of the Void Demon Council. Now, it seemed that the 15th counselor was the one who had stolen the boundary separating stone. No matter what the cost, we must recover this boundary separation stone. Almost the instant the boundary separator stone appeared, the Stinger transformed into a residual shadow and pounced on the boundary separator stone that was suspended in the air and had only just emerged from the spatial rift. Her speed was so fast that her fingertips had already touched the boundary separating stone, but her body flew out backwards. Lian Shou's eyes did not change. While his ability was activated, he used his flying shadow to pinch the boundary separating stone in his hand. In this kind of cramped environment, the strength of his ability was so strong that almost no one could stop it. Bring the boundary separating stone here. Like a runaway truck, Ba Ding flew over. Song Wei clapped his hands together, and several stone pillars rose up and blocked in front of him. However, under the impact of the hegemonic tripod, these stone pillars shattered as much as they could, and as he swung both his fists, countless invisible impacts struck above Lian Shou's body. Lian Shou didn't even move, the ground behind him dented and shattered, but he used flower shift to transfer all these attacks and unload them. B. The Stinger's voice came from the distance. She stabilized her stance in the air, and danced rapidly between her hands, as if she was forming a seal to guide something forbidden. Eventually, she crossed her fingers with her hands and made a prayer-like gesture. Lian Shou's face changed slightly, and his right arm unexpectedly lost consciousness in an instant. His right arm drooped down, and the boundary separating stone in his palm crashed down. Grade A ability, Swarm of Bees. Lian Shou immediately recognized the name of this ability. Even amongst the rule-breaking class of abilities, this was an extremely difficult one to deal with. He reacted quickly, and his left hand that could still remain active immediately fished down, wanting to grab the boundary separating stone back into his hand. However, the half-dagger came through the air and hit the boundary separating stone with force, sending it flying. Lian Shou didn't get annoyed when he grabbed the empty hand, but just gave a low shout, "Song Wei." Yes. Song Wei's voice stayed in place. His figure had already disappeared, appearing next to the boundary separating stone that had bounced off, reaching out to grab it. "It looks like your flying shadow isn't as fast as my empty movement." A slender jade hand grabbed the boundary separating stone at a speed faster than Song Wei. The original bee stinger that flew out backwards sneered and disappeared backward. Anger flickered in Song Wei's eyes. In a flash, his figure also disappeared, while several invisible collisions appeared in the air in succession. The terrifying battle fluctuations caused the already ruined art gallery to become riddled with holes, and with each collision, the earth and walls began to shatter as if they had been bombarded. A huge incomparable blue barrier spread out, wrapping the entire art museum. Yang Yuan did not participate in the battle. Instead, he appeared in front of Xu Yuya and the others, protecting them. Even he could hardly intervene in a battle that was unfolding at the peak realm level at full strength. Xu Yuya and Bai Tao looked up into the air as Song Wei and Bee Stinger disappeared as if they were invisible. Even when the two gazed hard, they couldn't capture their forms at all. It was only the invisible violent collision that spoke of the intense battle between the two. Jolie leaned behind a few people and looked at the air indifferently, but some residual shadows appeared in the depths of his eyes. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly as he muttered to himself, so there are other physical techniques outside of the five arts. Bang! A violent collision accompanied it. Song Wei and Bee Stinger's figures appeared at first from the air as if they were instantaneous. The two seemed to be forced back by the recoil of each other's attacks, and they tilted back in unison, and the boundary separating stone that was originally located in Bee Stinger's palm was also shaken off, falling straight down from the air. "It's mine!" They let out a low cry in unison, their figures disappearing once again and appearing next to the boundary separating stone, reaching out to fight for it. With only his left hand, Lian Shou was slightly barely able to resist the frantic attack of the hegemonic cauldron. His gaze had been closely following the boundary separating stone. At this moment, when he saw this situation, his eyes flashed and he once again unleashed his ability. Even though they were far apart, the Bee Stinger was still hit by Lian Shou's ability and received a shock that caused his figure to stagnate for a moment. Song Wei, on the other hand, had a joy in his eyes, and his 5 fingers opened up, aiming to take the boundary separating stone into his hands. "I said you guys." A sickly voice suddenly and incomparably sounded from the side. At the same time this voice appeared, the situation of the entire scene immediately underwent a shocking change. Poof! For splashes of blood erupted out in unison from the 4 directions of the art gallery. Song Wei's body fell from the air and fell to the ground. A bloody hole had even appeared in his abdomen at this moment, dripping with blood and running through his body. Not only him, but not far away, Lian Shou, and even Yang Yuan, who was protecting in front of Xu Yuya's few people, all had a bloody hole appearing in the same spot on their abdomen in unison. Lian Shou was also sent flying with a punch because of the stagnation in his movements, as Ba Ding found an opportunity. Xu Yuya turned his head violently, his pupils contracting as he noticed a figure hiding in the shadows with a shadowy face. Disease Plague opened his mouth sickly, and his right hand actually stabbed through his abdomen. His entire face continued to contort from the pain, but he still spoke in that dark and unmistakable voice. "Sue, will you stop attacking my companions?" Chapter 128, Don't Be Misled. Sickness Plague. Bee Stinger did a backflip in the air and landed firmly on the ground, looking at the disease plague in the distance with a delighted expression. "Ha ha 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 ha." Barding also waved his arms in exhilaration. "How true!" Cough ah. Lian Shou covered his abdomen and stood up from amongst a pile of rubble and debris. The S-rank ability, Life Together, Die Together, has it even fallen into the hands of the Void Demon Council. At this moment, an aura that made him weak was wrapped around his entire body, causing him to be unable to lift half of his strength at all. The wound in his abdomen, which involved his old wounds, caused the energy in his body to be disorganized, and for a time, he was unable to use his abilities. The ability that Sickness Disaster had mastered actually seriously injured the 3 of them in one fell swoop. Quickly! Recover the boundary separating stone. Sickness Plague was already half crouching on the ground in pain at this point, moaning continuously. This kind of ability, it's too terrifying. Yang Yuan covered his bleeding abdomen, squinted his eyes and looked at the Sickness Disaster in the distance, and the smile on his face dispersed for a few moments. This guy's ability is the trickiest amongst these few counselors. How dare you injure me in such a way? Song Wei staggered up from the ground, some killing intent bursting out from his eyes. Seemingly sensing Song Wei's killing intent, Sickness Disaster suddenly shivered, and his already pained face was instantly buried in his knees. "I'm sorry, I was too presumptuous." "What are you apologizing to them for? We are the villains." Ba Ding shouted with his teeth showing. "Sorry to you." The Sick Disaster's voice came again, accompanied by a groan of pain. "Don't apologize to me either. Don't talk so much nonsense, we should withdraw." The stinger spoke coldly, but she managed to pinch the boundary separating stone in her hand while Lian Shou's few people were injured. Her face revealed deep scorn. These two teachers of the Dragon Summer Academy were not bad in battle, and once it dragged into a protracted battle, it would be very unfavorable for them. Especially that, time control, Lian Shou. Although they didn't know why he was much weaker than the rumors, they must not be careless in the face of such a legendary figure. They had already accomplished their primary goal. As for the secondary target, Xu Yuya, who was protected behind Yang Yuan at this time, it was a little difficult to forcefully kill him, so he could only call it quits. Just as Beast's stinger moved, Ba Ding also flew back and picked up the sickness disaster in the corner, slinging him over his shoulder and preparing to leave. As for Lin Quan, he had long since disappeared into the arena when the battle began. However, just as the three of them were retreating, a blue light screen suddenly rose up and blocked behind them. Yang Yuan extended his right hand remotely, manipulating the canopy, while his left hand covered his injured abdomen, and he opened his mouth and said, "You guys don't want to take the boundary separation stone away today." As he spoke, he took out a bamboo stick from his pocket and threw it on the ground with force. Streams of light flashed by, and Beast's stinger instantly felt the boundary separating stone that he clutched tightly in his palm change. When she looked down, a bamboo stick had clearly landed in her palm. Where was there any boundary separating stone left? Yang Yuan endured the pain and lowered her head. The original location where the bamboo stick had been inserted had already turned into a boundary separating stone. Jade treasure, sign of exchange, capable of exchanging the position of objects within a certain range with it. It was an extremely expensive disposable jakubo. It is you who have lost. Yang Yuan picked up the boundary separating stone and shouted loudly. At almost the same moment, Lian Shou and Song Wei, who had temporarily stabilized their injuries, also appeared beside him at the same time, one after the other. If it were ordinary times, they would have to chase after them no matter what and cut down these few counselors. But the importance of the boundary separating stone was self-evident. At this moment, they were heavily injured, and their main purpose had become guarding the boundary separating stone. That feeling of weakness coming from their abdomen continued to sap their will, causing their battle spirit to recede. No need to go. A hand suddenly patted the bee stinger. Lin Quan, who had disappeared for a long time, even appeared at this moment, looking over with a coquettish smile. A piece of broken stone, what's there to grab? What broken stone? That is clearly. The stinger frowned tightly, subconsciously then opened his mouth to read. But suddenly at this time, the images in his mind retracted like a tidal wave. The original boundary separating stone that they had desperately fought for in their memories had now turned into a plain and unadorned broken stone. The real boundary separating stone is here with me. Oh. Lin Quan laughed as he held up a stone as black as ink, clearly the real boundary separating stone. This time, not only Beast's stinger, even the three of them, Yang Yuan, who were clutching the boundary separating stone below, suddenly changed their faces. Yang Yuan violently spread out his palm. What he was holding tightly in his hand was no boundary separating stone, it was clearly just an ordinary stone. Oh no, our perception has been modified. Song Wei's face changed drastically as he spoke in an urgent voice. The moment he and Lian Shou appeared and saw Lin Quan earlier, the two of them had sensed Lin Quan's ability. At this moment, when he saw the stone in his hand, he immediately reacted to the fact that it seemed like their perceptions had been modified the first moment the boundary separating stone appeared. Don't fall for it. However, right at this moment, Xu Yuya's violent shout suddenly came out, she's misleading you. He darted forward, his left hand grasping hard at the boundary separating stone while his right hand grabbed the ancient knight. At this time, the ancient knight's energy flowed, and it had already been repaired and completed by the repairing hand, changing back to its original appearance. Tisk. Lin Quan sked his mouth unhappily, but he was still smiling. It's a pity that you've realized it's too late now. Don't think you're the only ones with Ju Bao. The boundary separation stone in her hand changed into a wooden bamboo tube. Fluctuations of energy surged up, the memories in Yang Yuan's mind changed again, and the stone in his palm changed back into the boundary separation stone. Only then did he realize that they had all just been misled by Lin Quan and had their perceptions replaced, mistakenly believing that the boundary separation stone in his hand was an ordinary stone. Even in order to mislead them, Lin Quan had even replaced the perceptions of his own people. After reacting, he immediately prepared to close his palm and block the boundary separating stone with his energy. But Lin Quan was one step ahead of him, shaking the bamboo tube in his hand with all his might. Zhu Bao, come into the tube. Dazzling light flew out from the bamboo tube and instantly landed on top of the boundary separating stone. The boundary separating stone immediately flew up from Yang Yuan's hand and was sucked into the distance. At the same time, Xu also realized that he could no longer grab the boundary separating stone, and without saying anything, he forcefully slashed the ancient knight in his hand down. Purple influence turning, we're withdrawing. Lin Quan took out another lavender gemstone and crushed it with force, glancing at Xu Yuya with deep meaning. Interesting fellow. We'll meet again. A sound came from the bamboo tube in her hand, having successfully recovered the boundary separating stone. Afterwards, there was no waiting for the Lianshou few to react. The silhouettes of the four of them were all wrapped in purple light and disappeared. Bam! Half of the boundary separating stone fell from the air. The ancient knight's spiritual light in Xu Yuya's hand dispersed, and he had already regained the appearance of a broken sword. At that juncture just now, the only way he could think of was to use this indestructible ancient lantern to sever the boundary separating stone. But even so, the remaining half of it was still recycled away by Lin Quan. Humph, the Void Demon Council. With a grave expression on his face, he squeezed the ancient curfew tightly and glanced up at the place where those people had disappeared. The next time we meet, we will not let you escape again. Chapter 129 Yang Yuan's coming. They gone? Bai Tao cautiously poked his head out from behind the wall and reconfirmed. That's right. Xu Yuya reinserted the ancient lantern back into its scabbard and faintly recited. That was scary. Only then did Bai Tao breathe a sigh of relief and burrowed out, I didn't expect to give them a run for their money. Is this the battle of the Peak Realm? It's truly terrifying. Terrifying? Jolie, who had been leaning against the wall, snorted and straightened up. They didn't even use 30% of their strength, what's so terrifying about it? What? Bai Tao was instantly shocked, this kind of sound, they didn't even use 30% of their strength? Yes, a real battle at the Peak Realm can be much more terrifying than this. Xu Yuya spoke indifferently, but his mind recalled the battle between Wan Rue and that Night Lord high above the sky. The cold ice that was as big as a meteorite, the sound of the battle that shook 100 meters. The fluctuation of the battle that took place within this art museum today was not even half of what it was back then. If a few peak realms were to fight here with all their might, it is estimated that a small half of the city would have to be smashed. Xu Yuya continued, moreover, the several teachers would also have to be distracted to protect us and prevent us from being affected by the battle, so naturally, they would have to collect their strength. But why are those several counselors suppressing their power again? Bai Tao was still a bit puzzled. This is an unwritten rule, or rather a default rule for everyone. Lianshou's face was slightly white, his old injuries being tugged at making his breath all a bit weakened. The members of the Void Demon Council were all humans once, they naturally know where our bottom line is. If they dare to be the first to unleash all their power, we will definitely do our best to kill them in order to prevent the city from being destroyed. Under such circumstances, selfish people like them simply can't be as brazen as we are, and their victory rate drops greatly. That's why it became the default rule between us and the members of the Void Demon Council for existences above the Peak Realm to fight in the middle of the city, using only 30% of their power. Such a rule is acceptable to both of us. Of course, like those Void Devils and Void Beasts, they will never abide by such a rule. That's why once we encounter them, we will also immediately put in our best efforts to kill them. Between explanations, Lianshou had already walked to the front and picked up that half of the boundary separating stone. At this moment, the black stone had already dispersed most of its luster, but there was still a fluctuation of energy constantly flickering within it. I was a bit careless this time, I didn't expect the other party to have an ability like, live together and die together, in existence. The unfortunate thing is that it's also relying on this half of the boundary separating stone that you chopped off, Xu Yuya. He looked towards Xu Yuya, a look of praise in his eyes. You did a great job. In this situation, you would rather destroy the boundary separating stone than let it fall into the hands of the enemy. Although chopping will not make the effect of the boundary separation stone disappear, its power will definitely be greatly weakened. We don't know what exactly the enemy's purpose is in fighting over the boundary separating stone like this. But this move will also surely thwart their plans to a certain extent. He put away half of the boundary separation stone, and his gaze was suddenly sharp and incomparably sharp as he looked at Yang Yuan. Teacher Yang Yuan, can you explain now why you have appeared here? He and Song Wei had no knowledge of the matter of the boundary separating stone. But Yang Yuan seemed to have come here for the boundary separation stone from the very beginning. You should also know that I stopped serving a few years ago and joined the board of directors. Yang Yuan covered his stomach and sat down, revealing a bitter smile. The duty of the board of directors is not to hunt vain, but to maintain order and balance among vain hunters. as well as to deal with some special events. A month ago, when this boundary separation stone was lost from Mountain City, I was assigned to investigate this incident, but I found nothing. But you all know how important the boundary separating stone is, so in order to find it, I went in search of that trigram master, sir.
Trigram master? Xu also looked over curiously. That is a Mountain Realm's Void Hunter, and his ability is S rank, seek signs and ask for divination. Yang Yuan explained indifferently.
Its ability can give answers or clues to the questions asked by shaking the sign dot. With his help, I learned a total of 3 clues.
The first clue is 12 o'clock noon, Haicheng Art Museum.
The second clue was Long Xia Academy.
And the third clue is the mole.
That sounds rather like some sort of ability to foretell the future. Xu Yuya stroked his chin thoughtfully. He could feel a burst of novelty with each new ability he came into contact with.
So you surmised that we were going to travel to High City for the test through your analysis, as well as your guesses about the time of the entrance test? Lianqiu frowned and asked.
That's right, after I made my intentions known to the principal arranged for me to join you. Yang Yuan nodded. I originally wanted to travel to High City alone and go forward to recover the boundary separating stone. But when I think about it, this second clue is perhaps hinting at me to use the power of the 2 teachers. And because of the third clue, you were wary of us as well, and thus have been unwilling to make our intentions known.
Song Wei looked at Yang Yuan with some irritation.
This fellow had an underhanded expression on his face all the time. Anyone who came would take him as a mole.
Yang Yuan smiled slightly apologetically. It's just a pity that the boundary separating stone was still half taken away by them. If it wasn't for the Xu Yuya student, perhaps all of my plans would have all been lost.
I also didn't expect at all that the Void Demon Council would go to such lengths in order to recover this boundary separation stone.
Thanks to me having that guy Yin Yuan purposely leave a sound imprint on you.
Lianqiu shook his head. If it wasn't for this imprint discovering your location, I'm afraid that I wouldn't even be able to keep this half of it this time. At the mention of this matter, he suddenly changed his face slightly and jerked his head up to look into the distance. Wait, does that mean
the location that those few counselors shifted away from is on Yin Yuan's side? Knock knock knock.
The originally leveled courtyard had turned into a trench at this moment. The invisible force kept bombarding and slapping on top of the ground, and the ground of the entire courtyard shifted down by tens of centimeters.
Don't make any more pointless attempts, Your Excellency Tianyin.
Starshift smiled as he stood in place, not having received the slightest bit of injury on his body. Your voice will never be able to pass out beyond me.
Yin Yuan looked ahead with cold eyes and felt a headache.
This 6th counselor's ability happened to properly restrain his ability. Unless he was able to kill this 6th counselor, he would not be able to suppress that fierce battle in the distance at all. However, at this moment, the battle sound that had been stirring in Yin Yuan's ears suddenly disappeared. He revealed a surprised look, but immediately his eyes stared. Only to see a purple light suddenly lit up around Xingyi.
Immediately afterward, 4 silhouettes drilled out of the light.
The leader, Lin Quan, drilled out of the light and immediately looked towards the 6th counselor with his eyes shining brightly as he sweetly cried out, "Teacher, we're here."
Chapter 130, I have a small request. Purple influence turn.
Yin Yuan's eyes moved slightly, instantly locking onto the few people in front of him. He had already determined that the few counselors in front of him were the same few people who had just had a battle in the distance.
Along with their appearance here, it also meant that the battle had ended.
Teacher, I'm sorry, someone has sensed our intentions. The boundary separating stone can only be recovered in half. Lin Quan poured out half of the boundary separating stone from the bamboo tube and spat out his tongue in embarrassment. I didn't dare to remain there for fear that those few teachers would get angry. There's no harm, this operation is indeed very dangerous. Starshift nodded slightly. Being able to recover half of the boundary separating stone is already considered a mission accomplished.
He faintly swept a glance at the bee stinger trio. His eyes were clear and cold without the slightest bit of emotion. Since the primary mission has been accomplished, we should also withdraw. There's no need to continue staying here.
As he said that, the air behind him blurred for a while, and a black hole actually appeared, and inside the hole, stars filled the sky, bright and dazzling.
Want to leave?
Seeing this, Yin Yuan immediately snorted angrily. The voice flew out from his mouth, and in an instant, it turned into a terrifying wave of sound that rushed forward. However, his attack was once again defused by Starshift and rushed behind him. The walls of the small courtyard were shattered by the sound wave, spreading out tens of meters.
If Your Excellency Tianyin doesn't care about destroying the city, you can just let go and strike at me.
Starshift wore a refined smile, seemingly having taken hold of Yin Yuan.
This time, our target is only this boundary separating stone, and we have not struck out at any civilians in the city. If Your Excellency Tianyin is ruthless enough to keep us, I don't care to fight with you here. In the face of Starshift's threat, Yin Yuan's figure, who was already poised to strike, stalled. Just by taking advantage of this gap, Xingyi had already taken a few people and drilled into the black hole, disappearing into thin air. Thank you, Your Excellency Tianyin, for making it possible. How is it possible to want to leave unharmed? The light in Tianyin's eyes flickered, and she suddenly opened her mouth gently. Although there wasn't any sound, Starshift, who was already hidden in the black hole, changed his face drastically and hurriedly blocked in front of a few people. Barely. The black hole dissipated in the air, while Yin Yuan stood in place with a cloudy expression, but in the end, he could only stifle a grunt and turn around to return to the hut. This time, the other party was well prepared and had infiltrated the city almost perfectly. The Starshift's ability was also very restraining to Yin Yuan, which really made him quite helpless. Luckily, the attack he launched at the end was very swift, and it was sure to make him pay a great price. Hundreds of kilometers away. Bang! The air suddenly exploded, and several figures fell from it. Starshift, who had originally been bland and unrivaled, covered his chest, spat out blood, and rolled to the ground. Teacher! Lin Kuan's face changed drastically as he hurriedly helped his teacher up. Worthy of being a guardian of High City. Xingyi coughed out a large mouthful of blood with force, his body trembling slightly, to think that he had been hiding a means like ultrasonic waves. If Tianyin had used such an attack at the very beginning, he would definitely have been on guard. However, Tianyin had been hiding her means until the end when they left before releasing it. Even though Starshift had kept his abilities turned on, he was unable to defend himself against this attack, and was severely injured on the spot. Starshift's mouth was bleeding continuously, as if all of his internal organs had been impacted to produce damage. Lord Sixth Counselor. The Stinger's face changed slightly as he looked over worriedly. Don't worry, that city watchman can't sense it from this distance. Starshift hung onto Lin Kuan's shoulder and spoke weakly, hurry up and leave this place, return to headquarters first. The priority now is to recover the boundary separating stone back. Right, it's nothing major, a little treatment will be fine. We'll just talk in person afterward, that's all for now. Lian Shou hung up the phone, more clouds of worry appearing above his tightly furrowed brows. He turned his head to look at the crowd. Just now, Tianyin said to me that those few counselors have escaped. Even Mr. Tianyin wasn't able to leave them behind? Song Wei was somewhat surprised. The Void Demon Council actually sent the sixth counselor to stop Tianyin this time. Lian Shou spoke coldly, in order to recover the boundary separating stone, they really did put in the blood. I will organize the report of this incident and submit it to the principal. Then, Instructor Lian Shou, this time's assessment. Bai Tao heard the news of those few counselors leaving, and immediately let out a long sigh of relief, and hurriedly opened his mouth to ask. The examination should naturally continue. Lian Shou responded rightfully, the three of you are also considered to have made a merit this time. But one size does not fit all, there will naturally be rewards after your merits this time, but you still have to continue to complete the examination. Now that those few counselors have left, there shouldn't be any accidents during the examination. Humph. I knew it. Jolie sniffed and let out a cold laugh, loosening his muscles and looking towards Xu Yuya. Since the matter has come to an end, it's time for us to talk about the rewards we talked about before. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. Xu Yuya had already walked to a corner within the ruins by now. As early as during the previous battle, he had sensed the faint energy fluctuations here. After a bit of rummaging, he managed to find a yellow spirit bead and tossed it to Jolie from afar. At the same time, he calmly informed the other party of the two locations where the yellow spirit bead might appear. If the spirit bead has been taken in advance of the place you searched, I will give you a replacement spirit bead with enough points until the end of the examination. Su also faintly recited, not intending to break the contract. It's not a wasted trip. Jolie stuffed the yellow spirit bead into his arms, casually waved his hand, and left without looking back. Only after seeing Jolie leave did Suyu turn his head and look at Lian Shou. Teacher, not only were we injured during the battle, our energy consumption was excessive, and our teammates are still gone. If we continue the test, it would be a bit too unfair for Bai Tao and I. Oh? What do you mean by that? Lian Shou was instantly amused and looked down. Xu Yuya's gaze was deep as a confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If I'm not mistaken, instructor, you lied, didn't you? There has never been only one white spirit pearl for this examination, and that is the one you showed us in your hand at the very beginning. And this white spirit bead, it was only after all the other spirit beads had been collected that you intended to release it for us to fight over. So what if it is? What are you trying to do? Lianshu did not retort. Instead he looked at Xu Yuya with a smirk. Even though you have great merit, there's no way I'm going to give this white spirit bead to you directly. That would just be too unfair to the other students. I do have a small request. Yuya smiled heatedly, his gaze looking straight into Lianshu's eyes. But please also rest assured, instructor, this request is very simple and definitely not too much. Chapter 131 White Spirit Pearl Battle. Aside from the three of them, Yuya, no one knew what had happened within the art gallery. It was as if Bai Shaoling had vaporized out of thin air, disappearing into the memories of the crowd. Even more so, no one knew that several members of the Void Demon Council had escaped from Haichang. After reaching an agreement with Lianshu, Xu Yuya and Bai Tao also quickly left the arena and began to quickly collect the spirit beads. The examination continued, and in the blink of an eye, the night passed in an instant, coming to 4:20 a.m. Phew, this is the last one. Xu Yuya plucked down a red spirit bead from above the wall and handed it over to Bai Tao. The brows of the two were exhausted. After experiencing a chaotic fight and losing a large amount of spiritual energy, they then returned to the examination without stopping. The energy in their bodies had been depleted quite drastically, and they had never recovered to their full strength. However, during these several hours, the two of them had also collected 10 spirit beads. Among them, there were 2 yellow spirit beads, 2 blue spirit beads, and 6 red spirit beads. The total number of points was 36. This amount was definitely considered to be at the front of the line amongst all the students. I'm not looking for the rest of the spirit beads, so I guess it won't be long before the last spirit bead is taken. Xu Yuya and Bai Tao left the mirror world, casually grabbed a car, and sat in it as they sped off at a rapid pace. The route for searching for the spirit bead had been specially designed by him, so after he had calculated the time, he also quickly rushed towards his final destination. Let's greet this final revelry together. Calm words came out of his mouth, causing the driver to look aghast and glance at Yuya through the rearview mirror. Young people nowadays were really getting more and more middle-aged. 4:30 a.m. A violent column of white light violently rose from a corner of High City. This energy fluctuation had a special frequency that could only be detected by those who were able to comprehend and operate the energy. The moment it appeared, the freshmen spread out all over Sea City, whether they were in the mirror world or not, all violently stopped their movements and raised their heads. That's. They sensed the fluctuation in their faces changed dramatically. White spirit bead? The white spirit bead, a special spirit bead that was worth up to 500 points and up to 5 million dragon coins, had finally appeared. The moment it appeared, a voice from Lianshu came from within the student cards of all the students at the same time. 99 spirit beads, all of them have already been acquired. Now only the last white spirit bead remains. Next, until the end of the examination, you can all choose to fight for the white spirit bead. The acquisition of the white spirit bead is different from other spirit beads. It is wrapped in special energy within the mirror world. It can only be obtained by wrapping it with your own energy for 5 minutes. Good luck! Lianshu's voice disappeared and all the students went crazy. The vast majority of them stopped what they were doing and rushed towards the place where the energy fluctuation was revealed without saying a word. As long as they were able to obtain the white spirit bead, they would be able to become the first place winner of the examination that deserved it. And the place where the white spirit pearl appeared. It was clearly the abandoned art museum in High City. Inside the art museum at this moment, a milky white spirit bead was suspended in the air, surrounded by energy. A figure suddenly appeared within the rearranged mirror world. He did not form a group and had been searching for the spirit pearl alone. When the white spirit bead appeared, he was also the closest to the art gallery, and it only took him less than 2 minutes to arrive here. I can't believe I'm the first one here. He immediately noticed the white spirit bead right in the center, and a look of excitement appeared on his entire face. As long as I fetch the white spirit bead, I'll be the deserving first place winner. What Qin Jolie, all of them will have to be below me. Without saying a word, he quickly rushed to the side of the spirit bead and reached out to grab it. The white spirit bead was pinched in his hand, and along with the rotation of his energy, the energy wrapped around the white spirit bead immediately began to slowly dissipate. 3 minutes passed swiftly, and a look of excitement, nervousness, and anxiety flashed in his eyes. Faster, faster. Just 2 minutes and I'll be able to get it. Ha, there's actually someone faster than us. 3 silhouettes suddenly appeared in the mirror world, and at a glance, they saw this boy who was trying to take the white spirit bead. Oh no, someone is coming. This boy's face changed, but his palm was still unwilling to let go of the spirit bead. Quickly stop him, don't let him take the spirit bead. The trio waved their arms and immediately used their abilities. A fire dragon roared out and pounced on the boy. The boy let out a furious cry, his body was covered by layers of scales, and his entire figure drew up by several points, as if he had turned into a monster, and hardened himself against the attack. His scales became charred and black, and before he had time to recover, 2 bullets were fired from his side. Bang! The bullets shattered his scale armor, and his right arm instantly bled out, subconsciously letting go of his right hand that was holding the white spirit bead. Right at the moment he let go, around the white spirit bead, the energy that had been mostly worn down immediately refilled, wrapping it up once again. This also meant that the next person who wanted to take the spirit bead would also have to hold it tightly for 5 minutes without being stopped. So close I can get it. The animalized boy revealed a look of anger, and ignoring the pain on his body, he glared at the 3 angrily and pounced on them with a low roar. Do you want to take on the 3 of us by yourself, too arrogant? The trio did not show any weakness either, energy surging from their bodies, ready to crush the student. Ha! The white spirit pearl is really here. Another voice rang out from the side. Several people's faces changed, and they hurriedly stopped their attacks. Only to see 2 silhouettes appear from the other side, similarly noticing the white spirit bead. The several people's eyes met each other, and their hearts tightened as they instantly realized. This was the final content of the examination. Unless one defeated everyone, only then would they be qualified to go and hold the white spirit bead in their hands for 5 minutes. And the fluctuation of breath from the appearance of the white spirit bead rippled throughout High City at this moment. This was a loud and powerful pandemonium. Only the strongest would be able to fight until the end. The sound of footsteps rose and fell. After a short pause of a few minutes, 2 more people actually stepped into the mirror world. After everyone appeared, they all sensed this one thing, and actually coincidentally did not make a move, fearing that they would expend their physical strength here and in turn become a stepping stone for the others. For a moment, the entire art museum seemed to have fallen into a stalemate, with everyone eyeing the white spirit bead intently. Not only that, the number of people converging on the art museum also increased. Soon the number of people was close to half, a full 20 people had arrived here from all directions. Squads were pitted against each other, people against people, but no one dared to make a move to fight for the white spirit pearl. Once whoever made the first move would surely become a target and be attacked by the group. I thought the fight had already started a long time ago. Suddenly at this moment, a rough voice tore through the mirror world and penetrated. Jolie appeared with a domineering stride, walking towards the white spirit bead with hardly any hesitation. I didn't expect it to be a bunch of fools, staring wide-eyed here. Since no one dares to take it, it's up to me to take it away. Chapter 132 War God. Jolie? How dare you? The moment they saw Jolie appear, everyone revealed shocked gazes. However, Jolie ignored the crowd and with a single step, he rushed to the side of the white spirit bead and reached out to grab it. Don't be afraid, everyone, attack him together and eliminate him first. It was unknown who took the lead in shouting. Immediately afterward, countless attacks rushed over from all sides of Jolie. Ha, that's right. Jolie stopped moving and let out a fierce laugh as he stomped hard and heavy on the ground. The stones under his feet were shattered by his kick, and the floors seemed to be lifted up one after another, actually turning into barriers to block his body. Those countless attacks smashed those floors to pieces. However, Jolie's figure had already disappeared into thin air. Haven't you guys figured out the rules yet? When his voice reappeared, he had already arrived behind the 3 students. Before these 3 could react, their heads were forcefully clasped by Jolie and heavily smashed together. The violent impact caused them to become dizzy, and they planted themselves unconscious on the spot. The rule of this final examination is for us to split up the winners and losers. Only the one who stands until the end will be qualified to obtain this white spirit pearl. At the same time that he knocked these 3 people down, a silhouette appeared behind him and swung a long sword to chop down. However, his attack was pinched by Jolie's backhand and with a sardonic smile, he swung his fist and smashed it on its face. The silhouette flew out backwards as if it was a kite with broken strings, its entire face bloodied and blurred as it similarly fainted. Come on. Fight. When I put you all down, the spirit pearl will naturally be mine. Jolie's relentless tactics, as well as his overbearing look, instantly caused the crowd present to have some chills. However, they were also all proud sons of heaven, and they quickly revitalized themselves and killed Jolie with fury. There are so many of us, are we still afraid of him alone? Holding such thoughts, countless people rushed over with low roars. However, the smile on Jolie's face grew stronger. It was in this situation that his abilities were able to be utilized to their full power. All of a sudden, he was like a humanoid beast, constantly running through the crowd. Wherever he passed, almost no one could withstand one of his punches. His eyes were bloodshot, and his body had suffered large and small injuries. However, he acted as if he was fine, hardening himself against the injuries as he rushed through the crowd. Curved wings flew through the air, constantly accelerating, raising his kinetic energy to the extreme, his figure blurring a bit. He broke through the air, arms crossed in front of him, charging and crashing into Jolie, determined to completely explode this whole body's kinetic energy, exchanging speed for the strongest blow. Good timing. Jolie pushed aside the two people in front of him and threw them out like sandbags, laughing as he took a step forward. Thud. Chuyi's arm slammed hard into Jolie's chest. Jolie's body jolted and took a huge step back, the ground under his feet exploding into depressions. An X-shaped wound appeared on his chest, which was a bloody mess. However, it only took him half a second to stabilize his body, grabbing Chuyi's head and smashing it towards the ground, too slow. Chuyi's remaining strength was not enough, and he was smashed into the ground without any resistance, the strong impact causing him to pass out. A tremor came from the earth. A boy was driving his ability with all his might at the moment, transforming into a huge 2-meter-tall bear body with claws the color of dark gold, causing the earth to tremble just by running. He rushed over while Jolie and Shui were exchanging blows, his huge bear paw slapping towards Jolie's back. Bang! Jolie's body was actually directly sent flying by this strike and crashed into the ruins. Everyone cheered and looked ahead in surprise. That terrifying Jolie had finally been knocked down. However, their cheers came to an abrupt end after just the next second. Jolie jumped up from the rubble with a single tumbling jump, the injuries on his chest recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. He raised his head and swept a glance at the boy who had transformed into a giant bear, letting out a sardonic smile as he stamped his feet. In the next moment, he actually instantly rushed to the side of the giant bear and swung out a fist. The giant bear flew out uncontrollably diagonally, embedding itself on top of the broken ceiling. While enduring the violent impact, he had already transformed from a bear into a human and was forced to break up his abilities. Power is nothing more than that. Jolie commented indifferently, then without looking back, he slammed his left fist into the person behind him who was trying to sneak up on him. Instead, he saw a boy with dyed yellowish hair sneakily hiding behind him and was about to attack. In the face of that dominating punch, his face changed slightly and he actually made a bizarre movement. Only to see him roll in place, his speed was so slow that it was as if he had imposed slow motion. Jolie's fist seemed to hit him, and then it seemed to weave through his body, not causing him half a bit of damage. Oh! Jolie turned his head, raised his eyebrows in some surprise, and kicked out again. Yellow hair had only just rolled over and stood up, and hastily rolled again. Jolie's attack once again missed, seemingly unable to hit this yellow hair at all. Yellow hair revealed a flash of joy and shouted, "I'll hold him off, you guys take advantage of this and hurry up and release any big moves you have." But his words had only just fallen when his body was smashed by a cloud of blood shadows and flew out. Heh, what the hell? Jolie put away his fist and snorted disdainfully, "As long as you're fast enough, you'll be able to hit you in between abilities." However, right at this moment, he suddenly sensed a wave of danger. Quickly turning his head, even as he did, his pupils shrank. A blazing light shone from the corner of the arena. Tang Xiaowan stood in place with a face full of sweat and a pale complexion, and in front of her was unexpectedly a cannon. Beside her stood two girls, seemingly protecting her. Noticing Jolie's gaze, Tang Xiaowan's face changed and she pulled the cannon with force. The cannon was constructed with her ability, and was naturally not as powerful as a real cannonball, so there was no need to worry about Jolie being killed. Flames emerged from the cannon's mouth, and the cannon was ready to fire. However, Tang Xiaowan's pupils suddenly shrunk. However, she saw Jolie's domineering figure, which actually swooped down directly in front of her. "I can't let you beat it out of me." He spoke indifferently, and his right fist was actually shoved directly into the mouth of the cannon. Boom! A violent boom rang out, as if an explosion had been created. In the next moment, Tang Xiaowan, as well as the two girls beside her, were actually directly lifted out by the airwaves brought about by the blast. Those two girls hit the ground and fainted on the spot. Tang Xiaowan, on the other hand, kept flying backwards, and when she was about to hit the wall, she suddenly felt a thrust from behind. She fell to the ground, her face full of panic, but realized that she hadn't received any violent impact. Turning her head to look, but there was only a plain wall behind her. Looking ahead again. The violent artillery fire had naturally affected Jolie. But as the dust and smoke cleared, Jolie's entire right arm was bloody, his entire body bathed in dust, but his scarlet eyes made him look like a monster. He seemed to have fought to the point of madness, and with red eyes, he suddenly turned his head and swung his fist, smashing it at the nearest person. The domineering nature of this punch was 1,000,000 times more terrifying than each of his previous attacks. That student's legs immediately went limp and he fell to the ground. No, don't. He was able to feel that he would definitely die if this punch landed. Chapter 133. Let's clear the air. Who? A wall of wind was created out of thin air, blocking between Jolie and this student. The gusts of wind tugged at Jolie's fist, constantly slowing it down. In the end of Jolie's fist was tightly pressed against the bridge of the student's nose, and all the force was removed, failing to continue to fall. However, that student's eyes still rolled over, and he was hardened and fainted. Even though they all boasted of being the pride of heaven. But in front of a monster like Jolie, they still seemed worthless. Jolie, your emotions are out of control. Shinzei's bland and incomparable voice came from the distance. Behind him, followed by a male and a female student, with his strength, he had even formed a squad with others. Out of control? Jolie laughed sarcastically as he turned back around, the blood light covering his eyes receding by a few points. Then you probably haven't seen what I look like when I'm out of control. Shinzei's 3 had only just arrived here not long ago. After he made a move to stop Jolie, his eyes scanned the weak, his expression slightly frozen. A short period of 20 minutes. The entire mirror world had long since become an Asari state. The number of unconscious and seriously injured people on the ground was already close to 20. All of them were put down by Jolie. Among them, there were even close to half of them who were bloodied and seriously injured, but fortunately, their lives were not in danger. We are all classmates, it's too much for you to be so ruthless. Shinzei calmly and incomparably pushed down his glasses and looked straight at Jolie. After he appeared, the dozen or so people in the field who were still able to remain active immediately projected hopeful gazes. Among all the new students, leaving aside Lan who had not appeared here at all, the two in front of them had the strongest combat power. They had just witnessed Jolie's domineering and terrifying combat power, and at this point, they had long been fearful and had no desire to fight again. Shinzei seemed to them to be the only existence that could stop Jolie. Does it matter? Jolie turned back his body, the blood-red energy on his body rising and falling as he breathed. Even if it's you, if you want to obtain this white spirit pearl, you have to eliminate all the others. As for the process of elimination, is it important? At least I won't be like you and beat up these classmates. Shinzei calmly responded. Feminine. Jolie snorted coldly, not bothering to argue with Shinzei. What I hate the most is guys like you. You're different from this group of self-proclaimed geniuses wastrels, your whole body exudes an aura of a great and good man, it simply sickens me. Shinzei glanced at Jolie with some surprise, thanks for the compliment. Old me is not complimenting you. Jolie stomped the ground with force and lunged towards Shinzei. Since you want to stop me, let's give it a try. You guys back off. Shinzei suddenly flung his sleeve, and the soft wind blew the two people behind him back a few meters. Afterward, his gaze stared blankly as he stood with his right palm spread out in front of him. Stormy winds swirled and transformed into a web of wind, colliding with Jolie. It was only a split-second's effort. The collision between the two caused a wild wind to roll up. In a flash, the dozen or so students who were still located in the world in the mirror immediately swayed to the east and stood unsteadily, looking ahead with frightened faces. Was this battle fluctuation really something that the stone realm could unleash? Jolie's fist was being pulled by countless gusts of wind, yet he still swung his right arm forward. The blood-colored energy tore at everything around his body as he kept moving forward with an extremely slow speed. Ha! Suddenly at this moment, he let out a furious cry, and the end of his fist erupted with a monstrous bloodlight, his power surging by 3 points once again. Along with his power, the ground located under his feet instantly shattered, and the sky of broken stones were swept by the gale, shooting out in all directions without any rules. A few of the stones even shot towards the bodies of several students who had already fallen to the ground with serious injuries. Shinzei noticed this image, his face changed slightly, and he immediately flicked his hand in that direction. A soft air current rose up from the ground, blowing the stones away. However, he was also so distracted, and then Jolie found an opportunity to break through the wind net with a punch, his fist closing in on the torso. Thud! Xinze was hit straight in the abdomen and flew backwards. However, as he flew backwards, several breezes appeared behind him, constantly acting as cushioning bands, dragging his body down. And there was also a swirling mass of airflow in his abdomen, unloading the force from Jolie's impact. But even so, he still felt a surge of chi and blood. Thinking of protecting others even in this situation? Jolie spat disdainfully, looking at Xinze with strong dislike in his eyes. "Hey, Xinze." He did not continue to pursue, instead, he shouted out. Xinze had only just landed at that moment, barely stabilizing his stance and raising his head. "It's too boring to continue fighting like this." Jolie faintly recited, "Even if I defeat you like this, it's still meaningless. No one else here is qualified to fight for this white spirit pearl." When these words came out, those remaining 10 or so people immediately revealed an unhappy expression, but they were all somewhat mute. In front of these two monsters, their proud abilities were nothing at all. "What do you want to do?" Xinze raised an eyebrow, vaguely having guessed Jolie's thoughts. "Come and clear out the scene, clear out the irrelevant people." Jolie's words had only just fallen when his figure had already caught up with Xinze, appearing in front of him and swinging his fist down. Xinze was silent, but he didn't want to further injure the students around him. He no longer hesitated, and a fierce wind suddenly stirred up in his body. "As you wish." The gale touched Jolie's fist and immediately spread out as if it had exploded. The attacks of the two men impacted together like this. The gale transformed into a tornado, spreading out with them as the center. In an instant, everyone touched by this tornado was uncontrollably pulled into it. A soft wind wrapped their bodies, and the blood-red energy continued to entwine, pinning them to the wind, unable to move. The gusts of wind wrapped around the remaining 10 or so people, as well as the bodies of the 20 or so people lying on the ground, constantly spreading outwards. Tang Shaoan was also uncontrollably caught up in this gale. She looked incredulously at the center of the gale, incomparably unwilling, but she could only be taken away by this gale. Half a minute later, the gale dissipated with a bang. Other than Jolie and Xinze, all of them were blown out of the mirror world by this violent wind. The wind rose up. The originally noisy and miserable arena became incredibly quiet. Only Jolie and Xinze remained. Their gazes were facing each other, and they were about to divide the winner. A lazy voice, however, suddenly rang out from one place. "Finally, no one is left." Xu Yuya drilled out from nowhere and stood in the middle of the field as if he had appeared out of thin air. "In order to wait for you guys to finish clearing this field, I'm getting sleepy."